301 to 350. After Royal Prince Yang finished his command, all of the bodyguards on the ladders pulled back the strings on their bows and shot their arrows towards the wolf pack rushing towards the gate. Immediately, howls of pain and grief filled the air. The alpha wolf let out a low howl and the wolves striking the gate became even more fierce. Some of the wolves had blood dripping from their heads and bodies. The bodyguards by the gate calmly placed a second arrow on their bowstrings and continued to shoot at the wolf pack outside. Each wave of arrows left behind a few dead wolf corpses. The wolf pack retreated to a safe distance after following the alpha wolf's subsequent howl. The head wolf's eyes whirled. There were pit traps on both sides and the gate was protected by the rain of arrows. It looked like it needed to change its plans. The alpha wolf had no intention of retreating even though the Yu family was a hard nut to crack. The Yu family had plenty of food. If the wolf pack didn't take a meal now, they would all starve to death. They needed to succeed or die trying. The head wolf took the rest of the wolf pack in a feigned retreat. It wanted to lower its enemy's guard by making them indecisive. Zhu Junyang, who was sitting on the rooftop and directing this command, yelled at the bodyguards at the gate, "Group 1, leave behind 2 people to continue to guard the gate. The remaining 2 people come to the back courtyard to provide assistance. Head steward Liu, a wolf pack holds grudges. Since they had a stumble here, they absolutely won't just leave the matter at that. Since the wolf pack was able to enter the Qian family's back courtyard with ease, they will certainly try to mostly attack the back courtyard here. Bring some people to heavily guard the rear courtyard's 3 walls." Under the light of the moon, the 2 bodyguards swiftly ran from the front gate towards the back courtyard. Near their feet, there were 2 little shadows, one black and one white, that were following along. The speed of these 2 shadows was not any slower than the bodyguards' top speed. Zhu Junyang had also spotted those 2 little puppies that resembled balls of fur. He couldn't help but praise them. "Xiao Cao, they all say that dogs resemble their masters. It is truly correct. Your 2 little puppies at home are also stupidly brave like you." There were so many starving wolves outside earlier, yet the 2 little guys aren't afraid at all and even ran towards the back courtyard to guard it. Tisk tisk, should I say that they are heroic or should I say that they're overestimating their own abilities here? Yu Xiaoxiao was also still on the roof. She watched as her 2 little wolves, one black and one white, scampered towards the back courtyard like 2 little balls of fur. They stretched out their forelegs and lifted their bottoms up as they howled through the cracks in the gate. The back courtyard had 2 little wild pigs that already weighed almost 50 to 60 catties each. They seemed to have sensed the lurking danger approaching and let out indignant squeals. The hares in the cages were all crowded into one corner, shivering with fear. The little roe deer was in the courtyard, pacing back and forth in a very anxious manner. From time to time, it would raise its head and prick up its ears to listen to the sounds. Its tail was upright, revealing white fur that was arranged in the shape of a heart. Sure enough, as Royal Prince Yang predicted, the wolf pack had taken a long detour around and crept up alongside the pond. They started attacking the back gate. The bodyguards who were guarding the back gate didn't even need their master to order them as they swiftly shot arrows towards the wolves rushing over. Not a single arrow missed its target. Before long, around 7 to 8 wolves lay dead on the ground. The 30-odd wolves did not seem like a small number. However, 4 to 5 wolves had been caught in the pit traps outside the Qian family's residence and another 5 gluttonous wolves had fallen victim to the pit traps at the Yu family's walls. At the front gate, another 5 to 6 were slain by arrows and another 7 to 8 had died at the entrance of the back courtyard. All in all, around 23 to 24 wolves had been killed by now. Zhu Junyang observed the vastly thinned out ranks of wolves, which were only around a dozen now, and then gestured a signal to the bodyguards that were in the front courtyard. The 6 to 7 bodyguards secretly opened the gate and then began to flank the wolf pack from afar. Yu Hai also went along with them. In his hands were his bow and arrows, and he also had a hunting fork on his back. Yu Hai also knew that wolf packs held grudges. You either had to kill them all in one stroke or avoid them from afar. Now that his family had already clashed with them, they needed to put an end to all of the wolves in the pack. Otherwise, he would be leaving a calamity for his family in the future. When the alpha wolf noticed that things were going south for them on the attack at the back courtyard, it gave an order to retreat. At this point, the wolf pack had less than 10 wolves left. Before the leader of the pack turned to leave, it leveled a glare full of hate at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was still on the roof. It seemed to be warning her, "You better not leave the house in the future, otherwise, heh." Yu Xiaoxiao complained silently to the little divine stone when she saw a lowly beast warning her, "I know you can understand the language of animals, can you not show off? You're not doing anything right now, yet you're in the mood to translate what the alpha wolf is saying to me." The little divine stone huffed, "Being idle is still just being idle. If only it was possible to eradicate the whole wolf pack. Otherwise, your family will not have peaceful days in the future. A thief can be around for 1,000 days, but people can't defend themselves 1,000 times. This saying can also be used on these wolves." The bodyguards who had set an ambush at the foot of the West Mountains had already started fighting with the defeated wolves. These men were exceptionally skilled. Even if their first arrow didn't kill the wolf instantly, they would rush up with a sharp sword and fix it quickly. In the blink of an eye, this small group of wolves was slaughtered. The alpha wolf seemed to know the concept of targeting the weakest link. It knew it couldn't escape anymore, so it ran towards Yu Hai. Yu Hai shot an arrow towards the leader wolf, but it nimbly dodged it. By the time he shot the second arrow, the distance between them was already very close. The alpha wolf rushed forward despite its wounds and didn't slow down at all. It opened its mouth wide, fangs gleaming, as it leapt toward Yu Hai. The arrow collided with its forelegs and a burst of blood flowered out. Yu Hai was quite agile with his hands and was able to grab the pitchfork from his back. He quickly used it to obstruct the alpha wolf's gaping jaws. However, he was unable to block the animal's raking claws. Long, deep scratches appeared on Yu Hai's body and blood started to gush out. The smell of the blood provoked the head wolf's viciousness and it completed a difficult turn in midair and slammed its body towards Yuhai. Although Yuhai was able to block the alpha wolf's second attack, he had been knocked over by the force of the animal's impact. The wolf's claws were cruelly pressing down on Yuhai's shoulders. Even though the wolf's fangs were being blocked by the pitchfork, it was doing its best to strain forward to break the pitchfork between its jaws. It desperately desired to kill the repulsive human that had injured it so heavily. Most hunting forks were made of iron at the prongs, yet the handles were made of plain wood. How could a piece of wood possibly withstand the force of a ravenous wolf's jaw and teeth? Before long, a sharp cracking sound could be heard as the hunting fork was snapped in two by the wolf. Its dense row of gleaming white teeth that exuded a rotten smell headed in the direction of Yuhai's neck. The bodyguards were currently in the middle of a fight with the other wolves. How could they pay attention to what was happening here? Yuhai believed that he was screwed and risked getting his neck snapped in two as he viciously stabbed the prongs of the pitchfork towards the wolf's chest. The wolf's teeth got closer and closer. They were about to kiss Yuhai's neck when, suddenly, a forceful impact from the side pushed the alpha wolf away from Yuhai. Yuhai was stupefied for a second and then touched his neck. He was okay. He hurriedly flipped over and looked towards the wolf that had been attacking him. There was a silvery gray wolf, about the same size as the alpha wolf, that was currently fiercely fighting the leader wolf. The head wolf was truly the leader of wolves. Although it had been injured, it was still as vicious and fierce as before. However, this gray wolf was not inferior in any aspect. It was fighting the alpha wolf to a standstill. At this time, there were some bodyguards who had finished their fights and walked towards Yuhai. They looked at the two wolves fighting and inquired, "What's going on here? How come these two, the same species, are fighting with each other?" Yuhai let out an incredulous laugh and mocked himself, "Who knows? Perhaps they're trying to fight over me as a piece of food. Nowadays, it's not necessarily a good thing to be plump and brawny." The bodyguards laughed, "Are you okay? You should hurry back and get your wounds treated. Just leave these two wolves to us brothers." As they finished talking, the alpha wolf had already been pinned down by the gray wolf and its throat had been ripped open. The leader wolf lay on the ground, breathing its last. The gray wolf glanced at Yuhai. This man had the smell of the little girl on him. Did it rescue the wrong person? In the blink of an eye, the gray wolf had been surrounded by the bodyguards. There were 7 to 8 bodyguards who were very skilled and all of them had shiny swords in their hands that were pointed at the gray wolf. The gray wolf cautiously observed the bodyguards as it tried to find a way to escape. Aish, doing a good deed was for naught. In order to save a human, it had to pay with its own life. One of the bodyguards inspected the gray wolf and said, "This wolf seems to be different from that pack. It has such beautiful fur. I'd absolutely be able to pick it out again." Yuhai hesitantly said, "This wolf just saved me. How about, we let it go?" The second bodyguard was on the more cautious side and shook his head. "It doesn't matter if it's a part of that pack or not. Wolves will always have fierce natures. If we don't kill it now, I'm afraid that in the future it will pose a threat to Dongshan village's safety." Yuhai was slightly persuaded after hearing that. What type of wolf didn't eat meat? His children often went up to the West Mountains to catch locusts and set traps. If they met this wolf, what could happen to them? At the thought of endangering his children, Yuhai's heart became hard. As the circle surrounding the wolf tightened, the gray wolf was on the brink of being killed. At this moment, 2 little figures squeezed through the legs of the first and second bodyguards. They looked down and saw the Yu family's 2 little pet dogs. One was named Little Black while the other was named Little White. The 2 little puppies squeezed through the encirclement and bounded towards the gray wolf. Yuhai was shocked and hurriedly yelled, "Little Black, Little White. Come back." However, when he saw the scene before him, Yuhai abruptly fell silent. The 2 tiny puppies had unexpectedly ran towards the gray wolf's legs to act spoiled and cute as they rolled around in front of it. Little Black even nibbled at the fur on the gray wolf's chest and swung around like a swing. Love flashed through the gray wolf's emerald green eyes. It lowered its head and used its tongue to gently lick Little Black and Little White. The 2 little puppies also intimately licked the gray wolf's wounds. They whimpered and whined as if they were trying to say, "Father, does it hurt? Let us lick your wounds and they won't hurt anymore." The first bodyguard exclaimed in amazement, "These 2 puppies actually do have the blood of wolves running through them. Could the gray wolf possibly be their father?" The second bodyguard nodded his head. No wonder the gray wolf would save older brother Yu. It probably could smell the scent of his sons on Yuhai's body. I must say that this gray wolf is quite handsome. All of his fur seemed to be crafted out of silver and his eyes seemed to be as beautiful as the emeralds our master brought back from the Western Hemisphere. He looks quite clever and smart. The first bodyguard exchanged looks with his comrade and said, "What should we do then? Should we still kill this gray wolf?" Little Black and Little White had been fed mystic stone water by Yu Xiaosao every day. They could already understand simple words from the human language. When they heard the word, "kill," come out of the first bodyguard's mouth, they hurriedly raised their fur up until they resembled angry little hedgehogs. At this time, Yu Xiaosao had come over with the young royal prince. She curiously looked at the center of the bodyguard's encirclement. With the light of the moon helping her, she spotted a familiar silvery gray figure. Yu Xiaosao quickly pulled away the guards and rushed into the encirclement. Before Zhu Junyang could intercept, she hugged the wolf and rubbed its thick fur. "Big Gray, why did you come down the mountain? Was there not enough food in the mountains?" "It's okay, I have a big brood of rabbits at home, I can share them with you." Big Gray's fur was almost the same color as the moon. Yu Xiaosao gently caressed its soft fur, the protruding bones on his back was a little harsh on her hands. It seemed that the food chain at the secret base had also been destroyed. She wondered how Big Gray survived these 2 months. When Yuhai saw his daughter run toward the wolf, his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. He hurried forward a few steps and stopped upon seeing the scene before him. Under the moonlight, a little girl was nestled beside the silver gray wolf and stroking the back of the wolf. The wolf was as tame as a domesticated dog. At their feet, 2 little cubs rolled around acting cute. The scene was as beautiful as a dream. When Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head, she saw her worried father. She smiled reassuringly as him and said, "Father, this wolf is very intelligent. He remembered that I helped him before and never attacked me. When I went up the mountain, he entrusted me with Little Black and Little White." Zhu Junyang looked at the gray wolf with interest and asked, "Are Little Black and Little White his children? How come they don't look like him? Could there be a mistake? Beasts have a really good sense of smell. If it's not their children, why would they put in so much effort?" Little Black and Little White's mother died shortly after giving birth to them. It was the big gray who fed them with the blood of his prey to keep them alive. The last time I went up the mountain, he gave me the 2 little guys to bring back. Yu Xiaoxiao said amusingly. Yu Hai was still worried. He had many children at home. What would he do if the wolf became berserk one day and bites his children? Thus, he was deeply opposed, in his heart, to taking the wolf home. After thinking about it, he asked, "Cower, have you decided to take in this gray wolf?" Yu Xiaoxiao gently stroked the gray wolf's fur and nodded. "The wolf pack came down the mountain tonight, which means that there is less and less food available on the mountain. Father, I want to keep Big Gray until things are better on the mountain. After that, I will let him go back up the mountain." Feeling somewhat distressed, Yu Hai frowned slightly and said, "We have so many people coming and going at our house. If one day the gray wolf suddenly goes mad and bites people, it would be hard to explain. That won't happen. Big Gray understands human speech and won't hurt anyone. Unless someone wants to hurt him or us. He already saved you just by depending on your scent, father. This alone proves that Big Gray isn't a common wolf." Yu Xiaoxiao tried to persuade her father. If she disregarded Big Gray, then he might die of starvation. Yu Hai still felt doubtful as he said, "But, in a famine year, people can't get enough to eat yet you want to take a wolf home to raise. I'm afraid the villagers will talk." "Alright, what is there to contend for? When that time comes, just say that it's a pet trained by this prince and I like buying meat to raise him. Let's see who can say anything then. Let's go, it's almost dawn. Clean up the wolf corpses and be careful of attracting other predators again." Seeing that the two were arguing back and forth with no end in sight, Zhu Junyang made the decision. With Big Gray's problem solved, Yu Xiaoxiao was in a good mood. When she went back home, she saw the injuries on her father's body. Her heart ached as she grumbled, "Father, how come you didn't say that you were hurt? You've bled so much. Quick, lie down, I'll sprinkle some anti-inflammatory and styptic powder on it." At this time, Madame Lu, who stayed in the room with the children, came in and lit the oil lamp. She saw the bloody scars on her husband's body caused by the wolf's claws, and said with tears, "How could you be so careless? The wound is so deep, should we ask Dr. Sun from town to come and take a look?" Yu Hai was fully confident in his daughter's medical skills. He smiled and comforted his wife, "It's nothing. It's a much lighter injury than the bite from the blind bear from last time. Our daughter can pull me back from the gates of the underworld. What's this injury? Don't cry, if the children see you, they will laugh at you." Yu Xiaoxiao boiled a pot of water full of medicinal herbs. She added a lot of mystic stone water and brought it out in a basin. Seeing her mother wiping away her tears, she felt that she should find something for her to do so she wouldn't be entertaining different thoughts. "Mother, dip the gauze in the medicine and help father clean his wounds. The wolves' claws are dirty. Only when you wash the wounds thoroughly will they not get infected. After the wounds are cleaned, sprinkle the powder on it. I'll go make the ointment." Taking the basin of water, Madame Lu nodded her head and said, Hurry and go make it so you don't delay your father using it." Madame Lu used the warm medicinal water to gently clean her husband's wounds. The children all gathered around him and asked, "Father, does it hurt?" "Uncle, you are really something, being able to go head-to-head with wolves." "Mother, why don't I help clean father's wounds?" "Uncle, is the wolf pack wiped out?" "Uncle, is wolf meat delicious?" "Father, I'll go out to see if I can help with anything." Yu Xiaoxiao came over with a mortar to make medicine and shouted softly at the group of chattering kids, "All of you shut up. Father must feel so uncomfortable after losing so much blood. Just let him quietly lie down for a while." Seeing that her mother wouldn't let her help, Yu Xiaolian said, "I'll go kill a hen and make a stew for father. Once the wound is taken care of, he can drink some chicken soup to nourish his body. Take some Angelica sinensis and wolfberry from my medicine box and cook them together. It's good for replenishing blood." Yu Xiaoxiao added some mystic stone water with the medicinal herbs and pounded hard. Hearing Xiaolian's comment, she hastily reminded her. Yu Heng and Lu Junping were both considered half-laborers in the family. They saw that the bodies of the wolves were being dealt with outside, so they rushed out to help. After the wolves were skinned, they picked out the relatively complete ones. When Yu Hai's wounds were healed, he could tan the skins. Then, they could lay the wolf skins on the bed in the winter, which would be so warm and comfortable. Wolf meat would be stored in the ice house and could be eaten for a long time. There were 2 imperial bodyguards outside that were accidentally scratched by a wolf's claw. Lu Yanner brought over a pot of medicine for them to clean their wounds. The 2 7-year-old kids, Little Shishtu and Lu Fangping, couldn't help much, so they stayed in the room and quietly watched Madame Lu help Yu Hai clean his wounds. From time to time, they also asked, "Does it hurt?" He didn't know if he was numbed by the pain or some other reason, but when the medicine touched the wound, Yu Hai didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, after a while, there was a light sense of coolness that spread from the wound. Vertigo caused by blood loss also disappeared in an instant. Madame Lu cleaned very meticulously, and her movements were very light, for fear of her hurting her husband. By the time the wound was cleaned, Yu Hai felt that he had almost fallen asleep. When applying the powder, there was a slight tingling sensation. However, when the black ointment was applied, the tingling disappeared again. Instead, there was a cool and comfortable feeling around the wound. The rest of the ointment was given to the 2 wounded bodyguards to be applied. The 2 imperial bodyguards weren't seriously injured and just had some minor external injuries. There were bodies of more than 30 wolves that had to be taken care of. The dozen or so imperial bodyguards worked until dawn, but still hadn't finished tidying the bodies. The Zhou family next door carefully opened their door at daybreak. Seeing that there wasn't any danger, the Zhou family's head of the household got his tools and went over to inquire about the situation with his son. Last night, the Zhou family had stayed all night after hearing the movements from the nearby Yu residence. As soon as they entered the gates, they saw that the yard was full of the dead bodies of wolves. Zhou Danian was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. They went into the room and asked about Yu Hai's injuries. After that, the father and son also joined in the task of cleaning up the bodies of the wolves. When Madame Fang heard that Yu Hai had gotten injured, she came over to visit him with a chicken and a basket full of eggs. Currently, there were still many locusts. The Zhou family's chickens were also raised within the vicinity of their home, and they basically didn't need to buy food or anything. The Zhou family probably wouldn't be able to raise so many chickens in the winter, and thus most of them would be killed. After daybreak, the news that the old Yu residence was attacked by wolves spread all over Dongshan village. The village head came to visit them with several families, who had a good relationship with the Yu family. When they saw the skinned wolf corpses in the courtyard, they were all stupefied. Wolf meat was slightly thicker than dog meat, so it tasted quite good when cooked well. When Yu Hai, who just got treated with medication and bandaged, saw the bodies of more than 30 wolves, he felt a headache coming. If they ate too much wolf meat, they would also be tired of it, okay. There were so many wolves that they wouldn't be able to finish consuming them until next spring. After inquiring the royal prince, he was told that the Yu family could do whatever they wanted with the wolf corpses. Yu Hai discussed with his family and decided to donate 20 of the wolves to be distributed to each household in the village. Although these wolves were a little thin, about 30 caddies of meat could be cut off of each wolf. In this way, each family could receive nearly 20 caddies of wolf meat. After being hit with both the locust plague and the drought, the villagers of Dongshan village no longer had enough money to buy food, much less meat. Therefore, when the village chief rang the village's bronze bell and gathered all the families on the field in front of his house, all of their eyes reddened upon seeing the skinned wolves. When they found out that the Yu family had selflessly donated these wolf meat, the villagers' gratitude and respect for Yu Hai became even deeper. In the morning, the Qian family came back from their maternal family's home and saw the damaged wooden door and the disorder in their backyard. Madame Mao felt upset over the dozen or so ducks that had been eaten and killed. Fortunately, most of the ducks escaped into the pond in the afternoon and survived. When she saw the bodies of the 4 wolves in the traps around her yard, the pain in her heart slightly eased. They wouldn't be able to finish all of these wolf meats, so some of it could be sold to the restaurants in town, which could also make up for some of their losses. Knowing that nearly 30 wolves had been wiped out by the Yu family, Qian Fugi and Madame Mao were both glad and afraid. If they hadn't made the decision to go over to Madame Mao's maternal family every night, they would have to bear the attack of more than 30 wolves. They didn't have a dozen or so bodyguards to help them. After the wooden door was broken, the consequences could be imagined. After expressing concern and sympathy to the Yu family, Qian Fugi dealt with the bodies of the 4 wolves. He took 2 relatively intact skins and the meat from 2 wolves back to his father-in-law's house. After hearing about the incident from last night, Madame Mao's parents and older brother insisted that they stayed for a few more nights. Madame Mao and her husband would return to tend to the ducks in the morning, and then they would rush back to her parents' house in the evening. Although it was troublesome to run back and forth, it was nothing compared to the possibility of being attacked by predators. Once they entered summer, besides the occasional 2 or 3 rainfalls, it didn't rain anymore. Although it was better than the drought in the northeast, if it wasn't for the locust plague, then there was a good chance that harvest would have just declined sharply, and there would have been places without the possibility of the final harvest. On the West Mountains, the only trees left after the locust plague were dry and looked dead. If it didn't start raining soon, then it would be very likely that all the plant life would die. Even the stream that flowed year-long from the West Mountains was also dried up. The pond behind the Yu family's old house was also only a tenth of what it had been. Large areas of mud at the bottom of the pond had large gaps from being dried up by the sun. Occasionally, a fish died in areas without water and would give off a rotting smell. The water level in the well behind the old house had also dropped a lot, and the ropes on the bucket had been changed again and again to be longer. The well in the Yu family's home was considered to be in good condition, having been drilled deeper. Many of the wells in the village had already dried up, and finding water to drink was becoming a problem. Just when everyone in the disaster zone was starting to become more and more desperate, freezing rain fell one evening near the end of autumn. It left a transparent string of ice on the roofs and branches, which melted and fell to the ground as water droplets at noon. The autumn rain continued to fall, moistening the dry ground. The annoying locusts were also frozen to death by the freezing rain. This rain came in at just the right time. Not only did it provide relief from the drought, but it also solved the locust plague problem. Spring planting shouldn't be affected next year. The freezing rain alleviated the effects of the drought, but it also brought disaster to the vegetables the Yu family was growing. The Chinese cabbage, radishes, and other autumn vegetables managed to survive. Green vegetables, like lettuce and other greens, were all frozen into a droopy state overnight. If Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't watered the vegetables with the mystic stone water every so often, they would have most likely frozen to death. The rain continued to fall gently without ceasing for 10 days. During these 10 days, the Yu family braved the rain in order to put all the vegetables into the warehouse in order to reduce some losses. After selling these vegetables, the autumn vegetables would almost be ready for harvest. Cabbage, radishes, and onions, there weren't many autumn vegetables that could be planted in this era. The Yu family's west courtyard was planted with autumn plants, which would be more than enough for their family to eat for the whole winter and some surplus to spare. Chinese cabbages were cut out from the ground one by one and were dried slightly before being put into the cellar in the west courtyard. The cellar in the east courtyard had already been converted into an ice cellar. Radishes were pulled out of the ground and the more tender radish seedlings could be used for cold dishes. Pulling radishes out was a strenuous job that was given to the men in the family. The women and children worked on chopping cabbages and pulling up onions. After working for 10 days, the autumn vegetables were all put into the cellar. The surplus autumn vegetables of the Yu family were contracted at a high price by Junsho restaurant. It wasn't that other vegetable-growing families didn't grow cabbages and radishes, but they were all destroyed by the locust plague shortly after sprouting. Many of the wealthy people in town had bought the special pesticide from Yu Xiaosao, but what they grew wasn't enough for them to eat, much less sell it. Furthermore, these families didn't lack the money to buy vegetables either. Out of all the restaurants of Tanggu town, only fresh vegetables could be eaten in Junsho restaurant. Other well-known restaurants bought vegetables from the south, but their prices were higher and most of the vegetables weren't as fresh after such a long journey. The taste of the Yu family's vegetables was recognized by all of Tanggu town. There used to be people who investigated the cause of the difference in the Yu family's vegetables and those of other families. In the end, it was concluded that the well water behind their house was from a top-grade mountain spring, which couldn't be found anywhere else. Not even a month after the autumn rain had fallen, the temperature sharply dropped and snowfall quietly began. Winter came without anyone noticing. All of the residents of Dongshan village hid inside their houses for the winter. The winter this year wasn't any better than last year's winter. Although reasonably priced grain was being shipped from the south, besides some dried vegetables and dried seafood, there wasn't much food to be had. Last year, the villagers had more money in their pockets and were able to have a good winter. Now, many people weren't even able to keep themselves full. However, for the Yu family, the impact wasn't that big. After winter began, Royal Prince Yong and his attendants had returned to the capital to report on their tasks. He did a good job with the disaster relief and the stipulated grain prices were put in place in a timely manner. The citizens in the disaster area were all deeply grateful to the emperor and Royal Prince Yong. The reputation of the imperial court also rose among the people. In this past year, Royal Prince Yong had brought in high-yielding seeds from overseas and managed to cultivate 1,000 caddies of corn per mu and 5,000 caddies of potatoes per mu. He also did relatively well with the disaster relief. The emperor gave him a very generous reward. If he hadn't recently been promoted to the rank of royal prince, there would have been a good chance that he would have been given the rank of imperial prince, the same rank as his father. Fang Xuan, who had gone with Royal Prince Yong to sea and was in charge of the acquisition and purchase of provisions, was also rewarded. He was not only promoted 2 ranks but was also awarded with the title of a defense marshal and placed in charge of the imperial guards. He was already an official of the 2nd rank at such a young age, so how could others not be greedy and jealous? However, they could watch with envious eyes. After all, Royal Prince Yong looked highly upon Fang Xuan, leading to his repeated promotions. Royal Prince Yong was now the emperor's favorite. There was a saying being circulated privately among the official circles of the capital: if you side with Royal Prince Yong, it is guaranteed that your rank will be promoted. This saying wasn't without any evidence and reason. The emperor trusted this younger cousin of his and often made him in charge of anything important going on. It was very easy to get results when working with someone like him. Furthermore, Royal Prince Yong never took credit for someone else's contribution. As a matter of fact, he was currently in court asking for the merits for the people who had helped him grow corn and potatoes. Your Imperial Majesty, the Yu family planted 10 mu of land and ended up harvesting 10,000 caddies of corn. They also planted 1 mu of potatoes, which produced 5,000 caddies. If corn and potatoes become widely planted in the north, then wouldn't the people no longer need to worry about having enough food and be able to live in peace? I believe the Yu family has made great contributions to the country and should be rewarded. Zhu Junyang presented his thoughts to the emperor. Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue agreed with the prince. Imperial Majesty, such talents should be recruited to the Ministry of Revenue. I calculated that, if it wasn't for the locust plague, the yield of corn per mu in the Ministry of Revenue's experimental fields would have been around 6 to 700 caddies per mu. This subject has also seen that the corn planted by the Yu family was full and even. The potatoes were big too. In my opinion, the Yu family has a rare talent in farming, so it should be put to use. The other civil and military officials listened to the words of Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue and began calculating in their hearts. The experimental fields of the Ministry of Revenue were all fertile and had specially assigned people to take care of them. 1 mu of land could produce 6 to 700 caddies. However, it was said that Dongshan village had mostly mountainous and barren sandy land, yet the yield of 1 mu of land was more than 1,000 caddies. What was going on? Either the Yu family didn't record all of their planting methods or the Yu family definitely had a brilliant talent at farming. With Zhu Junyang, the cold-faced prince, watching over them, the Yu family would certainly dare not hide anything. In other words, there was a 90% chance that it was the latter. What was the great Ming dynasty lacking the most right now? Grain. Jiangnan, the land of fish and rice, was doing all right. The climate there was suitable for planting and there was an abundance of fertile land. With 2 harvesting seasons, the annual yields in Jiangnan was considered decent. At least the common people could fill their stomachs. However, north of Yangtze River, especially the bitter northeast and northwest, they only had 1 harvesting season each year due to the climate. Although the emperor has repeatedly reduced taxes on agriculture, the yield in the north was still too low. Most of the commoners there were happy if they could eat until they were half full. It was said that corn and potatoes weren't picky with soil and climate and were easy to grow in the north. Most importantly, they have a high yield. 1 season was equivalent to 2 or 3 seasons of other crops. If every mu of land was able to reach a yield of 1,000 caddies per mu, what worries would the people have about hunger? Corn could be ground into cornmeal, which could be used to make steamed rolls and kneaded flat cakes. Although staple foods made with cornmeal were not as tender compared to white flour, it tasted better compared to other coarse grains such as millet flour and bean flour. The methods to cook potatoes had also been circulated among the officials. Some of them even borrowed a few potatoes to cook. After all, the cooking methods weren't difficult. If potatoes became popular in the future, there will be many dishes to be had in winter. All of the officials believed within their hearts that corn and potatoes should be planted in larger quantities. This year, they managed to harvest 10,000 caddies of good seed. Therefore, next year, they could plant a few thousand mu of land. By the autumn of next year, they would be able to harvest several million caddies of seeds. Thus, in 3 or 5 years, corn could be widely planted in the north. With this type of talented person, they were sure that no one would oppose his promotion. The Minister of Revenue had been hinting that he hoped the emperor could give the Yu family a small 7th official rank so they could serve the Ministry of Revenue. None of the other officials raised an objection. The emperor, who was sitting on the high dragon throne, had a smile on his face but stayed silent. The Minister of Revenue was starting to feel a little anxious. He thought the emperor didn't agree with him. When he was about to say something, the emperor finally said, "Royal Prince Yang, you've had the most contact with the Yu family and have the most say on the matter. Who do you think should take the credit?" The Minister of Revenue had been to Dongshan village in person. Besides Yu Hai, the rest of the household were all women and children. It wasn't that he looked down on women and children, but they could only do housework in the home. Wasn't farming the job of the man? So who would get the credit? Of course, it would be Yu Hai, who was the head of the household. Zhu Junyang took a look at his smiling cousin and honestly said, according to the observations of this subject, the planting methods for the corn and potatoes were all invented by Yu Xiaosao, Yu Hai's daughter. The Minister of Revenue had seen Yu Xiaosao before, but she was only a skinny little girl. He couldn't help but frown and retorted, "Royal Prince Yang, that girl is only 10 years old, how capable could she be? It seems to be that Yu Hai and his brother-in-law took care of all the corn." Royal Prince Yang glared at him coldly and said, "It doesn't matter who was in charge of the field. The key is who came up with the idea and who was making sure it was carried out. Your Majesty, this subject lived in Dongshan village for more than 3 months. What this one saw was Yu Xiaosao coming up with the idea and commanding behind Yu Hai's back. Yu Hai's whole family worked together in order to have a big harvest of corn." The Minister of Revenue saw that Royal Prince Yang didn't seem to be joking. His brows wrinkled and he whispered, "Is this Yu Xiaosao really so powerful?" Zhu Junyang ignored him and continued on, "Imperial Majesty, you saw it in your last private visit. During the locust plague, Yu Xiaosao used her understanding of drugs to work with Dr. Sun to create a pesticide that kills locusts. It's a pity that some of the materials needed for the medicinal liquid are rare, so the cost is too high for it to be produced in large quantities. However, the vegetables planted with the pesticide were not ruined by the locusts at all. This shows intelligence. How difficult is it for her to grow corn when she can grow vegetables during the locust plague? This subject believes that your Majesty should give credit where it is deserved. That is the type of governance the great Ming dynasty should have." Zhu Junfan sat on his throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, amusedly watching his younger cousin, who was usually quiet, seemingly become another person as he spoke animatedly of Yu Xiaosao. Hearing his last sentence, he rolled his eyes at Zhu Junyang, exasperatedly saying, "Do we even need you to remind us?" Then, he continued to ask, "According to you, I should actually reward the 10-year-old little girl from the Yu family instead of Yu Hai." However, Zhu Junyang shook his head and said, "The Yu family successfully grew corn, that's a contribution and should also be rewarded. However, Yu Xiaosao's contribution is the greatest, so, by right, the reward should be on her name." "Your Majesty, this official disagrees. A woman's virtue is in having no talent, how could a little girl become an official such as us?" Imperial Censor Yang voiced out his opposition first. Official Zhang, the Minister of Transmission, had always been good at guessing the emperor's intentions. Since his ascendance to the throne, the emperor had been consistently trying to raise the ranks of women, and his determination could be seen clearly from his awarding of the Master of Embroidery, Zhang Xiniang. Imperial Censor Yang was too pedantic and didn't know how to be more flexible, so even though he was more qualified than all the first-rank officials, he was still dawdling in second rank. Zhang Zijian felt that he was younger and more capable than the old fellow, and he knew that the emperor really needed a loyal subject that could convey his intentions. Thus, he decided to test his luck. Official Yang, His Majesty and the Emperor Emeritus always value a person by their abilities. His Majesty once said, "Do not restrict the talented." Now, the drought in the north is still an ongoing problem and the areas by the sea also suffered from a locust plague. Food is the basis to calm the people, the important factor for maintaining peace in the kingdom. And Yu Xiaosao so happens to have such a talent. Talented agriculturalists are hard to find, so what is wrong with making exceptions? After receiving the emperor's praising gaze, official Zhang became more and more confident in his speech. Imperial Censor Yang lifted his chin and said with a frown, "The success in growing corn didn't spawn from only the efforts of that little girl. If her father were to be rewarded, she will also rise in ranks from a mere farmer girl to the daughter of an official, which will also be equivalent to her being rewarded. Why must we let a girl become an official and let her unsettle the court? These words are not right, Official Yang. According to you, the contributions of children should be credited to the father, so doesn't that mean that in the future, if Deputy Yang made a contribution, he need not be rewarded? Instead, all the credit should go to you, so you can rise in ranks and get wealthy." Imperial Censor Yang's son was the current deputy minister of the household, a 5th-rank official. This deputy Yang had the ability, and wasn't as stubbornly pedantic as his father, so originally, he would have been able to reach magnificent heights in his career. However, in most dynasties, there were very few fathers and sons who were both of equal, high rank. With Imperial Censor Yang oppressing him, he had always been short of opportunities to rise through the ranks. Hearing official Zhang's words, Deputy Yang looked at his father with a gaze filled with dissatisfaction. His father was old and had already reached the peak of his career in the court, so it was extremely difficult for him to progress further in his career. However, Imperial Censor Yang enjoyed his high rank and dreamed of the moment when he would be promoted to a first-rank official, whereas Deputy Yang, who was already more than 40 years old, was still a fifth-rank official because his father was oppressing him. If his father could retire earlier, he would definitely be able to achieve his father's dream of becoming a first-rank official before he, himself, retired. Such a big dream. They are indeed a father and son duo. It is common in court to have both father and son as court officials. All the sons directed their discontented glares towards Imperial Censor Yang. For a moment, Imperial Censor Yang felt like there were knives at his back. He was not so callous as he hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, this official did not mean it that way, it is official Zhang who misinterpreted my intentions. This official simply thinks that women should not be appointed as court officials as they would unsettle the court." Zhu Junfan was a bit annoyed at this bunch of old officials that often took advantage of their seniority, and his expression showed his displeasure as he said, "Beloved official Yang, you have crossed the line. How much trouble can a mere 7th-rank official under the Ministry of Revenue cause? Or is it that beloved official Yang thinks that we are incapable rulers like King Zhou of Shang and Emperor Xuanzong of Tang? This official doesn't dare." Alarmed, Imperial Censor Yang trembled and hurriedly dropped on his knees, lowering his entire body to the ground. Official Zhang also kneeled, saying, "Please cease your anger, Your Majesty. This official thinks that Imperial Censor Yang is old and metal-headed. He takes advantage of his seniority and misinterprets Your Majesty's intentions. He is no longer suitable for the position of the censor, who inspects the impeachment of officials, discerns wrongdoing, monitors the various departments, and acts as the eyes and ears of the emperor." Hearing this, Imperial Censor Yang felt stifled and found it difficult to breathe. He outstretched his hand, shakily pointing at official Zhang. Official Zhang gave the others a look that said, "See, Imperial Censor Yang is indeed old." The emperor pretended to scold, "Minister Zhang, your words are not right. It is all because of the contributions of the senior officials that the great Ming dynasty was able to stabilize after mere decades. Without the old general following the emperor emeritus to fight battles, there would not be the great Ming dynasty today, and without the hard work and cooperation of the civil officials, we would not have the prosperous great Ming dynasty today." Official Zhang realized that he had been too eager, so he quickly laid prone on the ground and pleaded guilty, "Your Majesty is wise. This official has been narrow-minded. I have only been discussing the facts, and did not mean to disrespect the senior officials. Please make a wise judgment." The emperor sighed heavily, "Beloved official Zhang, in court, every word that you speak must be thought through thoroughly. Since this is your first offense, your punishment will be the deduction of half a year's salary." The deduction of half a year's salary was akin to an itch to official Zhang, so even though he was punished, he was still secretly gleeful. It seemed that his actions had pleased the emperor. As expected, the emperor turned his gaze to Imperial Censor Yang, who was clutching his chest and panting heavily, and asked with concern, "Does the imperial physician need to be summoned, beloved official Yang?" Imperial Censor Yang panted heavily a few more times, shaking his head, "My utmost gratitude for your Majesty's concern, but this official is fine." The emperor continued to express his concern, "Beloved official Yang, your health should be the utmost priority. You should rest your body first in order for you to better contribute to the court. We will grant you a month's leave of convalescence from court, meanwhile the vice-imperial censor will take over your tasks. Are there any more issues to discuss, fellow beloved officials?" "Your Majesty, this official. Court is dismissed." Su Ran's voice coincidentally covered over Imperial Censor Yang's words. All the officials sighed and shook their heads, looking pitifully at Imperial Censor Yang. Some of them gladly watched the show, while others smiled gleefully at his misery. At the back of the formation, Deputy Yang felt his cheeks burning. Walking over with his head lowered, he helped up his father, who had gone limp, and whispered, "Father, the emperor's intention to award the little girl from your family is so clear, why must you displease the emperor over such a small character?" Imperial Censor Yang still could not believe that he had been suspended from his duties. He mumbled, "I've always been loyal, albeit straightforward, what did I do wrong? Why did His Majesty want me to take a sick leave? I'm not sick, I need to find the emperor." "Father, stop creating trouble. If you keep on making a ruckus, it'll be difficult to keep your future one on your head." Why did he have such an unreliable father? Deputy Yang's brows furrowed deeply as he increased the strength in his grip, partly supporting and partly dragging his father out the palace doors. However, the dispute over awarding the Yu family was left unsettled after having gone through this commotion caused by Imperial Censor Yang. Far away in the fishing village, Yu Xiaosao, who spent the winter staying at home, had no idea she had even been in the center of a dispute in court. At this moment, she was trying to convince her father to help her make a small sled, so that the next time it snowed, she could let Big Gray pull her as she enjoyed the thrill of sledding on snow. Ever since Big Gray became known as Royal Prince Yang's pet and took up residence in the Yu family's house, Yu Xiaosao had continuously used the mystic stone water and wild boar meat stored in the cellar to feed it. Big Gray looked like a ball of silvery fur from afar as it now had a thick layer of fur covering its entire body, and it rippled with energy when it ran because its whole body was composed of well-developed muscles. Big Gray was more sentient than all the other animals at home, till the point that it could almost understand all of human speech. It was also more sensitive towards the good and bad intentions of other people, and the entire Yu family were glad to have it guarding them. "Big Gray, come, try and see if it's suitable." Yu Xiaosao excitedly waved to Big Gray once the sled was made. Big Gray, who was lying on the snowy ground, lazily glanced over, seemingly unwilling to bother with Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao threatened it with a stern face, "Big Gray, if you don't listen to me, you won't get dinner." Although Big Gray wasn't very interested in frozen boar meat, if it went against this little girl's wishes, it was very probable that it wouldn't get any of that delicious water to drink for the whole of tomorrow. Big Gray slowly picked itself up, shaking its fur. Only then, with graceful steps, did it move towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao fixed the sled on Big Gray and found it to be just perfect. Her father's skill really wasn't only for show. Try walking a couple steps. Yu Xiaoxiao had always been jealous that eldest granduncle reared a few big dogs in his house. Back then, when there were no horse carriages or donkey carts in the village, they always relied on those dogs to pull the sled to town on snowy days. When she got sick, that winter before they divided from the family, she was brought to town on a sled. Unfortunately, she was wrapped into a ball at the time, so she could not see the outside at all, and could not experience the joy of the dogs pulling the sled. Big Gray lazily moved 2 steps forward, and the sled behind it slid forward on the ground slowly. Little Black and Little White, the 2 little wolf cubs thought it was some kind of fun game, so they followed behind their father in an effort to hinder it. They bit the rope of the sled, jumping forward with all the might of their 4 short legs. When Big Gray pulled the sled forward, they would tug it backward, but how could the strength of the 2 little fellows be compared to Big Gray's? Naturally, they were dragged forward. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was both annoyed and amused, picked up the 2 fellows and placed them on the sled. There was only a thin layer of snow in the courtyard, and Big Gray pulled the sled, slowly making its way to the door of the courtyard. The 2 little fellows sat on the sled, excitedly moving about. They wanted to jump down from the sled, but they were also reluctant to give up the feeling of riding on the sled. Little Black readied itself and jumped when the opportunity arose, but in the end, it fell haphazardly off the sled. In its unsteady state, it turned in circles twice on the spot. Then, realizing that the sled was getting further and further, it began moving its short legs to chase up to it. Little White, on the other hand, calmly sat on the sled and let its father pull it towards the outside of the courtyard. It only snowed lightly, so the temperature outside wasn't too cold. A group of children was having a snowball fight nearby and stopped immediately to stare when they noticed the gray wolf reared by the Yu family come out. The entirety of Dongshan village knew that the Yu family was helping the royal prince to rear a wolf, and this wolf had supposedly been tamed and wasn't aggressive at all towards the Yu family members. Nevertheless, the villagers still warned their own children to stay away from the wolf, or else beware that they will be eaten. But looking at this mighty gray wolf act like a dog and pull a little sled, moreover, with a cute little white dog sitting on top of the sled, that scene was just too cute. When Royal Prince Yang arrived at Dongshan village after traveling from the capital in the snow, this was the sight that greeted him: a big, silvery gray wolf pulling a small sled sliding across the snowy ground, and a little figure wearing a red cloak rode on the sled, the fluffy brim of the cloak being blown back by the wind. Behind the sled, 2 little dots of black and white chased after it with difficulty. They occasionally howled once in a while. When they met with a deeper pile of snow, the 2 little pups would disappear for a split second and emerge from the other side of the pile, continuing their chase of the sled. The cheeks of the little girl on the sled were red, and her laughter was more delightful than the chime of silver bells. She looked like a fairy in the forest, so dazzling, so eye-catching. "Second sister, let me ride for a while, please let me ride for a while." Little Shishtu ran over excitedly while waving his hands as he saw the sled turn and head in his direction. Yu Xiaoxiao let Big Gray stop and jumped off of the sled so that her little brother could get on. She took off her cloak and wanted to place it on him, but little Shishtu crinkled his nose at the red cloak and said, "Older sister, I have rabbit fur hat and neck scarf, I don't need to wear a cloak." This cloak was precious and was brought back from the capital by Xiaoxiao's godfather, Fang Zizhen. It was rumored to have been personally made by Zhang Xiniang herself. But such a bright color was only suitable for little girls to wear, and little Shishtu thought himself a little man, so he was determined to resist all things girly. "If you don't wear it, I won't let Big Gray pull you," Yu Xiaoxiao threatened. In the end, her threat worked, and little Shishtu reluctantly wore the cloak, pouting unhappily as he sat on the sled. Big Gray, seeing that the person behind it had changed, did not even bother to spend so much energy as it slowly walked on the snowy ground. Despite little Shishtu's attempts to rush it, it persisted in its unhurried steps. In spite of that, Lu Fangping still watched from the side in envy. He followed behind the sled for a few steps, whispering his pleas to his brother Shishtu to also let him ride on it, even if it was just a little while. Then, he would have the right to brag in front of all the other children in the village. "You've all seen dogs and horses pulling sleds, but have you ever seen a wolf pulling a sled?" He had not only seen it, he had also rode on it. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already noticed the tall figure standing in the snow, holding the reins of his horse. He wore a purple robe with gold embroidery, and at his waist, an indigo cloth embroidered with animal designs was tied. His long hair, that resembled flowing water, was tied up using the same colored cloth, and his slightly raised phoenix eyes seemed stained by the snow. With the white snow as his background, the tall figure standing gracefully beside the black stallion seemed as though he was the only focus in the world. In her deerskin boots, Yu Xiaoxiao ran 2 steps towards the young prince before she sank into the snow and lost her balance, falling face first onto the snowy ground. Zhu Junyang's face changed. Letting go of the reins, he immediately sprinted over to the struggling Xiaoxiao's side and picked her up from the snow. PFF, Zhu Junyang heartlessly laughed. The little girl's entire head and face was covered in snow, making it seem as though she had grown a white beard around her lips and made her look extremely hilarious. Yu Xiaoxiao struggled in his grasp until her feet touched the ground. She used her sleeve to brush off the snow on her head and rolled her eyes at the young prince, exasperatedly saying, "Young royal prince, you didn't brave the snow and travel all the way from the capital over just so you can watch me embarrass myself, did you?" Zhu Junyang reached out to help her brush off some snowflakes from the top of her head, smiling, "Of course not. Nevertheless, I'm still happy to receive such a big bow upon our first meeting." Yu Xiaoxiao knocked his hand away, huffing, so tell me, what matter of importance has brought your esteemed elderly one grand presence to Dongshan village? Am I that old? I'm only just 17 years old this year, still very well in my prime. Zhu Junyang touched his own cheek, it was still quite elastic. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, saying, you're older than me by a whole 7 years, yet you still say you're not old. When I'm 20-something years old, you would already be 30-something years old, and when I'm 30 years old and a blooming flower, you'd be 40 years old in the scraps of tofu. So, aren't you old? Zhu Junyang raised his eyebrow. I've heard the emperor say, a man in his 30s is a blooming flower, a woman in her 30s is the scraps of tofu. Did you remember incorrectly? Yu Xiaoxiao jumped up, saying, that's not true. If women took care of themselves, they'd look 20 years old even if they were 30. On the other hand, men who put lesser importance in self-care, especially those like you who are always traveling all year round and are exposed to the sun and wind, age even more easily. If you're not the scraps of tofu, what are you? Zhu Junyang stubbornly lifted his head and said, tasteless girl. I'm one of the most eligible bachelors in the capital, so many ladies from prestigious families try to attract my attention but I ignore all of them. Even if I were 40 years old, I'd still be a golden bachelor. He also heard the phrase, golden bachelor, meaning a rich, attractive and single man, from his cousin. Zhu Junyang distastefully looked at the young girl in front of him that seemed like a mung bean sprout. When this girl turned 16 and became eligible for marriage, he would only be 23 years old and in his prime, how could he be scraps of tofu? Yu Xiaoxiao sized him up disbelievingly, frowning, young royal prince, you wouldn't be so bored as to come all the way over to Dongshan village just to boast about how well you've been living in the capital, right? Zhu Junyang nodded his head, saying, I am indeed that bored. Didn't you ask when your family's reward would come last time? I came to inform you earlier, the longer good wine is aged, the more fragrant it will be, so wait patiently because a huge surprise is awaiting you. After dismissing court that day, the emperor specially called him into the imperial study to say that the little girl of the Yu family was still too young. Even though there has been a case in history whereby a 9-year-old became a prime minister, her gender was still a problem among the old, stubborn officials in court. They had to take things slowly, step by step. What he meant was that they will let the Yu family help the court cultivate corn in Tanggu town next year. More land around the capital would also be cleared for plantation, and they would invite the little girl to be the instructor and help grow corn and potatoes. If there were great harvest next year, then corn could slowly be introduced to the civilians so that they could fill their stomachs and appreciate the court's effort. Then, naturally, the award would come. If the little girl really had talent in agriculture and was able to produce high-yielding wheat grains and rice, then it would be considered a great contribution. At that time, she would qualify to be an official with an even higher rank than 7th rank. Hearing the young royal prince's words, Yu Xiaoxiao asked a little excitedly, what surprise? Is it uncountable treasures? Uninsightful, is that all you desire? Zhu Junyang looked at her in disdain, don't you want your family to change from their farmer status to the status of a court official's family? Yu Xiaoxiao got even more excited, carefully lowering her voice as she said, it couldn't be that, the emperor will award us the position of a small official. Of course, and it will be a 7th rank official at the very least. Although Zhu Junyang did not think highly of 7th ranked officials, a mosquito still had meat despite its tiny size. This status was more than enough for them to do whatever they wished in Dongshan village. However, Yu Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with it, and laughed unceasingly like a cat that stole and ate an entire fish. 7th rank official, wasn't that the same rank as a county magistrate? Not to mention, she had godfather and the young prince supporting her family, so in the future, even the county magistrate would have to be courteous to them. Again, Zhu Junyang revealed to the little girl about the emperor's wish to cultivate more corn in the following year. I've already sent people to see if there is any fertile land near town on sale. Next year, Tanggu town will have to produce at least 100 mu of corn. What, 100 mu? We only have 10 or so members in my family and most of them are children. Do you wish to make us die of exhaustion? Yu Xiaoxiao sternly opposed. Naturally, Zhu Junyang had already thought of this problem, so he said, what are you worried about? The start of spring is exactly the time when people will lack food and require a new source of income. You don't think so many villages around Tanggu town are able to earn a living from digging spoonworms like Dongshan village, do you? There are still very few families that have excess money, so at that time, there will definitely be a bunch of people who are looking to earn money through hard labor. Then, you will just have to hire more people to work in the plantation. I give you my word that you will be reimbursed for the money you spend on hiring workers. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes flickering as she smiled slyly, then, will the court still purchase the corn at a high price? Jie Junyang knocked her on the head and said, you materialistic little girl. When have I ever mistreated you? Enough said, I came all the way over to bring you good news, but you're just letting me stand here in the snow, drinking the wind. Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled, what good news? Such an unsure matter and he asks to be rewarded. He definitely has his sights set on my family's grasshopper sauce. Zhu Junyang was extremely fond of Yu family's grasshopper sauce. Regardless of whether it was fried or fermented, he loved it all. Sometimes, he didn't even eat the stir-fried vegetables, he just ate pancakes dipped in the sauce, and he finished 7 or 8 pancakes in one go. Yu Hai could only manage to eat 3 of the Yu family's steamed pancakes before he couldn't eat any more. The young prince's stomach didn't seem big, so where did all the pancakes go? Zhu Junyang nodded her head again, smiling, I not only have my sights set on the grasshopper sauce, but I also want your potato feast. The imperial cooks in the palace are all quacks, even if they followed your recipe, the taste of the potatoes that they cook are only just so-so, it's not even half as good as your dish, Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao had an expression full of delight but still grumbled, young royal prince, are you taking me as your cook? When you think of food, you come to my house to eat. In the future, bring your own ingredients. I'm afraid that my entire family's food will be finished off by you, the big appetite king. What, is there not enough grain to eat? I'll arrange for 2 carts to come over from a reasonably priced grain shop tomorrow. Zhu Junyang had never been miserly towards the Yu family. Yu Shakao shook her head, there's still a lot of grain. Probably enough to last us until next year's harvest and fall without any problems. Rest assured that I definitely won't be courteous with you if there isn't enough grain. After that, she turned towards little Shishtu and little Fangping and shouted, the weather's cold, so don't play for too long and come home earlier. To which the 2 little fellows agreed to from afar. After having lunch with the Yu family, Zhu Junyang left for home with his guards. Now that it was nearing the year end and both the Prince Jing and Princess Consort Jing were in the capital, it was a given that he would have to go home to celebrate the new year with his parents. One Xiao Sao is addressing him in polite terms that one would use for one's elders. Hence Zhu Junyang joking about being old in the next sentence. It had been snowing heavily since the beginning of winter. Dongshan village had entered a complete stage of hibernation. Every night, a big grey wolf patrolled and stood guard with his 2 silly sons. Peace had been restored at the foot of the West Mountain. The 5 members of the Lu family went back to live in their new house. The courtyard in the west side of the Yu residence was left unused after Royal Prince Yong returned to the capital. Old Yu had moved into the wing room of the west courtyard and said that he would help look after this side of the house. Yu Hai and his wife tried to persuade him to move into the main room, but he stubbornly refused. As soon as winter came, Yu Xiaosao started having ideas again. She told her father to make a lot of shallow boxes, dug out a lot of fertile black soil from the pond, and put them in the boxes. After that, she placed the wooden boxes on the unused Kong beds and sprinkled some vegetable seeds in it. The Kong bed in the room was heated every day, so it was naturally as warm as the spring. With mystic stone water to promote the growth of the crops, the vegetable seeds soon sprouted with long leaves. A lush green color appeared in the wooden boxes. Old Yu was overjoyed. Whose family could grow green vegetables in the winter? His young granddaughter was indeed extraordinary. Since this old man came to the old residence, his illness and body had quickly recovered due to the filial piety of his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Old Yu now felt that his body was full of vitality, and as if he become more than 10 years younger, there was limitless energy in his body. The vegetables in the 2 main rooms and several wing rooms of the west courtyard were carefully looked after by Old Yu every day. The firewood in the woodshed was piled up like a mountain. In addition to the portion of dead branches that the members of the Yu family cut down and brought back from the mountain, some of them were bought with money. When they bought the firewood, Old Yu felt somewhat distressed. He felt that there was firewood all over the mountains, so they could just cut some back when needed. Why did they have to waste their money to buy them? Moreover, there was enough firewood at home. Would they be able to use up so much firewood? Now, it seemed like the last Xiao Sao had planned to grow green vegetables on the Kong bed since autumn. Old Yu felt that this winter had been quite fulfilling. He checked the stove at least 7 to 8 times a day for fear that the fire would go out and their family's vegetables would freeze. However, Xiao Sao had specially instructed him to use the water in the vat within the main room when watering the crops. The vat in the main room was placed next to the stove, so it had a suitable temperature that wouldn't freeze the delicate vegetables. In actuality, every day after Yu Hao filled the vat with water, Yu Xiaosao would drop a few drops of mystic stone water in it. The east courtyard had 3 main rooms. Yu Hai and his wife occupied one room. Xiaosao shared a room with Xiaolian, while Yu Heng and little Shishtu shared a room. All the other rooms with a Kong bed were used to grow vegetables. The main rooms had bigger Kong beds that could sleep 5 to 6 people. In order to not waste the extra space, the Kong beds were divided so that people slept on one side while the wooden boxes used to grow vegetables were placed on the other side. After old Yu moved back to the old residence, his oldest brother Yu Lichun often visited him. He didn't have much to do in the winter. The women and children were busy cleaning and preparing for the new year. There wasn't much that Yu Lichun could help out with, so he came out for a walk. As he walked, he arrived at the old Yu residence. As soon as he entered the gates, he saw his brother carrying firewood and heating up the Kong beds in all the rooms. Yu Lichun slightly furrowed his brows and shouted, "Hey, third brother, why are you heating up all the Kong beds of all the rooms in the daytime? Do you think that it's easy for the kids to get the firewood? Why are you causing trouble?" Old Yu turned around to look at his oldest brother, and then continued to add firewood into the stoves. After that, he waved mysteriously to Yu Lichun and said, "Eldest brother, come take a look inside the room and you will know why I'm heating the Kong beds." Yu Lichun followed his brother into the main room. After pulling away the thick wolfskin curtain, his eyes were filled with the verdant color on the Kong bed. He stood there and blinked hard, but found that he didn't see wrongly and that the green color still appeared in front of him. These are vegetables. Chives, garlic bolts, bok choy, spinach, potherb mustard. Third brother, did you grow all these vegetables? There was some uncertainty within Yu Lichun's shaking voice. Old Yu was amused by his oldest brother's expression. He chuckled and said, "How can I have the ability? It's Xiaosao and her father. I'm only helping them look after the vegetables. Eldest brother, this box of chives can be reaped soon. I will cut a batch and send them to you on Little New Year 1. Tell sister-in-law to make chives and pork dumplings for you." The Yu family's 2 wild boars had grown to over 100 catties after winter. Before Royal Prince Yong returned to the capital, they asked the butcher in the neighboring village to slaughter them. Old Yu's brothers' families and the Lu family of Chishan village all received 10 catties of pork. Each family also got a few catties of the wolf meat that was stored in the ice house. Thus, Yu Lichun's family could eat lavishly for New Year even if they didn't buy meat. Yu Lichun didn't act courteous with him and happily said, "Great. I love eating chives and pork dumplings. Third brother, take good care of them. I'm waiting to eat the chives that you planted." Old Yu proudly flaunted, "This is nothing. In the wing rooms of the west courtyard, there are chili peppers, tomatoes, and eggplants. Xiao Xiao is even more careful than I am. Those crops have already bloomed, so I reckon that we would be able to eat stir-fried eggs and tomatoes, and sautéed eggplants with pork, before the new year. Eldest brother, you must not tell anyone else about this. Our family didn't plant a lot of vegetables. If others find out and want to borrow some chives and chili peppers, we won't have enough to eat. Yu Lichun rolled his eyes at him and said, do you think your eldest brother is stupid? Do I need you to remind me? He looked in the other rooms in the west courtyard, and then came out with his hands clasped behind his back, looking satisfied. It was going to be Little New Year soon. He seriously anticipated being able to eat dumplings with chives fillings in the winter. If they had an ample quantity of chives, he should ask his wife to make some pan-fried chives cake, and add an egg. After Yu Lichun came out of the old Yu residence, he couldn't stop smiling. When he met the villagers, they would ask him what he was so happy about, but he just answered them vaguely. Third brother was right. This was a matter that only their own family members should know about, and it shouldn't spread it out. Little New Year was quite important for the people in the north. During the past year, third young Master Zhou had been running all over the place and seldom returned to Tanggu town. When he occasionally came back, he would only stay for 3 to 5 days before leaving again. In order to properly spend time with his mother during the new year, he had returned to Tanggu town before Little New Year and would leave after the 15th of the first month. When Yu Xiaoxiao heard that third young Master Zhou had returned, she cut a box of chives, got 2 caddies of each vegetables that was ready to be harvested, and put them in a bamboo basket. She covered them with a quilt to prevent them from freezing. In order to show the importance of this friend and business partner, before the Little New Year, she personally drove the little donkey cart and delivered the basket of vegetables to third young Master Zhou. The Zhou family was one of the most prestigious families in Tanggu town. The 2 branches of the Zhou family lived right next to each other, but each of their compounds had individual entrances. Third young Master Zhou's second branch had a relatively smaller compound, but at the moment, third young Master Zhou and his mother were the only members of the second branch, so the house appeared quite spacious. Speaking of third young Master Zhou's mother, she was also quite pitiful. While third young Master Zhou was away from home, she had to stay in such a big courtyard alone. So she must be very lonely. It was no wonder that third young Master Zhou would set his eyes on Xiao Xiao's family's little roe deer. Raising a pet could send away some of the loneliness, right? Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her donkey cart in front of the small entrance of the Zhou family's second branch, and then knocked on the door. Yu Xiaoxiao had worked with third young Master Zhou for more than 2 years and they usually met at Junshou restaurant, so she had never been to the Zhou estate. Therefore, when the doorkeeper opened the door, he looked at Xiaoxiao for a moment and asked, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and softly replied, "Hello, I'm looking for Zhou Zixi, third young master. May I know if he is at home or at Junshou restaurant?" The doorkeeper looked at her doubtfully. Why would a young girl, who was around the age of 10, look for his young master? She was trying to cling on to his young master at such a young age. Did she not take a look at herself? With his young master's current status, would just any random cat or dog be able to match with him? My young master won't see you. Hurry up and go back to where you came from. The doorkeeper was convinced that she was someone who wanted to climb up the social ladder, so there was a trace of disdain in his voice. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face froze for 2 seconds, and gradually faded. She stared fixedly at the doorkeeper and said, "How do you know that third young master won't see me when you didn't even report it? Since when is the doorkeeper of the Zhou family able to make decisions for the masters?" The doorkeeper was slightly flustered by her frightening gaze, but he felt that he was dutifully doing his job, as our young master someone who would easily meet just any random person. "Hurry up and leave. If you continue to cause trouble, I will have someone drive you out." Yu Xiaoxiao was angry that she was amused. People often said that it was easy to provoke the king of hell, but it was harder to deal with the little goblins. The ancients were indeed speaking the truth. She was about to say something, but she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Miss Yu, what are you doing here?" When she turned around, she saw the head manager of Junshou restaurant looking at her with surprise. With a pout, Yu Xiaoxiao said with slight grievance, "My family grew some green vegetables on the Kong beds. Thinking that there weren't a lot of vegetables to eat in the winter, I came to deliver some to third young master. I didn't expect that I couldn't even enter the door. If I had known that the Zhou family's threshold was so high, I wouldn't have bothered to come to be snubbed." Seeing that the head manager was very polite to the little girl, he wondered in his heart, who exactly is this little girl? Did I offend someone that I shouldn't have? The head manager glared at the doorkeeper and said, "Who gave you the right to stop the guests on your own initiative? Miss Yu is a very important person to the young boss. If you chase her away, you won't be able to stay in the Zhou household any longer. Are you going to quickly report this to third young master?" When the doorkeeper heard this, he seriously wished that his parents could give him 2 more legs. He had never thought that a young girl dressed in such ordinary clothing would be an honored guest of third young master. Based on the head manager's tone, the master seemed to attach great importance to the young girl. In order to make amends, he needed to run faster. When the doorkeeper breathlessly reported, "Miss Yu has come to visit," third young master Zhou, who was in the middle of chatting with his mother, abruptly stood up from his chair with a slightly excited expression. Second Madame Zhou looked at her son, who had slightly forgotten his manners, and asked with a chuckle, "Is this Miss Yu the noble benefactor that Zer mentioned?" Third young master Zhou smiled slightly, and his eyes were full of nostalgia as he said, "That's right." At that time, Sun just couldn't stand seeing the manager of Fulin restaurant cheat the siblings of the Yu family, and thus spoke up to help them. "Unexpectedly, I met my noble benefactor. Miss Yu has the remnants of a recipe book from the previous dynasty. Oyster sauce, roasted chicken, roasted duck, nearly all of the money-making dishes of Junshou restaurant were created by Miss Yu according to the remnants of the recipe book." Hearing her son's grateful words, second Madame Zhou nodded and said, "Sure enough, those with kind hearts are blessed." Based on what you're saying, Miss Yu is also a kind and righteous person. Quickly invite the guest in. The doorkeeper stood outside the second gates and anxiously waited for the reply from inside. He desperately hoped that the senior servant of the inner gates would reply with the message, don't know her, or, don't want to see her. But, instead of seeing a senior servant or maidservant of the inner gates, his master's hurried figure appeared in front of him. Where's Miss Yu? When third young Master Zhou walked by the doorkeeper, he asked in a slightly pressing tone. It was in the middle of winter, but the doorkeeper was drenched in cold sweat. He stammered, in reply to Master, Miss Yu is still waiting outside the main gates. Nonsense. Zhou Dafu, you have been working as the doorkeeper for more than 20 years, yet you still don't know our Zhou estate's rules of hospitality. Third young Master Zhou stopped his anxious footsteps and finally took a proper look at the doorkeeper. He could see a sense of guilt and uneasiness from his expression, and he immediately guessed that this lowly servant must have acted snobbish again. This Zhou Dafu relied on the fact that he was the son of second Madame Zhou's wet nurse, and often fawned on the superiors and bullied the inferiors. However, with the wet nurse controlling him, he didn't cross the line and didn't cause too much trouble. Thus, third young Master Zhou and his mother would turn a blind eye to his behavior. They didn't expect that this lowly servant didn't repent, and his behavior worsened in the past 2 years. Don't follow me anymore. Go receive a flogging and then tend the horses at the stable. Third young Master Zhou knew that this lowly servant had slighted Yu Xiaoxiao because she was a child dressed in ordinary clothing. Zhou Dafu knelt remorsefully in front of third young Master Zhou, and his head hit the ground heavily. He begged for mercy, Master, this lowly servant knows that I have done wrong. Please consider the hard work and contribution of this lowly servant's mother to the second madam and give this lowly servant another chance. Third young Master Zhou didn't stop and walked around him, saying, the wet nurse can't help you forever. Her merits had long been used up by you, this unworthy son. After saying that, he left him with the view of his merciless back. Zhou Dafu deeply regretted it. From being a doorkeeper, which was a position that could reap the most profits on the side, he was suddenly demoted to be the stinky and tiring horsekeeper that was the least likely to get fringe benefits. He practically fell from the sky to the ground. Who would have known that such an ordinary little girl would be so important to his master? The new doorkeeper always remembered this incident as a warning to himself, and never treated anyone rudely after taking the position, especially people from the Yu family. This had unknowingly improved the reputation of the second branch, this shall be recounted later. After third young Master Zhou dealt with the doorkeeper, he nearly trotted all the way to the main entrance. As soon as he went out the door, he saw Yu Xiaoxiao trembling as she talked with the head manager. Her fair and tender face had turned red from the cold. Xiaoxiao, when did you come? Quickly come into the house and warm your body. Zhou Zixu felt a sense of pity in his heart. He felt slightly more irritated at the tactless doorkeeper, and regretted that he had just let him off too lightly. Yu Xiaoxiao took her hands out of her sleeves, rubbed her frozen face, and rolled her eyes at him, saying, my family grew some vegetables on top of the Kong beds. My father wants to thank you for taking care of us and insisted that I bring some over for you. Who would have known that the threshold would be so high at third young Master Zhou's house? Ordinary commoners like us can't go in. The head manager didn't expect that Miss Yu, who was usually smiling, turned out to be such a hot-tempered little girl. She even dared to taunt their future head of the Zhou household. He suddenly coughed twice and helped his master explain, Miss Yu, it's that lowly servant who looked down on people. It has nothing to do with our master. How can there be no relation? This shows that he doesn't have keen eyes for people. He doesn't know his subordinates well enough to put them in suitable positions. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the bamboo basket on the donkey cart and said to third young Master Zhou with a terrible expression, take it. This is for your family, so quickly unload it. I need to hurry back. Third young Master Zhou personally took the bamboo basket down from the donkey cart and said with a flattering smile, all right. It's all my fault. Is it okay now? It's your first time visiting my house, so you should at least come in for a drink. Otherwise, if other people find out, they would say that my Zhou family doesn't know proper etiquette. Humph, you're already driving your guest out, yet you're still afraid of other people talking about you. Yu Xiaoxiao still didn't have a good expression on her face. She pointed at her own little donkey and said, you're just going to leave my family's little gray here. What are you going to do if it freezes here? Third young Master Zhou knew that the speed of the Yu family's little donkey wasn't inferior to that of a horse. Moreover, it had a sense of humanity, which was extremely rare. He hurriedly ordered the servants behind him, why are you guys still standing there? Quickly unload the donkey cart. Lead little gray to the stable and serve it with fine fodder. The servants unloaded the donkey and led the donkey away. A servant, who wanted to curry favor with the master, wanted to take the bamboo basket in his master's hands, but third young Master Zhou evaded him and said, I can hold this basket. Just go and do what you need to. In this way, third young Master Zhou carried the bamboo basket and personally invited Yu Xiaoxiao inside. The second branch of the Zhou family lived in a compound with 4 sections. Beside the main entrance was a row of back-facing rooms that the servants lived in. After walking a few steps inside the main gate, there was a big and tall screen wall. With a turn, they arrived in the outer court, which was rectangular shaped. After going through the festooned gate, it was the main court that the masters lived in. The mountain corridor connected the east and west wing rooms, which was where the male offspring resided in. The second branch of the Zhou family didn't have many children, so third young Master Zhou was the only one living in the second gate courtyard. The elders lived in the third gate courtyard, and thus the person who lived here was the mistress of the Zhou family, second Madame Zhou, who was third young Master Zhou's mother. The backside building was located in the fourth gate courtyard. Generally, the daughters of the family resided there, but it was also unused at the moment. After looking at each of the courtyards, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think of a line from Ouyang Shu's poem, How Deep the Courtyard Is. The courtyard that second Madame Zhou resided in was decorated in a simple and refined manner. It could be seen that the owner was a calm and simple person. When the clever maidservant, who stood outside the main room, saw her master leading a young girl over, she quickly pulled open the curtains with a smile and said with a clear voice, "Madam, Miss Yu is here." A gentle voice sounded from inside, "Quickly invite her in." "Young master, Miss Yu, the madam asked you to come in." The maidservant's smile was very sweet. She glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao with a slightly curious gaze, and then immediately shifted her eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao, who frequently accompanied Princess Consort Jing, had experienced bigger situations, so she naturally wouldn't act overcautious. With a gentle smile, she nodded at the maidservant, and then followed third young master Zhou into the room. There was a fireplace burning inside the room, so there was a warm feeling when they entered. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she had finally come back to life again. She really didn't want to experience the feeling of being left outside on such a cold day again. Second Madame Zhou didn't have a very beautiful face, but she appeared gentle and kind. Her eyes showed concern as she asked, "Good child, you must be freezing, right? Quickly come warm up by the fireplace." Yu Xiaoxiao politely bobbed a greeting at Second Madame Zhou, and then sat down beside the fireplace in a natural and refined manner. Second Madame Zhou felt slightly surprised. Didn't they say that this young girl with the surname Yu came from a fisherman's family? Why was her speech and behavior even more calm and polite than some of the noble young ladies in town? Yu Xiaoxiao chatted with Second Madame Zhou in a completely relaxed manner. "Madam, we, farmers, don't have any presentable gifts. In the winter, everyone wants to eat some fresh green vegetables. My family tried to grow leafy greens on the Kong beds, and we unexpectedly succeeded. My parents said that third young master Zhou has treated us very well during the past few years, so we picked a few batches of green vegetables for Madam and third young master to have a taste." Third young master Zhou sat on the seat next to his mother. He opened the quilt that covered the basket and revealed the fresh green vegetables inside. Second Madame Zhou looked at it with delight and said with a smile, "I dare not say that we have taken great care of you. It was actually your Yu family that helped my Zer. These green vegetables are well grown and looks very appetizing." Second Madame Zhou's personal maidservant, Choer, said with a smile, "Miss Yu is so considerate. My madam usually prefers vegetarian dishes, and thus winter is the most difficult time of the year. In the winter, there aren't many vegetables other than radishes and cabbages. Our madam would slim down a lot every winter. With these green vegetables, our madam would be able to eat another bowl of rice for lunch." Two lovely dimples appeared on the side of Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Her pair of big eyes curled as she said, "If madam doesn't mind, I can send some more over when you're almost done eating." Second Madame Zhou quickly said with a smile, "Your family probably didn't plant much, so it's better that you keep the fresh vegetables to eat for the new year." "Madam, don't be so courteous. I can't guarantee that the vegetables that my family grows would be enough for everyone in your estate to eat, but it's more than enough for you and third young master." Seeing that Second Madame Zhou didn't look down on her because she was a little peasant girl and spoke to her in an amiable manner, Yu Xiaoxiao's heart had completely relaxed. Third young master Zhou helped her. "Mother, Xiaoxiao never says things out of courtesy. Since she said she would send it to us, then she must be sincere about it. You don't need to treat her like an outsider. That's being too courteous. This child, you're seriously not being polite at all." Second Madame Zhou gently glared at her son and revealed a helpless smile. Third young master Zhou grinned cheekily and said, "Mother, if it wasn't because Xiaoxiao was unwilling, I would have long become sworn siblings with her. Don't mother often sigh about not having a considerate daughter? It's a pity that Xiaoxiao already has a godmother." "This child, did you even ask if Miss Yu agrees to this? To have such wishful thinking." Second Madame Zhou also liked this polite little girl, who was neither humble nor arrogant. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly said with a smile, "Madam, you can just call me Xiaoxiao. Even if we don't become adoptive relatives, the relationship between our families won't change." The three of them joked and laughed for a while, and the atmosphere was very warm. At noon, Second Madame Zhou asked Yu Xiaoxiao to stay for lunch. So Yu Xiaoxiao showed her skills and made several delicious vegetarian dishes like 1,000 shredded tofu, steamed choy sum with minced garlic and vermicelli, fragrant baked mushrooms, 3 shredded vegetables, candied sweet potatoes, and more. Second Madame Zhou was full of praises for the dishes. In addition to green vegetables, there were also 10 or so caddies of potatoes. Yu Xiaoxiao also taught the Zhou families cook several recipes for cooking potatoes so that Second Madame Zhou, who favored vegetarian dishes, had several more vegetable dishes that she could eat in the winter. Third young master Zhou saw a business opportunity from the potatoes. He heard from Xiaoxiao that they had planted quite a lot of potatoes for next year, so he took the advantage by striking first and ordered all of the potatoes. He also bought all of Yu Xiaoxiao's recipes for potatoes at a high price. He was confident that Zhengzhou restaurant's turnover for next year would reach a new peak. In the blink of an eye, Little New Year was about to arrive. In the north, there was a custom of eating dumplings during the Little New Year. The meaning behind this custom was to see off the kitchen god. In ancient times, there was a saying, "Eat dumplings when parting, and eat noodles when meeting." In the early morning of Little New Year, Old Yu led everyone in the family to offer sacrifices to the kitchen god. Madame Lu skillfully boiled stove candy, which was sweets made from malt and millet. The large milky white lumps of candy were placed on a square plate in front of the statue of the kitchen god. Other items on the table included fresh water, beans, fodder. She still needed to put up festive couplets for the kitchen god. When eaten, the freshly made stove candy was crispy and fragrant. It was the children's favorite snack. Every year, the wealthier families would make more stove candy for the children to consume. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very good at making traditional stove candy. After she boiled the white sugar into syrup, she would either add in fried sesame or peanuts to make it into sesame and peanut candy. This way, they would have some extra snacks for the new year. When Madame Lu found out, she laughed and scolded her as a wasteful girl. In this era, it was already considered quite good if an ordinary family had enough to eat. Where would they have the extra money to buy white sugar to make sesame and peanut candy? In the evening, the Yu family made 2 types of dumplings, meat and vegetable. The meat dumplings were stuffed with wild pork and scallions. The streaky wild boar meat, which had a good ratio of fatty and lean meat, was diced up and then mixed with chopped onion to make ground meat. There was more meat than vegetables, and it was delicious to eat. The vegetarian dumplings are stuffed with garlic chives, glass noodles, and eggs. The glass noodles would be soaked in hot water to be softened, then it would be chopped into fine pieces and air-dried in the sun. After that, it would be fried in oil and combined with scrambled eggs and chopped garlic chives. If she were to add the refined oil residue, the dumpling would taste even more delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao liked to secretly eat a few mouthfuls of stuffing while she made the dumplings. The flavor was extremely tasty. The whole family sat in a circle around the Kong table, eating their favorite meat or vegetarian dumplings happily. The cheerful atmosphere made Yu Xiaoxiao sigh at the beauty of a family reunion. In her previous life, her parents had left the world early, leaving behind 3 half-grown children. Their first few New Year without their parents were bleak and miserable. Fortunately, her younger siblings already had their own small families before she left, so she was a little less concerned and attached to her previous life. Yu Xiaoxiao's expression became a little absent-minded. It seemed like her previous life was becoming more distant, as if it was nothing but a very long dream that was full of hardship. Cower, what are you thinking about? The vegetarian dumpling you like to eat will be all snatched up by the little guys if you don't eat it quickly. Yu Hai saw his daughter staring blankly at the corner of the Kong table with a lonely expression on her face, which seemed out of place in the lively atmosphere. So, he quickly put a few pieces of dumplings on her plate, softly interrupting her train of thought. In the north, people usually celebrated the Little New Year with meat dumplings. However, since Xiaoxiao liked to eat vegetable dumplings, they also made a plate of dumplings stuffed with chives and eggs. Maybe it was because this type of dumpling was new and fresh to them, but Lu Yanner, Yu Xiaolian, and Little Shishtu all tried a piece of the vegetarian dumpling, and soon half the plate of dumplings was gone. Little New Year was about having a lively reunion, so the 2 families decided to celebrate it together. The chives and eggs dumplings were stir-fried with lard, and there were a lot of eggs stuffed in the dumplings. Xiaoxiao also added the fragrant refining oil, so it was no mystery as to why the children liked it. When he saw his father picking up the delicious and fragrant vegetable dumplings one by one with his chopsticks and putting them into his second sister's bowl, Little Shishtu protested, "Father, you're being partial to second sister. If you give all the vegetarian dumplings to second sister, what should we eat?" Yu Hai glared at the grinning little fellow and said, "Don't you like to eat pork dumplings? Don't create a ruckus without any purpose. There are so many pork dumplings." However, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of dumpling stuffed with chives from her own bowl and placed it in her younger brother's bowl and said, "Father, the wild pork dumplings are delicious too. I also like to eat them. It's more lively when everyone eats dumplings together." Little Shishtu covered his small bowl and smiled mischievously, "Second sister, I was just teasing our father. How can vegetable dumplings be more delicious than pork dumplings? Only second sister's taste buds are different from everyone else. We're just trying out the vegetable dumplings, the rest is for you." Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks, and said, "Do you think that your second sister is a rice bucket? There are dozens of dumplings left, and if I eat them all, my stomach will explode. Hurry up and eat, help me eat some." Yu Xiaoxiao divided the vegetarian dumplings in her bowl between the 2 families. After she shared them, she still had around a dozen remaining, which was just enough for her to eat. Little Shishtu was sitting on the side with his hands covering his face as he protested, "Second sister, I'm no longer a child, so stop pinching my face. I will be taking the county level exam next year. Not to mention the county level exam, even if you are the top scorer in the imperial exam, you're still my younger brother. I pinch you because I like you. Who told you to be the youngest one in our family?" Yu Xiaoxiao pinched his small face again. Little Shishtu shielded his face with his hands, snuggled up beside Madame Lu, and pouted. In a loud voice, he said, "Mother, you should give birth to a little brother. That way, second sister will only pinch our little brother, and not me." Madame Lu flushed red in embarrassment when she heard her son's word, and gently patted him twice on his back. However, her man laughed mischievously beside her, and thus received an eye roll from her. After Little New Year, it will soon be the New Year. The weather had been bright and sunny the past few days. The market in town was bustling with people, who dragged their children to town to buy goods for the New Year. The Yu family's carriage was now equipped with a shed. The twin sisters, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian, Lu Yanner, Little Shishtu, and Lu Fangping were sitting inside while chattering happily. Yu Heng and Lu Junping considered themselves to be older, so they sat outside chatting with Yu Hai, who was driving the cart, and Lu Hu. Besides Madame Lu and Yu Kaifeng, who stayed at home to clean and make preparations for the New Year, everyone else came out to buy goods. Yu family's horse carriage and donkey cart were both parked outside of the town gates. For just a small fee, they could park there for the entire day and the staff would also help feed the animals. But they must bring their own fodder for their animals, otherwise they would have to pay additional money. The Yu family's horse and donkey wouldn't eat fodders from other places, and only ate the fodder that had mystic stone water added to it. When the children jumped out of the carriage, Yu Hai and Lu Hu looked at the kids, who all had different heights, and felt a headache coming. When they entered the town gate and saw the bustling crowd, their head ached even more. Yu Hai turned towards his oldest son and Lu Junping, and said, "Your task is to carefully watch after your younger siblings. There are a lot of people here for the New Year, so child traffickers will take advantage of the chaos to kidnap children. Never let your guard down or be careless." Yu Heng and Lu Junping nodded their heads solemnly. Little Shishtu, who was holding Little Black's leash, confidently gestured at Little Black and said, if we encounter a child trafficker, then I'll make Little Black bite his butt. Little Fangping took over the rope tied to Little White from Xiao Xiao. He jumped and said, there's also Little White. Little Black will bite one butt cheek and Little White will bite the other butt cheek. They'll bite the bad guys until they cry. Although Little Black and Little White weren't big in size, they were purebred wolves, so they had an impressive and majestic aura around them. Their appearance gave off the feeling that they shouldn't be trifled with. However, the two wolves had completely opposite personalities. Little Black was simple, honest, a little foolish, and cute. He had a good temper and could play with anyone. Little White had a proud and cold temper, and would look at everyone besides Xiao Xiao with disdain. At this moment, when Little White saw that its reins were now in Lu Fangping's hands, it began biting at the other end of the rope with its teeth, pulling it back with force. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Fangping hadn't noticed, he pulled the rope over to Xiao Xiao's side. It used its front legs to cling onto her pants and push the rope into her hands. Then he glared at Lu Fangping disdainfully. Follow me closely and don't fall behind. After Yu Hai repeatedly warned the children, he then led the large group into the crowd. Lu Junping held his younger sister, Lu Yanner, with one hand, and with his other hand, he held his younger brother, Lu Fangping, who had his head turned as he tried to appease Little White. Yu Heng followed his example as he dragged Little Shishtu with one hand and pulled Yu Xiaolian along with his other hand. He had Xiaolian pull Xiao Xiao along. With a majestic wolf cub escorting them on both sides, the four siblings became an eye-catching sight on the street. The 7 siblings and cousins were dressed simply, but they were very clean and tidy. There were no patches on their clothes and their appearances were above average. The siblings from the Yu family were better looking. Yu Heng was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with thick brows and big eyes. His skin was a healthy wheat color. Xiaolian and Xiao Xiao were twin sisters. At first glance, they appear very similar, but with a closer inspection, it was very easy to tell them apart. Xiao Xiao's skin was like a peeled egg. It was fair with a rosy glow and no blemishes at all. Xiaolian's complexion was slightly darker because of the long-term exposure to the wind and sun on the dock. Xiao Xiao's eyes were big and bright, as if she was able to see through a person's inner heart. Xiaolian's eyes weren't small, but her face was slightly rounder, so her eyes weren't as prominent as Xiao Xiao's. In general, the two sisters' appearance were very good. They were a beautiful pair of sisters. Little Shishtu was a young boy with a handsome and refined appearance. His eyes were always smiling, and he had a tall, straight nose. It could be said that his facial features were the best among the 4 siblings. At the beginning, the children obediently followed behind Yu Hai and Lu Hu, who were shopping for New Year goods in front of them. However, they were later attracted by the various snacks and toys on the street and gradually spread out. Fortunately, Lu Yanner and her brother had Lu Junping looking after them, and Yu Heng followed closely behind his siblings. Eldest brother, there are monkeys performing tricks in the front. Let's go check it out. Before Yu Heng could respond, Little Shishtu had already shook off his brother's hands and walked into the crowd with Little Black. Yu Xiao Xiao was also interested in the monkeys performing tricks, so she followed behind her older brother and squeezed into the crowd watching the performance. Inside the circle, there was a duo of monkey trainers, who appeared to be a pair of grandfather and grandchild. A young girl struck on a gong to attract people, while an old man with white hair commanded the monkey dressed in clothes to do somersaults, walk on a tightrope, climb a pole, and to open a box while wearing a mask. Every now and then, the audience would burst into applause. When the performance came to an end, the young girl held the gong to collect money. Those who were unwilling to give money gradually dispersed, while those who didn't mind giving 1 or 2 copper coins, threw 1 or 2 copper coins into the gong. Yu Xiao Xiao looked at the young emaciated girl and thought that it wasn't easy being a performing artist, so she tossed 2 copper coins in. At this time, a cry suddenly came from the scattered crowd, "Where's my child? Has anyone seen my child? Gua, Gua." Oh dear, an old man beside Yu Xiao Xiao sighed deeply and said, her child must have been kidnapped by child traffickers. Every time people come to town to shop for the new year, they would abduct a few children. These adults are also too much, don't they know how to look after their child when they go out? Shishtu, Little Shishtu, Yu Xiao Xiao felt her heart thumping as she raised her head to listen to the sound. When she looked up, she saw her older brother anxiously searching and calling for her younger brother in the crowd. Xiao Xiao, Xiaolian, have you seen our younger brother? After the monkey show ended, he was lost in the crowd. Seeing that his 2 younger sisters were still here, Yu Heng's heart was half relieved. But his younger brother was gone and he kept looking around them anxiously while he talked to his 2 sisters. I didn't see him. Wasn't our younger brother with you the entire time? Yu Xiaolian remembered the words the old man had just said and tears began forming at the corners of her eyes. Yu Heng appeared worried, remorseful, and full of self-blame. All kinds of emotions were intertwined together. He frowned and said impatiently, "We were together before the monkey show dispersed." When the young girl was walking around to receive money, Little Shishtu squeezed into the crowd and gave her 2 copper coins. Then, we were separated by the crowd when it began dispersing. When I searched for him after that, I couldn't find him. When Yu Xiao Xiao saw how his brother was blaming himself for his carelessness, she quickly comforted him and said, "Don't worry, maybe he was just pushed by the crowd to another place. Let's go look for him again. Besides, he has Little Black with him, so there shouldn't be any problem." Although Xiao Xiao had said that, she was still quite worried about her younger brother. If Little White had been the one following him, then he would have been of some use. Little Black was too unreliable. It was likely that while they were being kidnapped, Little Black would have thought that the kidnappers were playing a game with him. Yu Heng said to his 2 younger sisters, "Let's split up and search for him. I'll go search in this direction and the 2 of you will search for him in the other direction. Make sure that the 2 of you don't stray off from each other." Yu Xiao Xiao didn't randomly search for her younger brother like a headless fly as Yu Heng did. Instead, she crouched down and stroked Little White's soft fur. She softly said, Little White, are you able to find Little Black's scent in the crowd? Little White and Little Black had grown up on mystic stone water given by Xiao Cao. In addition to that, wolves inherently have a stronger sense of smell. Little White raised his head, closed his eyes, and sniffed the air lightly. Within the chaotic crowd, Little White was able to catch a whiff of a familiar scent. He lifted his right front leg and pointed to a direction. Yu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and said, Little White, quickly take us there. Xiaolian, let's follow Little White, he has found something. As Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister followed behind Little White towards a certain direction, not far away from them, a group of senior servants were anxiously looking around. Did you find the young master yet? The person who spoke was a well-dressed senior servant, and she was anxiously questioning the guards who had gathered around. A large man dressed as a guard shook his head in disappointment and said, No. There were too many people watching the monkey show. When the show ended, everyone was pushing and shoving as they dispersed. It's unknown where the young master ended up. Then why aren't you hurrying along looking for him? If anything happens to the young master, none of us will escape from punishment. The senior servant was quite regretful that she didn't bring out more guards with them when she brought the young master out to play. If she had done that, then they wouldn't have carelessly lost the young master. This senior servant was the wet nurse to the Tianjin commanders, Commander Sun, only son. It was almost the New Year's, so Commander Sun's wife brought her son to Tanggu Town to accompany her husband to celebrate the New Year's. It was unknown which servant had blabbed to the young master about Tanggu Town's lively market, but he pleaded with his mother to let him out for a walk. The commander's wife thought that her young son wouldn't face any danger since it was still bright out and the region was under her husband's jurisdiction. Thus, she asked her son's wet nurse and several guards to accompany the young master to take a stroll. Who would have known that they would be the one to lose the young master? Commander Sun and his wife were currently around 40 years of age and they were finally blessed with a child in their 30s. They loved and pampered their son dearly. If the servants really couldn't find the young master, how will they still be allowed to live? In a desolate and dark alley in Tanggu Town, several sneaky people met up. One of the guys had a large mole on his face, and with one glance, it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. The corners of his mouth drew back into a smile, revealing his uneven yellow teeth as he said, Our business is doing very well today. We have gathered many goods today. He looked at the unconscious boy dressed in satin in his hands, with red lips and white teeth, a gold necklace with a valuable jade pendant hung around his neck. With one glance, one could tell that this child came from either a rich or powerful family. A guy with a deer-shaped head, mouse-like eyes, and dry hair that was yellowing said hesitantly, Boss Yin, is this child from a government official's family? If that's the case, we're in big trouble. The guy with the large mole, whom he addressed as Boss Yin, looked at him in contempt and said, I have already inquired about Tanggu Town. Besides those with an official background and the county magistrate, the only other family we just can't touch is the Zhou family. County Magistrate Zhao's children have all grown up. The main branch of the Zhou family has 2 sons, and the youngest of the 2 is already 18 years old. The oldest grandsons of the Zhou family are only 2 to 3 years old. The age doesn't match up. Third young Master Zhou from the second branch hasn't even married yet, so why would there be a 6 to 7-year-old child in his home? Besides, we will be smuggling these goods out through the waterway tonight, and we'll resell them once we reach the south. Even if he's an official son, what can he do to us after tonight? Old Fifth, you don't have any courage, that's why you can't achieve anything great. Old Fifth relaxed after hearing his explanation, and he glanced at the child in Boss Yin's hand. He chuckled and said, Boss Yin, the goods are really good this time. Look at his skin, it's as tender as tofu. His appearance is even more beautiful than a girl's. If Yu Xiaoxiao was here, then she would definitely recognize that the child under Boss Yin's arm was little Shishtu, whom they were all trying to find. These child traffickers would usually put a cloth laced with poor quality chloroform to cover a child's mouth, making them lose consciousness, then quickly take them away. But because little Shishtu usually consumed food or drank liquids that contained mystic stone water, his body has developed some resistance to chloroform or other poisons. While Boss Yin was talking to Old Fifth, little Shishtu was already awake. However, little Shishtu was sharp, so when he sensed that something was amiss, he continued to pretend that he was unconscious. He remained motionless as he allowed Boss Yin to carry him in his arms, but his ears were on high alert as he listened in on the conversation between the two. From the conversation between the two, he knew that he was caught by child traffickers, and that if his family couldn't find him by tonight, he was going to be transported to the south and be sold off. Little Shishtu's heart was very anxious. He thought about ways he could leave clues behind for his family without alerting the child traffickers. He recalled that he had put a few pieces of wolf meat jerky in his sleeve, he was going to eat them when he was hungry. Just as Boss Yin carried him deep into the alleyway, he took out a small piece of jerky and scattered it in the alleyway when he wasn't paying attention. Soon after the group of people disappeared into the rundown house, Little Black appeared. When little Shishtu had fallen unconscious, the rope in his hand fell to the ground. At that time, Little Black had been looking at the monkey with great interest, so he wanted to move closer to have a better look. As a result, he didn't find out in time that his little master had been abducted by bad guys. Even though Little Black usually appeared to be dumb, he had grown up on mystic stone water. When he realized that his little master had disappeared, he had raised his nose and began sniffing around for his little master's scent, which led him here. In the dim and narrow alleyway, he picked up the scent of dried jerky that his young master liked to eat, confirming that his young master had been here before. He followed the dried jerky's scent, leading him to the rundown house in front of him. Little Black tried to gently push open the door with his short legs, only to find that the door was locked from the inside. What should he do now? Humph, how can such a trifling matter pose as an obstacle to me? Little Black circled around the edge of the house and finally found a hidden dog hole. Little Black excitedly entered the hole, and quickly found the room where his little master was being held in. Those child traffickers had a lot of trust in their plans. They had brought back a lot of quality goods today, so they celebrated this happy occasion by drinking next door. The children, who had been drugged unconscious, were all locked together and an iron chain was used to lock the door. The door locked by the iron chains had a narrow gap, but the children couldn't squeeze out from it. Fortunately, Little Black was not fat, he was able to squeeze through the gap and entered the room. At this time, Little Shishtu had already opened his eyes to carefully look at his surroundings. When he heard some movement from the door, he hurriedly lay back in the position that Bosyan had left him in. Little Shishtu's hands, which were in his sleeves, were balled into a fist because of how nervous he was. Suddenly, he could feel a warm breath spraying onto his face, followed by a rough tongue licking his face. He slightly cracked open his eyes and saw Little Black's bright green eyes. When Little Black saw that his little master had awoken, he excitedly ran in circles as his tail wagged non-stop. Little Shishtu was very surprised to see Little Black. He stroked Little Black's head and in a low voice said, "Little Black, the door is locked, and I can't get out. Hurry up and look for my second sister and let her find a way to save me." It seemed as if Little Black understood his words as he licked his hands a few times before quickly squeezing himself out of the gap in the door. It found the hidden dog hole in the grass and quickly ran out the alleyway. However, it seemed as if God was intentionally working against him because on his way back, he actually encountered a group of brats. When the children saw a black puppy running around without an owner, they surrounded Little Black and chased after him. Had it been an usual day, based on Little Black's nimble movements, how would those children be able to catch him? However, his little master was worried that Little White and him would get lost on their way around town, so he tied a rope around their necks. The rope around Little Black's neck was stepped on by one of the older children. The child bent down to pick up the rope, holding Little Black's rope in his hands. Little Black struggled desperately, but he was smaller than the child, so how could he escape from the child who was stronger than him? Master Xiao Cao had said that if he bit someone, she would pull all his teeth out. How could he eat meat if his teeth were all pulled out? Little Black was at a loss, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't bite anyone, so how could he go find Master Xiao Cao to tell her to rescue Master Shishtu? When Little White led the two sisters onto the scene, they saw Little Black having a tug of war with a group of brats. Little Black's neck was red from the rope being pulled around, and his 4 small claws were bleeding from being grinded against the ground. Yet he continued to struggle without relenting. When Little White saw the scene, he very bravely and fiercely plunged himself forward, trying to bite the hand of the boy who was pulling the rope. The boy was only 10 years old, so he was frightened when he saw a fierce little white dog running towards him, trying to bite him. He loosened his grip on the rope immediately and took 2 steps back. When Little Black saw Yu Xiaocao, he rushed madly to her as if he had just seen his own mother. Yu Xiaocao squatted down and gently stroked his head. There was a sense of wetness on her palm when she touched his neck. With a closer look, it seemed like the little fellow had struggled too hard and gotten injured by the rope. Yu Xiaocao slowly stood up, and rage flickered in her eyes as she glared coldly at the culprit. The young boy also felt somewhat bewildered as he scratched the back of his head and muttered, I thought that the puppy didn't have an owner, so, I didn't intend on hurting it. I just thought that it was cute and wanted to keep it. When the hot-tempered Yu Xiaolian saw Little Black bleeding, she put her hands on her hip and hollered at the young boy, Are you blind? There's a rope tied around his neck, so how can it be ownerless? You didn't want to hurt it. Then where did the wound around his neck come from? The young boy's friends were unhappy and wanted to argue with Yu Xiaolian, but the young boy stopped them. Based on the way he behaved and dressed, it was apparent that the young boy was a child from a well-off family. Looking apologetic, he sincerely said, I was at fault for this matter. My house is nearby, so I'll go get some medicine for the puppy to apply on his wound. Yu Xiaocao looked in the direction that the young boy pointed at and saw a familiar signboard, Tongren Medicine Hall. Was this young boy the child of one of the workers at the pharmacy? Seeing that Xiaolian wanted to say something, she quickly interjected, Xiaolian, saving people is more urgent. Xiao Cao untied the rope around Little Black's neck and cleansed his wound with a handkerchief soaked in mystic stone water, and then said in a soft voice, Little Black, do you know where Little Shishtu is? Quickly bring us over. Little Black nodded, and then dashed towards that road that he came from. Yu Xiao Cao and her sister quickly followed him. With a puzzled expression, the young boy wondered why the 2 young girls suddenly ran off. After a brief hesitation, he quietly followed behind them. While Little Black and his 2 little masters shuttled through the intersecting alleys, the children, who were locked in an abandoned house by the human traffickers, woke up one after another. Seeing that they were in an unfamiliar environment, they all started crying and screaming. Boss Yin, who was drinking wine and eating meat next door, heard the commotion. With a chicken drumstick in one hand, he kicked the door open and scolded fiercely inside, Stop crying. I'll break the worthless legs of those who disobey me. The 20 or so children in the room were so frightened by his ferocious expression that they stopped crying, and then they began to sob in low voices. Boss Yin was very satisfied with his own deterrence. He locked the door again, and went back to the room next door to drink and eat meat. A chubby boy, who they had just abducted today, started wailing again, Father, Mother, quickly come save me. I'm very scared. A slightly older girl hastily covered the little fatty's mouth, looked at the door with fear, and then finally felt relieved when she noticed that there wasn't any movement. She whispered to the chubby boy, who was hiccuping, Don't cry. If you continue to cry, they will really beat you. Do you see that unconscious boy over there? After being kicked by them, he spitted out blood and hadn't woken up for nearly a day. The chubby boy's complexion turned pale with fright. He covered his mouth hard, and tears flowed down his face. He hiccuped as he cried, Hiccup, Father, Mother, I don't want to die, Hiccup, Father, Mother, someone come save me. I won't only think about playing anymore. Sun Yaoyang, who was wearing an azure brocade robe, wrinkled his small face and looked at the snot and tears on the chubby boy's face with disgust. He snapped, "Stop crying. What's the use of crying? Will you be able to escape by crying?" As the chubby boy hiccuped, he wiped his nose with his sleeve, sniffled, and then said, "I don't want to cry either, but I can't stop my tears. I'm scared, I miss my parents, I'm hungry." It was already afternoon, and from time to time, the smell of roasted chicken and roasted duck would drift over from next door. The chubby boy sniffed hard and covered his tummy pitifully. Little Shishtu felt speechless. They were already in this situation, yet he still had the energy to think about eating. He still had some dried meat hidden in his sleeves, but he wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to share them with others. Second sister said that one should hold back a trick or two in critical moments. The chubby boy sniffled his nose and moved closer to him. He sniffed him like a dog, and pointed at him with an aggrieved expression, saying, "There's the smell of food on you." Little Shishtu was seriously dumbfounded. Was he a dog? He took out his hand, waved it in front of the chubby boy, and said with a sigh, "Perhaps it was because I was eating jerky when I was abducted." The chubby boy sniffed his hand, swallowed his saliva and said, "It smells so good. Do you have any more jerky?" Little Shishtu shook his head and said, "No, I haven't finished eating the piece of jerky. I don't know where I dropped it." The chubby boy had a look of despair on his face. Sun Yaoyang, the commander's precious son, felt very speechless. Was this the time to discuss eating? He glared angrily at the two, stood up, walked to the door, and tried pulling on it. Just now he had quietly observed that all the windows had been nailed down with wood. There was a gap in the door. Was it possible to? The slightly older girl shook her head at him and said in a low voice, "It's no use. Even the youngest and thinnest Hu Xiaoxiao couldn't get out, so you don't even need to think about it. Be careful not to let those bad guys find out. The one over there was beaten because he wanted to escape." Sun Yaoyang tried, and then resolutely gave up on the idea of crawling out of the crack in the door. He checked all of the windows again and noticed that they were all nailed down securely. It would be difficult to pry them open without any tools. Fortunately, he always carried a dagger that his father gave him for his birthday. Sun Yaoyang took out a small dagger from his boots, picked a window that wasn't as tightly nailed down, and carefully pried it open. Some of the children in the room were huddled together, trembling. Some of them looked at him with hope, while others had a blank expression. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Sun Yaoyang alertly put away his dagger. He swiftly walked over to sit beside little Shishtu, and like everyone else, he hugged his knees with his head lowered. The person who opened the door had come to deliver food. This group of human traffickers were relying on this batch of goods to make a lot of money, so they naturally wouldn't let them starve. However, it was just to ensure that they wouldn't starve to death. They definitely wouldn't serve them with good food. As soon as the guy who came to deliver food entered the room, he carefully looked around the room and noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. With a frown, he pointed at a child with a terrified expression and shouted, "What's going on? Are you guys trying to escape? If you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death." The child's face turned green with fright, and he shrunk himself into a smaller ball. He shivered and screamed hysterically, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me, it was him. He was the one who wanted to pry open the window and escape." Little Shishtu was alarmed in his heart and thought, "This is bad." Sure enough, second sister was right. One shouldn't be afraid of an excellent opponent, but one should be afraid of having a pig-like teammate instead. The child's finger was pointing at Sun Yaoyang. The child trafficker, who came to deliver food, keenly noticed that half of the nails on one of the windows had been pried off. He inwardly broke out in cold sweat. If the kid really broke the window, not to mention that this deal would be wrecked, but their whole business would be completely ruined. "Monkey, what's going on?" The commotion attracted the attention of the people next door. Boss Yin came over impatiently and shouted at the guy, who was responsible for delivering food. "Boss, this kid wants to escape. Half of the window has been pried open." Monkey lifted Sun Yaoyang and threw him in front of Boss Yin. Boss Yin bent down and clasped Sun Yaoyang's chin, forcing him to look at his eyes. With a grim voice, he said, "Kid, no goods have ever escaped from the hands of me, Boss Yin. Tell me honestly, what did you use to pry open the window?" Sun Yaoyang spitted at him, and then turned his head to the side. Boss Yin tilted his head and avoided it. With his large, palm leaf-like hands, he brutally slapped Sun Yaoyang twice. Sun Yaoyang instantly felt a moment of dizziness and his ears started buzzing. There was a burning sensation on his cheeks, and a bloody taste within his mouth. "Are you going to say it? Where's the tool that you used to pry open the window?" Boss Yin pulled him forward, lifted him off the ground, and shook him hard. Sun Yaoyang gritted his teeth and continued to turn his head to the side. Boss Yin raised his hand and wanted to hit him again, but he was stopped by Old Fifth. "Boss Yin, this is a high-quality good. If his face is injured, you won't be able to sell him for a good price." Old Fifth turned towards the kid who betrayed Sun Yaoyang at the beginning, and hollered at him with a fierce expression, "You. Yes, you, say it, where did he hide the tool?" Without waiting for Old Fifth to walk over, the coward broke down and shouted, "Don't hit me. I'll say it, there's a dagger hidden in his boots." Sun Yaoyang glared ferociously at the youth who sold him out. The kid cried, "What are you looking at? It was you who wanted to escape, so why do we have to take the risk with you? If I don't say it, then they will beat me to death. I don't want to die. I want to go home." Smack, his cry came to an abrupt stop, and there were 5 clear fingerprints on his face. Old Fifth spat phlegm on him and said with disdain, "What are you shouting for? Coward, if you shout again, I'll hang you up and beat you." The coward didn't dare to even make a squeak. He hid his head between his legs like an ostrich, and his body quivered incessantly. Boss Yin found the dagger from Sun Yaoyang's boots. He told Old Fifth to get a rope, tie Sun Yaoyang's hands, and hang him on the beam. After that, he threatened the other children, if anyone wants to run away again, I'll cut him alive. Kid, aren't you really tough? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to go against me. The weight of his entire body was concentrated on the rope that was tied around his wrist, and the rope deeply penetrated into his flesh. It was quite easy to imagine the feeling of being hung on the beam. Boss Yin said to the 20 or so frightened children, since you guys still have the energy to think about escaping, it seems like I, Boss Yin, have been too benevolent. Monkey, only send them 1 meal a day in the future. It's fine as long as they don't starve to death. We don't have to worry about them causing trouble after filling their stomachs. Monkey replied in assent and took away the blackened steamed bread that he brought in. After the group of traffickers locked the door and left, little Shish too, who had mixed in the crowd in a low-key manner, stood up and went to the place that Sun Yaoyong was being hung. He lifted his arms and supported the soles of his feet. This caused the pressure on Sun Yaoyong's arms to decrease significantly. He lowered his head to look at the scrawny young boy under his feet. He was around 6 to 7 years old and had a small stature, yet he worked so hard to support him that his face had turned completely red. Sun Yaoyong felt very moved, and said to him, thank you. You won't be able to support me, so don't waste your energy. If you succeeded in prying open the window, it would benefit everyone. If you failed, you would be the only one who gets punished. It's too unfair. It's alright, I'll do what I can. I believe that someone will come save us soon. Let's endure this together. Little Shishtu's body had been nourished with mystic stone water for 2 years, so even though he had a short stature, he was stronger than most children. After wiping his mucus and tears, the chubby boy also got up and went to little Shishtu's side. He gave him a big thumbs up and said, you are both amazing, and I, Lu Xiaohu, admires righteous people the most. I'll help you, too. He was half a head taller than little Shishtu, so he didn't need to raise his hands high to touch Sun Yaoyong's feet. He took one of Sun Yaoyong's feet from little Shishtu's hands and placed it on his own head. With one hand holding Sun Yaoyong's feet, he rubbed his grumbling stomach with his other hand, sighing, if I'm full, I can support him alone. I'm really hungry right now, so I feel flustered and my legs are shaky. Seeing that there were people helping him, the coward, who betrayed Sun Yaoyong, cried in a low voice, he caused everyone to go hungry, yet you guys are still helping him. Aren't you afraid of angering those people and getting beaten up along with him? Little Shishtu saw that the others all looked at the coward with disdain, so he fanned the flames and said, had you not acted panicky, how would the bad guys notice? If you didn't sell him out, the window would have probably been pried open by now and everyone would have escaped. It's all your fault. You ruined it for everyone. The slightly older girl spat at the coward and said, Wang Xiaonian, you coward who can't accomplish anything yet spoils the good things. Do you know after tonight, we will be sold to some unknown place? You ruined our last chance to escape. Why don't you go die? The others all showed an angry expression upon hearing this. No one knew who initiated it, but over a dozen boys rushed forward and started beating the coward. The fellow let out an earth-shattering scream in hope that someone would come save him. While Wang Xiaonian shrieked endlessly, little Shishtu and the chubby boy notified Sun Yaoyong before they swiftly let go of his feet and squatted in a corner. Monkey, who was next door, heard the commotion and went over impatiently to check on the situation. Seeing Wang Xiaonian being surrounded, he gloated and said, pay attention when fighting and don't kill him. Otherwise, I won't spare you guys. He left after saying that. Wang Xiaonian thought that those people would help him since he gained merit for exposing the escape plan. He hadn't expected that the other party didn't even bother to look at him. He could only hold his head and howl in despair as he endured the beating of the group. The chubby boy and little Shishtu continued to support Sun Yaoyong's weight. Seeing that little Shishtu and the chubby boy's foreheads were covered with sweat, 2 taller boys quickly came to take over their place. Children still had relatively simple and lovely hearts, so they could still maintain a kind and righteous side in difficult times. From time to time, little Shishtu would turn his head to listen to the movement, and constantly glanced at the gap between the door. After the guys next door filled their stomachs and took a short break, most of them went out to look for prey again. Only 2 to 3 people stayed behind to guard them. Among the people who stayed behind was Monkey. He said to the other 2 people, with the door locked, the brats won't be able to come out anyways. It's so hard to stand out here on such a cold day. Why don't we, brothers, go gamble next door? There was no way that the other 2 would disagree. An hour later, the 3 men were too busy gambling to notice that a little black wolf dog coming in from a dog hole in the thicket, and it was followed by a small white puppy. The 2 little fellows crept to the room where the goods were locked, and carefully squeezed through the gap between the door. Little Black, Little White. You guys finally came. Seeing that Little Black had brought Little White with him, little Shishtu knew that they were going to be saved. He was very confident in his second sister. As long as his second sister knew about this, she would definitely be able to rescue them. Sun Yaoyong, who was hung on the beam, was delighted to see the 2 puppies. He whispered, you fan, are they your dogs? Quickly tear off a piece of cloth and write a message for your dog to send out. Based on my observation earlier, there are at least 15 to 16 people in this group, and they are all vicious outlaws. Tell your family to report the crime to the yamen and bring more bailiffs over. No, the yamen should be on vacation now. Ask your family to go to the Tianjin garrison and look for Commander Sun. Just tell him that his son got kidnapped and ask him to bring his soldiers to save people. Hearing this, little Shishtu looked at him in surprise and said, Sun Yaoyong, so you're the commander's son ah. Why didn't you bring more bodyguards when going out? Sun Yaoyong smiled bitterly and said, who would have thought that shopping would bring such a disaster? It's hard to buy foreknowledge even if one has money ah. Little Shishtu took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket, looked at his finger, and then bit on it mercilessly. Beside him, the chubby boy reminded him, are you dumb? You're not using other people's readily available blood, and using your own. Looking in the direction that his mouth gestured at, he saw that Wang Xiaonian's nose was bleeding for a long time after being beaten. When little Shishtu walked over, the coward hugged his head with fright and shouted, "Don't hit me. I don't dare to do it again." Little Shishtu suppressed his disgust and dipped his finger in the fellow's blood. He thought over Sun Yaoyang's words, and then wrote it down on the handkerchief. After that, he tied the handkerchief around Little White's neck. In his heart, Little White was more reliable than Little Black. Little White was somewhat averse to the smell of blood, but it understood the importance of the matter. It bared its teeth and endured it. Little White communicated with Little Black and decided to have Little Black guard the thicket while it went back. It carried the life-saving handkerchief outside and returned to Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, who were waiting close by. Xiaoxiao saw it and said to Xiaolian, "Take Little White and find eldest brother. After that, split up to go to the yamen and the garrison. Tell them to quickly send men over to save those poor children." Xiaolian nodded and worriedly asked, "What about you?" Xiaoxiao replied, "I'll guard here in case those traffickers notice and take them to another place." Xiaolian looked at her worriedly and said, "Why don't I wait here, and you go find eldest brother? Stop wasting time, just do as I say and quickly go find help." The firmness within Xiaoxiao's eyes was unshakable. Xiaolian knew that it was useless to say anything else, so she followed Little White to find her eldest brother. Under Little White's guidance, Xiaolian soon reunited with Yu Heng and explained the situation to him. Yu Heng told Xiaolian to report the case to the yamen, while he went to send the message to Commander Sun's residence in Tanggu town. He knew that he was unfamiliar with the direction to the garrison, and he also didn't have any transportation. It was better to inform the Sun family and let them think of a solution. At this time, Commander Sun's family was already in a disorder. Madame Sun nearly fainted when she found out that her only son had disappeared. However, she was indeed the commander's wife. She stayed calm in this critical situation and immediately sent someone to the garrison to tell her husband about the situation. Tanggu town was less than 10 kilometers away from the garrison, and it would only take an hour for a fast steed to travel to and fro. By the time Yu Heng arrived at the Sun estate, Commander Sun was getting ready to take a team of soldiers to search for his beloved son on the streets. Things also went relatively smoothly on Yu Xiaolian's side. Due to Royal Prince Yang, County Magistrate Zhao paid special attention to the Yu family. As soon as he heard that someone from Dongshan village's Yu family reported a case, he summoned her in without delay. After Xiaolian told him about the case, County Magistrate Zhao immediately became serious. Children had been disappearing from Tanggu town year after year, but there were especially more cases this year. There were over 20 children, and thus, this was a very serious matter. He immediately gathered all the bailiffs in the yamen and asked Xiaolian to lead the way. He had to personally lead the bailiffs to catch those atrocious human traffickers. At a location some distance away from the alley, Xiaoxiao blocked the two groups who came to save people, Magistrate Zhao, Commander Sun. In my younger brother's message, he stated that there were currently 3 people guarding there and the rest had gone out. With the commotion that you guys made earlier, some of the criminals must have noticed. If you want to get rid of all the outlaws, we must plan thoroughly. With the resourceful Commander Sun here, they quickly came up with a detailed plan to arrest the criminals. First, he told County Magistrate Zhao to aimlessly patrol the streets with the bailiffs, and he would search for his missing son with his men. In this way, the traffickers would think that the authorities hadn't found their hideout. When the criminals let down their guard and all returned to the place that the children were kept, they would catch them all at once. However, there was a very important role in this plan. They needed a child to pretend to be abducted and secretly check whether all the traffickers had returned. While the children were being transferred, the child had to signal the officers and soldiers, who were lying in ambush outside. At that time, the criminal would be caught in the act and have no other choice but to be arrested. But, it wasn't completely safe for the child, who acted as an undercover agent. If the outlaws were driven to act in desperation, they would very likely hurt the child. After speaking, Commander Sun turned his gaze to Xiaoxiao and her sister. Yu Heng hastily stepped forward and said, "I'll go. I'm a boy, and I have the ability to protect myself in danger." Commander Sun looked at him and shook his head, saying, "Your age and physique will cause the criminals to be on guard. To be able to complete this task more successfully, it must be someone who the criminals wouldn't feel threatened by." Yu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said, "Eldest brother, I'll go. Younger sister, I'm a fast runner and I'm also stronger than you. I'll go." Yu Xiaolian was eager to protect her younger sister and didn't care about the danger. She very actively expressed her will to be the spy. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her solemnly and said to Commander Sun, "It's decided. I'll go." Commander Sun was very satisfied with Xiaoxiao's weak appearance. He said, compared with this little girl, you are less likely to arouse the suspicion of the traffickers. Rest assured, I will have the archers hide in ambush on top of the houses nearby. We will prioritize the safety of you and the children, and do our best to ensure that you won't get hurt. But, you should also know that scene would become chaotic at that time and that the swords don't have eyes. If you're afraid, you can choose not to go. No, I'll go. My younger brother is still waiting for me to save him. Yu Xiaoxiao recalled the blood stain on the handkerchief. If her younger brother was injured, she had mystic stone water in her hands that could give her younger brother and the children timely treatment. Commander Sun revealed an admiring expression and nodded. Women are indeed not inferior to men. Such a good child. After making all the arrangements, Commander Sun led a group of soldiers and anxiously searched around in the market. The child traffickers, who were hidden in the dark, observed their movements. "Boss, I heard that the young master of the commander's family is lost, so Commander Sun is personally searching for him with his men. As for the people from the yamen, a child was reported missing." Knowing this, the county magistrate sent the bailiffs out to patrol. Old Fifth entered a dark alleyway, where Boss Yin was waiting with an unconscious child. Touching the big mole on his face, Boss Yun said to Old Fifth, tell the brothers to act according to the circumstances. If things don't work out, then return to the base camp first. There's already a lot of goods, so there's no need to take the risk. Old Fifth replied in assent, probed his head out to look outside the alley, and then walked into the crowd with his hands clasped together as if nothing happened. Commander Sun took his subordinates and shuttled through the market several times. After that, he had the soldiers split into groups and quietly hid near the rundown house that the children were locked in. They hid on the roofs and waited for his orders. Father, mother, Yu Xiaosao cried out as she walked slowly on a remote street, weeping. She was playing the role of a child who got separated from her parents. Today, she wore a semi-new cotton garment made of ordinary fabric. There weren't any patches on her clothes, and she appeared clean and refreshing. When parents took their children to the market, they usually took out their best clothes and put them on. In the eyes of the traffickers, she was a child from a family with decent living conditions in the village. They brought their child to play in the town, but she ended up getting lost in the crowd. How could the trafficker give up on such a good opportunity? She was soon targeted by one of the traffickers. The trafficker had a fair and refined appearance, and he was dressed in a long robe. If he didn't have a shifty gaze and an evil glint flashing through his eyes from time to time, he looked just like a student from an academy. He walked in front of Yu Xiaosao with a warm and gentle smile, and softly said, little girl, did you get separated from your family? Yu Xiaosao blinked her eyes, which had turned red from her rubbing, and sniffed her nose. She glanced at him with a slightly timid gaze, and then lowered her head again. She nodded hastily and replied in a low voice, The refined-looking trafficker said, which village is your family from? I'll see if any of my classmates came from the same village. Don't be scared, I'm not a bad person. I'm a student from Qingfeng Academy. The school break just started today, so I came to buy New Year goods. Yu Xiaosao feigned a relaxed expression and named a village that was about 30 to 40 kilometers away from town. She lifted her small face and said, our village's older brother Li Lei is a student of Qingfeng Academy. Do you know him? Of course I know him. Seeing that his prey had been hooked, the trafficker quickly said, it's great that you know someone in our academy. Li Lei plans on going back tomorrow. Why don't you come to the academy with me, and he can take you along when he goes back tomorrow? What do you think? But, I need to find my parents. Yu Xiaosao wiped the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief that was soaked in ginger juice. With tears flowing down her face unceasingly, she cried very pitifully. The only doubt within the trafficker's heart was also dispelled, and he inwardly rejoiced at his luck. He feigned a concerned expression and said, there's so many people on the street. You might not be able to find your parents even if you search until nightfall. Why don't we go get your older brother Li Lei and go search for your parents with you, okay? Yu Xiaosao nodded reluctantly. The trafficker led the way in front, and from time to time, he would turn his head to say a few words of comfort to her. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people, and the streets were becoming more and more remote. Yu Xiaosao pretended to notice that there was something wrong, and asked with slight panic, You, where are you taking me? This doesn't look like the way to the academy. The trafficker forced out a slight smile and said, the academy is where students study, so it's naturally not located within the bustling market. We'll reach Qingfeng Academy soon. Do you see that alleyway? It's inside that alleyway. Yu Xiaosao shook her head and wanted to go back as she said, when we came out, my father told me that I can't follow a stranger, especially to a place with little people. Big brother, I'll wait for you here while you go get older brother Li Lei. Seeing that they weren't very far from the base camp and there wasn't anyone in sight, the trafficker revealed a ferocious expression and sneered, now, there's nothing you can do. Come with me obediently, or else don't say that I didn't warn you. With eyes full of fear, Yu Xiaosao's complexion was pale and she was about to run away. She was blocked by the trafficker after only running a few steps. He impatiently grabbed her arm, and then covered Yu Xiaosao's mouth and nose with a dirty handkerchief. Be careful, there's chloroform on the handkerchief. The little divine stone warned her in her mind. Just as the handkerchief covered her nose, Yu Xiaosao held her breath, relaxed her body, and slowly fell down. Fortunately, the trafficker was holding her arm, so she didn't fall on the ground. To refuse a toast only to be forced to drink is a forfeit. The trafficker looked around, lifted his prey onto his shoulder, and swiftly entered the nearby alley. Most of the alleyways in Tanggu town were connected. After making 7 or 8 turns, he soon reached the base camp where the children were locked. After he carefully knocked a secret signal on the door, and the door quickly opened from within. Monkey was the one who opened the door. After letting the refined-looking trafficker in, he looked behind him again. Seeing that nothing was wrong, he carefully closed the door again. Scholar, good going. You brought another back. You got a total of 4 goods today, which is the most among the brothers. When you receive the payment, remember to treat us, brothers, to a drink. Monkey laughed as he patted the refined-looking trafficker's shoulder enviously. Scholar chuckled and said, rest assured. The quality of the goods is pretty good this time, so they should be able to sell for a good price. At that time, I will treat you guys to a feast at Junsho restaurant. Valiant, straightforward, you're indeed a good friend. Monkey walked beside him and said, among the goods, there's a son of an official. It's pretty risky on the streets, so many of the brothers have come back ahead of time. Only you and Boss Yun successfully caught a prey. Scholar also nodded and said, there's enough goods already, so it's better to be more cautious. Boss made the right decision. Little Black, who was hiding in the thicket, almost jumped out, what's going on? Did Master Xiaosao also get kidnapped? What should I do? The chain on the door made a loud noise. The child supporting Sun Yaoyang quickly let go of his feet and squatted in a corner. Monkey opened the door and looked at the huddled children with a frown. He walked in and nudged Wang Xiaonian, who had been beaten unconscious, with his feet. He angrily shouted at them, who beat him? Come out, you beat him until he looks like a pig's head. How am I supposed to sell him? The children huddled together, and didn't dare to look at him. Monkey was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and pulled the child out, wanting to vent his anger by hitting him. Scholar, put Yu Xiaoxiao on the ground and stopped him, we're changing locations tonight. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Monkey threw the child to the ground, and the child fell down. With a pout on his face, he looked very pitiful, as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry. When Monkey and Scholar was about to go out, a timid voice sounded among the children, the one hanging up there is about to die. Scholar looked up and saw Sun Yaoyang's white and bloodless complexion. His lips were ghastly pale, and he appeared to be unconscious. Thus, he quickly said to Monkey, take him down. He's one of the better quality goods. If something really happens, then we're the ones at a loss. Monkey took out a dagger, which was the one he confiscated from Sun Yaoyang. He cut the ropes around Sun Yaoyang's hands, put him down, and got a bowl of water. He said to the children who were huddled together, give him a drink of water. If he dies, I'll make you pay with your life. After saying that, he followed Scholar and walked out of the room. The chubby boy lightly pushed little Shishtu with his body and whispered, go take a look at Sun Yaoyang. He must feel so uncomfortable after hanging out there for so long. Hey, where are you going? Little Shishtu crawled on all fours to the young girl, who was quietly lying on the ground, and softly called, sister. Second sister. He moved away the strands of hair on Yu Xiaoxiao's face and saw her face clearly. He anxiously pushed her and called in a low voice, second sister, why are you also abducted here? Second sister, quickly wake up ah. The chubby boy was about to feed Sun Yaoyang with some water, but when he saw this, he quickly put down the bowl of water and went over to little Shishtu. He patted little Shishtu's shoulders, and said, hey, your family is seriously quite unlucky to lose 2 children at once. Didn't you just say that your second sister will definitely save you? Well, isn't this great? She couldn't save you and ended up getting caught herself. Can we still get out? Seeing that the bad guys had left, Sun Yaoyang stopped pretending to be unconscious. He comforted little Shishtu, don't worry. Your second sister is just unconscious due to the drug. She will wake up after a while. Right after he finished talking, Yu Xiaoxiao stopped pretending and sat up from the ground. She calmly looked at 20 or so children of varying ages. She said to little Shishtu reassuringly, it's okay. I was afraid that you would be scared, so I purposely got kidnapped to accompany you. Little Shishtu became anxious. Second sister, if you're also here, then who will save us? Those bad guys said that they will take us away on a ship and sell us to the south. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a reassuring expression, looked at Sun Yaoyang, who was lying on the ground with a face full of cold sweat, and said, there seems to be something wrong with that child. Go feed him some water. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a little bottle and dripped a drop of mystic stone water into a bowl of water. She said to Sun Yaoyang, I've studied medicine before, if you trust me, you need to drink this. It will benefit your body. Partly because he was also thirsty, Sun Yaoyang downed the water without hesitation. Yu Xiaoxiao used the last bits of water in the bowl to clean the wound on his wrist. After that, she dripped the mystic stone water on the wound and told little Shishtu to tear 2 pieces of cloth from Sun Yaoyang's underclothes to bandage the wound. Sun Yaoyang moved his wrist and gasped in surprise, it doesn't hurt anymore. You're so skillful. Little Shishtu proudly replied, of course, do you know whose second sister she is? My second sister is so amazing she even helped treat the royal prince. She made the medicine in the bottle herself and she even knows how to craft pesticide that can kill locusts. Sun Yaoyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao in surprise, so the pesticide for locusts were made by your family. During fall, we also bought some and managed to cultivate a batch of fall vegetables. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any vegetables to eat this winter. Yu Xiaoxiao told her younger brother to support the fellow so he could sit with his back to the wall, and then whispered, now is not the time to speak of such things. Commander Sun has already come up with a rescue plan, so all we need to do is to wait for the bad guys to come back to strike. Sun Yaoyang's face brightened with glee, and he murmured, I got it, you must have intentionally gotten yourself caught to become an inside agent, right? You're amazing, but aren't you afraid? I was quite afraid when I initially got here. However, my father said, the more scared I am, the more I shouldn't express it, and the more I should overcome my fears to calm down, only then will I be able to think of a countermeasure. Too bad my dagger was taken away by the bad guys, or else I would have escaped a long time ago. Even if you pried the window open, you wouldn't necessarily be able to escape either. Little Shishtu slowly analyzed for him, firstly, you're unfamiliar with your surroundings. Even if you got out, you wouldn't know where to run, and it's easy to run into a dead end. Secondly, those child traffickers will definitely have their eyes and ears nearby, you might be discovered the moment you stepped out of here. Hearing his words, Sun Yaoyang lowered his head and said, now that I've heard this, I suddenly feel like I'm quite stupid. I've exposed myself too early and caused my dagger to be confiscated. I've gratuitously suffered for an entire afternoon. The chubby boy squeezed over while they were talking and complained, when are the authorities coming to rescue us? I'm about to die of hunger. Could it be that those bad people want us to faint from hunger so that they would even be able to save on chloroform? The 3 of them exchanged glances, and then Yu Xiaoxiao sighed, the local authorities probably won't come, I hadn't been able to report to them before I got caught. With a look of despair, the chubby boy exclaimed, what? Doesn't this mean that no one is coming to rescue us? We'd be sold into prostitution to sell our butts. Wah, I don't want to. Father, mother. The others, who strained their ears to listen in, also anguished when they heard the chubby boy's cries. Yu Xiaoxiao thought, now this is better. Fortunately, the 2 people before didn't notice, or else all the children here would have been exposed earlier. Why would a group of children, who got kidnapped, not panic or get upset, but were filled with hope instead? If she didn't lie and tell them that there was no rescue, the child traffickers would definitely be able to detect the incongruity when they returned. It wasn't known which child started it, but slowly, the cries merged together. The chubby boy cried for a while before turning to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Big sister, did you bring anything to eat?" "My father said, even in death we must be a satisfied ghost." "Oh, right, I'm called Li Xiaohu. My father runs an armed escort organization in the capital. Nanping village is our hometown, we came back to worship our ancestors." So this little boy's father was a martial artist, no wonder he talked with the righteousness of a hero. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a small bag of jerky and shared among them. The situation could change at any moment, she could at least ensure that they would have the energy to react if they ate. One by one, the child traffickers returned as the sky turned dark. Boss Yin did a head count and, after realizing 2 of his subordinates were missing, he turned his questioning gaze towards the rest of his brothers. Old Fifth's face crumpled, Wild Boar and Leopard were unlucky. They were discovered just as they took action, and the patrolling bailiff was just nearby, so they got caught red-handed. Boss Yin paused in his movements and his face darkened, turning to address his brothers, "We shouldn't stay here for long, let's relocate immediately." Old Fifth worriedly replied, "But it has only just turned dark, not to mention we're also bringing children along with us, so we're more likely to attract other people's attention with so many people. The bailiffs on the street haven't even left yet." Boss Yin said to Scholar, "Go and check if the horse carriage is here. Knock the children out and place them in chests, we'll act as bodyguards escorting cargo. We'll be safe once we're out of the town gates. There's definitely risks, but if we keep waiting, I'm afraid sooner or later Wild Boar will give in to the Yaman's torture and sell us out." Since they already made the decision to relocate, Monkey brought a few of the brothers to chase the group of children out of the room. They shouted and shoved at them as though they were herding goats. There were a total of 28 children, consisting of both boys and girls. Seeing that they would be immediately brought away, the unpredictable future and the possibility that they would never be able to see their parents again made the children wail. Monkey was afraid that their wails would alert the neighboring residents, so he strangled one of the children who cried the loudest, menacingly frightening them, "Shut up. I will strangle anyone who cries." The child in his hands had already been strangled until his face turned blue and his eyes rolled back. The other children were so afraid that they covered their own mouths, shedding silent tears. Monkey grinned with satisfaction and dropped the child. He couldn't really strangle him to death. A child could sell from 10 to a few dozen taels. Boss Yin glanced at him and said, "At midnight, a buyer will be waiting nearby the port. Our mission is to bring the goods to the port, so be on high alert. Whether we can get through this year prosperously will depend on this deal." Yu Xiaoxiao had already gotten a rough understanding of the number of child traffickers from the children, so she carefully hid among the children and did a head count. Subconsciously, she furrowed her brows when she noticed that Scholar, who had caught her, was missing. They had to arrest all of these child traffickers in one attempt, or else it would bring danger to her family. However, Boss Yin ran his gaze over his subordinates and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Monkey and a few other child traffickers used the handkerchiefs in their hands to cover the mouths and noses of a few children nearby, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious. Yu Xiaoxiao grew increasingly distressed as the number of unconscious children continued to increase, although Scholar still had yet to return. What to do? What to do? If she were to send the signal now, she was afraid that Scholar might be able to escape from arrest. But if she didn't send the signal now, she would be knocked out very quickly. Fortunately, she and little Shishtu were at the far back of the group of children. The children at the front put up a struggle and disturbed Monkey in his work, which was able to buy her some time. But even then, the number of unconscious children kept increasing, and there were fewer and fewer children who were standing. When there were only 6 children left, Scholar returned from the outside and said to Boss Yin, "We're set. Everything is prepared, we can start loading the cargo." The other child traffickers bent down to pick up the unconscious children and prepared to put them into chests. At this moment, the dirty handkerchief in Monkey's hand moved towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao whispered to the children by her side, "At the count of 3, squat down. 1, 2, 3. At the instant she counted to the number 3, Yu Xiaoxiao triggered the signal in her hands. It was like a firework that shot up into the sky, emitting a sharp whistling noise. Yu Xiaoxiao, along with little Shishtu, Sun Yaoyong and little Fatty, who were by her side, immediately squatted down and hugged their heads. Crap, Boss Yin felt that something was wrong and immediately threw aside the child in his hands. He drew out the blade at his waist and blocked a flying arrow that flew in his direction. The others weren't as lucky as him. The first ones to go were Monkey and the 4 other traffickers, who were walking towards Yu Xiaoxiao the other children. Arrows penetrated their chests and warm blood splattered on Yu Xiaoxiao and the children's faces. They were still children, after all, so they naturally trembled in fright and their faces paled when they witnessed the death of another person firsthand, especially upon seeing Monkey's bulging eyes. The chubby boy hugged little Shishtu and hid his face in the embrace like a frightened quail. The arrows continued to storm, and more child traffickers were felled. Boss Yin pulled one of the traffickers from his side to block an arrow headed his way. The arrow shot through his chest, and even until his last breath, he still stared disbelievingly at Boss Yin. The cunning and ruthless Boss Yin, along with Old Fifth and Scholar, retreated into the house. Out of 18 brothers, only the 3 of them were left. Old Fifth ran a hand over his face, wiping his face with blood. "Boss, what do we do?" he shouted in despair. "Block the door, Scholar, see if the alley behind the house is safe." Boss Yin panted, and it was clear that he was filled with fear. Scholar opened the window and carefully peered outside. His face paled visibly as he said, "Boss, there's an ambush at the back too. It's the people from the Yamen." Boss Yin shut his eyes, and then opened them fiercely. "Luckily, I've prepared an escape route. Follow me." At the same time, some of the criminals in the courtyard died from the arrow storm, while the rest surrendered. Commander Sun glanced at his son, then commanded his subordinates to break open the doors to the courtyard. Old Fifth took out a bow from the house, held it in his hand, and said to Bossian with fierce determination, "Boss, you go. I will hold them down. Damn it, even if I die, I will drag some of them down with me." Bossian looked at him solemnly, and then said, "Old Fifth, I will avenge you." He brought Scholar into the inner room and removed the mat on the Kong bed along with a layer of wooden planks, revealing a dark tunnel underneath. Bossian entered the tunnel first, and Scholar followed suit. Old Fifth blocked the door from behind and shot arrows outside when he got the chance. Even the soldiers outside were unable to do anything about it within a short period of time. Commander Sun instructed part of his men to attract the criminals' attention at the front while he led 6 of his loyal subordinates to the side and entered through a broken window. One of his subordinates fought Old Fifth while another unlocked the door, allowing the soldiers to flood into the house. The stubborn Old Fifth was killed on the spot. Commander Sun checked the house and realized that the other 2 people had gone. It wasn't known when, but Yu Xiaosao squeezed her way into the house and pointed towards the inner room. There must be an underground tunnel inside. She immediately rushed in. "Be careful." Commander Sun was so shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. If there was an ambush set up inside, this little girl would die. He rushed after her into the inner room, but there was no one in there, only Yu Xiaosao looking for something at a corner. "Idiot, the Kong bed," the little divine stone reminded. Little White also found his way inside and jumped onto the Kong bed, using his little paws to claw at it. Yu Xiaosao took the opportunity to shout, "There's a problem with the Kong bed." Commander Sun immediately removed the mat and the planks on top of the Kong bed to reveal a dark tunnel. Without hesitation, Little White rushed into it, and Yu Xiaosao wanted to follow, but she was held back by Commander Sun who had a firm grip on her arm. "Little girl, where did you get your guts? What would you do if there was an ambush set up by the criminals?" Commander Sun glared at her, then took the lead by jumping into the tunnel first. Yu Xiaosao followed closely behind him into the dark tunnel. A few steps in, Yu Xiaosao hit her nose on the jade belt Commander Sun wore around his waist, and the pain made her tear up. Commander Sun lit a flare, then turned around to look at her, sighing, "Be careful, and follow behind me closely." The 2 of them moved forward deeper into the tunnel with only the dim light guiding their way. Footsteps echoed from behind them, indicating that Commander Sun's subordinates had also followed them into the tunnel. The end of the tunnel was in the next alley. Bossian and Scholar were in a hurry, so they didn't even fill back the bricks that were supposed to be covering the ground. The alley connected everywhere, and the 2 child traffickers were already long gone, so which direction should they pursue? Commander Sun felt so frustrated. "Awoo," a young howl attracted Yu Xiaosao's attention. "Follow me," she told Commander Sun, then ran towards the source of the howl. Resignedly, Commander Sun trailed after her. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaosao saw Little White's figure. He turned his head to look at his little master before turning to run in another direction. Yu Xiaosao, Commander Sun and all of his subordinates followed from behind. In their escape, those 2 child traffickers had to constantly be on alert to avoid running into the bailiffs patrolling on the streets, while also being wary of the soldiers on their tail. They took twists and turns in the alleys, hoping to shake off their pursuers, but they could have never expected that the pursuing soldiers would have the help of a little wolf that was as good as a police dog. So, no matter how they turned, they still could not escape from the fate of being chased down. Night fell quietly. It was a moonless night as Tengu Town slowly became enveloped in darkness. 2 dark figures cautiously climbed out of Tengu Town through a gap in the town wall. Scholar peered behind him, whispering, "Big brother, we took so many turns and ran so many circles in town, so we should have lost them, right?" Furrowing his brows, Bossian said, "Better to be careful. Let's go to the port." Scholar sighed, "We've already lost the goods, how are we going to explain ourselves to the buyer? Damn it, who could have thought that there was a commander's son among them? This is just too unlucky." Bossian said, "There is hope as long as we're alive. We'll follow the merchant's ship to the south and seclude there for some time while we plan our next course of action. You can't run anymore, surrender yourself." Commander Sun and his subordinates surrounded the 2 people in a circle, and told his vice commander, "Bring a group of soldiers with you to the docks and arrest everyone involved." Yu Xiaosao, seeing that the 2 child traffickers had already been tightly surrounded, moved into the side of the wall with Little White while attentively watching the scene. Although the 2 child traffickers put up a good fight, they were still no match for the soldiers and were quickly apprehended. Just as Yu Xiaosao breathed a sigh of relief, she felt a stranger's presence behind her. Inwardly, she shouted, "Shoot," but she wasn't able to dodge away before a large hand picked her up from the ground and held a cold knife at her throat. "Stop, let go of my boss, or else I'll have her life." The croaky voice from behind Yu Xiaosao seemed to strain in the darkness. Damn it, how was there a person who was left out? It must be one of the people who were waiting out of town. Sigh, if she had known earlier, she would not have followed them here, now she had become a burden for them. Yu Xiaosao was filled with regret. Commander Sun furrowed his brows, his fierce gaze seemingly piercing in the darkness, "Put the child down, and I'll let you live, or else. Free my boss and Scholar, or else I'll bring someone down with me even in death." The criminal holding Yu Xiaosao decided to burn his bridges. If he died, the child would die together with him. Yu Xiaosao really wanted to bravely say, "Don't worry about me." But she wasn't filming a movie. The knife on her throat had a high probability of cutting a major artery, and with the medical level of this time, she'd definitely be dead. Commander Sun tried to divert the criminal's attention in order to find an opportunity to rescue the hostage. "You're too ambitious. What made you think one hostage could be exchanged for 3 lives? There is so much to lose in this deal. Tell you what, if you let the hostage go, I'll let one of you roam free." The man behind Yu Xiaoxiao pondered for a few moments, then said, "Boss saved my life. If there was no boss, I would not be here today. Let my boss go." Sanzi, touched, Boss Yin looked at the blurry figure standing in the darkness, sniffling. Commander Sun, however, began to negotiate. "Let your boss go." "Sure, but how would I know you will keep to your word once I let him go?" "Let go of the little girl first, she's innocent." The criminal holding Yu Xiaoxiao laughed coldly. "Innocent? I doubt it, she must be your accomplice, why else would a little girl appear here in the middle of the night? Stop spouting nonsense and quickly free my boss." Commander Sun took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to say something, but the criminal turned the knife towards him and shouted, "Stop. Or do you not care about her life?" Just as he finished speaking, a white figure rushed over and ruthlessly bit the wrist that was holding the knife. The criminal screamed as he let go of the knife, and Yu Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to elbow him in the weak spot in between his legs. The criminal let out a scream that was even more piercing than the first. Commander Sun sped forward and he couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for the criminal once he saw clearly what had occurred. The little girl's small, white dog was still biting onto his wrist while his other hand covered his important part. The criminal was in so much pain he curled his body like a prawn and couldn't even stand steadily, so he was easily taken into custody by Commander Sun. "Little White, come over here." Seeing that the criminal had already been apprehended, Yu Xiaoxiao backed away to the side and called over Little White that was still fervently holding on to the criminal. The criminal's wrist was so badly injured his hand would definitely be incapacitated. "Good job, Little White." Yu Xiaoxiao took out a piece of jerky from her pouch and offered it to Little White as a reward. Little White sniffed at it with his nose, then turned his head away in disdain, as though saying, "It's wolf meat, so stinky. I won't eat it." Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that he was very particular, just like his dad who disdained the meat of their own kind. They had never refused the wild boar and hare meat that was slaughtered at home. She was rearing such a group of gluttons that the meat at home was barely enough. Fortunately Big Gray would occasionally go hunting in the mountain and he definitely brought back some game every time, so the store of meat at home was still sustainable. Commander Sun gave Little White a thumbs up. "Little miss, where did you get this small, white dog? It's quite wonderful. With a little bit of training, it could be put to great use. Offer me a price, I'll buy the dog off you. I won't sell it to you no matter how much you offer." Yu Xiaoxiao ran her hand through Little White's soft fur, trying to comfort the raging pup that was growling at Commander Sun. Commander Sun could tell that they were close, but couldn't help himself from teasing them. "I'll give you 100 taels, what about it? 100 taels is more than enough for you to buy a few dozen dogs, enough for you to buy even a Pekingese that comes from the west." Yu Xiaoxiao and Little White headed towards the town gate, saying, "You're better off keeping your money to buy a Pekingese for your precious son to play with. Our Little White and Little Black are from the bloodline of wolves, I won't sell them no matter the price." Of course, Commander Sun did not intend to own Little White by all means. He brought his subordinates to open the town gate and led the detained criminals to the county yamen. Inside, Yu Hai, Lu Hu and a few other children were anxiously awaiting their return. All of a sudden, Little Black ran out of the county yamen and rushed madly into the dark night. Little Shishtu happily exclaimed, "It must be second sister coming back." All the people in the county yamen were suddenly very spirited. County Magistrate Zhao, who had been patrolling with his bailiffs for the entire day, was worried when he had initially heard that the second miss of the Yu family had followed the soldiers out. There was no need to even mention the fact that she caught the eye of Royal Prince Yong, it was already enough on his plate if she had gotten hurt simply just by the fact that she was General Zhao Yong's goddaughter. Sigh, indeed it was like father, like daughter. If the little missies of other families met with this incident, they'd definitely be so scared they hid away. Where would you find one that was like her, someone who would rush to the front? Knives and swords had no eyes, if she was hurt, what would he do? All the people of the yamen breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the small figure trail behind Commander Sun. Yu Hai quickly walked over and hugged his daughter, examining her from head to toe. "Cower, are you hurt? Let me see." Little Shishtu sharply noticed that there were fine, red marks on Xiao Xiao's neck, and he screamed, "Second sister, you're hurt." His scream made a lot of people worry. County Magistrate Zhao also came down, asking concernedly, "Where were you hurt? Hurry, let Dr. Sun inspect." Because some of the children were injured and others had fallen ill from being frightened, the authorities invited Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicine Hall over. His youngest grandson also came along to help him. Yu Xiaoxiao already knew Dr. Sun's youngest grandson. He was the same child who had stopped Little Black halfway and tried to take the puppy as his own. After recognizing his wrongs, he had sincerely apologized to her. Dr. Sun had already diagnosed and treated the other children. The one who was most heavily injured was the child who had tried to escape and ended up getting beaten up by the slavers. The child had 2 broken ribs but luckily none of his internal organs were harmed. Commander Sun's son, Sun Yaoyang, only had some superficial wounds. Because Little Shishtu and some other loyal kids were there, his injuries were not very serious. When he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao had gotten injured, Dr. Sun hurriedly rushed over with his box full of medicines. All she had was a faint mark on her neck. Dr. Sun didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Was this also considered a wound? It was just some minor scratches. However, he still very cautiously checked her pulse. When nothing came up, he said, "Nothing's wrong. As long as you put some wound balm on the wound on your neck, you'll be fine. Do you still have any wound balm that you've made left? Just use that one, its effect is quite good." The rest of the case progressed very smoothly. This group of evil and vicious criminals had either been killed in action or caught by the authorities. Even the slave buyer at the docks had also been caught red-handed and brought in. Before the end of the year, the shocking case of human trafficking in the Jin prefecture quickly came to an end. The common people in Tanggu town, who were all hunkered down for the winter, quickly found out through word of mouth what had happened. Everyone, especially the families who had gotten their stolen children back, were deeply grateful to the county magistrate and the military official, so they erected long life plaques to them in their homes. None of them knew that a little girl, who had just reached the age of 10, had played the most crucial role in all of this. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had become a female hero, refused the county magistrate's offer of a reward. In her eyes, she only worked hard in order to save her beloved little brother. The people who were truly taking risks were the soldiers under the military official who had chased after the criminals. She also didn't want to cause any future problems for her family. In her mind, she wasn't as brave and selfless as they said, so she didn't want to become famous for this. Thus, she had the county magistrate conceal her participation in all of this. However, Fang Zizhen, who was in the distant capital, had somehow learned about this through channels she didn't know about. He braved the winds and snow to rush over from the capital. By the time he got to the Yu family's residence, he had almost become a snowman. As soon as he entered, he inspected his adopted daughter from head to toe. Only after he saw no injuries did he let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he harshly scolded Yu Xiaoxiao, but every single word he said belied how much he worried about her. Yu Xiaoxiao poured a cup of ginger sugar water for her godfather and watched as he drank it. She only spoke after he finished. "Godfather, it's almost time to celebrate the New Year's. How come you're not spending the holiday with godmother and little brother in the capital and instead came over to Dongshan village? Is there something going on at the harbor? All of the workers at the harbor are off for the New Year's celebrations, so how could there be anything going on? When your godmother heard about your heroic deed, she was very worried about you. If it wasn't for me stopping her, she would have come along too. You, how should I, your godfather, scold you? When other people encounter danger, they all run away to hide, but you, on the other hand, run straight to it." Exclamation mark. After such a big event, you also didn't send any news to the capital. If it were not for Commander Sun bringing a report to the capital that mentioned your participation, I, your godfather, would still be in the dark. The more Fang Zizhen talked, the more angry he became. His eyes, which were as round as gongs, were fixed on his goddaughter with a look that was half full of frustration and half full of love. How could this child be so gutsy? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a couple of dry laughs. "Godfather, aren't I perfectly alright? It's time for the New Year's, what's the point of mentioning this and making everyone anxious? You weren't aware of the complex situation at the time. If we let the boss of the criminals escape, I was afraid that he would take revenge on us later. Furthermore, Little White could smell where the criminals went. If I didn't follow him, how could Commander Sun catch all of these bad guys so smoothly?" Fang Zizhen was going to continue when Yu Hai interjected out of pity for his daughter, who was being scolded to the high heavens. All right, things have already passed, what's the point of talking about it now? You won't be able to make it back to the capital before the New Year's, so just celebrate with us. Yu Xiaoxiao also took advantage of this change of subject. "Godfather, I haven't seen you in such a long time, yet the first thing you do is scold me. Is it because you have little brother that you don't care about me, your adopted daughter, anymore?" Fang Zizhen hurriedly placated his daughter's overly sensitive heart, and softly said, "Originally, your godmother and I were planning on coming back after celebrating your little brother's 100-day banquet. But who would have thought that Zhaolin would get a chronic cough? All of the doctors in the capital saw him yet he still didn't get better. Even the imperial physicians couldn't do anything for him. In the end, it was the Sichuan fertility bulb with loquat syrup that you concocted that made him better. You didn't know any of this, but prior to that syrup you made, the doctors gave him medicine that was so bitter. Zhaolin screamed every time he had to take medicine and your godmother wept with him. Your medicine is still the best as it's sweet, so Zhaolin likes taking it." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart as she thought, how could it not be sweet? I added a lot of honey and brown sugar to it. I reckon that little Linlin had gotten whooping cough. Sichuan fertility bulb, loquat, and pears all have the ability to suppress coughing. The most important ingredient in the syrup is still the mystic stone water. Otherwise, how could a medicine that was prescribed without looking at the patient work so well? Fang Zizhen continued enthusiastically. Zhaolin didn't even finish the 2 bottles of cough-suppressant syrup before his illness got better. Afterwards, the eldest prince in the palace had gotten a cold and had a bad cough. He also refused to take medication, so the emperor took the rest of the syrup. It's said that after just a few days of using your syrup, the eldest prince stopped coughing. All of the imperial physicians analyzed your syrup and came up with a recipe. However, when they tried to reproduce it, their syrups were a lot more inferior to yours. A wisp of anxiety rose up within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart. She really didn't want to attract the emperor's attention. She wasn't sure when similar cough-suppressant syrups appeared in history, but if the emperor really ended up pursuing this, she would just say that she came up with the recipe herself. Fang Zizhen proceeded with his story. After little Linlin got better, it was already the start of winter. Your godmother was afraid that because he was so young, he might get sick again on the road, so she decided to come back to Tanggu town in the spring. In between, your godmother wrote a letter to you to have you come over to the capital to celebrate the New Year's with us, but you ended up declining. Xiaoxiao, when are you going to the capital with me? Your godmother and I all want to introduce you to our close friends and family. Let's wait until little Linlin celebrates his first birthday. At that time, I'll go to the capital and participate in his birthday grab. 1. Yu Xiaoxiao was still a bit wary of the rich and powerful families in the capital. Thus, she always had some hesitation in going to the capital. Fang Zizhen thought for a bit and calculated that was less than half a year away, so he nodded in agreement. Then we'll agree on that. Don't try to find another excuse or reason to not go then. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a dry chuckle. How could I, godfather, you must be hungry. Let me go into the kitchen and make some of your favorite, braised pork knuckle. Fang Zizhen hadn't been able to eat the food made by his daughter for half a year. He smacked his lips and said, okay. I heard that your family is raising a few wild boars. Must be hard in the middle of a disaster year. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. My family didn't really go through that much. We firmly believed in the words of that white-bearded immortal, so we harvested everything in the fields well in advance. We had 6 mu of sweet potatoes that were half-grown then and also had some sweet potato seedlings. In addition, we had corn stalks and some wheat husks and such. We also had locust powder that we made from dried locusts in storage. Using that to feed hogs and chickens makes them grow quite quickly. For the evening meal, Yu Xiaoxiao not only made braised pork knuckle but also stir-fried some grasshopper sauce for Fang Zizhen to try. Fang Zizhen really liked the savory and spicy grasshopper sauce. In fact, he devoured 5 to 6 flatbreads covered with the grasshopper sauce before he finally took a break to talk. Daughter, how come you didn't send a few jars of such delicious sauce to the capital? Yu Xiaoxiao replied in surprise. I asked the young royal prince to give you 2 jars to try. Did you not get any? I thought that you and godmother didn't like it because it was made with locusts, so I didn't bring it up later. What, you asked Royal Prince Yang to bring grasshopper sauce to us? How come I didn't hear your godmother mention it? Don't tell me your godmother didn't like it and sent it as a reward to the servants. That can't be right. She always tells me right away when you give stuff to us. Fang Zizhen was a bit puzzled now. Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed the young royal prince in her heart and pouted. Godfather, if you both didn't get any, then the young royal prince must have taken it for himself. That guy is really too much. I specifically told him that 2 jars were for you and the remaining 2 jars were for him. The culprit, who had taken the grasshopper sauce, that the two were talking about, was currently far away in the capital. Zhu Junyang was currently happily eating grasshopper sauce while his lady mother and eldest brother watched him with alarm. Suddenly, his nose itched and he let out an enormous sneeze. He inwardly thought, I'm sure that last Yu Xiaoxiao is talking about me. Did she find out that I took the other 2 jars of grasshopper sauce? HMPH, what does it matter if she knows? It's only 2 jars of grasshopper sauce. That lass has so many frozen locusts in the cellar, why does she care about 2 jars of grasshopper sauce? Such a miser. Princess Consort Jing endured the feeling of her stomach roiling as she worriedly said, Yanger, is this grasshopper sauce really made with locusts? Will there be any problems with eating it? Zhu Junyang spread a thick layer of the savory and spicy grasshopper sauce on a white and soft steamed roll. He took a giant bite and said, Lady Mother, don't worry. I've eaten it countless times while I was in Dongshan village. How could there be problems? This grasshopper sauce is very tasty. Lady Mother, eldest brother, are you too sure you don't want to try any? Princess Consort Jing's mind was currently filled with the images of the dreadful locusts. Insects scared her the most, so she hurriedly shook her head. How could I have the nerve to fight for it when I can see that you love it so much? You can keep eating. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a bit before he asked Prince Jing, who had a solemn look on his face, Lord Father, do you want to try any? Prince Jing was silently thinking, you little brat, you finally thought of me. I've been sitting here all by myself and I'm not tiny. Did you pretend that I wasn't here earlier? Prince Jing had a very serious demeanor. Even at home he continued to be dignified and imposing. Normally, all of his sons revered him but weren't very intimate with him, especially his youngest son. Ever since his youngest son turned 5 to 6, his personality changed a lot and he became irritable and angry. His youngest son even injured people frequently. Prince Jing had a headache on his hands and punished him severely a few times. Thus, his youngest son started to hate him. Usually, his youngest son would avoid him whenever they crossed paths. If Zhu Junyang couldn't avoid Prince Jing, then he would just ignore him. Thus, Zhu Junyang normally only talked to his lady mother and eldest brother at the dining table and ignored Prince Jing's existence. The sun must have risen from the west today since Zhu Junyang voluntarily spoke to his father. Imperial Prince Jing felt very touched. His youngest son had finally started speaking to him. Exclamation mark. Eating locusts was not a big deal. In fact, even if his son was feeding him poison it would taste like the sweetest candy in the world to him. After his youngest son completed his seafaring journey, he had improved his character a lot and was not as temperamental as before. His son hadn't caused any trouble despite being back for more than half a year and, instead, had caught the eye of the emperor. Imperial Prince Jing basked in the glory of his son every time he thought of the compliments that were traversing the capital. Although he was very happy inwardly, Imperial Prince Jing still had his usual solemn and serious manner. He picked up his chopsticks and scooped up a generous amount of grasshopper sauce. He copied his son's manner and spread it on top of a steamed bun. Right before he was about to take a large bite, Princess Consort Jing stopped him. Lord husband, that is made from insects, are you sure you want to eat it? Not a problem. Imperial father once said that the people living in the mountainous southwest area of the country all use insects as food for their honored guests. In fact, some insects are quite nutritious and are high in something like protein. Our son has eaten this with no problem, so is his father, what could happen? Despite his wife trying to stop him, Imperial Prince Jing took a giant bite and then carefully chewed as he tasted it. The flavor was really quite good and reminded him of the savoriness of small shrimp. Zhu Junyang ate as he talked. This grasshopper sauce has been fermented so most people won't be allergic to it. Last time, the head steward Su, who was the personal steward of the emperor, ate some grasshopper sauce that hadn't been fermented. He ended up having swelling all throughout his body and it was very itchy. Although grasshopper sauce is very delicious, not everyone is able to enjoy it. Princess Consort Jing felt her appetite completely disappear as she continued to think about her husband and son eating food that was made of disgusting insects. The locust plague from the coastal areas had also spread into the capital's area. All of the flowers in her garden had been eaten by the locusts. Luckily, the famous and valuable plants she had obtained from Tengu town had all been promptly moved into the glass greenhouse. Otherwise, they would have also been destroyed by the locusts. When she thought about the camellias she brought back from Tanggu town, Princess Consort Jing immediately felt pleased and proud. There were a lot of people who loved camellias in the capital. Out of those people, Princess Consort Jing and the wife of the imperial tutor, Lady Feng, were the ones who were the most obsessed. At first, these two ladies, who had the same likes, had a very close relationship and often spent time with each other exchanging techniques about raising flowers. Furthermore, they would set up camellia appreciation parties. These parties couldn't be attended by just anybody. Only people with the appropriate rank and right reputation could be invited by Princess Consort Jing and Lady Feng. All of the noble young ladies and matrons in the capital clamored after invitations for the camellia appreciation parties. Whoever received an invitation could not only raise their heads among the other ladies in the future, but even their clans also felt like they had gained prestige. Everyone with some status in the capital knew about the camellia parties. However, good things don't last forever. The two organizers of the events ended up having a falling out. Everyone in the capital knew that Imperial Prince Jing doted upon his wife, so he had people seek out famous and valuable camellias for her. This made Lady Feng happy and envious at the same time. She was happy because it meant that there were new camellias every year at the camellia appreciation party, and envious because all of these camellias weren't her stone. She could only admire them from afar. Lady Feng was someone who truly loved flora. She not only loved flowers but was also an expert at raising them. She even once personally cultivated a new breed of camellias. Princess Consort Jing envied her talents. Thus, Princess Consort Jing also imitated her friend and began to personally take care of her beloved camellias. However, her later nickname of the Slayer of Flora wasn't given to her without reason. Many of her precious camellias had been sent to their untimely deaths by her. Lady Feng tried to persuade her many times, but Princess Consort Jing was now very interested in taking care of her own flowers, so she refused to listen to her friend. After Princess Consort Jing ended up killing a high-quality 18-scholar camellia, Lady Feng felt so heartbroken about it that she couldn't sleep well for several days and ended up having a fight with her. The two people were no longer friends anymore and the camellia parties no longer happened. Lady Mother, what are you thinking about? The heir of Prince Jing was currently being bullied by his father to try the grasshopper sauce. He looked towards his mother to ask for help but discovered that she was staring blankly into space. When Princess Consort Jing came back from her thoughts, she sighed and said, I don't know whether the valuable plants and flowers in that mountain ravine that you Xiaoxiao talked about had been destroyed by the locusts. Last time, Xiaoxiao had brought along Lady Fang's maidservant with her and they said that they had seen many valuable plants there just a few steps in. There were even some aged herbal medications. It's truly a good place. If I wasn't afraid that there would be vicious beasts in the area, I would also go there for a look. Zhu Junyang thought of that large grey wolf that had been given the name of Big Grey, and nodded, I have also heard of this place. Apparently there's a very large and fierce wolf that lives in the ravine. However, that wolf is quite intelligent and had once helped the Yu family out. When he saw that his mother was very curious about this topic, Zhu Junyang very briefly summarized what had happened when they fought against the starving wolf pack. Princess Consort Jing exclaimed in admiration, Xiaoxiao had previously helped that wolf, so the wolf ended up saving her father. I never would have expected an animal could also be affectionate and true. But, wouldn't raising a wolf at home cause problems for the Yu family? Zhu Junyang replied, I told all of the villagers that the wolf was a pet I had raised from its infancy to adulthood and that it was inconvenient to bring back to the capital, so the Yu family was taking care of it for me. That wolf can understand human language and as long as it doesn't sense any malice, it wouldn't attack people. Oh right, are we going into the palace this year to have the New Year's Eve family dinner? The emperor has already proclaimed that it is bitterly cold this year, so there's no point in making people suffer. So we'll just eat the New Year's Eve family dinner at home this year. Imperial Prince Jing was enjoying the taste of the grasshopper sauce. He took out another scoop and spread it on another steamed bun. Over half of the jar of grasshopper sauce had already been eaten, so Zhu Junyang somewhat unhappily packed it up. When Prince Jing saw his son's actions, he laughingly scolded his son, Stinky brat, you're the one who roused this man's appetite, yet you're trying to hoard the rest of the grasshopper sauce for yourself. No manners. Quickly, give your father a jar to show your filial respects. Zhu Junyang had only brought back 4 jars of grasshopper sauce this time, and 2 of them were the jars he had stolen from General Fang. His royal father had a rascally expression on his face that said, if you don't give your father grasshopper sauce, then you're unfilial. Zhu Junyang tolerated the pain within his heart and begrudgingly gave the remaining half jar of sauce to his father with a stone-faced expression on his face. Prince Jing let out a laugh in exasperation. What sort of expression is that? It's just some food, yet you act like I'm cutting pieces of flesh off of you. If you like it, then just buy the recipe off of the person and have our chefs here make some for you all. How can they make it without the ingredients? Zhu Junyang remembered that the Yu family still had a few sacks of locusts in their ice cellar and decided that when spring started, he was going back to Dongshan village so he could properly inspect the sowing and maintenance of the cornfields. Zhu Junyang had already told County Magistrate Zhao to be on the lookout for some good land to buy in Tanggu town. Tanggu town had been hard hit by the locust plague this year and not every family was as lucky as the Yu family to survive without any losses. Many villages around the area had fields that didn't even have a single grain left to be harvested. Thus, before the grain for the disaster relief came by, the vast majority of commoners had to buy highly priced grain to survive. There were very few people who would be able to afford the land tax after the winter and start of spring. At that time, there would be many people selling fields, land, and children. Since he wanted to use Tanggu town as the base for cultivating improved corn, then he needed vast amounts of farmland. The Yu family's 170 or so mu was not even enough to start. Thus, Zhu Junyang had the county magistrate Zhao start buying fields and lands since autumn. The best pieces of land were the ones that all connected in one piece. However, even plots of land that weren't interconnected were not a big deal. When the time came, all he needed to do was to swap with other people. Since the imperial court was using this land, they would also compensate the owners with some extra money. Those who were prudent would definitely agree to the trade. While Zhu Junyang was silently making his plans for next year, the Yu family was already starting to happily start the New Year's preparations. The final little wild boar that had been raised in the rear courtyard was just slaughtered a few days ago. They were planning on sending 10 caddies of wild boar meat, 20 caddies of wheat flour, and a few bundles of bok choy to Xiao Xiao's maternal grandparents from Xishan village and Old Yu's older brother's families. Most families had more difficult circumstances now. Although grain prices had stabilized and gone down, the majority of villagers had slaughtered all of their animals at home because they ate precious grain during the disaster year. Furthermore, pork prices had shot up prior to the New Year's and most of the pork had all been frantically bought out by those rich families in town well in advance. Thus, most commoners couldn't buy any meat now. Naturally, commoners were unable to afford to buy pork that was now a few hundred copper coins a caddy. Thus, many families were using dried vegetables as the fillings for the dumplings needed for New Year's Eve family dinner just so they could have them. In the past, those who were unable to afford meat still had cabbages and radishes to eat. This year, being able to have dried vegetables to eat was already considered quite good. The gifts that the Yu family sent out were like adding charcoal to the families in cold weather. Ironically, when they were sending them out, they managed to do it on a day after a big snowfall came. The snow came up to a person's calf, so most carts had difficulty going through it. Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly took up the task of sending the family's New Year's gifts. Ever since they had finished constructing the snow sled, she didn't really have a chance to use it other than running a few loops through the nearby forest. Now her sled that was pulled by a wolf could finally be put to good use. Ever since Big Gray came to live at the Yu family's, he was able to drink water that had mystic stone water added to it every day. His originally strong physique had become even more large and mighty. When he sat on the ground, Xiao Xiao wasn't tall enough to reach the top of his head. Although Big Gray looked quite fierce, he was more gentle than the most docile dog in the world when he was in front of Xiao Xiao. As for other people, they only saw his indifferent side. If any of the other members of the Yu family wanted to command him, they'd be out of luck. Thus, only Yu Xiao Xiao could go out to send the New Year's gifts. After all, no one else was able to direct the wolf pulling the sled. Yu Xiao Xiao sat at the front of the sled, which wasn't very large, while the back was packed with pork and wheat flour. The back of the sled had slats so she didn't have to worry about the goods sliding off halfway. Yu Xiao Xiao was bundled up in her warmest set of clothing and had a hat made of rabbit fur that could cover her ears on her head. Her neck was wrapped in a rabbit fur muffler and the inside of her boots were lined with thick and soft rabbit fur as well. Yu Hai was afraid that his daughter might freeze, so he also wrapped her up in his coat made of wolf fur. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen in the end. Let's go. Yu Xiao Xiao waved her hand at her family and ordered Big Gray to leave. Big Gray slowly walked on the snow-covered ground. Once he exited the village, he gradually sped up until the trees on the sides of the road were whipping by. At first, Little Black and Little White also wanted to follow along, but their short legs were hampered by the thick snow, so they couldn't run very fast. Before they exited the village, they had already been left behind by their father and could only resentfully turn back home. In the middle of winter, it was bitterly cold, so there wasn't a single soul to be seen as they traveled along the road. This meant that no one had to be frightened by the sight of Big Gray. Yu Xiaoxiao first went to her grandfather's second older brother's home. Yu Lixia lived in a large village that was even more west than Xishan village. This village wasn't near the mountain or the seas and had a larger abundance of good agricultural land. Yu Lixia's family had more than a dozen yu of good farming land. After taxes, they only had enough grain remaining to survive the winter without starving. However, since this year was a disaster year, they still had to ration out every speck of grain carefully even though the court had waived taxes this year. When Yu Xiaoxiao entered the village, she didn't encounter a single person because most of the people were hunkered down for the winter. She directly drove the sled to the entrance of her second granduncle's residence and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was her second granduncle's oldest son, Yu Yang. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been wrapped up until she resembled a tiny ball, he was surprised for a moment before he said, "Is this Xiaolian or Xiaoxiao?" Because the two families lived far apart, they usually didn't see each other very often. Thus, second granduncle's sons weren't very familiar with Yu Xiaoxiao. She pulled down her muffler and chuckled dryly at Yu Yang. Luckily, Yu Lixia walked out of the inner courtyard at this time. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he revealed a surprised expression. "Xiaoxiao, why did you come out on such a snowy day? Is there something going on at home?" "Nothing's going on. My family slaughtered a pig and my father told me to give your family some meat." Yu Xiaoxiao's nose had been frozen until it was a bright red and a layer of frost had frozen on her long eyelashes. This contrasted with her pale white skin and made her look like a snow fairy. "This year everyone's having a rough time and pork is so expensive. You guys could take the pork and sell it for money to buy more grain, so why are you giving us some pork? Quickly take it back." In the past, Yu Lixia's family had the best circumstances out of all the three brothers. Yu Hai's family had been squeezed dry by Madame Zhang, yet he, as the second granduncle, couldn't do much. When Yu Hai's family had split from the family, he also didn't help much. Thus, how he could have the nerve to take things from the younger generation? Yu Lixia's eldest daughter-in-law saw the large slab of meat in the sack of grain on the sled and she couldn't move her eyes away. She hurriedly interrupted her father-in-law and said, "Father, niece had traveled from afar and must be freezing. Quickly let her in and warm up." Yu Xiaoxiao hastily shook her head. "No need, I still need to go to Qishan village to send more New Year's gifts. Second granduncle, let me wish you a happy new year in advance and I hope that this year is smooth and auspicious." She unloaded the meat and grain set aside for her second granduncle's family and then climbed back on the sled before telling Big Gray to leave. Ulixia had wanted to have her stay to eat lunch, but she had refused with the reason that she needed to go to her maternal grandparents' home. She wasn't very familiar with her second granduncle's family and didn't want to make awkward conversation with them. Ulixia's eldest daughter-in-law impatiently opened the sack. When she saw that it was full of white flour, she cried out in astonishment, "Father, Dahai's family is really generous. There's so much white flour here, at least 20 or so caddies. And this pork, it must be around a dozen caddies too. If we took it into town, we could sell it all for a couple taels ah." Ulixia leveled a glare at her and said, "How could it only be worth a couple taels? This is wild boar meat. Yuhai's family is truly benevolent and kind. My third brother is now living a comfortable life with them. Eldest son's wife, this meat is the New Year's gift that Dahai gave to us. No matter how much money it's worth, we cannot sell it." His eldest daughter-in-law smiled, "Then we will have to enjoy such delicious food. Tisk tisk, Dahai's family truly has skill to be able to get a hold of such fresh cabbage. We will be able to eat cabbage and pork dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. Our family is probably the only family in the village who will be able to eat cabbage and pork dumplings this year ah." Ulixia grinned until the wrinkles by his eyes became more pronounced. "We're enjoying the fortunes of my third brother. Next year when we have a harvest of grain in spring, don't forget to send some to your third uncle. As relatives, we can only become closer to each other if we work on our relationships." Yu Yong was the youngest son of Ulixia. He stared in the direction that the snow sled disappeared and abruptly exclaimed in fright, "Father! Did you see clearly what was pulling the sled?" Ulixia looked at the prints that were left in the snow and smiled. "What else could it be? It must be one of the dogs that your uncle is raising at home ah. Your uncle is truly odd. During a disaster year, there's nothing for people to eat yet he still raises a few dogs that eat precious food." Yu Yong wasn't convinced. He thought for a bit and decided it seemed a bit absurd before he softly said, "Father, I don't think that animal looked like a dog, I think it looked more like a wolf." "Nonsense. Have you seen wolves before? If a wolf doesn't eat a person, that's already considered a great blessing. Who would have the guts to have one pull a sled?" Ulixia roundly scolded this excitable youngest son of his. This fellow really had the craziest imagination. How could a wolf pull a sled for humans? Yu Yong muttered somewhat resentfully, "I think it looks like a wolf. Its ears are perked up and its tail droops down. If it's not a wolf, then it must be a mix between a dog and wolf. When I have time, I should go visit brother Dahai's family and look. If they have some puppies, I'll ask him to give me one." Ulixia slapped a hand on his son's head and said, "Get a dog. Are you going to feed it your own rations ah? Right now no one can even fill their own stomachs, so how can we have any extra to raise a dog? Just forget this idea of yours ah." Yu Xiaosao traveled swiftly down the snow-covered roads and finally made it to Qishan village at noon. When she entered the village, she came across a matron who was puttering around doing nothing outside. The woman was frightened at the sight of Big Gray and fell on the ground as she shouted, "Oh my goodness ah! Wolf, a wolf is in the village." Before Yu Xiaosao could say anything, she scrambled off fearfully towards her residence. Big Gray slowed down and turned his head around to look innocently at Yu Xiaosao. Xiaosao helplessly said to the wolf, "Let's leave quickly and avoid any people she may bring around. They might think you're a wild animal and try to kill you." Big Gray showed off an arrogant expression. Humans were all so small and weak, how could they possibly harm him? However, in order to avoid any unnecessary ruckus, Yu Xiaosao still urged him to accelerate and get to her maternal grandparents' residence. The gate to their residence was wide open. She knocked a few times and then unloaded the sled. She first unharnessed Big Gray and led him to a secluded place to rest to avoid people from being scared by him. Her eldest maternal uncle heard the noise outside and came out of the house. When he saw Yu Xiaosao, who looked like a small snowman, with a large gray wolf, the sight scared him so much that he hurriedly picked up a wooden pole at the side of the wall to prepare for a fight. "Eldest maternal uncle, it's me, Xiaosao." Yu Xiaosao noticed his actions and knew he had been frightened by Big Gray, so she hurriedly explained. Lu Pei stared fixedly at the scene. The person leading the big gray wolf was unexpectedly his beloved little niece. He then looked at the small snow sled behind them and immediately felt like he had fallen into a dream. His youngest brother-in-law was truly too odd to let a wolf pull a snow sled and even let his daughter Xiaosao bring stuff over by herself. "Xiaosao, why are you here right now? Quickly go into the rooms and go on the Kong bed to get warm." Eldest maternal aunt also came out of the house and started to pull on Xiaosao's hand to bring her inside. When Big Gray saw that his little master was being pulled away by a stranger, he hurriedly squeezed through and attentively observed Madame Han. Eldest maternal aunt let out a scream and pointed at Big Gray with a hand that trembled. "Xiaosao, what is this thing?" Yu Xiaosao quickly placated her aunt. "Eldest maternal aunt, this is the pet that's being raised by the young royal prince, he's called Big Gray. Don't judge him by his fierce looks, he's actually very docile. He never bites people randomly." The wolf didn't bite people randomly. That still meant he could bite people ah. Who knew whether the wolf would decide to not be random and still decide to bite a person? Wow, is this a dog or a wolf? It looks so impressive ah. Third maternal uncle's youngest son, the 13-year-old Lu Jimin, rushed out of the house. He stopped about 3 steps in front of Big Gray and racked his brain on how to get closer. He was a bit afraid, so his face betrayed his mixed emotions. Yu Xiaosao used her fingers to comb the fur on Big Gray's chest and pushed all of the snow off the animal. Then she spoke to Lu Jimin. "Big Gray should be a wolf. However, he's already been tamed and is even more obedient than some dogs." Big Gray gave her a sidelong glance and a flicker of arrogance shined through his eyes. "Why are you comparing me to those dumb dogs? Such an insult to this wolf's character, right?" Second maternal uncle's youngest son, Lu Zhijiang, cautiously got closer and closer until he was about a step away from Big Gray. When he noticed that Big Gray didn't pay him any attention, his courage rose and he reached out a hand towards Big Gray. Second maternal aunt, Madam Hu, screeched, Zhijiang, you want to die ah? Your younger cousin already said that it's a wolf, a wolf. Big Gray felt irritable at the sound of Madam Hu's shrill voice and impatiently stamped on the snow-covered ground. Xiao Xiao softly petted him and managed to soothe him back down. Second older cousin, third older cousin. Unload the stuff on the sled quickly, we can't let the cabbage freeze outside. Yu Xiao Xiao hurriedly used a tactic to distract them in order to avoid those two from continuously provoking Big Gray. Big Gray's temperament wasn't that good. After spending so much time with the Yu family, he still ignored most of them. So what would he do to these two strangers he had never seen before? Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, slowly walked out of the residence and rebuked her two daughters-in-law. Xiao Xiao came over, so why hasn't she been let inside? The poor child will freeze. Xiao Xiao, come inside and go to my room. Xiao Xiao brushed off all of the snow on her body and took off the wolf coat to hang in the hallway to let dry. She entered the room and finally took off her muffler and hat. Big Gray copied her and shook off all of the snow off his body before he gracefully and haughtily followed Xiao Xiao into the room. Madame Yao's room only had two people in there talking quietly and there weren't any other people. Most importantly, there weren't any annoying children, so Big Gray was very pleased. Aiya, when did this guy suddenly come in? Xiao Xiao, tell him to lay on the side somewhere so he doesn't end up scaring anyone. Lu Kunjin, Xiao Xiao's maternal grandfather, knew Big Gray was a wolf and had heard the animal had saved his son-in-law's life. However, a wolf would always have a wild nature, so keeping a safe distance was always better. Lu Jimin had finished bringing all of the cabbage into the kitchen and now entered the room. He smiled. Grandfather, younger sister Xiao Xiao gave our family a lot of pork, wheat flour and cabbage. Lu Kunjin said, we haven't even finished the pork you guys gave us last time, so why are you giving us more? We'll take the cabbage, but you should take the wheat flour and pork back home. Yu Xiao Xiao pouted, I braved through the winds and snows to come and give grandfather and grandmother these presents, yet you want me to bring it back. If I go back, my mother will definitely scold me for not doing things well. I don't want to take them back. Madame Yao tenderly wiped her granddaughter's face that had turned red from the cold and said, your father and mother are truly too much. On such a cold day they made their child go do such errands, and for what? If they end up making you sick from this, just watch if I'll forgive them. Madame Han had already stored away the wheat flour. She entered the room and asked in concern, Xiao Xiao, did you eat lunch yet? Let me make you some dough dumplings made with half wheat flour and half coarse grain. The soup and dumplings will whet your hunger and warm you up. The Lu family ate 2 meals a day. At this time, they had just eaten breakfast not long ago. If Xiao Xiao hadn't come over at noon, they weren't going to cook anything. Madame Han knew the Yu family had the habit of taking 3 meals a day and that Xiao Xiao must have left the residence very early in the morning, so she must be hungry by now. Yu Xiao Xiao nodded and said, eldest maternal aunt's dough dumplings are the best. Thank you, eldest aunt. At this time, her 3 maternal uncles and 3 maternal aunts and all of their children had entered the room to greet Yu Xiao Xiao, their young guest. Big Gray, who was originally lying down next to the Kong bed, had been squeezed out of room and had nowhere to go. He ran out of the room to find a more quiet place to lie down. Xiao Xiao's grandmother saw that the room had been filled with so many people that there wasn't any space to put a foot down, so she spoke to her sons and daughters-in-law, you all should go do what you were doing earlier. No one's an outsider here. Just leave a few of the younger generation here to keep Xiao Xiao company. Out of eldest maternal uncle's 3 daughters, his oldest, Lu Feifeng, had already been married. During her wedding, the Yu family had given her a big present for her dowry, which caused all of the villagers in Qishan village to gossip enthusiastically about it for a long time after. His second daughter, Lu Feiying, was going to turn 17 after the New Year's and had already been betrothed. Her wedding was scheduled at the beginning of spring. His youngest daughter, Lu Feiyan, was almost 15 years old. It was said that eldest maternal aunt was currently looking at suitable families for her. Out of everyone in second maternal uncle's family, only Lu Jue was somewhat familiar with Xiao Xiao. His other siblings included a brother and a sister. The sister was named Lu Feishu and was already 14 years old. She had a gentle and quiet personality, and wasn't a bit like her mother, who had a more abrasive character. The youngest brother was Lu Zhijiang and he was about the same age as Xiao Xiao's oldest brother. He still had a bit of a childish air, so he was currently in the outer room trying to get closer to Big Gray. Lu Jimin was third maternal uncle's only child. He had a temperament similar to his father's, straightforward and open-minded. He had already studied at a school in town for 2 years and it was said that his grades weren't bad. No one at home was hoping that he could pass the prefectural or county exams, they only wanted him to be literate enough to not be cheated. In the future, he could become an accountant in one of the stores in town, which wasn't a bad career to have. The female cousins were all on the Kong bed chatting harmoniously with Xiao Xiao, while all of her male cousins were further away, surrounding Big Gray. They wanted to get closer but they were also somewhat afraid. Lu Zhijiang was the most foolishly brazen out of all of them. Despite his older cousins trying to dissuade him, he stepped closer and closer to Big Gray. Big Gray gave him a warning look, yet the boy wasn't afraid at all and extended a hand to touch Big Gray's fur. Big Gray had no desire to indulge him. He first exposed his long teeth in a vicious expression to scare the boy. However, Lu Zhijiang remembered his younger cousin's words that this wolf, Big Gray, didn't bite people, so he heralded his courage again. The people chatting inside the room suddenly heard a loud scream and Lu Zhijiang's subsequent plaintive wails. All of them rushed out to see what had happened. The sight that greeted their eyes made everyone drip cold sweat down their bodies. Lu Zhijiang had been pressed into the ground until he couldn't move by that giant gray wolf. The gray wolf's sharp teeth were all revealed and they were only a centimeter away from Lu Zhijiang's neck. Lu Zhijiang had been so frightened that he had forgotten to struggle as he could only close his eyes and lay there. Big Gray's emerald green eyes fixedly stared at the boy as he thought, repulsive human, who gave you the guts to try to touch this wolf's head? A helpless expression showed up on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. Big Gray only knew how to scare people. When he first arrived at the Yu residence, he had used the exact same method to frighten Lu Fangping, who was always hanging around him. The little fellow had been so frightened that he wet his pants and had a high fever for a few days. Big Gray must have felt impatient after being chased around by her older cousins and wanted to make an example out of one of them. Xiaoxiao, quickly restrain that wolf of yours and don't let it bite your older brother Zhijiang. Madame Yao was about to explode from anxiety. If the wolf bit down, how could that youngster Zhijiang still live? Madame, who had been inside doing needlework, when she heard her son's sobs, she came over to look and almost fainted from the sight. Her legs faltered and she sat down on the ground as she let out an ear-piercing wail. The shrill sound made Big Gray even more irritable and his expression became more fierce. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that Big Gray's vicious nature was being goaded up and hurriedly advanced to hold onto his neck. She quietly placated him. Madame whose piercing screams continued, so she couldn't help but scold the older woman, second maternal aunt, don't you know that wild animals hate noise the most? If you want older brother Zhijiang to die faster, then continue to cry and scream ah. Madame who acted as if someone had pinched her neck and immediately stopped weeping. She looked at her son, who had been squished onto the ground and had lost all of his color. She repressed her worry and fright and softly said, quickly take away this dumb beast. If it hurts my Zhijiang, then I don't care whether you're family or not. Madame Yao was also worried about her grandson, but when she heard her second daughter-in-law's impolite words, she became a bit unhappy. As his mother, you should know what your son's personality is like ah. If you're unable to keep an eye on him, who can you blame? Mother, Zhijiang is your full-blooded grandson ah. If he gets bit by the wolf Xiaoxiao brought over, as his mother, how could I not say some harsh words? Xiaoxiao's surname is Yu not Lu, so how could you treat an outsider better ah? Madame who was displeased and she wasn't someone who would easily let something go. In the past, her in-laws always gave money to her younger sister-in-law, who had already married out of the family. She always felt resentful about this. Although she never overtly made a big deal about this, she would always say a few words in front of her husband. Afterwards, when she was able to get a job at the Zhou family's factory due to her relationship with the Yu family, she found out the job wasn't too difficult, yet she made as much as the dock workers in town. Her own husband had also joined hands with his older brother and sold watermelons from the Yu family, which made them a small fortune. Only then did she finally become closer to her younger sister-in-law's family that she used to look down on. However, when she saw her youngest son being pinned down by the giant wolf Yu Xiaoxiao brought along, she thought he had already been bitten. Thus, all of her previous grievances exploded. The fact that she didn't make Xiaoxiao pay more for this was already considered quite good. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Big Gray's neck a couple of times and said, Big Gray, didn't I warn you before that you're not allowed to scare people anymore? How come you didn't remember? I'll have to punish you. You're not allowed to drink any more water for today and all of tomorrow. Everyone in the Lu family didn't know whether they should laugh or cry. There was a thick layer of snow outside. If the animal got thirsty, it could just eat some snow, so how was punishing it to not drink water considered a punishment? A true punishment would be to forbid it from eating any meat. However, how could they all know that the water Yu Xiaoxiao was referring to was the mystic stone water that Big Gray loved the most? Big Gray would rather abstain from meat for 3 days than to forego mystic stone water for a single day ah. Big Gray moved his paws and allowed Lu Zhijiang to leave. He hung his head down in sorrow and dispiritedly circled around the corner of the wall. From the backside, he looked quite pitiful. Lu Zhijiang crawled up from the ground and was panting heavily. He brushed the dust off himself and pointed at Big Gray, who looked very sad, and asked Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with it? It looks a bit unhappy. He got punished because of you. In the future, stay far away from him to avoid him from taking his revenge. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately tried to scare him. Lu Zhijiang was a simple-minded guy. He had just escaped the jaws of the wolf and was thinking to get closer to the wolf again. Madame who pulled her son towards herself and inspected him carefully from head to toe. He didn't have any injuries and even his clothing didn't have any rips or holes. She thought about the impolite words she said earlier in her aggressive manner. It made her want to flush. She slapped the back of her youngest son's head and glared at him fiercely. How could you be such a troublemaker? That's a wolf, not a dog. If it bit you, it'd serve you right. Lu Zhijiang covered the back of his head and retreated a few steps as he argued with his mother. Younger cousin already said that Big Gray won't bite people. It was only trying to scare me earlier. Mother, I almost peed my pants out of fright, yet you don't even try to comfort me and hit me instead. Am I really your biological son? Madame who hit him a couple more times and then placed her hands on her hips as she scolded, you little brat. If you weren't my biological son, I wouldn't care if you died. You're coming back with me to the room and just watch how I punish you. I don't want to go, I want to play with Big Gray ah. Lu Zhijiang was a tenacious little cockroach and had more guts than sense. Madame who went up and got a grip on his ear. She pulled him away as she scolded him non-stop. When the two of them left, the room finally became quiet again. Lu Jiwei somewhat sheepishly said to Xiaoxiao, my mother just has this type of personality, please don't take it to heart. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and didn't say anything in return. She poured a cup of warm water from the kettle and slipped a few drops of mystic stone water inside. She handed the cup to Lu Jiwei and said, eldest cousin, earlier older cousin Zhijiang was drenched in cold sweat from being frightened. If something else happens, I'm afraid he'll catch a cold. This is a cold prevention medication I made myself. Please give some to him. Lu Jiwei took the cup of water out of the room. Lu Jimin had been watching Big Gray from afar earlier and glanced at Big Gray, who was resting in the corner, with lingering fears. He said, earlier Big Gray was quite fierce, he really scared me. Just as the words came out of his mouth, there was the sound of knocking on the Lu family's gate. When they went out to look, there were a lot of villagers outside all holding hoes and spades as they aggressively surrounded the residence. Lu Kunjing draped a large coat on his shoulders before he went out. He looked at the village chief and other villagers with a perplexed expression and asked, what's going on here? The village chief replied somewhat nervously, Brother Kunjin, earlier Erden's wife said that she saw a wolf enter the village. We followed the footprints on the ground and discovered that the wolf entered your residence. Did you guys see anything weird lately? Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal uncle, Lu Pei, hurriedly interjected, how could there be a wolf? Erden's wife's eyes must be getting worse. Earlier it was my younger sister's Xiao Xiao who came over with a snow sled to bring us stuff. Could it be that Erden's wife thought that the big gray dog pulling the sled was a wolf instead? From behind the crowd, Erden's wife squeezed through and asserted, how could my eyes be growing dim? I know the difference between a wolf and dog. I swear that I saw a wolf and it looked quite fierce, as if it could eat a person instantly. Yu Xiao Xiao heard the ruckus outside, so she tied a small rope around Big Gray's neck. She walked up with the wolf behind her. Grandfather, eldest maternal uncle, what's going on? I heard that it sounds like a wolf entered here. Not a problem, my family's Big Gray is very strong and wolves aren't his opponents. This year, my family had gotten attacked by a pack of wolves and Big Gray even saved my father's life. All of the Chishan villagers and the village chief looked toward the sound of her voice. They saw a slightly built, fair little girl leading along a large dog that was taller than her. The dog was covered in gray fur from head to toe and had its head down with its tail tucked between its legs. It looked as if it had just been roundly scolded earlier. Erden's wife pointed at Big Gray and blurted out, that's it, that's it. The villagers all burst into raucous laughter and they lowered the weapons in their hands. Everyone could tell that although the big gray dog behind the Yu family's little girl was on the larger side, it looked very docile and obedient. How could it be a wolf? If it was a wolf, wouldn't it eat the Yu family's little girl in one bite? The village chief leveled a glare at Erden's wife and scolded her, and you said your eyes haven't gone dim. Are the wolves in your family this obedient too? Erden, can't you keep a hold of your wife? She'll spread any baseless rumor. The facts are right in front of us, yet she still tries to quibble. Sorry about that, Brother Kunjin. Let's go back, I'll go back. Only a false alarm. The village chief waved his hand at everyone and took the lead in leaving. It was such a cold day, so who wanted to spend time outside doing useless tasks? All of the villagers made Erden and his wife the butt of their jokes as they walked back to their own residences. They even said that Erden's wife was as timid as a mouse to be scared silly by a dog. When the Lu family's gate closed, Big Gray restored his majestic demeanor. Arrogance glittered in his emerald green eyes as he looked at the Lu family members with a disinterested eye. He snapped the rope in two and gracefully walked back into the room so he could sulk by himself about not being to drink mystic stone water for the next 2 days. Eldest maternal uncle clicked his tongue in wonder, this wolf is too uncanny. It really acted like a dog earlier. Eldest maternal uncle's youngest daughter, Lu Feiyan, grinned, younger aunt's family's animals are all a bit uncanny. Xiaolian told me that their family's little roe deer never did its business inside. In fact, in the winter, it sleeps indoors and knows how to exit to go to the bathroom. Lu Zhijiang squeezed out from behind his mother and remarked in envy, Mother, can we also raise a little roe deer? When it gets big, we can also slaughter it for meat. Madam Hu rolled her eyes at him, we can't even afford to raise you, let alone a roe deer. All of the hares and roe deer in the mountains are about to die of starvation, where would we find one to take home? Stop having these daydreams. Eldest maternal aunt came out of the kitchen with a bowl of dough dumplings in her hands. She looked at her sisters-in-law and then spoke to Lu Zhijiang, Zhijiang, there's still a lot of dough dumplings left in the pot. Go call your older brothers and sisters over so that everyone can have a bowl. Madam Hu looked at the pure white dough dumplings floating in the bowl of soup held by her older sister-in-law. Inside the soup were also some stir-fried onions and the food smelled delicious. She knew the wheat flour used in the dumplings had been brought over by Yu Xiao Xiao and stated in embarrassment, our family just ate breakfast, just give Xiao Xiao a bowl. No need to waste that wheat flour. Eldest maternal aunt revealed a faint smile, Mother already said that we don't lack the food to give the rest of the children some. We can't just have Xiao Xiao eat and have her older cousins just watch her. How much food can Xiao Xiao eat anyway? Xiao Xiao, you must be hungry, let's go into the room so you can eat. In total, there were 7 other children in the house, so there was enough to give each child a bowl of dough dumpling soup. Lu Feiying and Lu Jiwei considered themselves to be adults already, so they wanted to give their portions to their grandfather and grandmother. After bickering for half a day, the soup was about to get cold without an end to this argument. Yu Xiaoxiao took out another 2 bowls from the kitchen and split the 7 bowls brimming full of dough dumplings into 9 bowls that were more than half full. The Lu family's bowls were large and crude, so more than half a bowl's worth of soup was more than enough to stuff a little belly full. The 2 elders and the 7 grandchildren all sat around the Kong bed's table as they harmoniously ate the dough dumplings. Madame Han's dough dumplings didn't contain any eggs, yet the dumplings were tasty and fine and the soup thick and filling. It suited Yu Xiaoxiao's appetite a lot. After Xiaoxiao finished her bowl of dough dumplings, Madame Yao wanted to give the remaining half of her bowl to her. Xiaoxiao was truly full at this point and she didn't have the habit of sharing half-eaten food with someone else. Thus, she resolutely declined her grandmother's offer. By the time she finished her simple and comforting lunch, the snow had stopped falling outside. Yu Xiaoxiao took advantage of this break in the weather to don her snow gear to head back home. The Lu family didn't have any good presents to send back, so Lu Kunjin took out the remaining 10 caddies of green wheat and gave it to his granddaughter. He remembered that both his daughter and granddaughter loved to drink porridge made from green wheat, so he had especially left this green wheat over for those 2. After they finished exchanging New Year's gifts, the actual New Year's Day quickly arrived. On that day, small flakes of snow floated down and it made the outside world look like it was crafted of white powder and glowing jade. Inside the residence it was piping hot and full of celebratory joy. The Yu family and Lu family celebrated New Year's Eve this year. The dinner this year was very rich and sumptuous. The meat dishes included sweet and sour fish, which embodied the hope of abundance year after year, braised meatballs in brown sauce, meat sandwiched tofu, red braised pork, pork stewed with vermicelli, and a basin of boiled spicy meat slices. There were also a lot of vegetable dishes, such as green vegetables sautéed with shiitake mushrooms, spinach stir-fried with sprouts, lettuce with oyster sauce, mapo tofu, dry-fried potato slices, and cabbage seasoned with vinegar. There was also spare rib soup and savory seafood and meat soup. Vegetarian and meat dishes abounded and everyone could choose their favorites. As for the main starches, there were white and plump steamed rolls that emitted the sweet scent of fine wheat. Even if someone didn't partake in the other dishes, they would still be able to finish 2 rolls on their own. In the midst of a disaster year, most families didn't have an abundance of either meat-containing or vegetarian dishes. Very few rich families in the prefectural city were able to have a table full of dishes like the Yu family did for their New Year's Eve family dinner. Junsho restaurant in Tanggu town had advertised a New Year's Eve family dinner that cost several hundred taels. In preparation, the head steward had bought several chests full of green vegetables from the Yu family at a high price and a few hundred caddies of potatoes. The fact that the restaurant had fresh vegetables for sale and, in addition, had the newly recommended food ingredient, potatoes, was more than enough to make the wealthy people in town, who liked to compete, flock to the restaurant to get a table. Over 20 tables for the New Year's Eve family dinner menu had been booked within moments. There were many people who were unable to make a reservation, so they even asked if there would be a later menu similar to this one. They did all they could, including using their own connections, to get the restaurant to leave a table for them in the future. However, for the vast majority of commoners, this New Year's celebration was miserable and wretched. Those who were able to eat some wheat flour were already considered fortunate. Most people had to fill themselves with flatbreads made of coarse grain. As for vegetables, that was a pipe dream. Before the locust plague hit, not all of the villages were like Dongshan village and had harvested their crops early, which could be made into dried or salted vegetables. Later on, with the locusts still around, no other vegetables could be planted. Even money couldn't buy vegetables. As for meat, normal families couldn't afford to buy it. Thus, the vast majority of people spent the time with their families around a table, sadly eating their pathetic coarse grain flatbreads with some thin salty soup on the side to finish bringing in the new year. As for the villagers in Dongshan village, most of them had dried vegetables at home. They could put the dried vegetables in a pot, add some extra oil, and stew them for a passable meal. Thus, they were able to eat something decent for their New Year's Eve dinner. As for eating dumplings to push out the old and bring in the new, most of them didn't have any. Without any meat or vegetables, how could they make dumplings? They needed to save whatever could be saved. Compared to the comfortable and exciting atmosphere in the Yu family's old residence, the Yu family's new residence seemed a lot more cold and cheerless. The cleverest housewife was unable to cook without any rice. Although Madame Zhang was competent, she couldn't magic up food from nothing. At the time, Madame Zhang didn't believe Yu Hai's words and thought that he was trying to trick people. Thus, she didn't try to harvest any of the crops that were growing on her land. Subsequently, all of it had been eaten by the locusts. Luckily, Madame Zhang usually dug up some clams when she went out digging for sandworms, so she had made some dried clams in the past. In addition, she had also picked up some kelp and seaweed along the way and dried them under the sun. All of that was being stewed together in a pot. Furthermore, Yu Dashan had went out to sea a few days ago and had come home with a fish that wasn't large or small. Thus, they were able to cook up 2 dishes to eat. Fishermen who lived by the sea had long gotten sick of eating seafood and fish. Furthermore, Madame Zhang was very reluctant to add a lot of oil when cooking, so most of her food was cooked in plain water with a pinch of salt. Obviously, the flavor of the resulting food was just so-so. Madame Li frowned as she swallowed the clam meat that didn't have much flavor. Her eyes roved around as she said, "Mother, looks like Yu Hai truly has broken off all relations with us." Madame Zhang raised her eyes to look at her for a second and didn't reply. Madame Li continued, "I heard that Yu Hai gave eldest uncle a piece of pork that weighed at least a dozen caddies and was about as thick as 3 fingers. He also gave them a bag of wheat flour that must have weighed at least 20 caddies. They also received a bunch of cabbage and radishes. I'm sure eldest uncle's family's New Year's Eve family dinner is quite delicious and sumptuous right now. Mother, I told you that we should have gone to second uncle's house to buy a few caddies of meat, yet you refused to agree. Now you're envious of other people being able to eat meat." Haitzi frowned as he gnawed on his coarse grain flatbread as he complained. He had already become a regular worker at the docks, so he was earning around 10 taels a year. Although his grandmother was reluctant to use money to buy meat, he could use his own money to buy some instead. What was the point of calculating things so clearly when they were all one family? However, his mother refused his suggestion and said that she was afraid that if he bought meat, they wouldn't be able to eat any. Instead, it was likely all of the meat would go to his younger uncle's family. Arg, if they could split from the family like his second uncle did, then everything would be better. His father could go out to sea and fish while he went to the docks to work. His mother could stay at home and manage the household. A life like that would definitely be better than their current circumstances, where they were stuck eating coarse grain flatbreads every day and had to go hungry. Little Dudu gnawed on his flatbread sullenly and moved his head away when his mother tried to feed him fish. "I don't want any, smells too fishy." Since they had been living together for a few months, Madame Zhang couldn't always give her youngest son's family preferential treatment. Ever since the locust plague happened, the family didn't have a good income anymore and they had to spend money to get grain to eat. Coins flowed out of their household continuously. Her eldest son had been urged by Madame Li to save a secret purse, so he only gave her half of what he earned from selling his fish. He didn't earn a lot of money to begin with, so now she received even less money. All of the fishing villages relied on the ocean to provide for them in this disaster year. Most villagers went to the beach to dig up sandworms and oysters. The Joe family's factories were also buying these seafoods at a good price, so people from not only the fishing villages but also those who lived slightly further away would all rush to the beaches as soon as they could to gather seafood. Most of the sandworms had been dug up in the vicinity, so now Madame Zhang needed to go to even farther away beaches to find some. Furthermore, it wasn't a guarantee she would be able to dig up any. With 3 additional mouths to feed at home, Madame Zhang fretted every day about money as her stash dried up. The stress caused canker sores to form in her mouth. But what was she to do? Her youngest son spent every day by his books and almost didn't leave his room. Her youngest daughter-in-law was watching over a child as she embroidered handkerchiefs, insoles, and other small items to sell in town. The money her daughter-in-law made from selling her items was all given to her. However, embroidery took too much time and these small items couldn't be sold for much. With so many mouths to feed at home, that little bit of money was like trying to use a cup of water to put out a cart of burning firewood. As the months passed, Madame Zhang's head of hair had turned completely white and her back became more crooked. She looked as if she had aged a decade in the past few months. Madame Zhao lightly sighed and gently persuaded her son, "Dudu, you can grow taller if you eat more fish." "Then, I'll just eat one mouthful. When I'm older, I can be like older brother Shishtu and help do some chores around the house." Little Dudu reluctantly took a mouthful of fish and didn't even chew much before he swallowed it. He even drank a mouthful of coarse grain porridge to get rid of the fishy taste in his mouth. Madame Li started to sourly remark again, "You say, older brother Shishtu," with a pretty familiar tone. "Ah. You see him as an older brother but he may not see you as his younger brother. He's probably eating food with generous amounts of meat and fish, how come he didn't invite you over to eat some?" Madame Zhao leveled a displeased look at the other woman and pointedly said, "Second brother-in-law had split from the family a long time ago. No matter how good our relationship is with him, we are still considered 2 separate families. I don't have such thick skin to try to take advantage of him." Madame Li slammed her chopsticks down and pointed at Madame Zhao's nose, "Who are you calling thick-skinned? If your skin isn't thick, then who's the one always going to catch a meal off of them? You claim that you're teaching them how to embroider, but who are you trying to trick? Everyone else at home is eating coarse grains and salted vegetables, yet you bring your son to their house to eat delicious foods all the time. You've become fat and plump from eating there, yet you don't even care about your own husband's health. Are there truly wives like you in the world?" In terms of quarreling, Madame Zhao was definitely not Madame Li's opponent. Her eyes became red from fury as she hatefully replied, "Second brother-in-law's entire family invites me and Dudu over for dinner as a way of relaying their gratitude to me for teaching Xiao Sao and Xiaolian how to embroider. Older sister-in-law, there's no point in being jealous. People's relationships are built through mutual assent. You can only get rewards if you pay for them. Only someone like you can sit around doing nothing, hoping for a free meat pie to drop from the skies." Madame Li was about to reply when she was interrupted by Madame Zhang banging on the table ferociously. "Why are you all arguing now? We're celebrating the New Year's. Eldest daughter-in-law, when has third daughter-in-law ever eaten or drank anything that belongs to you? The fact that she can make other people gladly feed her is her own ability. If you have the skills, you can go over and try too, right? I'd be surprised if they didn't chase you out with a large stick." The more time passed, the less patience Madame Zhang had for Madame Li, who only knew how to seek out problems in others and didn't know how to do any work. Madame Li sneered, "Mother, you're always biased towards your youngest son and youngest daughter-in-law. Have you ever thought of your oldest son's and oldest daughter-in-law's feelings? There's a reason why second brother-in-law's whole family doesn't like us. Isn't it because you acted too harshly and hurt their feelings to the bone? If we didn't split the family, wouldn't our family have everything that second brother-in-law has? Such as that large house and all of the land?" Madame Zhang glared viciously at Madame Li, "So who was the one that said that Yu Hai's leg was unsolvable and that his whole family was sick and weak, so that they'd end up bringing us down? Who was the one who wanted me to think of a method to split them out of our family? Without you behind my back instigating everything, how could I take the risk of being a social pariah and split them out? Then what about father's situation? If mother had treated father better when he was sick, would he have divorced you? As long as father was still here, second brother-in-law would still provide us with some resources every year to show his filial piety. Now, father has gone to live a leisurely life with second brother-in-law's family. What about our family?" Madame Li looked at the table of food that could be fed to the pigs and sadly sighed. Madame Zhang instantly pulled a long face and she slapped her chopsticks on the small table on the Kong bed. She stared viciously at Madame Li with her slanted eyes and said nothing. Madame Li's blood froze from her stare and her gaze became dodgy, not knowing where to look. Yu Dashan slightly pulled on the sleeve of his wife and signaled for her to quit plucking at the tiger's fur. He knew his mother regretted not treating old Yu well at that time he was sick and for being so heartless. But, what was the use of being regretful? It already was too late. Yu Bo set down his chopsticks and blamed himself, "One shall not travel far away when one's parents are still alive. As their child, when the parents are sick, I should have come to take care of them no matter what. However, when father was seriously ill, I was in the prefectural city and unable to be filial at their side." Madame Zhang's expression suddenly changed again. She glared at Madame Li and comforted her son, "Zhaobo, it's not your fault. Mother didn't tell you in fear that it would delay your studies. You aren't your father's only son. Dashan and Dashan's wife, what were you doing then? Did you guys make a single meal for your father, or carry water and wash his clothes once? You guys say I mistreated your father, but what did you do? If you had helped, would your father have become that ill? When someone was wrong, they were always trying to push their mistakes onto others." Yu Bo had given Madame Zhang the best reason to shirk her responsibilities. Yu Dashan opened his mouth yet he didn't know what to say. Madam Li, on the other hand, grumbled, I'm his daughter-in-law. How can I go into my father-in-law's room? Besides, doesn't he have a biological son? If mother had called Dahai over to help the moment father got sick, would things turn out the way it did? Although second brother-in-law has separated from the family, he couldn't have ignored his father, right? Madam Zhang coldly snorted and said, people just don't know when to be grateful. Dashan, since you were a child, everything that you ate and used belonged to the Yu family. Right now, your wife is saying you aren't a biological offspring of the Yu family, and thus you're unwilling to take care of the elderly. Aren't you afraid that others will call you an ungrateful and vicious person when you go out? Dashan, a virtuous wife won't cause so much trouble for her husband. You need to take charge and discipline your wife. How am I not virtuous? No matter how bad I am still better than you, the old hag who was ruthless to her own husband. It's not me who got divorced by my own husband. Madam Li thought. In Madam Li's point of view, although her mother-in-law said that she had a peaceful separation, in actuality, she was just cast off by her husband. It was just that father-in-law was kind-hearted. He pitied his son who was studying afar, so he left all his wealth to Madam Zhang. Yu Bo spoke at this time, Mother, let's not talk about this during the New Year's. Besides, what use is it to argue about who should take the blame now? Mother, don't be reluctant to spend the money. When spring comes and I pass the county-level exams, our family's situation will improve. After passing the county-level exams, scholars could be exempt from taxes. Therefore, those with farmland would put their lands under the name of the scholar in order to avoid taxes. The scholar would also get some benefits from this. However, in Dongshan village, there were fewer fields and more mountains. Most of the villagers depended on the sea for food. Even if Yu Bo were to pass the county-level exams, his plans may not come true. Madam Zhang's family's New Year Eve dinner was so upsetting that they all eventually left. At midnight, there were no dumplings to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. The family didn't even stay up for New Year's Eve and went to bed early to avoid being hungry in the middle of the night. At the Yu family's old residence, the family sat around together merrily and ate melon seeds, dried meat, and snacks such as French fries and chips. Yu Xiaosao also made poker cards with thick paper and taught the children to play cards. The adults watched cheerfully on the side. Fang Zizhen, who was worried about his goddaughter because of the incident with the child traffickers, braved the snowstorm to come before the New Year's. If he rushed back on New Year's Eve, then he would most likely pass away on the way back. Thus, he stayed with the Yu family for the New Year. He watched the children play, Fight the Bully, author's note, this is the present-day card game, Fight the Landlord. Feeling tempted, he asked Xiaosao to give him her place and let him enjoy the game. There were many children in the family, so after learning how to play, everyone took turns playing. Therefore, there were many people watching and only 4 people playing. Yu Xiaosao gave up her position and drew another set of cards for the adults to play. Hence, Lu Junping, Yu Hang, Lu Yanner, and Yu Xiaolian happily played cards on one side of the Kong bed. Fang Zizhen, Lu Hu, Yu Hai, and Old Yu battled at the end of the Kong bed. Yu Kaifeng and Madame Lu watched the games from the side with a smile, while munching on melon seeds. As for little Shishtu and Lu Fangping, they pestered their older siblings to let them play for a while. Fang Zizhen didn't know if he was lucky or not at playing cards. He always drew the bully landlord card yet he never won once. The loser had to stick a piece of paper on his face. Like a curtain, his face was filled with slips of paper that little Shishtu practiced his writing on. Old Yu was a slow learner, so Yu Xiaosao sat next to him and helped him out from time to time. Thus, he was able to win more often. Fang Zizhen became braver the more frustrated he was and shouted, I don't believe in this bad luck. One more time, I will definitely win this round. The occasional laughter from the room added a touch of life to the silent night. At midnight, the dumplings that were made in the evening were put into the pot. The fillings of the dumplings included cabbage and pork, pickled vegetables and pork, chives and egg, and seafood. Other families couldn't even eat dumplings, yet the Yu family had such a rich variety. The comparison would make people angry. After midnight, the family ate the dumplings, and then went to bed. The children had sweet dreams in which they received lots of New Year money. On the next day, the children got up early without anyone calling them. First, they wished their grandfather a Happy New Year, and received a red packet filled with lucky money from the old man. After Lu Fangping kowtowed, he excitedly opened the red packet. Seeing that there were 10 copper coins inside, he couldn't help but smile. It was enough for him to buy lots of maltose candy. When they celebrated the New Year in the past, his parents only gave him 1 or 2 copper coins as lucky money. Last year, they were refugees fleeing on the road who didn't even have food to eat, much less New Year's money. He got 10 copper coins just as New Year's money from grandfather alone. His parents definitely wouldn't give any less, and there were also his aunt and uncle. Lu Fangping calculated with his little fingers and reckoned that he would surely get lots of lucky money this year. Lu Fangping saw his father walking over from the west courtyard, so he rushed towards him in a hurry. As a result, he slipped on the ice and ended up sprawled out in front of Lu Hu. His elder brother, Lu Junping, covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look at him. The other children couldn't stop laughing. Lu Hu bent over, picked up his youngest son, and laughed, oh. Although it's New Year's, there's no need for such a big bow. Lu Fangping wore many layers, so he didn't feel any pain when he fell. Without even patting off the snow on his clothes, he bowed with his hands cupped together and smiled until his eyes turned into a line, saying, Father, Happy New Year. May all your wishes be fulfilled. May you have a prosperous New Year, and now give me the red packet. Lu Hu slapped his bottoms and then took out a red packet. He lightly poked on his little head and said, You little money grubber. Lu Fangping took the red packet given by his father and ran to the kitchen to pay New Year greetings to his mother and aunt, who were putting the dumplings in the pot. He reaped 2 small red packets. He secretly counted and now he had 40 copper coins. For ordinary families, it would already be considered very good if they give their children 1 or 2 copper coins as lucky money. It was very rare for a family to give out 10 copper coins in one go like the Yu family. Yu Hai had wanted to give the children 1 silver bit each, but upon considering the financial situation of his brother-in-law, the 2 families discussed it and set the New Year money at 10 copper coins per person. Before the dumplings were placed on the table, the children had already greeted everyone for New Year's and their hands were full of red packets. Yu Xiaoxiao gathered her siblings together and murmured something to them. When Fang Zizhen stepped into the Yu residence, he was surrounded by a group of kids who were all shouting, "May you be prosperous and happy. Hand over the red packets." Fang Zizhen's ears buzzed from the noise and he threw out the red packets. After getting the red packets, the children swiftly dispersed, leaving a completely bewildered Fang Zizhen with a blank expression. Yu Hai came over with a smile and said, "Xiaoxiao called the children together just now and plotted something mysteriously. It seems like the target was you." With lingering fear, Fang Zizhen said, "When there are many children, it's quite scary. Thinking back to the days when I was surrounded by dozens of enemies on the battlefield, that wasn't even as scary as the sudden attack I just experienced. Fortunately, I was well prepared, or else I would have been disturbed for a while." After getting their red packets, the siblings all ran into a room. Little Shishtu felt the contents of the red packet. It was round and didn't seem to like a copper coin. Lu Fangping couldn't wait and had already opened the red packet. "Brother Shishtu, what is this?" "Silver." As he asked, he wanted to put it in his mouth and take a bite to verify. Little Shishtu also took out a thumb-sized and realistic-looking silver peanut. It was known to be used by the wealthy and influential families as rewards or New Year's money. A small silver peanut was worth at least 5 mace, which was equivalent to 500 copper coins. Second sister's godfather was very generous. Second sister's New Year's money seems to be different from ours. Little Shishtu saw the golden sheen in his second sister's hand and hurried over to take a look. Yu Xiaoxiao had watched a palace drama in her previous life called The Legend of XX. One of the concubines in it rewarded Su Pisheng a handful of golden melon seeds, which looked like the ones in her hand. Small as they were, each one was at least 20 to 30 grams. After all, it was gold, which was more valuable than the silvers her siblings received. She carefully put them away and explained to her curious siblings, "These should be the golden melon seeds that the emperor rewarded godfather. It only appears in the imperial palace. Its value isn't just in its monetary worth, but it's also an honor." Lu Junping, who was a few years older, carefully put away the silver ingots and advised his younger siblings, "These golden seeds and silver ingots are very valuable. Don't go showing it off outside, or you will be swindled. Fangping, give all the silver peanuts to mother for safekeeping later. It's worth a few hundred copper coins, so it's better to be careful than to lose them." Lu Fangping held on to the silver peanuts and whispered unwillingly, "Can't I wait till later to give it over? The silver peanuts haven't even been warmed by my hands yet." Because they stayed up too late playing, the Yu family's breakfast was later than usual, but it was still a lot earlier compared to families who normally got up at around 10 in the morning for breakfast. Madame Zhao estimated the time that second brother-in-law and second sister-in-law would finish their breakfast before taking the children over for New Year's greetings. Madame Li took a look out the window, pushed her son toward outside signaling with her mouth and said, "Haitzi, go with your aunt to your second uncle's house to give New Year greetings. Didn't you say that your job as a full-time worker was given to you by Brother Six based on Xiaoxiao's reputation? Take advantage of the New Year's to go thank them." Madame Li was very calculating. If she'd really wanted to thank others, why didn't she tell him to go to their house with a gift before New Year's? Instead, she waited until New Year's Day to have Haitzi to go to their house to give greetings. Those who haven't married were all considered children and can get New Year's money. Was this thanking them or asking them for New Year's money? Haitzi didn't think that much of it. Having a better relationship with second uncle's family wasn't a loss. He opened the door and said to Madame Zhao, "Wait for me, aunt. I'm coming with you guys to go to second uncle's house for New Year greetings." Madame Zhao didn't like Madame Li taking advantage of others to earn easy money. Thus, she didn't like Haitzi as a result, even if he already learned to be good. However, since the younger family member already said it, then she would seem too petty if she refused, so she nodded and took her young son back to the room to wait. It was too cold outside, and she didn't want Dudu to freeze. Haitzi quickly washed, put on a half-new coat that didn't have patches on it and went out. Madame Zhao took her child and half-walked, half-slipped to the foot of the West Mountains. There was a slope on the way to the old residence and it had just snowed, which made it harder to walk. Madame Zhao could barely take care of herself, much less a child as well. Haitzi saw that his aunt was struggling with walking, picked up Dudu and placed him on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Aunt, I'll go ahead with Dudu. You take your time behind us and don't fall." Little Dudu, who was sitting on Haitzi's shoulders, giggled. Madame Zhao saw this and was frightened. "You be careful, don't slip." Haitzi ran as if he was flying up the slope and then jogged the rest of the way to the Yu family's old residence. Normally, he was busy working at the wharf, leaving early and returning late. He seldom had the chance to go to second uncle's house. He would take advantage of the break he got for New Year's to come more often. He wouldn't be like his mother or father. One of them only silently listened to his wife, while the other one only wanted to take advantage of others and was refused at the door. As relatives, they should have better relationships. Brother Six had said that second uncle's family will definitely flourish in the future. He didn't want to go up and benefit from their association, but who could guarantee nothing would happen in the future? Having one more rich relative was never a bad thing. Before long, he had taken his little cousin up to the old residence. Before stepping through the door, little Dudu happily shouted, "Older brother Shishtu, Dudu has come to play with you. Older sister Xiaoxiao, can you take me on the sleigh today?" The two families, who were just about to eat breakfast, put down their chopsticks upon hearing the sound. Madame Lu came out of the house and was a bit surprised to see Haitzi, but soon recovered with a warm smile. Haitzi came. Come in and get warm. Little Dudu, where your mother? She didn't come. Little Dudu came down from Haitzi's shoulders and said, Happy New Year to second aunt. My mother is slow and is behind us. Older brother Shish too, I'm here. Haitzi said, Happy New Year's to Madame Lu and followed Little Dudu silently into the room. He was hit with the unique fragrance of the dumplings. He swallowed his saliva quietly and with a smile said, Second aunt, you guys haven't eaten yet. I'll come back later. Yu Hai came out of the inner rooms and saw the tan and strong Haitzi. He patted him on the shoulders and said, Why are you being an outsider with second uncle? Didn't eat yet, come in and have a bowl of dumplings. Your second aunt and oldest aunt made a lot. As he said this, he pulled Haitzi into the house and pushed him down at the table on the Kong bed. Madame Lu thought that Madame Zhao must have not eaten, so she went into the kitchen and brought in a basket of frozen dumplings. She revived the fire to cook the dumplings. As for the extra bowl of dumplings, she let her husband, who followed her in, to take it to Haitzi. Little Dudu was carried to the edge of the Kong bed and put down to sit with the children. Little Shishtu picked a dumpling from his bowl and blew on it before putting it in the little guy's mouth. Little Dudu's mouth was bulging and he was chewing hard. His pair of black eyes were bright. Brother Shishtu. It's a pork dumpling, and there's so much meat. It's so delicious. Xiao Sao took out a small bowl and gave the dumplings in her bowl to the little one. She smiled, Eat more if it's delicious. If it's not enough, we can make more. Haitzi, who had been working for nearly a year, had become a lot more mature, so he no longer ate like a bandit like he did when he was a child. He smiled innocently, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Second uncle's family really is rich and the disaster year didn't seem to have any impact on them. They have cabbage and pork dumplings, and pork made up the majority of it with only some cabbage added in. The dumplings with leeks and eggs are so fresh, and there are a lot of eggs in it. It seems that there are sandworms added in too. The fragrance is so tempting. When Haitzi felt that his saliva couldn't be held back anymore, Yu Hai came in carrying a bowl full of dumplings and said, Haitzi, this is a bowl of cabbage and pork-filled dumplings. Eat this first. If it's not enough, your second aunt is in the kitchen cooking another pot. Thank you, second uncle. This is enough for me to eat. With Haitzi's current appetite, a bowl of dumplings would only allow him to be half full. However, he doesn't dare to openly eat and let second uncle think he came over to get money. Old Yu ate the dumplings stuffed with pickles and pork and said to Haitzi, You aren't an outsider, you don't have to be so polite. Eat. Haitzi restrained himself at first but became more relaxed later. He ate the fragrant and delicious dumplings with big bites and his eyes began to burn. How long had it been since he had such delicious dumplings? In the past, when the conditions were good, the dumplings he had at home were all cabbage and pork-filled dumplings with more cabbage than pork and each person only had so many. In order for him to eat more, he had stolen Xiaoxi's and little Shishtu's dumplings. On the second day of the New Year's, when he went to his maternal grandfather's house, he could sometimes eat dumplings, but the taste of those was far inferior to the ones of second uncles. Have some soup, don't choke. Old Yu saw that Haitzi was eating so fiercely, he felt bad. He estimated that this year had been rough on them there, so it was good enough that they weren't going hungry. Although he divorced Madame Zhang, humans were emotional beings. He watched Haitzi grow up. Although they weren't blood-related, anyone would have emotions toward a dog once they've raised it long enough. Madame Lu and Madame Zhao came in with 2 plates of dumplings each. Yu Kaifeng and Lu Hu had already eaten so they gave up their seats. Madame Zhao ate some cabbage and pork-filled dumplings and tried 2 chive and egg stuffed dumplings. She praised her second sister-in-law's cooking repeatedly. Madame Lu smiled and said, I dare not take the credit, several of the stuffed dumplings were created by Xiao Sao. Especially the chive and egg-filled dumplings, she added some sandworms to make them more delicious. Yu Kaifeng also praised, these pickled vegetable and pork-filled dumplings are more authentic than what we ate in the northeast. Our family's head had 2 full bowls. Sister-in-law, you eat first, we'll go digest our food. Quote. At the table on the Kong bed, everyone was eating happily. Under the Kong bed, there were 2 small beings who were unwilling, I don't want to gnaw on bones. I also want to eat dumplings. Little Dudu liked Little Black and Little White the most. Upon hearing their pitiful whine, he stretched out his head and gave them 2 of his dumplings. Madame Zhao saw this and scolded her son, Dudu, how can you give the dumplings to the dogs? How wasteful. In her opinion, people couldn't even get enough to eat, what was the point in raising dogs? What's more, giving dogs meat dumplings to eat was just outrageous. Seeing that Madame Zhao's body was shaking with anger, Madame Lu hurriedly advised, it's just 2 dumplings, don't scare the kids. Dudu, hurry and eat, don't let the dumplings get cold, or you'll get a tummy ache. Yu Xiaosao was full. Seeing that the 2 little ones were staring at the table after eating 1 dumpling, she bent down and patted their heads and said, your breakfasts are in the west room and Big Gray is in there too. Go, I'll take you over there. Little Black and Little White, upon hearing the words, finally moved their eyes away from the table on the Kong bed. They followed behind Xiaosao with their butts up in the air. Their small steps became brisk as they knew that their little master wouldn't treat them badly. Yu Xiaosao brought a bowl of dumplings from the kitchen. When she walked into the west room, she saw that Big Gray was eating a piece of cooked pork. Ever since trying the taste of cooked meat, Big Gray wasn't willing to eat raw meat, especially the dead boar meat, which had been frozen for many days and was hard. Thus, Yu Xiaosao cooked a pot of meat for it and the 2 little ones every day, putting in a small amount of salt and seasonings. The big one and 2 small ones all happily ate it. 1 bowl of meat dumplings was split in half into Little Black and Little White's food bowl. Little Black couldn't wait to eat it and burned his tongue, making a whine of sadness. Little White was gloating at the side as if he was saying, "Fool, who dares to eat dumplings just out of the pot without getting scalded?" Little White was smarter. He first took a dumpling out of the food bowl and put it on the ground to cool for a while. Then he carefully tried it. When he decided that it wasn't too hot, he ate it with relish. Big Gray smelled the fragrance of the dumplings and suddenly felt that the delicious pork lost its delicious taste. He paced to the edge of Little Black's food bowl, squeezing the little guy out of the way and took one out to slowly try. The taste wasn't bad. Then he opened his mouth and took half the basin. Little Black looked at this with tears in his eyes. He dared not be angry, but his eyes were full of complaints. "Is there a father like you? Taking his kid's food, why aren't you taking it from Little White and just bullying me?" Woo woo woo. Yu Xiaosao, who had just turned around and went out, heard Little Black's sad cries and thought something had happened. So she returned to take a look. She saw Little Black watching pitifully and Big Gray lying on the edge of his food bowl, eating all the dumplings in 2 or 3 bites. After finishing, he took the piece of meat from his bowl and put it in Little Black's food bowl. He used his paws to pat his son's head, telling him to eat. Little Black stared at the meat in the food bowl with tears in his eyes and endless resentment in his heart. "I don't want to eat meat, I want to eat dumplings." Woo woo woo. Little master, be the judge. A father picking on his son, are there any heavenly principles? With a head full of imaginary black lines, Yu Xiaosao gave Big Gray a warning glare, and then gave the little guy a few more dumplings. Little Black licked his little master's hands with gratitude. "Little master, you're the best. Little Black loves you the most." After that, he gobbled up his dumplings for fear that his father would steal them away again. Big Gray wanted to do the same thing and rob Little White's dumplings. However, Little White wasn't as easy to deal with as Little Black. Not only was he unable to snatch the dumplings, but he also ended up being bitten on the face by Little White, leaving a row of teeth marks. Big Gray looked threateningly at his unfilial son. "If master wasn't next to us, I would have smacked you silly. You dared to fight with your father. Just wait." Little White unhurriedly finished his dumplings, and didn't even spare his father a glance. "If you dared to bully me, master won't let you drink the tasty water." Humph. Seeing that Xiaosao had gone out the door of the west room, Little White strode out proudly behind her and ignored Big Gray, who was scratching the floor with his claws. When Big Gray turned his head to look at Little Black's bowl, the little guy immediately stuffed the last 2 dumplings into his mouth and then rushed out of the room at the fastest speed. Big Gray was full of complaints within his heart. "Master, why don't I get anything good to eat, and yet I'm always being ordered to work?" In the main room, Madame Zhao, her son, and Haitzi had already finished eating the dumplings. Old Yu teased the cute little Dudu and asked him to do the New Year's greetings. "Dudu, if you wish grandfather a happy new year, then you can get a red envelope." Under the guidance of his older brothers and sisters, Dudu kneeled down with slight difficulty, lowered his head onto the Kong bed several times, and said some auspicious words. "May grandfather have a happy new year, and live a long and healthy life." In the past, before they had divided the family, the younger generations also kowtowed to the old Yu couple as New Year greetings. After Yu Hai's family separated from the family, the children just had to bow with their hands clasped in front of themselves. It didn't matter how they did the New Year greetings, as long as they were able to express their sincerely. After little Dudu received the red envelope from his paternal grandfather, he was encouraged by his older siblings to open it. Little Shishtu said with a grin, "Dudu, why don't you count to see how many copper coins you received as lucky money?" Little Dudu had learned how to count, so it wasn't hard for him. 1, 2, 3, 10 coins. There's a total of 10 copper coins. Madame Zhao took the red envelope from her son's hands and prepared to give it back to the old man. "Father, it's too much. The child would be happy with just 1 copper coin." In her opinion, her father-in-law relied on her second brother-in-law's family for all the basic necessities of his life. There were so many children, so if he gave 10 copper coins to each, that would be at least 80 to 90 copper coins. Didn't it all come from her second brother-in-law? Today, she didn't bring the kids over for New Year greetings with the intention of getting lucky money. She wasn't as greedy as her sister-in-law, Madame Li, who would destroy all the affection between relatives for the sake of a little money. Old Yu looked at her, took the red envelope, and then put it back into the hands of his aggrieved grandson. He said, "Take it. Everyone gets one. Don't worry, I have money. Your second brother-in-law gives me some pocket money every month, but I usually don't have anything to spend it on." After saying that, he also gave Haitzi a red envelope. Little Dudu's face lit up with happiness. His small hands were full after receiving red envelopes from his second uncle, second aunt, and oldest uncle. Madame Zhao felt slightly embarrassed, so she decided to go back after briefly chatting with them. Old Yu thought about it, and then said to Madame Lu, second son's wife, "Are there any more dumplings in the kitchen? Let third son's wife take a bowl of dumplings back for her husband." He got divorced, but third son was still a descendant of his Yu family. Madame Lu didn't say anything and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of dumplings. She placed it in a small bamboo basket, covered it with a cotton cloth, and then handed it to Madame Zhao. Seeing this, Haitzi wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. After sending off Madame Zhao and the kids, the Yu family soon welcomed another group of people who came to give New Year greetings. Zhou Shanhu, who had a good relationship with Yu Xiaosao, was in the front, while her older brother, Zhou Xiaohua, followed behind her. There were also the Qian families Qian Wen, Qian Wu, and Qian Yefeng. The three families lived close by and frequently interacted with each other, so the children had a good relationship. Qian Wen, who would turn 14 after the New Year, had already grown up to be a graceful and beautiful young man. He was also preparing for the county-level exams in February. He usually worked very hard, and before the school suspended classes, he rarely came back for breaks and stayed at the academy to study. The academy had suspended classes due to the disaster year, so he stayed at home and studied hard. As a result, it had been a long time since Xiaoxiao had seen this youth. Yu Xiaoxiao took out snacks to entertain her friends. Zhou Shanhu widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, stir-fried pumpkin seeds, stir-fried peanuts, maltose candy, sesame candy, peanut candy, Xiaoxiao, you have such a rich variety of snacks at home. And this, it's the seeds of the sunflower that you guys planted in your backyard, right? With a smile, Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, yes. I sautéed it with salt and pepper. Have a taste and see if it's good. Zhou Shanhu didn't act courteous and grabbed a handful of the seeds. She followed Xiaoxiao, placed a sunflower seed in her mouth, and bit on the shell. Then she clumsily took out the unshelled seed and savored it in her mouth. She nodded and said, it's quite tasty. The things brought back from the Western Hemisphere taste quite good. You guys should quickly try it. The children excitedly ate the candies, melon seeds, and peanuts as they happily chatted. Before long, the family welcomed another group of visitors for the new year. Among the group was Uncle Xuanju's daughters, Lu Huifeng and Lu Yingzi, and second son, Titaner. That Zheng Xiaokui, who always wanted to get closer to the young royal prince, also came. While eating the Yu family's rich variety of snacks, Zheng Xiaokui felt envious and jealous within her heart. How could the Yu family live such a good life if they hadn't gotten acquainted with the royal prince? If I can become the royal prince's concubine, my family will definitely live a better life than the Yu family. One should know one's own limitations. With a tan and scrawny appearance and decent facial features, she might be praised as good-looking in Dongshan village. However, any random young girl on the streets in town could be better looking than her, let alone the capital. Royal Prince Yong wasn't a womanizer, so there was no way that he would be interested in her. No matter what intentions these children had, since they had come to give New Year greetings, those with the ability would give the children some dried fruits and snacks. After Madame Lu gave the kids some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and various sweets, the children contentedly went to give greetings to the next family. The children of the Yu family were also pulled along by their good friends to pay New Year greetings to other families. Not all families were like the Yu family, who prepared a lot of delicious food. In the past years, there were all kinds of nuts and dates on the mountains. In autumn, all the households would gather some for their children to snack on. However, this year, the mountain had been gnawed bare by the locusts. Thus, there were fewer families that could entertain the young guests this year. Families that were more well off, like the village head's family, Qian families, and Zhou families, would prepare maltose candy or some sort of nuts. Many people barely had enough to eat, so where would they get snacks to give the kids who came to pay New Year greetings? However, the simple rural children, whether they could get snacks or not, were very happy to pay New Year greetings to other families. These cute little fellows added some festive atmosphere to the dreary New Year. After eating the sweet and delicious glutinous dumplings and enjoying the colorful lantern show, the Spring Festival was coming to an end. In order to prepare for the district examination in February, Rongshuan Academy resumed classes after the Lantern Festival too. But, eating became a big problem. It was easy to buy grain, but it was difficult to find green vegetables. The cooks in the cafeteria were racking their brains for the sake of the children's meals. At the beginning, there were only salted vegetables and dried vegetables, which were extremely expensive. Fortunately, the sons of wealthy merchants in the south transported some radishes, cabbages, and meat from the south, and thus, alleviated the problem of eating vegetables. Little Shishtu also registered for district examination in February. In order to ensure that her younger brother could eat well before the exam, Yu Xiaoxiao moved to the house in town. She also brought a portion of the vegetables, which they had stored in boxes at home, to town. During the transportation, she covered them with a thick quilt to prevent them from freezing. The Yu family house in town was located close to Rongshuan Academy, which made it convenient for her to cook for Little Shishtu. Little Shishtu applied to be a commuting student so that he could eat all 3 meals at home. The food at the school was too simple, and the cooking skills of the chef was also average. How could it be better than the meals made by second sister? Every morning, Yu Xiaoxiao would cook fragrant corn porridge for her younger brother, along with a boiled or fried egg and egg pancake. At times, she would make pan-fried chives cake, or steamed meat buns. For lunch, the siblings would eat a meal that consisted of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and soup. The staple food would be rice or steamed buns. For dinner, it was either dumplings or different types of noodle dishes. Every meal was different for the whole week. Every day, Little Shishtu would go to the academy with a bulging tummy and show off to his classmates. One day, Little Shishtu returned with an expression as if he had done something wrong. Yu Xiaoxiao was about to ask if he had gotten in a fight with someone at school, but she looked up to see 2 little tails behind her younger brother, Little Shishtu's roommates, Lu Jinye and Little Fatty, Sun Runs. Their other roommate, who was younger, wasn't participating in this year's district examination, so he didn't return to the academy to study. Little Fatty, Sun Runs, warmly said, "Second sister, let's eat our meals together. My father gives me 10 taels monthly for my meals. I'll give them all to you. If it's not enough, I'll send a letter to ask my father for more." Lu Jinye had already turned 13 years old after the new year. He explained with slight embarrassment, "The food at the cafeteria isn't very good. If we can't fill our stomachs, then we can't focus on studying. We know that Miss Xiaoxiao has excellent cooking skills, so we want to come and eat together." Whether it was 1 sheep or a flock of sheep, they needed to be herded. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't refuse them and only said, "It's a disaster year in the beginning of spring, so the ingredients are relatively simple. If you guys don't mind, then let's eat together. However, you guys need to return to the academy after dinner." Of course, Lu Jinye and Sun Runs hastily nodded. Little Fatty was even more elated as he asked, "Second sister, what delicious food are you making for tonight? I'm not picky as long as it can fill my stomach." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart and thought, "Not picky? If you're not picky, then why aren't you eating at school and coming here for meals?" Tonight, we're eating pork and bean sprouts braised with vermicelli. Since you guys came, I'll add sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to pamper them. She would cook with the ingredients they had at home, and they would eat whatever she made. Little fatty, Sun Runs, widened his eyes and asked in surprise, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Is it the sour and spicy shredded potatoes that cost 5 taels at Junshou restaurant? The newly imported vegetable from the Western Hemisphere. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao nodding lightly, little fatty danced excitedly, second sister is the best. We're so lucky to be able to eat delicious food. I have long wanted to try Junshou restaurant's new dish, but I couldn't get a table. Little Shishtu couldn't bear to look at him and reminded, who's your second sister? Sun Runs, don't forget that you're 2 months older than my sister. Sun Runs' thick face had been well trained. He grinned and said, we have such a close friendship, so isn't your second sister also my second sister? I'm just following you all. Alright, this isn't important. Go, let's go study in your room. We need to work hard so that we don't let down our second sister who's working so hard to cook for us. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was cutting potatoes in the kitchen, saw the 3 half-grown children dressed in scholarly gowns going into her younger brother's room with their arms around each other. Shortly afterwards, she could hear the sound of them reading aloud. She lightly shook her head and smiled. The potatoes in her hands were cut into thin shreds, and then soaked in clear water. She added a piece of firewood into the stove and poured some oil into the cauldron. After she stir-fried the onion, ginger, minced garlic, and chili pepper to get the flavor, she put in the shredded potatoes that were soaked in water and continued to stir-fry them. She added matured vinegar to enhance the fragrance, and then also added some salt. At the end, before plating the dish, she poured an MSG made from the Zhou family's seasoning factory. The sautéed shredded potatoes glistened under the light. With a delicious sour and spicy taste, it whetted one's appetite and made one want to eat more rice. Little fatty could finish half a plate by himself. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even eat one mouthful and it was completely devoured by the 3 little fellows. For another dish, she used the marbled meat of wild boar and homegrown bean sprouts, which were braised with vermicelli and made into a home-cooked dish. The wild boar meat was stewed until it was soft and mushy, and melted in one's mouth. The vermicelli had absorbed the fats from the streaky meat, so it was very flavorful when eaten. The bean sprouts also added a refreshing taste to it. This, pork and bean sprouts braised with vermicelli, received unanimous praise from all 3 kids. Lu Jinye really liked the spinach and egg soup. Although his family was quite well off, he seldom saw leafy greens for the entire winter. It really aroused one's appetite when seeing the green and yellow colors of the spinach and egg soup. These were usually very simple dishes, but they were rare delicacies during a disaster year. Lu Jinye and Little Fatty ate until their bellies were bloated and they couldn't even bend down. After eating, Little Shishtu very naturally cleaned up and went to wash the dishes. Upon seeing this, the 2 little guys also followed him into the kitchen and helped wash the dishes. Yu Fan's second sister had worked hard to cook the meal, so they had to help out with the chores. Otherwise, how would they have the face to come over to eat in the future? When washing the dishes, Lu Jinye quietly said to the simple-minded little fatty, if we want to eat these dishes that Yu Fan's second sister made for this meal outside, it will cost at least 10 taels. The potato and spinach were especially rare ingredients. The snow hasn't melted yet, so I don't even know where Yu Fan's family got the leafy greens. Vegetables are so expensive right now, so us giving 10 taels a month seems too little. Little fatty nonchalantly said, if 10 taels isn't enough, then let's pay 20 taels. Just say that we need more nutrition before the exam. I'm sure our families won't be against that. I know your family well. There's no way that your family can't afford 20 taels, right? Lu Jinye nodded and decided to ask his family to send him more money tomorrow. Even with 20 taels, Yu Fan's family would be the ones suffering losses if they ate like this for every meal. The next day, Lu Jinye and Sun Runs had someone send a letter back to their respective homes. They told their families that in order to not affect next month's exam and to be able to get better food, they were going to eat at their classmates' house. They asked their families to send some more money over. When their families read the letters, they felt slightly alarmed in their hearts. What kind of meals was it that even 10 taels a month wasn't enough? Their sons were too young and naive, so could it be that they were being deceived? During the first month, the silk and satin shop had average business. Thus, Lu Jinye's father decisively packed his bags, brought along some of his son's favorite snacks, and went to Tanggu town. Sun Runs' father also asked the prefectural magistrate for a few days off to check on the people who his son was eating meals with. The two had already met since their sons were classmates. When they met on the road, they decided to travel together. Setting out early in the morning, they rushed over and finally reached Tanggu town in the evening. When they arrived at the entrance of Rongshuan Academy, the students had just gotten out of class. The two fathers waited at the entrance for a while and soon saw their sons coming out with a young student, who looked fair and beautiful. Xiao's, Sun Runs' father called out first. Hearing this, little fatty looked up and saw his father. Then he ran over happily. Lu Jinye also saw his father. He usually acted in a very stable manner, but he also hastened his pace and asked, Father, why did you personally come? Isn't it busy in the shop? Lu Jingui looked at his son and saw that his son had a ruddy and healthy complexion. He also seemed to have gained some weight, so his heart finally relaxed. When you first sent a letter back saying that you're eating salted vegetables every day at school, your mother was already very worried. Several days ago, we received news about you eating meals with other people, so your mother told me to come see if you're eating well. Now that I have seen you today, I can finally feel relieved. Uncle Lu, we're eating very well every day. If we don't have enough time in the morning, then Yu Fan will bring the food over for us. For lunch, there is meat and vegetables. We have a very sumptuous meal in the evening. Yu Fan's second sister has excellent cooking skills, and the dishes are different every day. Little fatty, Sun Runs, cuddled with his father for a moment. When he heard Lu Jinggui's words, he hastily explained. Sun Runs' father, Sun Jiaqi, and Lu Jingui looked at each other, and clearly saw disbelief within each other's eyes. If his son said this in the past, he would definitely believe him. However, with the current situation, it was already considered very good if they would eat vegetables, let alone eating different vegetables every day. Sun Runs also apparently saw the disbelief within his father's eyes. He said indignantly, "Father, you don't believe your son's words. If you don't believe me, then come to Yu Fan's house with us and you will know if I'm telling the truth or not." Sun Jiaqi patted his son's head. He didn't know who his son got his hot temper from. He looked at Yu Fan, who stood there with a slight smile, and then asked with a smile, "Xiaos, is this the Yu Fan who you told me about?" Yu Fan stepped forward and politely bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. "This fellow is Yu Fan. It's nice to meet Uncle Sun and Uncle Lu. Don't stand on ceremony, my family's Jinye has troubled you." Lu Jingui had an affable smile on his face and said a few polite words. Yu Fan politely said, "I dare not say that. Brother Jinye and Brother Runs usually helps me a lot. We're close like brothers, so uncles don't need to be so courteous. It's getting late, uncles haven't eaten dinner yet, right? May this fellow have the honor to invite the two of you for a casual meal." "No need, you're being too courteous." Sun Jiaqi was about to decline the offer, but he was interrupted by his son. "Father, didn't you not believe what I said? Won't you know the truth if you come with us? Second sister said she will cook poached chicken for us tonight. Father, do you know what poached chicken is? Have you tried it before? Is it tasty?" Poached chicken originated in the Qing dynasty, and was a typical southern dish. It would be strange if Sun Jiaqi had eaten it before. But, chicken was quite expensive recently. At the beginning of the disaster year, in order to be frugal with food, the people who raised chickens had slaughtered all their chickens. When winter arrived, there were barely anyone selling chicken in the market. Occasionally, there would be one or two places that sold chicken, but it would be extremely expensive. He took another look at the fair-looking and well-behaved Yu Fan, and felt very astonished in his heart. Didn't his son say that Yu Fan came from a farmer's family? Perhaps it was raised by his own family. But that wasn't right. From his understanding, all the villagers around the prefectural city barely had enough food to eat. Where would they have the grain to feed chickens? Lu Jingui also had the same doubts. With a half-believing mindset, he followed his son to the Yu family's house, which was 500 meters away from the academy. "Second sister, we're back." As soon as Yu Fan entered the house, he habitually called his second sister. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice sounded from the kitchen. "You guys came back 10 minutes late today. Put your school bags down and wash your hands. We will be able to eat soon." Yu Fan put his school bag back in his room and scooped a basin of water in the kitchen. He hesitated for a moment, and then reminded her, "Second sister, you should prepare 2 more dishes because Sun Runs and Brother Jinya's fathers came." While the chicken was being cooked on low heat, Yu Xiaoxiao washed her hands and followed her younger brother out. She exchanged greetings with the two fathers. Sun Jiaqi waited for a while and didn't see any adults come out, so he asked, "Are you siblings the only ones at home?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "They are both young and old in the family, so my parents couldn't leave the house. I was afraid that my younger brother wouldn't be able to eat well at the academy, so I volunteered to come cook for him. Please sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon. Shish too, prepare some tea for the uncles." With 2 more adults, the food that she prepared wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, they had readily available ingredients at home. She got some lettuce from the west room, 2 potatoes from the cellar, and cut some pork. She prepared to make stir-fried lettuce with oyster sauce and sliced potatoes pot. In addition, there was also the poached chicken and stir-fried chives with eggs. It should be enough for everyone to eat. When these dishes were brought out, Lu Jingui and Sun Jiaqi were stunned. Who exactly was this Yu family? They were actually capable of getting fresh chives and lettuce in this season. And what was this dish? They were also experienced and knowledgeable people, yet they actually couldn't recognize the ingredient that was sautéed with pork in this dish. Sun Runs proudly showed off to his father, "Father, you never tried this dish before, right? The ingredient inside is called potato. Last year, Royal Prince Yong brought seed back from the Western Hemisphere. Even the aristocrats in the capital might not be able to eat it." Potato. As the assistant of the prefectural magistrate, Sun Jiaqi naturally knew about potatoes. However, he had heard that Royal Prince Yong had successfully grown several thousand caddies of potatoes. The imperial court attached great importance to this matter and prepared to use them all as seeds. The emperor had asked the imperial chefs to try cooking with them and use them to entertain the meritorious officials. The Yu family were merely farmers in Tanggu town, so how were they able to get potatoes? Could they be lying? As if she could read their minds, Yu Xiaoxiao said with an indifferent expression on her face, "Uncle Sun lives in the prefectural city, so you must know that the corn and potatoes that Royal Prince Yong brought back to the capital were transported from Tanggu town, right?" "You mean?" Sun Jiaqi's eyes widened abruptly, and he looked at her with surprise. "That's right, thanks to Royal Prince Yong, we were able to get the seeds for corn and potatoes. We lived up to the expectations of Royal Prince Yong and successfully grew the corn and potatoes after many setbacks. Royal Prince Yong is benevolent and let us keep some of the potatoes as a reward." Yu Xiaoxiao spoke in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Sun Jiaqi and Lu Jinggui's gaze when looking at Yu Xiaoxiao and her younger brother had changed. Since they were acquainted with Royal Prince Yong, who was favored by the emperor, it was no wonder that they, who were born from a peasant family, could act in such a generous manner. If Yu Xiaoxiao knew about what the two were thinking, she would definitely smile bitterly. "You two are thinking too much. All the ingredients of the table belong to my family. The potatoes, chives, and lettuces were all grown by her family. They stored the wild boar meat and chicken last year. When the Zhou family was getting rid of the last batch of chickens at the end of autumn, the Yu family bought a lot of them. After slaughtering them, they stored them in the cellar. If they ate sparingly, it was enough to last them until the spring. Under Yu Xiaoxiao and her younger brother's warm attitude, Lu Jingui and Sun Jiaqi picked up their chopsticks and first tried the sliced potatoes pot. The main ingredients of this dish were potatoes and a decent portion of streaky pork. The slightly fried potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with the fragrant and delicious streaky pork, it was really a new taste to the two fathers. Little Fatty gnawed on a chicken wing and recommended to his father, "Father, try the poached chicken made by second sister. It has an authentic flavor and tastes amazing." Sun Jiaqi knew that his son had a picky mouth, and he was extremely picky with food. If he said that it was good, then it definitely tasted good. He looked at the so-called poached chicken. With pure white meat and slightly greasy skin, it emitted the faint fragrance of scallion oil. The plating was also very detailed with the chicken meat placed in a beautiful shape and scallions arranged like flowers around the border. Among the three elements of color, smell, and taste, color had already been achieved. As he picked up a piece of poached chicken, his son reminded him, "Dip it in the sauce, it will taste even better." He did as his son said and dipped it into the sauce on the side. After that, he placed the piece of chicken in his mouth and carefully tasted it. The chicken skin had a refreshing mouthfeel, while the flesh was smooth. With a light and delicious flavor, it retained the original taste of chicken meat yet also had a distinctive flavor. Everything was just right. Even the chef of Junshou restaurant might not have such culinary skills. The chives were fresh and tender, while the eggs were fragrant and soft. The lettuce had a crisp mouthfeel and the potatoes were very flavorful. The poached chicken was meaty, tender and delicious. The four dishes seemed like they were cooked by an experienced chef. The two pairs of father and son ate until their mouths were covered with grease, unable to stop. Lu Jingui quietly asked his son, "Do you guys eat like this for every meal?" Lu Jingye replied in a low voice, "When you guys aren't here, we generally have one meat dish and one vegetable dish, which is enough for us." Xiaoxiao said we shouldn't be partial with food and should eat a well-balanced diet. She has excellent cooking skills, so she cooks different things for us to eat every day. Even Sun Runs, who doesn't like to eat vegetables, eats half a bowl of vegetables for every meal. While the father and son were whispering to each other, Sun Runs, who had a bloated tummy, thought of something and said, "Second sister, what about the grasshopper sauce? It's so yummy, quickly take it out for my father to try." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. He made it seem as if she was a miser who was unwilling to let them eat it. She said sulkily, "Who serves grasshopper sauce to guests? Moreover, even if I take it out now, is there still room in your stomach for it? You can just eat it with corn pancakes tomorrow morning." Sun Runs burped and said embarrassingly, "Then let's eat it tomorrow morning. I'm already full up to my throat. So full. You fan, remember to help me put more grasshopper sauce on the pancake tomorrow. Sun Jiaqi couldn't help but cover his face. He seriously didn't want to admit that this shameless glutton was his son. However, based on the interactions between his son and the Yu siblings, it seemed like the kids usually had a pretty good relationship. They seemed even more harmonious than a family. The fathers were especially surprised at the scene of the kids fighting to wash the dishes after the meal. At home, their sons had never done the dishes before and hadn't even been in the kitchen. What, gentlemen shall stay away from the kitchen? It seemed like there was just nothing attracting them to the kitchen. For the sake of being able to eat delicious food every day, they were seriously working hard. After the meal, the two fathers inquired about their sons' meals for the past few days. They noticed that the nutrition was well balanced for every meal. Furthermore, like what their son said, every meal was different, and there weren't any duplicates within a week. Based on the current market price and split among 4 people, a month's worth of ingredients for the meals would cost far more than the 20 taels that their son stated. It was getting late. When two fathers bid their farewells, they both took out 4 silver ingots that were worth 10 taels each. Sun Jiaqi said to Yu Xiaoxiao, who wanted to decline the money, "Little girl, don't refuse so quickly. If it was in the past, we wouldn't even give you 10 taels. But, with this year's situation, people wouldn't be able to buy your vegetables even if they had money. Right now, people are willing to fight for a batch of fresh green vegetables even if it costs 10 taels. Therefore, according to your meal today, we were the ones who gained a good bargain by giving you 50 taels a month." Lu Jingui chimed in, "Brother Sun is right. Miss Yu works so hard to cook 3 meals a day for these 2 kids. If we make you guys suffer losses, how can we continue to bother you in the future? If you don't accept it, then Yair won't come to bother you anymore." Sun Jiaqi also nodded in agreement. Little Fatty had a terrified look on his face. "No. Second sister, save me. I'm used to your cooking now, so if you tell me to go back to eat the pig's feet at the cafeteria, I will die. Sun Jiaqi patted his son and scolded, "It's the first month of the year. Why are you talking about death?" Sun Run stuck his tongue out at his father, and then immediately pretended to be pitiful in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. "Second sister, take pity on me and just take it, my father doesn't lack the money anyways. Only a fool wouldn't take the money that was forced into one's hands." Yu Xiaoxiao also felt the nutritional meals that she made every day were certainly worth the 50 taels. At Junshou restaurant, 50 taels wasn't even enough for a meal. Under Sun Run's imploring and Lu Jinya's earnest gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao, reluctantly, accepted the 80 taels of silver. In addition to the 10 taels that they each gave her at the beginning, it was a total of 100 taels for the monthly food expense. She didn't dare think about it in the past, but now, she reckoned it was considered acceptable. An alluring aroma always drifted out from the Yu residence, so not only were their neighbors constantly asking about what they were eating, but recently there were also a lot of strangers appearing nearby. With their inquiring appearance, it seemed like they had bad intentions. With the 2 siblings being the only ones in the Yu residence, they were like kids frolicking in the market with golden bricks in their hands, and thus caused certain people to have malicious thoughts. After being warned by the little divine stone, Yu Xiaoxiao sent a letter to ask her father to bring Big Gray along the next time he delivered ingredients to them. Most of the people with bad intentions were frightened when they saw the majestic Big Gray wandering around the entrance several times. There were also certain scheming fellows who immediately reported to the yamen that a vicious beast had entered Tanggu town. They wanted to use the power of the local authorities to get rid of the Grey Wolf raised by the Yu family. After receiving the report, the bailiffs hastily rushed over and instantly realized that it was just the pet that Royal Prince Yang entrusted the Yu family to raise. It was just a false alarm. After that, the head bailiff informed the neighbors of the Yu family that Big Gray was a pet wolf that had been raised by people since it was a pup. If people didn't provoke it, then it wouldn't bite people. In recent days, the Yu family were being harassed, so they specially brought Big Gray over from Dongshan village to guard their house. After this, most of the people with ulterior motives had withdrawn their intentions. However, there were also some people who didn't give up and felt that a pet wolf wasn't very threatening. In the middle of the night, they climbed over the walls and entered the Yu residence. The Yu family's neighbors were awakened by a scream in the middle of the night. When they got dressed and came out to check on the situation, they saw a figure rushing out of the Yu residence while holding his butt and fleeing in a desperate manner. Behind him was Big Gray, who was guarding the house. Anyone could tell that that person had gone for wool and came back shorn. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the two siblings were the only ones in the house and go in to get some benefits, but he ended up being bitten by the wolf raised by Royal Prince Yang. Most importantly, he got bitten in vain. Who would dare ask the royal prince to pay the medical fees and compensation? It would be strange if that person didn't get arrested as a thief and get punished. With Big Gray around, the siblings could finally sleep peacefully. The days passed by, and it was getting closer to the district examination in late February. Little Shishtu and the other two kids studied even more diligently day after day. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was there to prepare different meals for the three children every day. Otherwise, the three little guys would be getting thinner every day like their classmates, who were studying in the academy. Because they got proper nutrition from their meals, the three children had a ruddy complexion and were full of spirit. That fellow son Runs had even gained weight. At the academy, the teachers always used him as an example to encourage the other examinees to also prepare for the exam with full enthusiasm. As the date of the district examination approached, the studying atmosphere in the academy became more and more tense. For the sake of their own future, to bring glory to the academy, and to bring honor to their families, all the examinees, who were preparing for the district examination, did their utmost to study. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, instilled the idea of having a proper balance between work and rest. When studying, one had to alternate between tension and relaxation. Like a rubber band, if one was too tense, one could easily break. Thus, during breaks, Yu Xiaoxiao would bring the three kids to experience life in Dongshan village. At times, they would go catch birds in the mountains. Before the winter, there were a lot of locusts on the mountains. So, even when there was a sharp decrease in the number of other animals, there were still many birds in the winter. Using the method of setting snares to catch birds from the textbooks in her previous life, she brought the kids to experience the sense of achievement of catching birds. The millets that were used as bait were mixed with mystic stone water, so they had a good harvest every time. They collected all the birds and brought them back to town as food. Sometimes she would bring them to collect seafood at the beach. The seafood that they collected at the beach was also taken back to town and made into delicious seafood dishes for them to eat. Sometimes she would also take them to the docks to see dock workers doing hard labor and help Yu Xiaolian with her business. This helped increase their real-life working experience and experience the hardships of the common people. Thanks to Yu Xiaoxiao, they were able to spend their breaks in a pleasant and meaningful way. With broadened horizons, they were able to write more in-depth essays and the teachers frequently praised them. Not only did going out to play not delay their studies, but it also effectively improved the quality of their writings. The three little fellows were full of anticipation for their breaks. The district examination, which was scheduled for late February, was the first stage of the county-level exams. Normally, the date of the exam and series of cumbersome registration procedures would be announced a month before the district examination. Fortunately, Rongshuan Academy always did group registrations, and thus saved a lot of trouble for the examinees. Tanggu town's testing location was next to the yamen, which was located in the north and faced the south. It was a decent size. According to the teacher's introduction, in the south side of the examination hall, there was a door on the east and west side, and it was surrounded by wooden fences. The examinees had to line up in 2 rows and could only enter after a full-body search. After entering the wooden fences, there was a large courtyard in the main entrance. After entering the main entrance, there was a big courtyard. This was the place where the examinees had to wait for their names to be called. On the north side of the courtyard, there were 3 large halls, in which the examiners sat and called the names of the examinees. There were also numerous rows of simply constructed seats, which was the place for examinees to take their exams. Unfortunately, in ancient times, there was no such thing as checking out the testing location in advance. Otherwise, Yu Xiaoxiao would have really wanted to take a look at the examination hall. Today was the first round of the district examination. The examinees had already arrived at the testing location before dawn and gotten a full-body search by the inspectors. Every examinee had an exam basket, which contained the necessities of the examination such as stationery, food, examination identification, and more. The exam basket needed to be thoroughly inspected to prevent prohibited items from being carried in. Rongshuan Academy's exam baskets were fully prepared by the academy. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't like the simple food prepared by the school, which were only rice balls, steamed buns, and salted vegetables. So, she changed the food in his basket into the specially baked peanut and sesame biscuits and jerky. She also included a copper brazier that could warm his hands when it was cold. The specially made heat preservation water bag contained boiling hot mystic stone water, and it was tightly wrapped with a small quilt. Each exam took an entire day and it was still rather cold in late February. Yu Xiaoxiao hoped that her younger brother could drink some warm water at noon. She had heard that many examinees, who had relatively weak physiques and usually had good grades, were unable to perform well for the exams. The main reasons were the weather and the food. Furthermore, there were people who couldn't endure the 5 days of exams due to illness and failed in the examination. Little Shishtu waved his hands at his parents and second sister, who sent him to the testing location and then calmly stood in line. Before entering the examination hall, the inspector looked at clothing, which reflected the characteristics of the academy, and was slightly surprised when he inspected his exam basket. After repeatedly checking the small quilt, water bag, and brazier, the inspector led him into the examination hall. At this time, there were already many students quietly waiting in the courtyard. Although the sky hadn't lit up yet, there were many paper lanterns in the yard, which made it very easy to see. Little Shishtu followed the other students, walked in an orderly manner, and then entered when his name was called. The examinees stood in the yard and faced the examiners as they waited for roll call to enter the central hall to pick up their exam papers. They also had to go through a vowing process. In order to prevent cheating, every examinee, who participated in the district examination, must have a scholar who lived on government grants as a guarantor. After Little Shishtu got his exam paper, he sat down on his assigned seat. After all the examinees received their exam papers, there would be bailiffs walking around to show the exam questions. One of the bailiffs recognized Little Shishtu and specially stopped in front of him for 2 more seconds. After seeing the exam questions and carefully analyzing it, Little Shishtu thought about the questions as he grinded the ink. When the ink was ready, he began to seriously answer the questions. In the early morning of February, the temperature was very low. The limbs of the students, who stood in the cold wind for more than 2 hours, had become a little stiff. Little Shishtu took out the water bag from the small quilt and drank 2 mouthfuls of the warm mystic stone water. He felt warmth returning to his body again. He warmed his hands with the brazier, and then began to write with passion. With the heat provided by the mystic stone water, he didn't feel cold at all. His writing on the paper was the same as usual without any sense of stiffness. Today was the first round of the exams. The exam was on writing 2 essays on the 4 books, 1 and a poem with 6 5-characters rhyming verses. There was a standardized format for the title, poem, and writing methods, and the maximum word count couldn't exceed 700 characters. Generally, for the first round, one could pass as long as the writing flowed smoothly. Only those who passed the first round could participate in the second round of the exam. For Little Shishtu, there was no need to worry about the first round. At noon, he stopped writing and, as if he was having a picnic, he leisurely ate the delicious biscuits and took a few bites of the pork jerky. After he drank a few mouthfuls of water, he finished all of his writings in one go. He carefully checked it again, slightly revised it, and then transcribed it onto the exam paper. When he finished, he looked around and noticed that most of the examinees were huffing into their own hands while swiftly writing. It was a cloudy day today, so the temperature was lower than that of previous days. Some of the examinees were so cold that their faces had turned white and their lips were purple. Some of them sneezed and sniffled, and appeared to be in a bad condition. Little Shishtu felt somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he feel cold? Could it be the effect of the protective stone that his second sister gave him? The little divine stone, who was tied around Little Shishtu's neck, rolled its eyes endlessly. Master actually lent me to others so casually. Isn't that being too disrespectful to me, this divine stone? It thought back to how Yu Xiaoxiao kept reminding it to take care of her younger brother before they came here. She also said that it was considered a merit, which would help it cultivate its power. Thus, it reluctantly agreed. Yu Xiaoxiao told Little Shishtu that this protective gem was blessed by a great master and could bless him to smoothly pass the examination. When the exam ended in the evening, most of the examinees were cringing their necks and shivering as they came out. However, Little Shishtu, who had tasty snacks to eat and the protection of the little divine stone, was even more spirited than before he went in. As soon as he came out of the examination hall, he saw his second sister, who came to pick him up. Little Shishtu rushed over, like a cannonball, with his exam basket. Second sister, what tasty food are we eating tonight? I want to eat Junsho Restaurant's roasted duck. Can we go buy one back? Sun Runs and Lu Jinye also came out and joined the siblings. Hearing that they could eat Junsho Restaurant's roasted duck tonight, the two really looked forward to it yet didn't have any hope. Junsho Restaurant's 1 duck 3 dishes was very famous in both Tenggu town and in the capital. It was currently the time when ducks were out of season, so Junsho Restaurant only sold 20 roasted ducks a day. The price of one had increased to 50 taels, yet there was still an excessive demand for it. It was apparent that they didn't believe that Yu Xiaoxiao was capable of getting the roasted duck. Yu Xiaoxiao took the 3 kids back home first and had each drink a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea to warm up their bodies. The Kong bed was so warm that Sun Runs and Lu Jinye quickly fell asleep as soon as they took off their boots and snuggled into the warm quilts. Yu Xiaoxiao entered Junsho Restaurant's back kitchen from the back entrance. When she found out that today's roasted ducks had been sold out, she rolled up her sleeves and personally roasted 2 of them. One was for Little Shishtu to bring back to the headmaster of the academy to satisfy his cravings, and the other was for them to eat 1 duck 3 meals in the evening. The sauce was brought back from Junsho Restaurant, while the pancakes were made by Yu Xiaoxiao herself. As he ate the fragrant duck meat wrapped in pancakes and drank the delicious duck bone soup, Sun Runs immediately felt alive again. If I can eat such delicious roasted duck every day, I would be willing to take exams every day. Lu Jinye scolded him, aren't you afraid of becoming muddled from taking exams every day? A roasted duck cost 50 taels, yet it's still hard to get. The money you paid was only enough for 1 duck. Are you planning on going hungry in the future? Generally, the district examination had 4 to 5 rounds with an interval of 2 to 3 days between each test. The entire district examination lasted for more than half a month. Fortunately, for more than half a month, the three little fellows were able to eat well and had healthy bodies. They were completely fine even after suffering in the cold wind for a whole day. Before the next exam, Yu Xiaoxiao made delicious food for the three kids for every meal, for fear that they couldn't make it through the 5 rounds of exams. For each of the following rounds, the seating was arranged according to the results of the previous round. Little Shishtu's performance for the first round was relatively stable and he wasn't affected by the cold wind and the atmosphere in the examination hall, so he naturally received good results. In the second round, his seat was close to the examiners. An instructor of the Confucianism department saw the fair and cute appearance of the 8-year-old little Shishtu and said with a smile, "Official Zhao, Tanggu Town is full of talents. Even such a young child has come to take the district examination." County Magistrate Zhao recognized Yu Fan, so he smiled and said, looking at his clothes, "He seems to be a student of Rongshuan Academy. Since the teachers of the academy had registered for him, then they must have confidence in him. Based on his seating, it seems like he did very well yesterday." The official registrar of Tanggu Town smiled and said, "The examinee looks to be only 7 or 8 years old. He should be the youngest among the examinees, right? To have such achievements at such a young age, Rongshuan Academy certainly deserves their reputation." Little Shishtu didn't know that he had caught the attention of the examiners. Like the first day, he wrote down his student number and name first and carefully looked over the questions. Today, they needed to write one essay on the 4 books and an essay on filial piety. In addition, they had to write down a section from Sacred Edict and Board Instructions too from memory. With a minimum of at least 100 characters, they should not make any mistakes and modifications. Writing from memory was little Shishtu's strongest ability. The little guy was originally smart, and after drinking mystic stone water for over 2 years, his memory had become even better. It was almost to the point of never forgetting after one look. This was one of the main reasons as to why Headmaster Yuan agreed to let him participate in the county-level examination. The writings for the 4 books and Sacred Edict and Board Instructions were very easy for little Shishtu. He just spent more time on the theory of filial piety. After that, he just had to check his answers, transcribe the writings, and wait for the end of the exam. When the examiners saw that he had finished a long time ago, their impression of him slightly deepened. For the next 3 rounds, one round consisted of writing an essay on the 5 classics, 3, an essay on rhymed prose, a poem with 8 5-characters verses, and writing from memory the first 2 lines of Sacred Edict and Board Instructions. The last 2 rounds were focused on classical text, rhythmical prose, the 4 forms of poetry 4 and so on. Although the 4 forms of poetry and rhythmical prose were slightly difficult for little Shishtu, he still finished answering them seriously. As for the quality of the content, different people would have different opinions. During the exam, little Shishtu also noticed that his younger uncle had also gotten into the 5th round. His younger uncle was under high pressure, and although he ate food that was specially prepared by Madame Zhang, he was unable to eat well normally, so his health had seriously deteriorated. Therefore, the 5 rounds of exams were the same as a torture for him. At the end of the last round, he fainted as soon as he went out of the examination hall. Yu Dashan and Madame Zhang, who came to pick him up, helped him sit down at a small eatery nearby. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, he gradually recovered his senses. Yu Xiaoxiao also saw the scene, but with Madame Zhang's blood-sucking, leech-like personality, she would definitely cling on to them if she helped out, so she didn't go over. Sun Runza's and Lu Jinya's families had also come to the last round, so Yu Xiaoxiao just took her younger brother home. Now, they just had to wait for the results to be published. In mid-March, the list of qualified candidates for the prefectural examination was announced. The names of the 3 kids were all listed in the front. Yu Xiaoxiao looked through the list and saw that her younger uncle's, Yu Bo, name was also listed on there. Brother Qian Wen, you also came to check the results. My second sister squeezed inside, so just ask her to help you check it. Hearing little Shishtu's voice from behind, Xiaoxiao looked over the list again and saw Qian Wen's results. His name wasn't too far behind her younger brother's name. She worked hard to get out of the crowd and found her younger brother. With a smile, she patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well done, you're within the top 20. As long as you work hard, our family will have a little county scholar official soon." With a gentle smile, Qian Wen said, "Congratulations, little Shishtu." Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "Qian Wen, I saw your name, too. So, congratulations to you, too. When you guys go to the prefectural city for the examination, please help us take care of our little Shishtu." As if he had already expected this result, Qian Wen didn't show an overjoyed expression. He nodded and said, "With the relationship between our families, I would do so even if you didn't ask me." After chatting with Qian Wen for a while, Yu Xiaoxiao brought her younger brother back to Dongshan village. There was less than a month before the prefectural examination. After the results for the exam was announced, Rongshuan Academy only gave the students 2 days off. It was already mid-March, and she needed to go home to cultivate the early maturing vegetables. It would be too late if she delayed it any longer. She planned on using these next 2 days to sow all the vegetables fields, and then let her father and the rest of the family handle tending the fields afterwards. When they got back to Dongshan village, they saw a lot of horses parked in front of their house. Upon entering, they confirmed that it was indeed Royal Prince Yang. Zhu Junyang drank the fragrant tea, which was top-quality bilawachan that he brought over himself. Even if it was the same tea leaves, tea made from the Yu family's water would taste more fragrant than other places. It was the same for the Yu family's food. Even the rice had a much better mouthfeel. Could it be that the water in the Yu family's well was different than that of other places? His elegance when tasting tea with his eyes lowered, his graceful disposition, and his indifferent and beautiful face, this simple courtyard seemed to have also become more vivid. Yu Xiaoxiao was amazed once again. Hearing the movement, Zhu Junyang lifted his eyes and looked over. Seeing the glow within Xiao Xiao's eyes, his heart suddenly felt more relaxed and comfortable. With a faint smile, he softly asked, "How is little Shishtu's results for the exam? Is he on the list for qualified examinees?" Little Shishtu interjected, "I passed. I'm qualified to participate in the prefectural examination." A bright smile appeared on the faces of Yu Hai and Madame Lu, who were originally worried. Yu Kaifeng and her husband also quickly congratulated them. Yu Hai humbly replied, "This is just the first stage. We don't know how the next 2 stages will turn out. Don't be so happy yet. Little Shishtu, you can't be too proud. You need to continue to work hard." Little Shishtu nodded hard. Madame Lu couldn't help but smile, and said, "You guys must be hungry. Mother will cook something yummy for you guys." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to go help, but Madame Lu said to her, "Yun'er can help me. You should go work on the vegetable seeds. Since you weren't home, we just plowed and fertilized the fields. Now we just need to plant the seeds." Yu Hai also said, "We should also pre-soak the watermelon seeds. I originally wanted to do it myself, but your mother was afraid that I would mess it up and delay the harvest. These past few days, we have been continuously receiving orders from the prefectural city, hoping that we can grow more watermelons." Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Then let's plant watermelons in our over 10 mu of farmland in the village. We can grow the corn in the plantation located on the outskirts of Tanggu town. By the way, father, not a single grain was reaped in the plantation last autumn. The tenant farmers must be having a hard time, right?" Yu Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it hasn't been easy. It's not only our plantation, but it was also the same for others. It was just slightly better at our Dongshan village. The only thing that I could do was to waive their rents. The majority of the common people had no extra grain at home. They all relied on their autumn harvest to get through the cold winter and the period before the new crops were ready. Although the imperial court had distributed food for disaster relief and there was average priced grain for sale in town, there were still many people who couldn't afford grain. As a result, there was an increase in people selling their houses, land, and children at the beginning of spring. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "After younger brother takes the prefectural examination, let's also plant the corn. The plantation has over 100 mu of land, so we'll need a lot of people to plow, fertilize, sow, and manage the fields. The tenant farmers definitely don't have enough food to last them until the corn is ready to be reaped. Why don't we hire the tenant farms as long-term workers? Those who work more will be paid more, and those who do a good job will get a bonus. What do you think?" "That's a good idea. Let's work out the rules first. In a couple of days, I'll go to the plantation with your oldest paternal uncle and ask for their opinion." Yu Hai felt that this was a very good idea. Zhu Junyang interjected, "This prince has also bought some land around Tanggu, so I need to hire some people to manage them. I'll entrust this matter to you, too." Yu Xiaoxiao curiously asked, "Young royal prince, why do you suddenly want to buy farmland in Tanggu town? Are you also planting corn?" "It's the emperor's orders. Last year, the locusts destroyed all the corn in the plantation at the capital. However, the output estimated by the Minister of Revenue was far less than that of your families. The Emperor and Ministry of Revenue wants to experiment in both the capital and Tanggu town to see which land is more suitable to grow corn." Zhu Junyang took the imperial order and planned a long-term stay in Tanggu town. The experimental fields in the capital were handed over to the group of old fellows in the Ministry of Revenue to take care of. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted her eyebrows and thought, without this maiden's mystic stone water, no matter how hard they work, the experimental fields in the capital still won't be as good as the fields in Tanggu town. Was this considered helping the young royal prince again? But she still honestly replied, "Corn is very easy to grow since it has good adaptability to different types of soil. Last year, we planted them in sandy soil, and there was still quite a high yield." Zhu Junyang nodded. He slightly looked around and said, "The emperor said that your family is experienced in growing corn, so we'll need your family's help with the experimental fields in both locations. Of course, we won't let you guys work for nothing. If this task is done well, then you will definitely be rewarded." "What kind of reward?" "Gold, silver, and precious gems. Silk and satin, fertile farmland and beautiful houses." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were shining brightly, and with her fist holding up her chin, she appeared like a kitten that caught a little fish. She looked quite cute. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but ruffle her hair with his hands. He answered, "You can get all of them. Even if they're not within the emperor's rewards, this prince will compensate you. Can you rest assured now?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook off his hands, glared at him, and said, "Men and women should not casually touch each other. I'm already 11 years old, so I'm not a child anymore. Please pay attention to your actions." Yu Hai's eyebrows were almost twisted together, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. If the other party wasn't Royal Prince Yang, he would have already snapped his hands in two. What was up with this Royal Prince Yang? He wouldn't be interested in his family's cower, right? No way, he must keep an eye on her. His daughter was only 11 years old, so he couldn't let her be taken away by this big wolf. So what if he was the royal prince? Even the royal prince shouldn't casually touch other people's daughters. Zhu Junyang didn't know that her father had started to guard against him. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao from top to bottom, and said, 11 years old. I can't tell. You need to eat more in the future, so that you can grow taller and not end up becoming a little shorty. Yu Xiaoxiao was very distressed about her short stature. She had been consuming mystic stone water for more than 2 years, and Dr. Sun said that she had already recovered from the illness that she carried since she was a fetus. She had been eating very well for more than a year, but despite eating so much, she still couldn't gain much weight. Moreover, she hadn't grown much taller either. Xiaolian was almost half a head taller than her. Could it be due to the lack of natural endowment? Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao looking dejected like a defeated kitten, Zhu Junyang felt bad and said, don't worry too much. Some people grow up earlier, while others grow later. The youngest grandson of the mayor of the capital was only a little taller than you when he was 15, but after not seeing him for over a year, he was almost the same height as me. You're only 11 years old, so you still have 6 to 7 years to grow. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him and thought, who's the one to stab other people in the heart first? You want to give me a red date after slapping me? This maiden will remember this. From now on, I'm going to make dishes that you don't like to eat. She turned around angrily and went into the storage room to get the mystic stone water used to breed vegetables. She called it breeding, but it was actually a very simple process. She just needed to soak the seeds in the mystic stone water, and the seeds would be ready to be planted in a couple of days. The reserved watermelon seeds needed to be soaked until a small bud sprouted, which would increase their likelihood of survival when planted. Thus, they needed to be soaked for a few more days. That was just right, since they could plant the watermelons when they were done planting the vegetable seeds. This year's vegetables had been delayed for nearly half a month. In order to not delay the farming season, Madame Lu asked for the help of her close friends, paying them 30 copper coins per day. There was a total of 4 to 5 mu of vegetable fields, so with 7 to 8 people, they could finish the work in a day. After sowing the vegetable seeds, it was about time for Yu Xiaoxiao to go back to town to be a cook for her younger brother. In order to not affect the growth of the vegetables, Yu Xiaoxiao decided to just throw the multicolored stone into the well in the backyard and ask the little divine stone to release its spiritual power into the water. After that, she solemnly instructed her father that he must use their family's well water to irrigate the land and watermelons with the reason that she discovered that there was something special about the water in their family's well. After being reminded by his daughter, Yu Hai also noticed that rice tasted better when cooked with their family's well water. It remained to be seen whether it was good for the vegetables and watermelon seedlings. There was one thing that was very good about Yu Hai, which was the fact that he firmly believed and followed his daughter's words. Of course, he also performed a small experiment. He selected a small portion of vegetable field to irrigate with the pond water behind the house instead of the well water. He soon noticed the difference. The vegetable field watered with well water did indeed grow faster and better than the portion that was irrigated with pond water. How did his daughter notice this? Did the immortal tell her in her dream? Or did the immortal cast magic in the well water? Yu Hai buried this question deep within his heart and never told anyone. As for the matter of the well water in their backyard being different from that of other places, he held a small meeting with the family and told them not to mention this matter to others, lest it attract unnecessary trouble. With her father and oldest uncle at home, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any worries and concentrated on being a chef in town. After the result of the exam was published, the fathers of Sun Runs and Lu Jinye came over again. They each gave her 50 taels as food expense and asked her to please take care of their children. With the same mindset of, whether it was 1 sheep or 3 sheep, she still needed to herd them, she didn't decline their requests. In the courtyard of the residence in town, she freed up a small area of land to plant various kinds of vegetables. With the little divine stone, the vegetables that they wanted to eat were made to mature faster, and it was alright since the other 2 little fellows knew nothing about farming and only thought that the vegetables planted by Yu Xiaoxiao grew quite fast. Zhu Junyang stopped going to Dongshan village once he found out that Yu Xiaoxiao was acting as a cook for her little brother, who was preparing to sit for the prefectural examination. He bought a house near their residence in town and brought head steward Lu along to visit them every day so that he could join in on the meals. Every day, Yu Xiaoxiao struggled to come up with new ideas for their meals. Spring was about the time when the ingredients were lacking. The Yu family still had vegetables, but meat was a different matter altogether. The pork, chicken and duck meat that they had stored from last year were nearly finished, but the 3 children loved meat, so if she made them go vegetarian, they probably would not stand it after a few days. When the children went off to the academy, Yu Xiaoxiao began to loiter around in the market, looking to see if there were meat or eggs to buy, but she was only met with disappointment. The people were all afraid to waste food during the year of disasters, so everyone had quickly taken care of their livestock and poultry. Wild game was also out of the question as wildlife on the mountain had also decreased massively in number. While she was loitering around town, she met third young Master Zhou, who was rushing back from the prefectural city. The elegant youngster who wore bright clothes and paraded through the streets on his horse saw her looking perturbed, and asked, Xiaoxiao, are you troubled? Our families are so close, what's stopping you from sharing your problems? Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that Junshou restaurant never seemed to be lacking in ingredients, so third young Master Zhou must have his ways. As such, she told him her problem. I might not be able to help you on other issues, but this problem isn't even a problem to me. My Zhou family has our own ship and we head south twice every month to stock up, so we're never lacking in meat and eggs. You can just get them from the back kitchen whenever you want to, or rather, I'll just let Qian Xiaoduo deliver meat and eggs to you twice every week. That's a deal. Third young Master Zhou knew Yu Xiaoxiao was too polite, so if he let her take from the restaurant herself, she'd definitely be ill at ease. Since he had already come this far, he might as well have someone deliver it to her. Embarrassed, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, thank you so much. However, I must compensate you for the ingredients, otherwise. Why must you regard me as an outsider? I'll deduct the cost of the ingredients from your share of the profit, will that do? Displeased, third young Master Zhou said as he glared at her. Sometimes, Yu Xiaoxiao was just too polite as if she did not take him for family. If he did not take her money, she would definitely not accept the ingredients. He would claim to have deducted the cost from her share of the profit, but she would not actually know if he did it or not anyway. At the end of every year, Yu Xiaoxiao would pop up to get her deserved profit from her share of the dividends from her roasted poultry recipes and the factories they shared. She never counted the banknotes she was given and instead left immediately. She never took a look at the accounts, too, seemingly not even afraid of being cheated. Of course, he would never mistreat his own people. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly, changing the topic. I heard you've been busy with the Junshou restaurant in the prefectural city. How is it going? When will it be open for business? It's set at the start of next month. Oh, right, how are your family's vegetables? If we could create a vegetable feast as a gimmick when the Juncho restaurant in the prefectural city opens for business, it'd definitely be a huge success. Thinking of this, third young Master Zhou's eyes lit up, staring unwaveringly at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered over it, then smiled. When the Juncho restaurant in the prefectural city opens for business, I should be able to harvest a little, although it won't be a lot, or of much variety, it'll consist mostly of green leafy vegetables. Zhu Junyang stared at Yu Xiaoxiao who stood not far away, smiling happily, and by her side, third young Master Zhou who had a look of joy and focused his gaze solely on her. The harmonious sight made him boil with rage. A violent urge to tear everything apart surged in him. Head steward Lu who stood behind him could feel his master's emotions start to spin out of control, and he tensed up immediately. He followed his master's cold and violent gaze and saw Yu Xiaoxiao. She was like a life-savior to him as he hurriedly called out, "Miss Yu, how coincidental." Yu Xiaoxiao who was busy discussing the prices of the dishes with third young Master Zhou turned towards the voice. Her heart trembled when she saw a cold-faced royal Prince Yang who exuded an unapproachable aura. She remembered that Princess Consort Jing had once hinted about royal Prince Yang to be seemingly possessed by a demon when he was in a temper, a person without sense or reason. She cursed silently in her heart, which idiot angered this bad-tempered cheetah? Nonsense aside, let's quickly calm him down. Young royal prince, how have you had free time to come out for a stroll today? Although Yu Xiaoxiao was reluctant, she still slowly inched towards him with a slightly tense smile. The closer she got with royal Prince Yang, the colder it seemed to get. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that her hairs were about to stand at attention. Royal Prince Yang stared coldly at her with his bloodshot eyes, not speaking a word. Innocently, Yu Xiaoxiao blinked. What's the matter? Who offended you? I'll help you to beat him up so you can feel better. Don't let out your anger on innocent bystanders, okay? Royal Prince Yang squeezed out a word and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Head steward Lu secretly prepared himself while he cried on the inside, the master teaches the disciple but dies of hunger. Ever since master turned 15 years old, I've never been able to best him. In a moment, when master's temper flares up, I need to do my best to restrain him even if it takes all of my strength. Hopefully Miss Yu will be able to successfully douse the fire. Me, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she pointed to herself, confused. What did I do? You mean, I offended you? When? How did I not know? Zhu Junyang still stared frostily at her, making Yu Xiaoxiao feel as though she had been targeted by a starving leopard. She was in imminent danger and unable to escape. Inwardly, she laughed bitterly, making the decision to act cute after a bit of thought. Yu Xiaoxiao's big eyes brightened, then she hit the back of her left hand twice with her right hand, saying, "You don't have eyes," and offended the young royal prince. You deserve to be hit. Alright, I've already beat up the person who offended you, is it okay now? Yu Xiaoxiao blinkingly watched royal Prince Yang as the mischievous dimples at the edge of her lips flickered. Head steward Lu wiped his face. Miss Yu, do you think you are coaxing a 3-year-old child? Who are you trying to fool? Zhu Junyang's gaze traveled slowly from Yu Xiaoxiao's try-hard cute face to her left hand that was hit. The fair and tender skin on the back of her hand now had a spot of red, and it was such an eyesore to look at. He could not help but furrow his eyebrows as the red in his eyes slowly faded, although his gaze stayed on the little hand that had turned red from a few hits. What, is the punishment unsatisfactory? I'll hit a few more times until your anger dissipates. Yu Xiaoxiao was slightly relieved when she felt the oppressive aura around her start to lift. She raised her right hand and aimed towards her left hand. She actually did not hit hard, her skin was just too fair and tender, so even a light touch would cause it to redden, although it would also fade quickly. A large hand caught her right hand and prevented it from hitting her left hand. Following the big hand, she raised her gaze to see Royal Prince Yang's creased brows, seemingly displeased. Finally, he showed expression, albeit one of displeasure, but it was enough to feel as though they had gone from the South Pole to the warm town in spring. Since when was it your role to teach a lesson to the people that offended me? The irritated beast in Zhu Junyang's heart seemed to have settled into hibernation after he saw the red patch on the small hand. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and wanted to hit someone, but at the same time he was also afraid of not being able to control his strength and seriously injuring someone. He felt so ambivalent and irritated. Head steward Lu finally put his heart back into his stomach. As long as his master spoke normally, it meant that he had his senses back. He was filled with gratitude towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Miss Yu was indeed a professional at dousing fires, she successfully extinguished a fire again. Yu Xiaoxiao's face crumpled in fear. Then, you'll do it yourself. But please be gentle, I'm scared of pain. If my hand is swollen, I won't be able to cook delicious meals for you. Zhu Junyang glanced at the ignorant third young Master Zhou who had moved over and his irritation flared. He dropped Yu Xiaoxiao's hand, unpleasantly saying, when did I say I wanted to hit you? There are many forms of punishment, I'll have to think about how to punish you. Yu Xiaoxiao's courage increased when she noticed that the danger was eradicated. Before you punish this commoner girl, can I be informed of the offense I have committed so that I can die with a clear conscience? Zhu Junyang huffed coldly. Even until now, you still don't know your offense, that's one more fault. Third young Master Zhou could finally speak up. Royal Prince Yang, Xiaoxiao is still young and there will definitely be areas where she will not be so thorough, please have mercy. HMPH. Someone is pleading for you, another fault. Zhu Junyang was even more infuriated. I'm the one talking here, so what business is it of yours? Go back to wherever you came from. Third young Master Zhou still wanted to say something but he was stopped by Head Steward Lu. Head Steward Lu could faintly feel that his master's temper this time had something to do with Miss Yu and this fellow. He would not be able to guess the outcome if he allowed third young Master Zhou to continue interfering. Head Steward Lu hurriedly changed the topic while smiling broadly. Miss Yu, you're going somewhere. Yu Xiaoxiao felt absolutely no pressure when she spoke to Head Steward Lu. She smilingly replied, the ingredients left at home aren't enough. Third young Master Joe said that he could give me some from Juncho restaurant. I was just about to head over to the restaurant to get some ingredients. Why didn't you tell me if there aren't enough ingredients? What kind of ingredients can't I get for you, until you have to beg for them from a restaurant? Zhu Junyang got even more displeased and grumbled cholerically. Yu Xiaoxiao maintained her smile. Young royal prince, poultry, meat and eggs are a bit hard to buy in Tanggu town, and it would take too long if I sourced from other places. Juncho restaurant will restock their ingredients every month, so it's just as though they're helping me to buy ingredients at the same time. It's also because my family has been in a partnership with Juncho restaurant for many years, otherwise I wouldn't trouble third young Master Zhou. Zhu Junyang was even more upset that he had not been thorough in his consideration. Why had he not thought of sending over more ingredients? He turned to head steward Lu and ordered, go, have Wu Deshan quickly send some people to the prefectural city to purchase some ingredients, especially all kinds of meat and eggs. If they can't be bought in the prefectural city, go to the capital city. Yu Xiaoxiao's lips twitched, mumbling, even if you go by now, it would still take a long time. Are we just going to eat vegetarian dishes for lunch and dinner like a rabbit? This prince will treat you to Juncho restaurant for lunch and dinner. After eating so many meals at Yu Xiaoxiao's, it seemed he still had not treated her to a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao fluttered her big eyes and complained, we probably wouldn't be able to get a table if we went now. Zhu Junyang lifted his chin and glared at third young Master Zhou. You, what do you think? Zhou Zixu wiped sweat off his forehead, laughing along, it's Juncho restaurant's utmost honor to have Royal Prince Yang dine in our restaurant. This commoner will treat lunch, so please honor us with your presence, Royal Prince Yang. The Zhou family were imperial merchants, but if the Juncho restaurant was to be successful in the capital city, they would still need to get themselves a strong backing. Royal Prince Yang was currently one of the most influential people in the capital city, and also the emperor's most trusted officials. It would be great if they could get his support, and even if they couldn't, he must also leave a good impression on him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Junyang did not appreciate the gesture. Instead, he proudly said, does this prince need to repeat myself? Lunch and dinner will be my treat. Am I unable to even afford 2 tables at a restaurant? Royal Prince Yang was indeed a member of the imperial family, he was as moody as the rumors said. Third young Master Zhou really could not grasp his temper, so he turned his pleading gaze towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao, who got his signal, spoke to Zhu Junyang, at this moment, Juncho restaurant wouldn't have any fresh vegetables. Why don't we go back to harvest some to bring over? Or you could head over to Juncho restaurant first and wait for us. Zhu Junyang spoke without thinking, how important are you to have this prince wait for you? Go back and harvest the vegetables. The 3 little fellows should be finishing their lessons, send someone to notify them to head directly to Juncho restaurant. Yu Xiaoxiao looked around him. The only servant he brought with him was head steward Lu, who had already been sent off, so it was only the 2 of them left, who was to go and notify the trio. Young royal prince, can you harvest vegetables, or can you do errands? Zhu Junyang glanced at the manservant beside third young Master Zhou. He did not even need to speak before third young Master Zhou offered, I'll send Simo. He has met the little brother of the Yu family and he knows the way to Rongshuan Academy. Royal Prince Yang, you should go back and rest for a little while, this commoner will make the arrangements at Juncho restaurant. Zhu Junyang arrogantly nodded. It seemed that only when he was around the Yu family, or, more specifically, Yu Xiaoxiao, would he show his friendly and approachable side. The 3 little fellows jumped for joy when they received the news, especially Sun Runs, who had always regarded it as an honor to be able to dine in Juncho restaurant. Just because one was rich, it did not guarantee them a table at Juncho restaurant, as their tables required a long waiting time. His family did not live in Tanggu town, so naturally, his father would not spend so much time or money just for a meal in the restaurant. Fortunately, they ate in a private room and not in the hall, or else Yu Xiaoxiao would definitely attract the attention of the rest of the customers by bringing her own vegetables. Even though head chef Wang had gone to the capital, the head of Juncho restaurant's kitchen was his direct disciple, and his culinary skills were even better than his master's. They were very satisfied with their meal. The only person who was unsatisfied was Zhu Junyang. His eyes shot daggers at third young Master Zhou. Why is this fellow so untactful? Must he unashamedly join them? Does he not know that he's annoying? Zhou Zixu expressed his innocence and bewilderment. Royal Prince Yang doesn't seem to like me, when did I offend him? In the room, Zhou Zixu asked about the 3 kids, who were going to sit for the prefectural examination, including the rest time in between. It'll take about half a month to complete all 3 stages of the prefectural examination. Have you all thought through where you will stay? Sun Runs was eating a roasted chicken drumstick and his mouth was covered in a layer of oil. He swallowed his food and replied, of course we'll stay in my house. My house is near the prefectural yamen, so it's very convenient. Lu Jinye, unwilling to be outdone, said, my family has a residence that's opposite the examination courtyard, staying at my place will be even more convenient. Yu Xiaoxiao had already decided beforehand that she would see her brother off to his examination in the prefectural city, but she was reluctant to stay in the homes of other people. However, it was more inconvenient if she stayed in an inn, as it would be too noisy, and she also would not be able to cook for her little brother. Third young Master Zhou could sense her hesitation, so he said, if you don't want to stay in their houses, I also have a residence in the prefectural city. However, it's further away from the examination courtyard, about half an hour's walking distance. He had not even finished his sentence before Royal Prince Yang glared at him. In his heart, Zhu Junyang mumbled, he definitely has evil intentions to contribute without reason. This guy always sticks close to Yu Xiaoxiao, he must have an ulterior motive. Xiaoxiao is as pure as a piece of white paper, so he must prevent her from being tainted by others. What's there to hesitate? You're not lacking in money, just buy a house near the examination courtyard. If you're reluctant to spend the money, I'll sponsor part of it. Zhu Junyang did not want Xiaoxiao to have any affiliation with third young Master Zhou. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it with her head lowered. It's not a bad idea to buy one if there's a suitable house. There will always be students who will sit for the prefectural examination every year, so if the house is near to the examination courtyard, she won't worry about being unable to rent it out. However, who would sell a house with such a good location? After she expressed her concerns, Zhu Junyang took on everything as he said, "Don't worry and just leave this matter to this prince. I guarantee that I'll find a suitable one for you before the prefectural examination." He wasn't saying this blindly. He knew that Jinwei Prefectural City's prefectural magistrate had a few residences and shophouses in the prefectural city. There was one shophouse near the examination courtyard. It was a shop in the front, while there was a small 3-section compound at the back. Xiaoxiao should be very satisfied with it. He was not at all worried that the owner would not sell the shophouse. The prefectural magistrate worked under his father, Imperial Prince Jing, when he was younger. It was only with this connection that he managed to become the prefectural magistrate. His term as the prefectural magistrate was almost up, and his promotion depended completely on Prince Jing's mood. Zhu Junyang also would not take advantage of the prefectural magistrate, he would pay whatever the cost of the shophouse. Although she was doubtful of Royal Prince Yang's words, Yu Xiaoxiao stayed silent. If she could not buy a suitable residence, she would just shamelessly live in third young Master Zhou's residence. He did not stay there often anyway. Zhu Junyang could tell that Xiaoxiao doubted him. In a fit of anger, he rushed to the prefectural city the following day and explained his purpose to Prefectural Magistrate Yan. Prefectural Magistrate Yan knew that his term was up in less than a year, and although the location of the shophouse near the prefectural examination courtyard was excellent, it was still not as important as his own future. Without hesitation, he immediately sold the shophouse to Royal Prince Yang at a very low price. Pleased with his actions, Zhu Junyang wrote a letter to his father once he got back to Tanggu town and put in a good word for Prefectural Magistrate Yan. A year later, Prefectural Magistrate Yan became the mayor of the capital city. Although he was still a 4th-rank official, could the officials in the capital city be compared to those outside? As mayor, he controlled the government of the capital and the areas around it. He was considered to be quite a high authority. Since Zhu Junyang took on the duty of providing the ingredients, and the location in the prefectural city was also set, Yu Xiaoxiao's only duty every day was to feel comfortable and ensure that the 3 little ones and the young prince were satisfied with their meals. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the prefectural examination was only 3 days away. It was about time that they left for the prefectural city. Originally, Yu Hai was worried about the brother and sister duo heading to the prefectural city by themselves. Even though Yu Xiaoxiao was capable, she was still just a child. But it was currently the busiest time in the fields. A portion of the vegetables that they planted was ready to be harvested. Moreover, the few dozen mu of melon fields also needed to be cared for. They could not afford any mishaps. During this time, he was so busy he could not help but wish there were 2 of him to do all the work. The prefectural examination was an important matter for his son and the entire family. No matter how busy he was, he must still make time to send his children to the prefectural city and see to it that they had settled in comfortably, only then would he be able to rest his worries. Although, before they set off, Royal Prince Yang told him that he was also heading towards the prefectural city and that he could accompany Yu Xiaoxiao and her brother. Yu Hai was quite reassured to know that Royal Prince Yang was following them, so he only reminded them of the important details before readily putting them in Royal Prince Yang's care. It was not because he was trusting, but that Royal Prince Yang still depended on his daughter to cultivate corn. How could he dare to let anything happen to her? The horse carriage that they took was also prepared by Royal Prince Yang. It was the kind of comfortable big carriage pulled by 3 horses that was extremely suitable for long-distance travel. It felt spacious even if Yu Xiaoxiao and her brother were to roll around in it. Before they set off, Qian Wen, who had agreed to travel with the siblings, was both stunned and disappointed when he saw the glamorous horse carriage. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not catch up to her footsteps. Was the distance between him and her ever increasing? Horse hooves clacked against the ground, and the carriage started to move. Inside the carriage, only little Shishtu blabbered non-stop. Just as they exited the village, they were stopped by someone. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain only to see the Madame Zhang who she hated the most. The coachman was obviously a person trained in martial arts as he pointed the whip in his hand at Madame Zhang and shouted, "Stop! I won't be courteous to you if you come any closer." Royal Prince Yang said with slight annoyance, "What's the matter? Just ignore irrelevant people, hurry up." Madame Zhang quickly pointed towards her youngest son, who stood behind her, saying, "This commoner greets your highness, Royal Prince Yang. I've heard that this carriage is headed towards the prefectural city. This is Yu Xiaoxiao and little Shishtu's younger uncle. He's also headed towards the prefectural city to sit for the examination. Can you please bring us along out of convenience?" Madame Zhang was going all out for her youngest son. She knew that Royal Prince Yang was not easy to talk to, but still shamelessly made a request. If they could not make it onto this carriage, they would still need to walk to town to catch a ride. The horse carriage from town to the prefectural city was not as comfortable as the royal prince's, not to mention it was bumpy and extremely slow. Even the Yu family's horse carriage was better, at least they used rubber tires. Royal Prince Yang was aware of how Madame Zhang treated Yu Hai's family, especially when she refused to give them money to pay for Xiao Xiao's treatment when she was sick. Every time he recalled this matter, he could not help but want to kill Madame Zhang with a slap. But there was no legitimate reason now. No matter what, she was still the biological mother of Xiao Xiao's younger uncle. Yu Bo would definitely not dare to do anything against him if he killed her, but what if he directed his hatred towards Xiao Xiao's family? Although he was confident that he could protect Xiao Xiao, he could not always be in Dongshan village. Thus, he could not take this risk. As he was inwardly grumbling and about ready to sternly refuse her, Zhu Junyang noticed Yu Xiaoxiao waving at him. Nudging his horse towards her, he bent down to listen to Xiaoxiao whisper 2 sentences to him. Then, he pointed at Yu Bo. He can get on the carriage, but you can't. Madame Zhang looked at the situation and silently cursed Yu Xiaoxiao for causing trouble. If that little brat wasn't here, how could the royal prince not allow her to get on the carriage? One had to admire Madame Zhang for her self-confidence. Madame Zhang was about to say something, but Zhu Junyang had long lost his patience. You have 2 choices. The first is that he takes the carriage alone. The second is that neither of you are allowed to sit in the carriage. Yu Bo noticed that the royal prince had already become angry and hurriedly spoke to his mother. Mother, I'm not a child anymore, so I don't need you to escort me. I'm already familiar with the prefectural city and I have an old schoolmate there. We've already come to an agreement that I'll lodge at his house. Don't worry, just wait at home for the good news. Madame Zhang hatefully glared at the carriage as if she could see through the exterior and looked straight at that brat, Xiaoxiao. Fury rose up in Zhu Junyang's heart, so he snapped the whip in his hands towards Madame Zhang with a loud and crisp snap. Madame Zhang retreated a few steps out of alarm and her legs softened beneath her. She sat on the ground stupidly and the cruel expression on her face immediately changed to frightened. Let's go, Zhu Junyang commanded the driver. This prince was helping your son out of the merciful kindness of my own heart because Yu Bo is Xiaoxiao's younger uncle, but this old woman still dares to glare at Xiaoxiao. Are you trying to court death here? Although Madame Zhang wasn't sure why Royal Prince Yang suddenly became angry, she knew that if the carriage left now, her son would need to spend an entire day to get to the prefectural city. Furthermore, he would have to spend money to do so. She didn't know where she got the courage and strength from, but she flung herself at the carriage and grabbed the wheel with her 2 hands. She shouted loudly, Royal Prince, it was this old woman who was greedy. We'll do as you say and only my son will go along. I've changed my mind. Neither of you 2 are allowed to sit on my carriage. Unless, Zhu Junyang looked at Madame Zhang with disdain as he waited for her to react. Unless what? When Madame Zhang saw that there was still leeway, she hurriedly asked. Unless you apologize to Xiaoxiao. Zhu Junyang remembered her previous poisonous glare and felt hate bubble up. Madame Zhang wanted to refuse and asked, why? We can set aside what you were thinking about earlier, but don't tell me you don't remember how you treated her whole family in the past. Do you truly believe you don't owe her an apology? Although Zhu Junyang really didn't want to talk to this old woman, he had a ball of resentment in his heart towards her. Madame Zhang opened her mouth to reply when her youngest son pulled on the corner of her jacket. Yu Bo was speechless in front of his mother, who had no idea of the gravity of the situation. Royal Prince Yang could just lift one finger and destroy their family. They should be doing all they could to follow his wishes, yet his mother kept wanting to press her luck. Was there any benefit to be had if they offended Royal Prince Yang? Only now did Madame Zhang recall that she was asking for a favor from the other person. People needed to learn when to bow and submit and when to stand tall. For the sake of her son, she was willing to back down. Xiaoxiao, in the past, it was grandmother's fault. However, our family was poor, so we didn't have a lot of food. We had many mouths to feed, so we couldn't just do things for the sake of you and let everyone else starve. After all of these years, now your family is doing very well, so please just let bygones be bygones. Was this an apology? From the words that she used and the odd intonation in her voice that sounded vaguely of jealousy, this was words of dissension disguised as an apology, right? Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't someone to take a loss for nothing. Old Lady Zhang, we don't have such a malicious grandmother in our family. Don't forget, my grandfather has already peacefully separated from you. In addition, don't try to pull the wool over everyone's eyes as if we're all stupid, okay? When I was ill, you were able to use the excuse that the family was poor so you couldn't take out any money for me to see the doctor. That was somewhat acceptable. However, when my father's leg was savaged by a bear, the 300 taels that Uncle Zhao gave us after selling the bear had all been given to you. We didn't hold back a single copper. But what did you do? You were so miserly that you couldn't bear to spend a single tael to let the doctor treat my father's leg. When we split from the family, you were even more cruel. We were thrown out of the house as if we were a bunch of beggars and were given next to nothing. If it wasn't for my grandfather insisting on it, I reckon that we wouldn't have even gotten the few taels that we did. That was 300 taels. At the time, we had the injured, the sick, the weak, and underage children with us. Anyone with a speck of morality within them wouldn't have hogged all of the 300 taels without giving us even a little bit. Weren't you trying to use your connection with us to gain an advantage? I'll broadcast it loud and clear to everyone around us, so they can discuss who was right and wrong. Popular opinion was turning as people's hearts generally knew what was fairness and justice. At this moment, there were quite a number of people surrounding the royal prince's luxurious carriage to send the Yu family's brother-sister pair off. All of them were giving Madame Zhang dirty looks. Yu Bo felt his face heat up in embarrassment as shame settled into his heart after hearing what his mother had done. Yu Xiaoxiao continued, the horrible things you've done to us can be somewhat explained as my father isn't your biological son. After all, people will always be selfish. However, a married couple is a different story. My grandfather had spent over 20 years with you and helped you raise your oldest son, who's not blood related to him. In his old age, for the sake of supporting your family, he went out to sea every day, in rain or shine, to fish without rest. But how did you end up treating him? You couldn't bear to spend some money to treat a minor illness and let it become a serious infection. Then you threw him into a cramped, damaged room to let him die. You didn't even give him any water to drink. If I didn't come by to visit in time, my grandfather wouldn't have died from his illness but would have perished of thirst or starved to death. If the heavens didn't pity us, my whole family along with my grandfather would have all been bankrupt and perished from your actions. But you just easily say that we should, let bygones be bygones, to forgive your sins. But isn't that covering everything you have done? Everything that Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned was giving Madame Zhang a giant slap on her face. Her dirty deeds had finally been let out into the open. Madame Zhang's face turned bright red as she saw her fellow villagers all pointing and whispering. If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would have jumped into it already. Yu Bo's face became painfully flushed. With such a mother pulling him down, what could he do? His head hung down as if it had 1,000 caddies hanging from it. His voice was as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito as he said, Xiaoxiao, let me apologize on the behalf of my mother. I've spent most of the years studying outside and didn't know my mother had done so many horrible things. I'm truly sorry. Even after hearing his apology, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have much of a good opinion of her younger uncle. Everything that Madame Zhang did was for the sake of money. Wasn't the old woman so stingy for the sake of one person? Obviously, Madame Zhang did everything for Yu Bo's studies and future. Now, Yu Bo pushed all of the blame onto his mother as if he was oh so innocent and pitiful as well. These two people were definitely truly mother and son. Their selfish personalities were exactly the same. However, in the end, Yu Bo was still her younger uncle, and he had never done anything to harm them directly. For the sake of her grandfather, she wouldn't make it too ugly. It's getting late. If younger uncle plans on taking the carriage with us to the prefectural city, then come up. The carriage is too small and seating 4 people is already pretty crowded. As for everyone else, we'll have to say no. Qian Wen was only 14 years old and could go by himself to the prefectural city for the examinations. Was Yu Bo like a 5 to 6-year-old child and still needed his mother to come along? Although Yu Bo wanted to resolutely refuse for the sake of his face, it would take him almost an extra day to transfer from the town to the prefectural city. Time was money and having extra time could be the difference between a good or bad result. Therefore, time was of utmost importance. He had no choice but to lower himself. Yu Bo took the luggage from Madame Zhang's hands and silently climbed up the carriage. After he got on, he didn't enter the inner area and instead sat next to the driver outside. Zhu Junyang gave him a look full of disgust. If you resolutely refused to sit on my carriage, then I would have seen you in a different light. However, you ride my carriage yet sit on the outside. Are you trying to throw a temper tantrum? Who cares about you? Yu Xiaoxiao was also thinking the same thing as she sat on the inside. It was better that he didn't come in. Less room to waste. The inside of the carriage was quite spacious and could actually hold a fold-down table in the middle. There were also nooks that could hold some extra snacks and other items. The 3 of them had just eaten breakfast, so they weren't interested in snacking at the moment. However, it would take them many hours to get to the prefectural city. If they just sat there the entire time, wouldn't it be too boring? Qian Wen took out a book and prepared to silently read aloud. However, little Shish Tu got his attention. Older brother Xiao Wen, the carriage will be swaying a lot, so it will injure your eyes to read here. Second sister, think of a fun game for us to pass the time. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a deck of cards that she had made herself and smiled. I've already made preparations. Come, let's play. 3 peasants against the landlord, 1. Oh, so, fight the landlord, can also be done with 3 people. Older brother Xiao Wen, fight the landlord, is a lot of fun and really easy to learn. I'll teach you. As Yu Xiaoxiao dealt the cards, little Shish Tu explained the rules of the game to Qian Wen. Since Qian Wen was a good student, he naturally wasn't stupid, so he figured out how to play the game very quickly. Within moments, the 3 of them played excitedly in the carriage. Peals of laughter and delighted shrieks could be heard from time to time from the inner carriage. Zhu Junyang was also quite young and was at the stage in his life when he was interested in everything. From time to time, he would lift the curtain in the carriage and look around. Luckily, he had good horsemanship, so even when he was crouching down, his horse was still obedient. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off long ago. Head steward Lu felt as if he was on tenterhooks as he watched his master repeatedly raise the curtain in the carriage. Finally, he spoke up, Master, there's quite a bit to travel before we get to the prefectural city. How about you go inside to rest a bit? The road from Tanggu town to the prefectural city could be finished in 4 hours if Zhu Junyang spurred his horse at top speed. On a military mission, he could sit on a horse all day without getting tired, so why would he need to rest now? However, this gave him the excuse to enter the carriage. He had the driver stop the carriage while he swiftly entered inside. With another large body inside, Xiaoxiao naturally couldn't just leave him out to dry as the 3 of them played. Thus, the 4 of them started playing, Fight the Landlord. Zhu Junyang's luck was quite bad and he always pulled the landlord card without ever winning once. Before long, his handsome face had been stuffed completely with scraps of paper. If you agreed to bet, you must accept the possibility of losing as that was part of the rules of the game. Although Zhu Junyang was a noble and respected royal prince, he still played by the rules. Head steward Lu stayed outside and could hear his master's cheerful laughter from time to time. His spirits also rose. Miss Yu was truly incredible to be able to find ways to make his master happy. Many years had gone by and this was the first time in a long while since his master was able to laugh with such delight. His master was currently like a simple and happy child, similar to how he was more than 10 years ago. It brought him back to when he first came to serve his master. At first glance, he saw his tiny master, running around the garden with delight and laughter. With an entertaining card game, the usually long and monotonous journey became merry and short. Before they knew it, the carriage had already passed through the large gates of the prefectural city. His master and the Yu family's siblings spent the whole journey there playing cards. For lunch, they only ate a few bites of the snacks that were in the carriage to whet their hunger. Everyone was in the midst of having fun, so head steward Lu directed the driver to go to the Junsho restaurant branch that had just opened recently in the prefectural city. The prefectural city's branch had only been open for 10 days, so business was booming. Currently it was past the usual time to eat lunch, but when they entered to look, the restaurant was still completely full of diners. Luckily, the manager of this branch was the old head manager of the Tanggu Town branch. The new manager at Tanggu Town was now Qian Xiaoduo. The head manager had long been informed by his master that the Yu family's siblings were going to the prefectural city. If they came to Junshou restaurant, they could use the reserved private room to dine. Thus, the whole group of people went up to the third floor's private room under the envious gazes of all of the other customers. Yu Bo had long heard about Tanggu Town's Junshou restaurant's exquisite food. The food was known to be incredibly delicious, but the prices were also very high. In addition, getting a table there was very hard. He naturally never had the chance to even try one of the dishes there. However, he would not have expected that he would have the opportunity to dine at Junshou restaurant after bumming a ride off of the royal prince. Under the warm reception of the head manager, the group of people entered the private room. Yu Bo had originally thought that the head manager was only treating them so politely because the royal prince was with them. However, after silently observing for a bit, he discovered that the head manager's demeanor towards his niece was even more warm and welcoming than his demeanor towards the prince. He had also heard rumors that the young master of Junshou restaurant had a pretty good relationship with his second older brother's family. Perhaps, the Zhou family's young master fancied his niece, so the head manager was being welcoming and polite to his future mistress. That couldn't be true, right? Although his second older brother's family now had some assets, they were still very far from the wealth and status of the Zhou family. If the family backgrounds were not the same, how could the Zhou family permit this marriage? Yu Bo, your thoughts are going in the completely wrong direction. The meal consisted of both meat and vegetable dishes, and all of them were pleasing to the eye while tasting incredible. Yu Xiaoxiao took a single bite and could tell this was the product of Chef Wang's hands. She was pretty sure that the Junshou restaurant in the capital was now stable and had been taken over by one of Chef Wang's disciples. Thus, he could personally come over here and supervise the prefectural city's branch. After they finished the meal, before Yu Bo left the group, he first asked whether Yu Xiaoxiao and her brother had a place to stay. Once he found out they did, he left with a lightened heart to meet up with his schoolmate. Older brother Xiao Wen, did you already make arrangements for your stay? Little Shishtu asked. Qian Wen lightly shook his head. I was planning on finding an inn near the prefectural city's testing facility to rest in tonight. Then tomorrow I was going to go search for a more suitable living space. Little Shishtu somewhat excitedly replied, His Royal Highness helped us rent out a small residence. I heard that it's pretty close to the examination area. How about you live with us? Qian Wen glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently talking to Royal Prince Yang. He hesitated for a second before he said, let's first get you two settled and then we can talk about me. Behind the two youths were Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang. They were currently discussing that residence. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the deed that was given to her and it also had a transaction certificate with it. She was shocked beyond words and didn't quite dare believe what was in front of her as she said, the houses in the prefectural city are really this inexpensive. A 3-sectioned residence only costs 100 taels. What she didn't say was this, such a big residence must be broken beyond repair if it only cost 100 taels. Is it even livable at this point? Royal Prince Yang's eyes seemed to be able to see into her heart as he resentfully said, this residence used to belong to someone I know. The family had to return back to the capital in a hurry and knew I was out looking for a residence. Thus, they went with the flow and half sold it, half gave it to me. What, you have a problem with that? Yu Xiaoxiao replied with a bit of embarrassment, you didn't need to do this. As long as the location was good, we would be able to take out the money to buy it at market price. If you can get it for cheaper, what's wrong with that? What Royal Prince Yang didn't mention was that the prefectural magistrate was planning on giving him this residence and the land around it. However, he refused the gift. There wasn't really a difference between him receiving it as a present and him buying it. This residence was worth at least 700 to 800 taels. By buying it for 100 taels, it was pretty much the same as getting it for free. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a cold glare and stated, I'm only thinking of you and the debt you might have incurred. It's easy to repay a debt of money but it's hard to return a debt of gratitude. I was concerned that he might have ulterior motives and want you to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable. When Zhu Junyang heard her explanation, a cool refreshing feeling fell into his heart, as if he had just taken a sip of iced water on the hottest day of the year. This little lass had improved and knew how to think about him. He proudly replied, not a problem. I know what he wants and it's nothing difficult. Not a big deal at all. Yu Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. However, she still had to exhort him a bit. Problems that can be resolved with money are all not a big deal. I advise you to rely less on using connections. It's hard to fathom a person's mind. Who knows what other people are thinking? So long-winded, do you really need to state the obvious? However, if you have absolute power, you will have countless people coming up to fawn over you. At that point, even if you take their things, they will take it as the ultimate honor. This is what power is. Royal Prince Yang was giving Yu Xiaoxiao a lesson on how, a society that relied on hierarchy, worked. Only now did Yu Xiaoxiao remember that the person in front of her was a royal prince who was born into the imperial family. He was also someone the emperor himself looked highly upon. So, how could he be afraid of anyone? She took the deed for the residence and fished out a banknote worth 100 taels. She stuffed it into the young royal prince's hands and said, all right, then I'll take it that I'm basking in your glory and received a big advantage. In the future, I'll make more delicious food to compensate you. Zhu Junyang wanted to give the money back to her but he knew her stubborn personality. If he didn't take the money, she would refuse to take the deed to the house. It didn't matter. The future was long and he could gradually compensate the money she gave him through other methods. Junshou restaurant was located pretty close to the examination yard, so the group of them walked there as they chatted. This was the first time little Shishtu had been to the prefectural city. Thus, the entire way there he acted as if he wished he could have another pair of eyes to take in all of the sights. Yu Xiaoxiao thought he looked quite funny. After you finish taking your exam, we can spend a few more days in the city so you can play to your heart's content. The most important thing right now is to settle down as soon as we can. Before long, the group had arrived at the newly bought residence. Facing the street was a small shop that still had people going in and out of it as they packed away the last of the goods. When the people there saw them approach, a middle-aged man, who looked like a shopkeeper, walked towards head steward Lu. He smiled, "We're a bit behind schedule, so the shop hasn't been completely cleaned yet. Could we possibly get a couple more days? The residence behind the shop has already been completely cleaned so everyone can go in whenever they want." Head steward Lu turned to look at the current new owner of the residence, Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "My younger brother will be taking the prefectural exam in 3 days and needs some peace and quiet to study. Please quickly clean up everything." Qian Wen felt a bit confused so he asked in a questioning tone, "Shishtu, the house you guys are renting has a shop in front It must not be cheap, right?" Little Shishtu scratched the back of his head and let out an awkward laugh. "My second sister was in charge of everything in regards to renting a place to live. I'm not really sure. However, we are right across the street from the examination hall, so it's quite convenient. I guess this store fell behind on rent and so they're taking this opportunity to rent it out to students taking the exam, right? Let's go, we should go look at how big the residence is." The residence was the perfect example of a 3-sectioned house. The front section had been renovated into a store. After traversing through the main gate next to the store and turning past the screen wall, they passed through the inner main gate into the courtyard. Little Shishtu remarked with slight disappointment, "The courtyard is a lot smaller than the one at home. It's also completely bare and only has 2 trees. Qian Wen silently thought, "Your family's front courtyard and back courtyard combined must be a few mu in area. A courtyard that big in the prefectural city must cost at least 1,000 taels, right? That being said, you're only renting for half a month before leaving. Does it really matter how big the courtyard is?" The main building in the courtyard had 3 rooms with a side room on each side of the building. The 2 side wings also had 3 rooms each. Qian Wen thought for a bit and decided that if Yu Xiaoxiao had rented the entire courtyard, they wouldn't have enough people for all of the buildings. That would be a massive waste of money. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely wandered through the courtyard. The courtyard had been cleaned up quite neatly and nothing in the rooms had been moved around. Thus, this residence was move-in ready and came already furnished. Even the quilts and articles for daily use had been changed into new ones. The utensils in the kitchen had clearly never been used before. "Miss Yu, is there anything else you need us to acquire?" Head steward Lu was quite pleased with the work his underlings had done, so he casually asked her. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then replied, "Everything looks good. I just don't know if it's hard to get food ingredients in the prefectural city or not." Head steward Lu eyed one of his underlings who was next to them. The servant hurriedly replied, "All of the food has been bought according to the list that the head steward gave us. Everything has been stored in the cellar downstairs. Head steward, please inspect it." "All right, you can leave. Tell the rest of them that if they don't have an order, they're not allowed to disturb us." Head steward Lu knew that his master didn't like other people besides Miss Yu hanging around him. There was no need for any maid servants or senior servants. As for the prince's personal safety, that also wasn't an issue. Head steward Lu was the best of the best. Furthermore, all of the bodyguards that came with them were housed in the 2 residences next to this one. That's right, his master not only bought this residence but also the 2 next to this one. Was doing all of this worth it for the sake of Miss Yu's younger brother taking his examination? In the end, they had successfully persuaded Qian Wen to stay with them. On one hand, this courtyard was large and spacious, and there were a lot of rooms. Royal Prince Yang resided in the main building and the 2 Yu siblings were housed in the east wing. Thus, the west wing was still empty. At this time, it was hard to say whether they could find another house that was suitable to rent. Inns were loud and full of people, how could they be as peaceful and calm as this place? Although Qian Wen decided to stay, he insisted on paying his portion of the rent. Blood-related brothers would make sure to split the bill, so how could 2 neighbors, who only had decent relations, not? The next day, little Shishtu went out to pay a visit to his 2 good classmates in the city. When he came back, he brought back 2 little tails along. Sun Runs and Lu Jinye were trying to bum a meal off of them. Little Shishtu had traveled a long way, so technically it should have been those 2 taking him out for a meal. However, they were unable to reserve a table at Junsho restaurant and all of the other restaurants in the area served food that was nowhere near as delicious as the food Yu Fan's second sister made. Consequently, the 2 of them somehow managed to get some food ingredients and shamelessly wiggled their way into bum a meal. The food they brought along was only stuff that was available in the season. Among the ingredients was some fresh shepherd's purse that looked quite good. Yu Xiaoxiao accepted her fate and began to cook a table of delicious food. She also wrapped a bunch of pork and shepherd's purse filled dumplings. Thus, after the 2 stuffed little fellows were sent back home, they finally had time to roam the nearby streets. On this walk, she discovered that the residence that her family bought was quite a steal. The location was perfect, because it was very close to the prefectural yamen. A lot of wealthy families liked to live in the area, meaning it was safe. The stores next to the residence had steady business. This showed that all of the people nearby had plenty of money to spend. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently thinking about what to do. This residence shouldn't only be used for half a month to live in while her brother took his exams. In order to get the most value from the purchase, she needed to do something else with it. Originally, she was thinking of renting it out to students who were taking exams. However, even with that idea the residence would stay empty for more than 10 months out of the year. That was such a waste of an investment. She really wanted to go back to her roots and open a braised food store. However, right now was not the right season for this as it would be hard to have a food-related business take off, especially something that relied on meat. It was just the start of spring, meaning it was the usual time for people to catch piglets for people to raise. Thus, there was a half a year delay before those piglets would be ready for slaughter. As for chickens and ducks, she also needed to wait for half a year. Forget it for now, there was no need to think so much now. Once she got home, the whole family could get together and decide what to do. The day of the prefectural exam approached quickly. With the experience of one set of examinations under their belt, little Shishtu and Qianwen were both a lot more calm and collected this time around. At 5 in the morning, the doors to the prefectural examination yard opened. Because the exams were only across the street from them, the two of them ate breakfast and left the house at 5 in the morning. After undergoing inspections by the guards, they were seated according to their exam results. Everyone was given a small booth in the prefectural examination courtyard. This was another measure to prevent people from cheating. The prefectural exam consisted of vocabulary, essays, and essays discussing political affairs. It was split into writing from memory, poetry and prose, and current affairs. Writing from memory posed no difficulty at all for little Shishtu. Furthermore, prior to the prefectural exam, Headmaster Yuan had personally instructed him and gave him tutoring on poetry, prose, and current affairs. Therefore, the other two sections of the exam were also passable for him. There were a total of 50 people who qualified for the prefectural exams and they were split into 2 ranks. The top 10 were considered the A rankers. When they were being seated, little Shishtu was at the tail end of the A rankers and was number 9. During the examinations, the prefectural magistrate and many of the examiners had all taken note of this exam candidate who was the youngest of the bunch. They made sure to remember his name. When they were discussing the exam results and grading, they discovered that this cute and handsome little examinee had unexpectedly very good results. They went back to review the sign-up materials and discovered that he had studied at Rongshuan Academy, so his results were not surprising at all. Rongshuan Academy had produced many geniuses. An 8-year-old who could pass the county-level examinations was not off the mark. Even a 10-year-old top scorer in the Imperial Palace examinations could be produced from them. When they were looking at the results, Yubo deliberately waited over there. His name was also on the list. However, compared to the A rank that little Shishtu received, he was only AB rank and was only within the top 40. Someone who had passed the prefectural exam was someone who was halfway towards passing the entry-level exams as a whole. After passing the 3rd in the series, only then was a candidate considered to be someone who had passed the county-level exams. Originally, Yubo was full of self-confidence. However, after he saw his little nephew's results and compared it to his own, he had to admit that comparisons were the devil. He had been studying for over a decade yet he only scored at the back of the pack. His young nephew, on the other hand, had only studied for only 2 years yet he was able to score in the top 10. He didn't believe that his own intelligence and efforts were any less than his nephew's. Instead, he placed all of the blame on the fact that little Shishtu was able to study at a famous school and he wasn't. Yubo even thought, if I was able to enter Rongshuan Academy last year, I would definitely have a better result than little Shishtu. Like at least the top 3. No one knew where his self-confidence came from. However, the top 3 on the prefectural entry exams were all students from Rongshuan Academy. In fact, within the A rankers, 7 of them were students from Rongshuan Academy. Were they not giving other people a chance? Based on that, it wasn't surprising that many people did everything they could to enter the school. Yubo restrained the raging jealousy within his heart and congratulated little Shishtu. The Yu family's siblings also congratulated him. After setting the time when they would head back, they went their respective ways. As for where the Yu family's siblings were living, Yubo didn't even bother to ask them. The day after the results were published, the 2 siblings packed up everything to go back home. There were a lot of tasks waiting for them when they got back. The most important out of all of them was to get the corn crop sowed into the ground. Although the last entry-level exam was also in the prefectural city, it only happened in the autumn. The county-level exams only happened twice every 3 years and this year was the second of the 2. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next autumn to take the exam. When they got back, the courtyard was covered in a carpet of green liveliness. It made a person feel comfortable just from looking at it. The front courtyard was planted full of green leafy vegetables that were already ready to be harvested and sold. Under their agreement with Junsho Restaurant, the vegetables were first sold to them to provide the Tanggu towns and prefectural cities branches. Then, the remaining vegetables could be sold to their frequent customers in Tanggu town. There were many buyers that had come over happily to inquire but they had to leave disappointed. If they didn't have to plant and breed corn, Yu Xiaosao would have wanted to use the farmland in Tanggu town to plant early growing green vegetables. Could make a lot of money. That evening, the residents only had Madame Lu, Yu Kaifeng, Lu Yanner, and little Fangping. After asking, she found out that her father and her uncle had taken Lu Junping to the Yu family's farmstead to prep the land. They had already plowed almost all 100 mu and fertilized it too. They were just waiting for Yu Xiaosao to come back before they started planting the seeds. Farming matters didn't wait for anyone. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Xiaosao rode her little red horse to her family's farmstead in town with the young royal prince accompanying her. All of the corn seeds had been transported to the storehouse there and there was always someone there watching over them every day. The tenants on the farmstead regarded the owners with awe and gratitude. Last year there was the drought as well as the locust plague, so there wasn't any harvest to be had let alone enough to pay the rent. Even getting food to eat was a problem. Right about the time they were going to despair, the owners had waived them from paying rent and gave them a way to survive. After managing to survive the winter with difficulty, most families had no resources left. Just as they were at an impasse, the owners appeared again. At first, the news that they brought, that they weren't renting out the land anymore, had hit like a bolt of lightning. Some people started crying bitterly right then and there, and everyone kneeled in front of the masters to beg. Tenant farmers all came from poor families and didn't have much. They had somehow managed to survive the autumn and winter seasons of last year. If there was no land to be rented, then they would truly have to go out on the streets and beg for food. After the owners coaxed them all up and explained, they found out that the masters wanted to hire them to till the land. Those that did more work and did it well could get a reward. It was a bit like being hired on as long-term workers. However, the wages they offered were on the higher side and were quite fair. When it was time to plow and fertilize the fields, everyone worked their hearts out. Even the women and older children in their families came out to help. There were 170 or so to take care at this farmstead. All 16 families here had been farmers for generations. Those who had more hands at home could plow around 15 to 16 Those that had fewer could still plow 3 to 4 Most of the families on the farmstead were facing imminent starvation due to lack of food stores. Thus, Yuhai made sure to hand out their wages on a daily basis. Those who plowed more and did a better job could receive more money. The families who plowed less or perhaps didn't do as good of a job would receive less or even no money. Thus, on the first day, there were some families who received 100 copper coins while others only received 20 to 30 copper coins. Even the people who only got 20 to 30 copper coins were quite satisfied. The current markets had reasonably priced grain. Coarse grains were 8 to 9 copper coins a caddy, so the money from a day's work could buy 3 caddies worth of grain. If you added on the wild herbs that the children gathered, the family could still eat until they were half full. However, those who only pursued speed and not quality on the first day learned their lesson for the second day and made sure to spend their time doing the job well. Sure enough, the money they received for the second day was a lot more than what they got from the first. As this happened, those who were trying to take advantage of the situation all settled down and began to carefully farm to earn money. Within a dozen days, all 170 or so of farmland had been carefully plowed. Weeds had all been cleaned up and the land had been fertilized. The fertilizer used was all human waste that had come from each family saving it up at home. Yuhai set a price of 5 copper coins a cart for the fertilizer and bought it from all of the tenant farmers. The tenants didn't expect that the fertilizer created from their own waste could also be sold for money, so they were even more deeply grateful towards their employer. When Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the farmstead, she first met up with her father. After chatting a bit, the two of them separated to do their own work. Yu Xiaoxiao went into the storehouse to select seeds while Yuhai gathered all of the tenant farmers up. With the manager of the farmstead there, Yuhai, as the owner, didn't need to personally do these menial tasks. Zhu Junyang followed Yu Xiaoxiao and watched as she first went to the farmstead's well and drew up a bucket of water. In actuality, Yu Xiaoxiao was using the action of drawing up water to conceal the fact that she told the little divine stone to alter the well. The well water was now a very dilute form of mystic stone water. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao struggling to carry the bucket of water, Zhu Junyang took the bucket over with a look of disdain. Your arms and legs are way too weak. Aren't you afraid that this bucket of water will cause you to collapse? Head steward Lu was shocked. Master is helping Miss Yu carry water. When did Master ever do such crude labor like this before? Master, leave it there and let me take it instead. Head steward Lu hurried forward to take the bucket of water from Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't feel it was right for head steward Lu to do hard labor at his age, so she interjected, forget it, let me do it instead. The more I exercise, the stronger I'll get. Alright, let's go, where are we taking this? Zhu Junyang carried the bucket of water and ran forward. Yu Xiaoxiao had to run to catch up. Behind them was head steward Lu, whose face was wrinkled into a suffering frown. When they got to the storehouse, Yu Xiaoxiao took out her bottle of already prepared, special medicine, and poured it into the bucket to mix. Once done, she sprayed it on the corn seeds. Zhu Junyang didn't quite understand what she was doing, so he asked, what's the purpose of spraying this water on the seeds? To prevent pests and disease from harming the plants. Look, in the autumn, there were probably insects that laid their eggs in the soil. When spring gets warmer, those bugs will all come out and will start eating the roots and shoots of the crops. If I spray the seeds with this pesticide, we can avoid losing some of our crops. Yu Xiaoxiao was very earnest as she explained herself. In fact, the spiritual power within the pesticide could also increase the germination and survival rate of the seeds. These other factors were not easily explained to the young royal prince. If the young royal prince didn't follow her inside, she would have directly sprayed the mystic stone water onto them instead of going through the hassle of mixing pesticide. The seeds that had been sprayed with pesticide were all delivered out into the fields. The tenant farmers took the seeds and watched the owner demonstrate the depth of the holes and distance between the holes. Following that, they started to enthusiastically sow all of the seeds into the ground. Yuhai and Lu Hu all had a decent amount of experience with this, so they were in charge of patrolling the land and watching over the process. They conscientiously recorded down every family's speed and quality of work. This was the first time that the tenant farmers had encountered the planting methods for corn, so some of them hadn't fully grasped on how to plant them. Yuhai and the others identified those people and also patiently taught them the right method. The efficiency of sowing on the first day was relatively low. The faster families had managed to plant about 2 worth and they received around 80 copper coins in wages. The ones who planted the least were Widow Li and her son. There were only 2 of them and her son was only around 10 years old. Although the 2 of them were slow, they were very diligent and careful with their planting. In fact, Widow Li was afraid that they might plant the corn in the wrong distance, so she used a branch that she had broken into the correct length to measure as she slowly dug the holes. Yuhai had seen everything they had done, so when they were getting their wages, they received 40 copper coins in total. Widow Li knew that the owners were taking care of her and her son, so she gratefully took the money but didn't say any extra words. There were a lot of widows in the world and she was afraid the people who did more work than her would start gossiping. However, she made sure to engrave the master's kindness deep within her heart. 40 copper coins was enough money to feed her and son for several days. Her son, who had starved into a bag of bones and only had a large head on his shoulders, would finally be able to eat a filling meal. The speed and quality of their work was closely tied with how much money they made. All of the tenant farmers were in good spirits. Every day they enthusiastically started working before the sun rose and reluctantly left when the sun finally set. Thus, all 170 or so mu were very quickly plowed, fertilized, and sowed with seeds. Afterwards, the tenant farmers became nervous. All farmers knew that the busiest times of the year were spring plowing and the fall harvest. The rest of the time they mostly weeded the fields and watered the crops. The owners had said that corn was a type of plant that could endure droughts but not floods, so it didn't require a lot of water. They weren't sure if they would still receive a wage during the idle time of the year. Before they could fret for too long, new work arrived. Royal Prince Yong had bought over 800 mu of farming land and needed them, the ones with experience, to teach the newbies how to till the land. The same wages that the Yu family said would also be paid. The fields over there had already been plowed, but they weren't plowed as well as the Yu family's fields. Furthermore, the lands weren't fertilized as much as the lands on the Yu family's farmstead. It was too late to buy more fertilizer, so Yu Xiaoxiao could only increase the concentration of the mystic stone water in order to guarantee that the output of the corn at harvest time wouldn't be too unsightly. When all of the corn had been planted, Yu Hai paid the tenants a monthly wage based on how many workers there were in each family in order to make sure they were all taken care of. An adult worker could receive 20 copper coins. During harvest time, those who had a higher output would get a higher reward. Royal Prince Yong naturally had his own managers to oversee his 800 mu. When he saw Yu Hai and his family making all of the management decisions, he wondered if he should give them a manager. In the future, they would have almost 1,000 mu of farmland in Tanggu growing corn. If they all relied on the Yu family to oversee them, would they be able to handle it? Zhu Junyang especially transferred over manager Nian from one of his farmsteads in the capital. He solemnly instructed him that he needed to follow all of the orders that Yu Hai and his family gave. If any issues arose in the corn fields, he needed to ask the Yu family for guidance. Manager Nian noticed that his master highly regarded the Yu family, so he silently reminded himself that he must treat them with the utmost respect in the future. In Manager Nian's eyes, the Yu family were in the same boat as him. Both of them were helping his master handle affairs. However, in the master's heart, the Yu family was on a higher level than him. Manager Nian had been born and raised in Imperial Prince Jing's estate and had slowly climbed up the ladder. The higher-ranked servants at the estate had a lot of power, while the lower-ranked servants could only obey them unconditionally. When all of the seeds had been planted here, they received some news from the capital. The imperial farmsteads had also finished sowing corn in their fields. Royal Prince Yong was a bit worried now. Could corn seeds that hadn't been sprayed with pesticide grow as well as the corn crops in Tanggu town? He sought Yu Xiaoxiao and her father and explained that he hoped that they would go with him to the capital for a trip. Everything important here had mostly been done. The watermelon fields were being taken care of by Lu Hu's entire family, and the farmsteads with corn had the farmstead manager as well as the manager Royal Prince Yong sent over to oversee. There shouldn't be any issues arising. Thus, Yu Hai went back home to discuss this proposal with the entire family and then decided to go into the capital with Royal Prince Yong. Yu Xiaoxiao had already altered all of the wells in the farmstead to contain a very low concentration of mystic stone water. This would not only promote the growth of the crops but would also have good effects on the humans that drank it. Yu Xiaoxiao also, out of the kindness of her own heart, altered the wells in the lands that the young royal prince had bought. This would guarantee that all of the corn in Tanggu town would grow well. After all of the loose ends at home were taken care of, the father and daughter pair traveled along with Royal Prince Yang's entourage. All of the villagers had heard that the two of them had been invited by the royal prince to the capital to plant crops, and they were all extremely envious. The Yu family truly had skill, they could even become famous from raising crops. The vast majority of villagers had only traveled as far as the town. Those who had been to the prefectural city had boasted about it, so going to the capital was a whole other matter. The Yu family members had been personally invited by the royal prince to go. If they completed the task well, perhaps they would even be rewarded with a residence in the capital or something. Perhaps the Yu family was going to move to the capital in the future. Under the envious gazes of their fellow villagers, the two of them climbed into the flashy carriage that the royal prince had brought over. The carriage left and traveled in the direction of the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao had brought along her little red horse. When she was in the mood, she would ride the tiny horse to appreciate the scenes round her. When she got tired, she would go into the carriage, drink a cup of tea, eat some snacks, and then take a leisurely nap. Once energized, she would go back on her horse and quibble with the young royal prince to pass the time. The distance from Dongshan village to the capital could be traveled in one day and one night if the person traveling was on a horse galloping at top speed the entire way. If they were on a carriage, traveling by day and resting at night, it took around 3 days of travel. Royal Prince Yong was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiao's body wouldn't be able to take a strenuous voyage, so they rested somewhat frequently in between. In the evenings, they did their best to stop at a small town and find a nice inn to allow Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao to rest after traveling the whole day. At noon, if they weren't trying to get somewhere, they would rest on the side of the road and prepare lunch to eat to their heart's delight. Thus, the journey was not as tiring as Yu Xiaoxiao had originally thought. Instead, it was like going on a scenic tour and occasionally camping outside to prepare food. Originally, Royal Prince Yong had prepared a residence for the two of them. However, when Fang Zizhen found out that his adopted daughter was going to the capital, he made sure to notify his wife well in advance. When the group of them was about 5 kilometers outside of the capital, they spotted Lady Fang with her maid-servants anxiously waiting for them. "Godmother, why did you personally come here? Where's little Lin Lin?" Yu Xiaoxiao jumped off the carriage and threw herself at Lady Fang. She rubbed her head against her godmother's abdomen. Lady Fang lovingly stroked her goddaughter's black and glossy hair and lightly laughed. Little Linlin has recently been coughing, so he's at home with the wet nurse. I was afraid if I sent other people to wait, they wouldn't recognize you. Godmother finally was able to have you come over. Come, let's go home together. Yu Hai hesitated. The general wasn't in the capital, so it wasn't quite proper for him, an adult man, to stay at the general's estate. As if she had anticipated Yu Hai's misgivings, Lady Fang said, Linlin's father is currently finishing up his affairs at the port, so he'll be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. Brother Dahai, please take the general's estate as your own home. There's no need to be polite. Yu Xiaosao was in an unfamiliar environment, so she didn't want to separate from her father. She also said, Father, you can live in the guest room in the outer courtyard. In the morning, we'll need to go to the fields and we'll only get back late at night. If we get busy, we might even have to stay overnight at the farmsteads. If my godfather gets back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and finds out you were living outside of the residence, he'd scold me to death. Ah. Lady Fang nodded her head from the side with a smile on her face. Yu Hai pointed at his daughter and said, could your godfather even bear to scold you? I doubt it. Royal Prince Yang interjected from the side, if you guys don't want to live in the general's estate, I have a residence that's pretty close to the general's estate. Lady Fang hastily butted in, Royal Prince Yang, please don't make things complicated. No one is an outsider here, so it's still best for them to live with me. Zhu Junyang knew that Yu Xiaosao had already made a decision, so he didn't say anything more. He personally escorted the father-daughter pair to the entrance of the general's residence and tactfully declined Lady Fang's invitation for him to drink some tea. He then spoke to Yu Xiaosao, it's been a rough 2 days for you. Go to sleep early, tomorrow I'll come in the morning to take you to the fields. Before he finished, a voice full of surprise hit his ears, older brother Yang, you're back from Tanggu town. Are you here to see me? Zhu Junyang immediately scowled and his face became as cold as ice. It was as if every cell in his body had been carved with the words, no living thing shall come near me. Yu Xiaosao was very curious now. Just what sort of person was this to make the young royal prince react so strongly? Xiaosao inquisitively raised her head to look towards the sound and saw that, far away, a slender and beautiful young maiden, dressed entirely in red, was coming over gracefully with a look of surprise on her face. She had a head full of fine black hair that was tastefully wound up and secured with a dragonfly hairpin made of jade. A piece of red coral that was carved into the shape of a butterfly dangled in front of the middle of her forehead. Her skin was as pale as fresh milk and seemed to glow underneath the sun. This contrasted alluringly with her small red lips. The maiden also had large almond-shaped eyes that stared fixedly at Royal Prince Yang, as if he was the only thing in the world worth looking at. Wow, she's so pretty. Young royal prince has such luck with women. Yu Xiaosao quietly quipped underneath her breath as she covered her mouth to conceal her sniggering. Zhu Junyang seemed to have heard her remark as he frowned even more deeply. His phoenix eyes slanted a warning glare at her. Just as he was about to say something, the young maiden clothed in red had already stopped in front of him. Her large eyes gazed at him with infatuation. The frostiness on his face became even more apparent and Zhu Junyang didn't even spare the girl in front of him with a glance as he spoke to Lady Fang. Lady Fang, I've finished escorting them, so I will head out now. He shot another glare at Yu Xiaosao, who was snickering under her breath, and said, I'm going to pick you up early tomorrow, so don't sleep in. After he finished talking, he ignored the red-clothed girl as if she was thin air, went around her, and mounted his horse to leave. The young maiden swiftly threw out her hand and held on the reins in Royal Prince Yang's hands. She raised her delicate face and pouted as if she was wronged. Older brother Yang, what did Shaner do wrong to make you ignore me? Zhang Zixian was the youngest daughter of Princess Consort Jing's second older brother and was younger than Zhu Junyang by a year. Princess Consort Jing had a decent relationship with her second sister-in-law. When she gave birth to her oldest son, her second sister-in-law had helped her for an entire month. When Zhang Zixian was born, Zhu Junyang, who was only 1 at the time, vehemently stated that he wanted to bring his younger cousin home. At the time, Princess Consort Jing cracked a joke, why do you want to bring her back? Do you want her to become your little wife? Ah? Because Imperial Prince Jing had power as well as status, Princess Consort Jing's second sister-in-law was naturally eager to make a close connection with them. However, later on, Zhu Junyang underwent a shocking personality change at the age of 5 and became tyrannical and impetuous. He was willing to harm people at the blink of an eye. Princess Consort Jing's second sister-in-law used the excuse that the household had gotten more busy to avoid spending more time with her. Thus, the issue of a betrothal was left at that. However, in the past 2 years, Zhu Junyang had been awarded the title of a royal prince and had gone out to sea on behalf of the emperor to find high-yielding crops. He came back in triumph and the emperor rewarded him with many things. Furthermore, he had successfully grown corn and potatoes, which made the emperor regard him in a new light. Now he was the emperor's most highly regarded official. Consequently, Princess Consort Jing's second sister-in-law remembered the old joke from many years ago, so she would bring her youngest daughter over to visit Imperial Prince Jing's estate from time to time. Zhang Zixian had seen her older cousin once while she was in the garden. His handsome good looks caused her to become instantly smitten with him. From her mother's words, Zhang Zixian knew that they were hoping to betroth her to her older cousin, brother Yang. The budding affections of the young maiden were soon all focused onto Zhu Junyang. One had to give the girl credit and nerve. She wasn't scared off by the notoriously temperamental and icy Zhu Junyang. In fact, she became bolder over time. Let go. Zhu Junyang didn't even look at her. From the corners of his phoenix eyes, he faintly scanned over Zhang Zixian's hand holding the reins. The veiled threat within his voice was plain to all. I refuse. Zhang Zixian, on the other hand, was not frightened off by his frosty tone. She puffed up her cheeks and her round eyes glittered with emotion, making her look miserable and pathetic. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was on the side watching all of this, felt pity rise up in her heart. The young royal prince was too cold-hearted. How could he treat such a beautiful maiden in such a coarse way? Zhu Junyang had nothing to say to Zhang Zixian. Young girls like her, who wanted to climb up the social ladder to get the lifestyle they wanted, were a dime a dozen in the capital. He had encountered way too many of them. What did it matter that she was his younger cousin? He could tell that she silently longed for the tasteful luxuries of Imperial Prince Jing's estate, envied the devotion that his lady mother received, and lusted for the rare flora in the garden. It was already merciful of him to not personally do something to a girl like her, who shamelessly threw herself at him, for the sake of their familial relations. On the outside, she pretended to be pure and kind, yet her heart hid an ambitious salivating wolf. This was the evaluation Zhu Junyang had of almost all of the well-born maidens in the capital. Zhu Junyang had run out of patience. He pulled the reins away with a gentle yet swift snap. Zhang Zixian only felt that her hand went numb and that she had lost control of herself. After stumbling back a few steps and finally getting steady, it was already too late. Royal Prince Yang had already spurred his horse forward and was speeding away. Zhang Zixian pursed her lips and her eyes flashed. Didn't her aunt say that older brother Yang liked girls who were pure, pretty and cute? Was she not adorable enough? She scanned Lady Fang and Yu Xiaoxiao from head to toe and then looked at the sign inscribed at the gate of the residence which said, Zhaoyang General's Estate. A flicker of contempt went through her eyes, just a third-ranked official. Why would old brother Yang become friends with these people? She looked at Xiaoxiao's lively large eyes which were as clear and limpid as a pure spring. A bolt of jealousy went through her. If she had such large eyes that could speak volumes, wouldn't her older cousin treat her better? She then looked at the clothes that Xiaoxiao was wearing. Zhang Zixian's almond-shaped eyes roamed quickly and then a smile blossomed onto her face. Lady Fang, your family's servant girl is so cute and lively. I lack a maidservant just like her. Can you sell her to me? Zhang Zixian's father didn't have a high-ranked office as he was only a fourth-ranked official in the Ministry of Ceremonies. However, her grandfather, who was also the father of Princess Consort Jing, was the imperial tutor and was one of the most respected teachers of the current emperor. Although her husband was a military official and didn't need to fawn upon the imperial tutor or other imperial teachers, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lady Fang's tone toward Zhang Zixian was quite courteous. Forgive me, Miss Zhang. The servant girl you're referring to is the adopted daughter of my lord husband. The scorn within Zhang Zixian's eyes deepened. Everyone in the capital knew that General Fang had adopted a little farm girl as his daughter. This little girl was able to fawn upon Zhaoyang General and make him willing to adopt her. To have such schemes at such a young age, this little girl was truly something. Thus, Zhang Zixian let go of the idea of buying the little girl to get into Royal Prince Yang's good graces. Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow when she saw Zhang Zixian leaving like an arrogant peacock. No wonder the young royal prince didn't like her. She acted one way towards him, yet behind his back she was like an entirely different person. Were all of the noble-born maidens in the capital like her? Two-faced. Cower, don't be angry. There are some people who love to brandish the authority of their own relatives around. Their eyes are at the top of their heads. You'll get used to it after encountering a few more. However, when you encounter people like her, you don't need to back off one bit. After all, you are the daughter of this general's estate. Lady Fang also disdained Zhang Zixian's actions and attitude. She was only the daughter of a fourth-rank official, yet she acted as if she was an imperial princess. Did she truly believe that everyone would give way to her? After giving orders to the head steward of the general's estate to take good care of Yu Hai, Lady Fang led Yu Xiaoxiao through the drooping flower gate to the inner courtyard. There were winding corridors paved with small pebbles. On both sides, the pear and peach trees were blooming beautifully. The whole courtyard was filled with gorgeous flora and luminous colors. In between the flowers were decorative rocks, small pavilions, and other unique statuary. After passing by the second section of the residence, they arrived at a hall with 3 rooms. In the front was a large carved screen made of red sandalwood. They circled around the screen and arrived at the back hall that led to the entrance of the main wing's courtyard. The main wing had 5 rooms that were richly ornamented. On either side of the courtyard were the side wings. When they saw their mistress leading a little girl inside, all of the maid servants who were clothed in red and green quickly came up to greet them. You must be the young miss. So happy that you're finally here. No wonder our mistress always misses you. When you two stand together, you truly look like mother and daughter. The maid who spoke was clothed in pink and was about 18 to 19 years old. This girl was most likely one of the other 2 head maids of Yu Xiaoxiao's godmother. As expected, Lady Fang pointed at the maid and laughingly scolded her, you truly have a silver tongue. Everything you say makes people feel happy. But it is true, I, your mistress, and Cower have a relationship that is even better than most blood-related mothers and daughters. Cower, she is one of my head maids, her name is Lin Lang. There is also another head maid who is currently wearing green called Hugo. She has a quiet personality. Now you know all 4 of my personal maid servants, you can take the 2 that suit you the most and have them run tasks for you. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hands, no need, godmother. These older sisters are all your personal maid servants. If I took them away, who would take care of you? Godmother, listen to my idea first. If it was only you around, then being short a maidservant wouldn't be an issue. However, you also have little Linlin. If there were only 2 maids taking care of you and my little brother, where would they have the time? You also know what I'm like. Any 2 junior maid servants will do for me. Lady Fang wasn't convinced. How could junior maid servants be as good as Junju, Linlang and the others? Sure enough, Linglong had a good grasp on how to arrange things. She smiled, Mistress, I'll go help out young miss for a few days. During that time, I'll also train the junior maids so that they don't end up slighting her. Lady Fang knew that Linglong was a very reliable person. After thinking a bit, she nodded her head, okay. You can go over to help and train a few maids until they are good enough. In the future, Kaur will be spending more time in the estate. She absolutely cannot have too few people taking care of her. When Lin Lang saw that Ling Long had volunteered to take care of the young miss, she silently let out a sigh of relief. She smiled. Ling Long truly knows the mistress's heart best. Even things she hasn't said, Ling Long can anticipate. In actuality, Lin Lang didn't take this goddaughter very seriously. In her eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't even reach the level of her mistress's niece. At least that young lady was related by blood with the mistress. The daughter that the general adopted seemed to be petty and unsophisticated and was really not presentable to good company. What sort of profits could she make by staying next to this type of master? Lin Lang wasn't the only one with thoughts like these. Many of the other junior maidservants in the estate also had the same misgivings. The personal maidservants by the mistress, other than Ling Long, were all getting older. When they passed the age of 20, they might be let go. If they were able to show their good sides to the mistress and entered her eye, they might be promoted to her personal maidservant. However, there were also some junior maidservants who thought differently. Mistress usually treated this adopted daughter of hers with great importance. She not only sent off delicious snacks, beautiful clothes and jewelry to her on a regular basis, but she also constantly talked about her. If the young miss chose one of them, they would immediately become personal maidservants, meaning they would have to struggle for fewer years. No matter what these young maids were thinking about, none of them had any power over any decisions. When Yu Xiaoxiao was picking out servants, she made sure to pay attention to the junior maidservants' eyes and expressions. She didn't pick any of those who evaded her or tried to avoid her eyes. She only chose a few who had honest and clean gazes and didn't really pay much attention to their outward appearances. However, in the end, the 4 maidservants she ended up picking were all beautiful and full of life. Lady Fang was a bit worried that her adopted daughter had a simple and pure heart and only picked them by appearances. She was afraid she might have picked a few who had ulterior motives. She could tell that Royal Prince Yang treated her daughter differently than other girls. Her daughter's personality was a bit mischievous and lively. If these beautiful maids had other thoughts, she was afraid that. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't thinking that far. She watched as her 4 new personal maidservants all recognized her and was pleased with their looks. Who didn't like beautiful things? At this time, the wet nurse came out of the side room holding the little master and went to Lady Fang's side. She smiled. The little master is very close to you, mistress. As soon as he woke up, he wanted you. If he can't see you, he won't be happy. Little Linlin saw his mother and stretched out his chubby little arms, begging for a hug. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't seen little Linlin for more than half a year. When she saw her pleasantly plump, adorable, and cute little brother, she couldn't help but reach her arms out to try to hold the little guy. The wet nurse was a bit anxious and stopped her as she said, "Young miss, don't be fooled by his young age, he's quite heavy. I'll hold him instead." Little Linlin's lips quivered when he wasn't able to go into his mother's warm arms. He was about to cry when he suddenly smelled his sister's innate body scent. He used his arm, which was about as thick as a lotus root, and held onto Xiaoxiao's neck and buried his face into her neck. He lightly sniffed at her and then raised his head. He pouted his tiny lips and planted a kiss on her face while also spreading his saliva on her. Lady Fang felt very happy at the sight and grinned. "Oh ho, our Linlin still remembers his older sister. He knows that his older sister is the one closest to him other than his parents." The wet nurse also repeatedly nodded her head as she remarked in surprise, "That's right. The little master is only close with you, mistress. Everyone else he treats as a stranger. He's never even kissed the master before." Ah. Lady Fang pulled Xiaoxiao and her son into her arms and kissed her darling son. "Liner and Kaur truly are fated to be together. If I didn't know Kaur, then I wouldn't be able to get pregnant with Liner. Isn't the fact that Liner is close to his older sister a sign that they were fated to be together?" When Lin Lang heard this, she was surprised. Something like this had also happened. It looked like the young miss's status in the mistress's heart could not be underestimated. In the future, she needed to be careful and not slight this young miss who just recently appeared. As these thoughts rolled in her head, the smile on Lin Lang's face became several times more sincere. That's right, that's right. Our little master still remembers young miss. This must be a sign of the fated relationship between siblings, right? As the group of people laughed harmoniously, little Linlin was in the middle of giving his older sister a bath with his saliva. After coating her face, he tightly wrapped his arms around her neck. No matter what anyone said, he refused to let go. Lady Fang felt a bit jealous inside and gently patted her son's fat little butt a few times. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that when children were young, they perceived the world through their senses like animals. Little Linlin must have been attracted by the residual of spiritual power left behind by the little divine stone, and thus he unconsciously tried to get closer to her. Little Linlin was almost 1 year old and was still drinking milk. However, they gave him some complimentary food in addition to the milk. He had caught a cold in the past 2 days, so he began coughing. The best pediatrics doctor in the capital had visited them and prescribed some medicine for him. But the medicine was too bitter. Whenever he saw the dark substance in the bowl, he would start crying and refuse to cooperate. Even if they forced the medicine, he would cry, cough, and spit the medicine out. Therefore, he had been coughing for more than half a month, yet he still hadn't recovered yet. When Yu Xiaoxiao witnessed the tragic scene of little Linlin being forced to drink medicine, she hugged him distressfully. She asked the little divine stone to release some spiritual power in the sugar water and fed it to the little guy. The wet nurse standing by the side wanted to stop her. The doctor said not to give the young master too many sweet things. Lady Fang shook her head at her and said, "Kaur has also learned some medical skills. Last time when Liner was coughing, it was his sister who had someone deliver the medicine over. The remaining half bottle of medicine was taken by the empress and given to the little prince." The wet nurse's eyes brightened. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "Young miss, you should prescribe some medicine for the young master again. The medicine you prescribed is sweet, so the young master doesn't reject it at all. Yu Xiaoxiao asked to look at the prescription the doctor had prescribed for little Linlin, confirming that the medicine was for fever, cough, and asthma. After thinking about it, she wrote down a prescription and asked a servant to get all the medicinal herbs in the prescription. Lady Fang took the prescription and looked at it. 5 caddies of fresh loquat leaves, 5 ounces of bulbous Fritiarii cerose, 10 ounces of lotus plumule, 10 ounces of dwarf lily turf, 10 ounces of jujubes, 5 ounces of Chinese asparagus, 10 ounces of Rhamania glutinosa, 10 ounces of Ningbo figwort, and 2 caddies of refined honey. Most of the medicinal herbs used in this prescription were present in the doctor's prescription, so she allowed the servant to get the medicinal herbs. Before dinner, Fang Zizhen rushed over. In the reception hall, they set up a table of a feast to entertain the father and daughter pair. Yu Xiaoxiao personally made a bowl of soft, tender, and smooth egg soup for little Linlin. She added some mystic stone water, so little Linlin happily ate it. The bowl of egg soup was quickly finished, and little Linlin let out an ah sound, indicating that he wanted more. The wet nurse, who stood on the side, smiled as she wiped her tears and said, "Young miss is indeed skilled in cooking. The young master has a bad appetite these days because we've been force-feeding him his medicine. He doesn't even want to drink milk." This servant's heart pained for the young master after seeing how much weight he has lost. This is the first time the young master has eaten so happily in more than half a month. After dinner, all the medicinal herbs had already been bought. Yu Xiaoxiao had the servants soak the medicinal herbs for 2 hours, and then boil the herbs in a copper medicine pot. After that, it would be brewed on low heat while maintaining its boiling state. The medicine needed to be stirred from time to time and the floating suds would be removed. After boiling it for 2 hours, the liquid would be filtered out from the herbs, and then cold water would be poured into the medicinal dregs, so it could be reboiled. After boiling it in this manner for 3 times, the liquid medicine was poured all together and left to settle. Then the liquid medicine needed to be filtered 3 more times with 4 layers of gauze. These steps were done by the maid servants who were in charge of brewing medicine. They took turns to brew the medication for the entire night and finally completed it. Early the next morning, after Yu Xiaoxiao got up, she began condensing the liquid medicine without eating breakfast first. As it turned into a paste, she added honey and rock sugar into it. She boiled the paste on low heat and continuously stirred it with chopsticks until it became sticky. Finally, the final product was packed in small porcelain bottles, which could be stored and eaten after it completely cooled down. When little Linlin woke up, Lady Fang had made a bowl of bulbous Fritiarii cerose and loquat leaf cough syrup for him to drink. Little Linlin was about to cry when he saw the reddish-brown liquid medicine, so Yu Xiaoxiao dipped the chopsticks in the medicine and placed it in his mouth. The little guy smacked his mouth and realized that it was sweet. The tears that had gathered in the corners of his eyes were gone as he looked at the liquid medicine with a hesitant expression. Yu Xiaoxiao took the little guy and allowed him to sit comfortably in her embrace. She whispered softly, "Little Linlin, this is sweet sugar water. Do you want to drink it?" Little Linlin still had a hesitant expression on his face. He wanted to drink it, but he was afraid that he would be deceived again. After he fell ill, he had been deceived so many times that he had become doubtful. What should he do if this bowl was also bitter medicine? Have a taste first. If it's bitter, you can just spit it out. Yu Xiaoxiao scooped a spoonful of medicine with a spoon and blew on it, then she delivered it right in front of the little guy's mouth. The little guy hesitated for a moment, before putting on a courageous front like he was heading to an execution ground. He opened his mouth and let the spoon enter his mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao titled the spoon and poured the liquid into little Linlin's mouth. The little guy wrinkled his face and kept the medicine in his mouth without swallowing. However, he soon realized that the medicine wasn't as bitter and unappetizing as before. Instead, it was sweet and delicious, so he gulped it down. Lady Fang usually didn't spoil him and rarely gave him sweets. The sweet liquid medicine tasted pretty good. Little Linlin stared at the medicine bowl in his mother's hands. Yu Xiaoxiao scooped another spoonful of medicine from the bowl in her godmother's hands. The little guy waited with his mouth wide open even before she put the medicine in his mouth. Just like this, spoonful after spoonful, the bowl of liquid medicine was almost finished. Little Linlin unexpectedly appeared to want more. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped his mouth and smiled, "Let's leave some room for later. Older sister will make you a bowl of vegetables and ground meat porridge later." In the Fang family's glass greenhouse, besides precious flowers and plants, there were also lots of vegetables. Lady Fang specifically ordered the gardener to plant them after she returned from Dongshan village. The gardener felt very helpless about this. He was very good at handling precious flowers and plants, and he even had a reputation for it in the capital. Yet he was unexpectedly sent here to waste his talents by planting vegetables. Fortunately, the few beautiful and hard-to-plant orchids in the greenhouse allowed him to clear his head and realize his value. It wasn't necessarily bad to grow some vegetables in the greenhouse. At least, he and his masters would not lack vegetables to eat this winter. Being able to freeload some off-season vegetables was the only advantage of growing vegetables. The ingredients that Yu Xiaoxiao used to make the vegetables and ground meat porridge were chicken and cabbage core. Chickens were rich in protein, it could strengthen the baby's physique and protect him from diseases. Cabbage cores were rich in vitamin C, which could effectively prevent young children from catching a cold. Of course, there was also mystic stone water added in, which could strengthen the body and enhance the taste of the dish. Everyone had a bowl of vegetables and ground meat porridge at the dining table. Not only did little Linlin eat with relish, but his small bowl of porridge also wasn't enough for him. Lady Fang was also full of praise for the ground meat porridge, and everyone commended Yu Xiaoxiao's cooking skill. After breakfast, the steward in charge of the outer courtyard came to report that Royal Prince Yang had come to visit. Yu Hai and his daughter knew that he had come to take them to Imperial Plantation. Yu Xiaoxiao carried an enormous earthen jar from her room, claiming that she had made this medicine that could protect against insects and diseases last night. Ling Long brought along a maidservant named Yingtao. Yingtao was one of the 4 maidservants chosen by Yu Xiaoxiao. She appeared to be around 14 to 15 years old and was very nimble. When she saw her young miss carrying the earthen jar from the room, she took the jar over and held it carefully. It was the same carriage as before. Yu Xiaoxiao stepped on the small wooden stool that the servants had placed in front of the carriage and climbed up the carriage. Seeing that it wouldn't be easy for Yingtao to get on the carriage with the earthen jar, she reached out and helped her up. Yingtao was originally somewhat nervous, but she had now calmed down completely. Her master appeared to be someone with a good temper, so as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she probably wouldn't get punished. The maidservants, who used to serve Miss Shaw, used to privately say that Miss Shaw appeared obedient and smart in front of the madam, but she had a really bad temper when the madam wasn't around. If she didn't get what she wanted, she would beat and scold the servants. A maidservant had been marred by scars from her beating. Therefore, when she and the other maidservants were selected by Yu Xiaoxiao, they felt somewhat uneasy, for fear that they had to serve a difficult master. Along the way, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the young prince was somewhat silent today and his complexion wasn't looking too well. Could it be that something happened when he returned to Prince Jing's estate yesterday? Suddenly, she thought of the girl clothed in red that she had met yesterday. The desire to gossip was ignited within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart. Young royal prince, did the beauty chase you all the way to your house yesterday? Had it been anyone else, even if they were beaten to death, they still wouldn't dare to converse with the young prince when he had such a dark expression on his face, let alone joke with him. Miss Yu is so foolishly brave. Head steward Lu glanced at her and ridiculed in his heart. Zhu Junyang's face became even darker. When he returned home yesterday, he first took a bath and changed his clothes. After that, he went to greet his lady mother but discovered that Zhang Zixian, that disgusting person, was also there. He didn't know what ideas she had, but she convinced his mother to let her stay as a guest. Wasn't this forcing him to stay outside? However, how could Zhang Zixian's thoughts escape Princess Consort Jing's eyes? But she still liked this little niece of hers. Her appearance wasn't bad and her personality was somewhat similar to Yu Xiaoxiao. Moreover, she wasn't afraid of her son's ice-cold face. Could it be that her young son liked this type of girl? Although Yu Xiaoxiao was good, she was very young, so it would take years for her to grow up. Zhang Zixian was about the same age as her youngest son. If it could work out between the two of them, Princess Consort Jing would be glad to see it happen. Therefore, during dinner, Princess Consort Jing intentionally arranged Zhang Zixian's seat to be beside Zhu Junyang. Zhang Zixian rarely had the opportunity to eat at the same table as Zhu Junyang, so she was eagerly and constantly adding more food to his bowl. She completely ignored the dark expression on Zhu Junyang's face from the beginning to the end. This was a welcoming feast for Zhu Junyang, but Zhu Junyang left the table with anger. Due to a certain person's presence at this meal, the meal tasted like he was chewing wax. He just picked out the food that a certain person had placed in his bowl and didn't take a single bite of it. Zhang Zixian, are you sure you're not messing with this prince? All the food she picked for him was food that he didn't like to eat. Even if there were some that he liked to eat, he decided that he wouldn't like them in the future. Seeing how her youngest son was forcing himself to be patient, Princess Consort Jing wondered if she had unintentionally done something bad while bearing good intentions. It didn't seem wise to let Zhang Zixian stay as a guest. Would her son come up with all kinds of excuses to not come home because she was here? Based on Princess Consort Jing's understanding of her son, he was very likely to do such a thing. He didn't have a good dinner last night, and he used work as an excuse to skip breakfast. Because he was hungry, it directly affected his mood. It would have been strange if Zhu Junyang's complexion had been good. When Yu Xiaoxiao asked this, Zhu Junyang felt even more gloomy and he coldly snorted, "Are you blind? She's considered to be a beauty. If all the beauties look like her, even a pig will be considered more attractive than Diao Chant-1." Wow, she didn't expect the young prince's poisonous tongue to be quite effective. It seemed like he was normally quite merciful to her. Yu Xiaoxiao noisily asked, "May I ask you, young royal prince, what is your beauty standard then?" Zhu Junyang seemed to have never thought about this question. He frowned for a long time before he threw out a word, "Clean." Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a horrified expression on her face. Could it be that all the noble ladies in the capital appear bright and neat on the surface but are actually sloppy beneath that facade? Did they not bath or brush their teeth? Zhu Junyang leaned forward and knocked her head that was outside the window of the carriage. The pent-up frustrations in his heart dissipated a little as he unhappily said, "What are you thinking? When I said clean, I don't mean on the outside. I meant their hearts. Their hearts have to be pure and they need to have a good temperament." "Oh, you also noticed that her intentions towards you aren't pure. But it's not surprising considering that you're handsome and have a very promising future. So it's very normal for you to attract the attention of young maidens, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiao explained to him. Zhu Junyang frowned slightly and said, "But, every time someone with ulterior motives approaches me, I feel irritable and I can't control myself. I want to pinch her throat and throw her out. What should I do?" Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes and suddenly appeared surprised. She hesitated for a long time before she whispered, "Young royal prince, are you only like this towards women? What about men? If a handsome-looking teenager approaches you, will you also become irritable and want to kill him?" "I do. As long as those guys with ulterior motive are within 3 steps of me, I can detect it. Since they're also men, I don't need to take too much into consideration and just throw them out." Zhu Junyang looked up with his chin pointing towards the sky with a proud expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a big sigh of relief, patted her chest, and whispered, "That's good, that's good." Zhu Junyang seemed to have smelled that she was hinting at something, so he looked at her and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Why do I feel like there's some other meaning behind your words?" After giving him a lovable eye roll, Yu Xiaoxiao said, "We have such an ironclad relationship between the two of us, what kind of conspiracy would I plot against you?" I'm just concerned about your sexual orientation. I was just afraid that you'll mistakenly enter the chrysanthemum door and fall deep into the sea. Sexual orientation, chrysanthemum door, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? I've realized that you often say words that others don't understand. You and the emperor must share the same language. Zhu Junyang squinted at her and guessed at the possibility of that being true. Yu Xiaoxiao shrank her neck and laughed dryly. Young royal prince, you're wrong about that. The emperor is high above everyone else. He has a lot of knowledge from reading extensively. His mind holds more knowledge than anyone else. I'm just a small peasant girl who never studied and is illiterate. How could I share the same language as the emperor? She reminded herself in her heart that she was now in the capital, so she had to be careful when she spoke or did something. This way the other transmigrated person wouldn't be able to get a hold of her weakness. He was the supreme ruler of this era. Killing her would be like killing a little ant. Although she posed no threat to the emperor, she must still be careful. How could she know that the emperor had already long established and confirmed her identity? Like a cat playing with a mouse, he had been watching her movements secretly. Just when Yu Xiaoxiao was staying silent because of her guilt, head steward Lu couldn't hold back and coughed twice. He quietly told his master, some of the wealthy people in the capital have special hobbies. They like to walk the back door. They call a certain part in the behind the chrysanthemum. I assume the chrysanthemum door that Miss Yu is talking about is related to this. Zhu Junyang was born and grew up in the capital, so he naturally heard of those dirty matters. He even had some experience himself. When he was a child, his appearance was beautiful and delicate and he liked to be alone. One day he left the house by himself and was taken away by an official who had such a special hobby. He had seen some unbearable sights. The filthy scene turned him violent on the spot and he killed the official that tried to do something to him. When his father brought him back, he was immersed in his own consciousness and almost couldn't ever wake up again. Recalling such an unfortunate event, Zhu Junyang became extremely agitated. He jumped off his horse and dragged the carriage from the back to halt it. Then he charged into the carriage and twisted Yu Xiaoxiao's arm and asked, who told you these filthy things? If that person tells you such nonsense in the future, don't listen to them, lest you dirty your ears. Tell me, who told you these things? I will personally dismember his body. In Zhu Junyang's heart, Yu Xiaoxiao was a ray of light in the darkness. She was the warm sun in the severe winter. She was someone whom one could only meet by chance and not by force in this chaotic world. She was his only salvation. Whoever wished to pollute this simple and pure land will be his enemy forever. When head steward Lu saw that his master had almost turned violent, he couldn't help but slap his mouth. Why did he have to run his mouth? Yu Xiaoxiao felt very uncomfortable because her arm was grabbed by the young prince. She tried to shake him off, but she couldn't. She was annoyed. Let go. My arm is going to break, it's almost broken. Although Zhu Junyang was very clear about his strength and was able to control it within the range of what the little girl could bear, he still loosened his grip subconsciously. Yu Xiaoxiao successfully escaped and reprimanded him. Men and women shouldn't touch once they're over the age of 7. We're not related to one another, so it's best if you keep your distance, lest I depend on you. Yu Hai, who was sitting next to Yu Xiaoxiao, carefully separated the two, and said, Royal Prince, sometimes my daughter doesn't think before she talks. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Zhu Junyang pushed him away, and looked up and down at Yu Xiaoxiao's thin, weak, and small body. He revealed a disdainful expression, just based on you. I don't have fetish for kids. If you want to rely on me, then we'll talk about it in 3 or 5 years. Also, you must grow nicely, don't grow short on looks. When that time comes, I will have to reluctantly accept you. Yu Xiaoxiao was coldly glaring at him, her hair was standing on ends in anger. She was burning in anger as she raised her eyebrows and said, Stop looking down on people, I will definitely grow into a beautiful lady in the future. After she finished speaking, she touched her tall and straight nose, big bright eyes, and her small fan-like eyelashes. Although her height was unremarkable, she was still a cute Lolita. Her natural factors were pretty good, so when she grew up she can, that's not right. What did the guy just say? Except her, you think I'm Hello Kitty because this old lady didn't show you my powers yet. Let me tell you this clearly. This lady will not be a concubine. Even if I can't marry someone in my lifetime, I still won't wrong myself. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at Zhu Junyang's perfect nose as she made her intentions clear in an imposing manner. Zhu Junyang narrowed his long, narrow, and charming almond-shaped eyes slightly. He restrained the snickering in his heart and put on a deadly earnest face and said, I didn't expect you to be big-hearted even though you're so short. If you don't want to be a concubine, then I'll let you be a ranked concubine. This is good enough. Yu Hai expressed that he was very dumbfounded. The atmosphere just a moment ago was full of anger that was about to explode. How did the topic turn into a discussion about concubines and ranked concubines? His daughter was still young, and he needed to protect her from being taken away by a big wolf. Even if it was the royal prince, he won't. He was just about to express his opinion when he was pulled out of the carriage by head steward Lu. Yu Hai found that even though he was such a big man, he was unable to struggle at all in the hands of the old and weak eunuch. Could this be the martial arts that older brother Zhao talked about? When he was pulled away, he could hear his foolish daughter screaming angrily, ranked concubine. Who would want to be your ranked concubine? Scram. You don't want to be a ranked concubine either. Then what do you want? Do you want to be an equal wife? Zhu Junyang was in a good mood and the way he was speaking made her really want to beat him. Let me think about it for a second. Okay, equal wife then equal wife. You need to be good to me in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao was furious. She threw the cushion in the carriage at Zhu Junyang's face. Stamping with fury, she shouted, keeping dreaming. This old lady won't marry and share a husband with other women. This old lady wants to be a pair for a lifetime. If you can't, then scram as far as possible. The guards around that were in charge of protecting the carriage all had a constipated expression on their faces. Just at that moment, a carriage passed by them. The curtains were lifted up, exposing a beautiful face. To be a pair for one lifetime, it was something every woman yearned for. What kind of woman would be able to express herself so bravely and clearly? Miss, it seems to be Royal Prince Yang's carriage. The old man standing by the side is Royal Prince Yang's head steward. People say he's a martial arts master. The servant beside the woman saw head steward Lu and stated this after pondering for a moment. Royal Prince Yang, wasn't it said that he was tyrannical and murdered people without blinking an eye? The woman frowned. It can't be, right? How could a person like that allow a woman to climb on his nose and scream in front of him? After thinking about it, she remembered that Royal Prince Yang's father and mother were an enviable pair in the capital. Maybe Prince Jing's affection had been inherited by his young son. The woman thought about her own situation and was envious. To be able to say those words in front of Royal Prince Yang, this murderous star, she must be someone reliable. For a woman to be able to do whatever she wanted in front of a man, it meant that she held a special place in his heart. The two carriages passed by and gradually got further apart. The woman could faintly hear the man's calm voice drifting in the wind, so you want to monopolize my favor. Then from now on, you will have to be nice to me. My shoulders are sore, give me a massage. Listening to the man's voice, she realized his voice was full of the desire to pamper. She didn't know who the blessed woman was to be favored by Royal Prince Yang. Yu Xiaosao, who was in the carriage, had just found out that she was being led by her nose. She calmed herself down and kicked Zhu Junyang out of the carriage and said coldly, dealing with you is beneath my dignity. In order to avoid arousing suspicions, please conduct yourself with dignity. Zhu Junyang expressed his regret and clicked his tongue. No wonder those loose men liked to take liberties with a lady from a good family. The feeling he got from teasing people was so damn pleasurable. Wait, that was wrong. It was only enjoyable when he teased this little girl. It was a pity that she snapped out of it so soon. He thought he would have been able to get her to make promises with him. Okay, don't be angry. I'm just teasing you. You're just a tiny bean sprout. How could I eat you? Young royal prince, why do you sound so carefree and relaxed? We've arrived at Imperial Farmsteads. Get ready to get off the carriage. Yu Xiaosao was sulking in the corner with her arms folded. It was really like an 80-year-old mother being taunted by her child. If she combined her 2 lifetimes, then she had lived for more than 30 years, yet she was just teased by a hateful guy who was just 16 to 17 years old. Damn it, Zhu Junyang, wait for this old lady to deal with you. Your Royal Highness, you finally came. Lu Jiajin, the Minister of Revenue, welcomed him with a delighted expression. After they politely greeted each other, he eagerly asked, did anyone from Tanggu Town's Yu family come? Since he received the official documents that Royal Prince Yang sent from Tanggu Town and found out that corn grown in Tanggu Town had been bred with pesticides that prevented pests and diseases, Minister Lu's heart couldn't stay calm as if it was being scratched by a cat. Last year, when they planted the corn, everyone on the experimental fields of the imperial plantation tended to the corn meticulously. Nearly all corn seedlings were carefully protected, but they still couldn't grow as well as the corn seedlings planted in the barren and sandy soil of Dongshan village. When the locust plague came, the capital wasn't considered one of the worst hit regions. It was just mildly affected, but the yield of corn was low, and the seedlings looked as if they were malnourished. Over at Dongshan village, they had harvested the early matured crop in a rush and reaped around 1,800 caddies per mu. It was such a sharp contrast. Last year, they could say that they were inexperienced since it was their first time growing corn. But, if they still couldn't grow the crop better than those at Tanggu Town, where would he put his old face ah? Therefore, when Minister Lu received the news, he immediately rushed to send a message to request for help. He hoped that the Yu family would send someone to check if there was a possibility of saving the corn at the imperial plantation. Zhu Junyang admired this white-haired old minister for his sincere concern for the livelihood of the common people. Originally, the Ministry of Revenue wasn't only in charge of agriculture. However, Minister Lu had devoted all of his energy into cultivating high-yield crops since last year. He wholeheartedly hoped that the common people could stop suffering from starvation a little bit earlier. Minister Lu was born in a poor family. Perhaps, he was able to understand the life of the common people due to his childhood experiences, and thus he was able to become an official who truly cared about the common people. Yes, she's on the carriage. Zhu Junyang had just finished speaking when Minister Lu reached the side of the carriage. The first to come down was Yingtao, who held a crook. Minister Lu looked at her and wondered when the Yu family had a daughter so big in their family. At this time, he heard Yingtao voice a reminder, young miss, be careful. The ground isn't very even, so let older sister Linglong support you. Just as she finished speaking, Yu Xiaosao had already jumped down from the horse carriage and giggled, the ground here is considered pretty good already. When I went to catch wild hares in the mountain forest in the past, there were some places that were really hard to walk. Official Lu, how are you? We meet again. For some unknown reason, Minister Lu's anxious heart calmed down when he saw Yu Xiaosao. He said with a smile, Miss Yu also came. This is great, our corn can be saved. Yu Xiaosao looked at the corn sprouting at the side of the road and reassured him, Official Lu, you don't need to be too worried. The pesticide is only a preventive measure. If the corn is grown well, then the possibility of them being harmed by pests and diseases will be reduced. Minister Lu stared at the jar in Yingtao's hands and somewhat anxiously asked, is this the pesticide that Miss Yu made? There are over 1,000 mu of corn and over 50 mu of potatoes planted in our plantation, is there enough pesticide? Yu Xiaosao didn't even need to think about as she said, this is a highly concentrated pesticide. We only need to add 1 drop of pesticide into each bucket. Adding too much, on the other hand, wouldn't be good for the corn seedlings. Official Lu, can you first show me the water source of the plantation? Minister Lu nodded and said, Miss Yu, please. Zhu Junyang, who was on the side, interrupted their conversation. Aren't we going into the farmstead to rest for a while and have a cup of tea first? Minister Lu came to a sudden realization and said, just look at this brain of mine. I'm only thinking about the cornfields. Come, Miss Yu, dear nephew, I should be around the same age as your father, so I'll just refer to you as my nephew. Yu Hai quickly replied, thank you, Official Lu, for such a great honor. Please do as you will wish. However, Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Zhu Junyang and said, official business is more important. We came in the horse carriage, so I'm not tired. Official Lu, let's go check out the water source first. As Minister Lu gladly led the way, he asked, is the water source related to the growth of the corn? Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, it's not too closely related. As you know, corn can endure droughts but not floods. If it's not as dry as last year, rainfall will be enough. It's just a precaution to check the source of water. Minister Lu nodded in slight confusion and said, oh, okay. The imperial plantation was situated in front of a small mountain on the outskirts of the capital. The spring water from the mountain gathered behind the plantation and formed a natural lake. The imperial plantation was relatively large, so wells were dug out certain distances apart to fight against and prevent droughts. Inside the lake, there were fish, shrimp, and other creatures. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to attract things like water monsters, so she didn't do anything to the lake. After she checked all the wells and changed the quality of the well water, she said to Minister Lu, although the water isn't quite as good as that of our Dongshan village, it still meets the standard. Is there enough manpower? We can start working. This time, Minister Lu had also brought along 2 vice ministers and the director of the Granaries Bureau. He was the boss of the Ministry of Revenue, so how could he take care of everything? Minister Lu turned his gaze towards the director of the Granaries Bureau. Official Li quickly said, there are over 100 households in the imperial plantation, and there are over 400 adult male workers. If it's not enough, this subordinate can borrow some people from nearby plantations. The imperial plantation was in an area with good terrain and fertile soil. In addition to the imperial plantation, many rich and influential people also built plantations here. One of the neighboring plantations belonged to an idol prince in the capital. This idol prince was the younger male cousin of the Emperor Emeritus. He was also born from a farmer's family and had no special skills. After the founding of the new empire, he was bestowed the title of an imperial prince. He didn't have any authorities and only received an official salary. If calculated seriously, Zhu Junyang would have to call him granduncle. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, no need. It's not heavy labor, so women and children around the age of 8 can also do the work. In fact, it wasn't a difficult task. They just had to add mystic stone water into the water bucket, and then sprinkle it onto the roots of the corn seedlings. However, it took patience to irrigate the crops one by one. Official Li gathered the workers together, and they busily fetched water and irrigated the crops. The whole plantation bustled with activity. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't stay idle either. She reckoned that the pesticide that she brought over wasn't enough, so she pretended to brew a pot of pesticide with the herbs that she brought along. When no one was paying attention, she added a bottle of mystic stone water inside and completed the task. There were 600 to 700 people and over 2,000 mu of farmland, so with each person working on around 3 mu of land, they were able to complete the job in a day. There were people from the Ministry of Revenue supervising the plantation. Zhu Junyang was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiao would be bored, so he suggested, although there isn't any big game in the back hills, wild hares, pheasants, and so on appear from time to time. Do you want to go take a look? The vegetation of Dongshan village's west mountain had been destroyed by the locusts, so the small animals had all run away. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't been able to have a taste of pheasants again since last summer. She thought about it and said, okay, I have nothing to do anyway. If we can catch a pheasant or wild hare, then we can have an extra dish for lunch. When Yingtao heard that they were going up the mountain to catch game, she volunteered to go with them. Yu Hai was worried about his daughter being alone with the royal prince, so he followed her closely, for fear that his daughter would be deceived by the cunning wolf. The hills behind the imperial plantation were full of green grass and covered in a vast sea of green. Yu Xiaoxiao had learned to track the steps of prey from Zhao Han. In the places that the wild hares and pheasants didn't appear, she didn't set up traps but left traces of mystic stone water in the nearby thickets. Zhu Junyang didn't bring any hunting tools, but this didn't affect him. He cut several bamboo poles, sharpened one end, and prepared to use it as a spear. The locust plague in the capital might not have been as serious as Dongshan village, so from time to time, they would be able to see wild hares passing through the grass on the hills. There's not a lot of game here. Let's walk over there. There weren't any vicious beasts on the mountain, so what did they have to worry about? Yu Xiaoxiao beat the bushes with a bamboo pole as she followed behind head steward Lu and Zhu Junyang. Suddenly, there was movement in the grass not too far away. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a small rock and threw it over there. Flapping its wings in panic, a colorful pheasant came out of the thicket and darted towards Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang calmly hit the pheasant's head with the bamboo pole, and the pheasant stopped moving after fluttering its wings twice. Yingtao had never experienced hunting before. She rushed towards the game happily, and then came back holding the pheasant's wings. Young miss, it seems like this pheasant has fainted. This servant will tie its wings so that it can't run away when it wakes up. Yingtao tied the pheasant securely and put it into the basket that she was carrying. There are pheasant eggs over at the place that the pheasant just came out from. The little divine stone lazily reminded her. Yu Xiaoxiao retracted her steps and walked back towards the relatively dense thicket. Yingtao also curiously followed her. After Yu Xiaoxiao pushed away the bushes, she immediately exclaimed, young miss, young miss. There are pheasant eggs 7 or 8 pheasant eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao was infected by her joyous mood and laughed, hurry and go collect the eggs. For lunch, let's make stir-fried wild scallions and eggs. It will definitely taste great. Ying Tao excitedly picked up the pheasant eggs and placed them in the basket. She carefully covered them with grass, and then asked, "Young miss, we have pheasant eggs, but what's wild scallions?" Yu Xiaoxiao took a few steps, bent down, and pointed at a long and thin plant in the grass. She said, "Look, this is wild scallion, be careful pulling them out. It's best to also pull out the round rhizome underground." Ying Tao was in high spirits. After she heard Xiaoxiao's words, she started pulling out the wild scallions with her butt sticking out. When the soil was hard, she would dig the soil with a small piece of bamboo and did her best to ensure the wild scallions were intact. Seeing that Zhu Junyang and his servant had walked far away, Yu Xiaoxiao stayed to wait for Ying Tao. This girl had never been in the mountains, so Xiaoxiao was afraid that she would get lost. This small mountain wasn't much compared with Dongshan village's west mountain, but if she really got lost, it would be troublesome to find her. Zhu Junyang walked slightly deeper in and caught 2 wild hares and a pheasant. He also got a white-fronted pig out of its hole. A white-fronted pig was actually a ferret badger. It was a small animal that lived in a cave and had delicious meat, and thus it was a good game. At this time, Ying Tao had already dug up quite a lot of wild scallions. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the sky and then walked down the mountain along the path that they came from. When she passed by the places that she set traps in, she harvested 2 more living hares. In the spring, the mountain was lush with vegetation and had no lack of food. These wild hares and pheasants were very plump. At noon, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were also able to eat a sumptuous meal of game thanks to them. In the afternoon, there wasn't much that Yu Xiaoxiao needed to help with, so she walked around the imperial plantation like she was on a tour. Zhu Junyang was like a tour guide as he introduced her to the origin of the imperial plantation. In the early days of the Great Ming dynasty, the officials of the former dynasty either died or fled, and the farmsteads owned by those officials were returned to the imperial court. Most of the farmsteads were rewarded to meritorious officials. The former chief court eunuch, Chief Steward Cao, owned the largest plantation at that time. It had a total of over 18,000 Qing yuan. It was difficult for the Emperor Emeritus to reward such a large plantation to others, so it was taken under the imperial treasury as the imperial plantation and managed by a trusted eunuch. In the imperial plantation, there were also a supervisor of the tenant farmers, low-ranking officials, and so on. Therefore, the eunuch was merely in charge of overseeing and hastening their work. The work in the field still relied on the experienced supervisor and tenant farmers. Along the way, corn and potatoes were planted in a small number of fields, and the rest were planted with spring wheat and rice. The imperial plantation had fertile soil, so the crops grew very well. In the evening, most of the corn and potatoes had been irrigated with a pesticide. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao and her father went back to the general's estate on their horse carriage. Zhu Junyang didn't want to go back to face that disgusting woman, so he stayed at the general's estate for dinner and dawdled for a long time before returning home. When he returned to the estate, Princess Consort Jing had already finished washing up and was preparing to go to bed. Disregarding the hints of Mei Xiang and the others, Zhang Zixian chatted with her paternal aunt with a flower-like smile. But, with an anxious heart, her eyes frequently looked towards the door. Princess Consort Jing knew that her youngest son had gone to the imperial plantation for work, but it was weird for him to not return when it was already so late in the evening. She looked at her absent-minded niece and sighed in her heart, perhaps I was wrong and should not have agreed to let my niece stay. In the past, when her son came back from Tanggu town, he would accompany her for at least half a day. Even if her son was not good with words and barely spoke for the entire day, she could clearly feel her son's closeness to her. But, when her son came back yesterday and saw Zhang Zixian, he looked as if he had just swallowed a fly. He didn't say a single word for the entire dinner and immediately left after eating. She heard that he went to the study in the outer courtyard and played chess with his lord father for most of the night. Today, he had gone out before dawn. He rushed around in a hurry as if there was a vicious dog chasing him. She looked at the chime clock in the room, which was a rare item that her son brought back from the west. It was very convenient to check the time with this. It was almost 10 o'clock. It was long past the time she usually went to rest, but her youngest son still hadn't returned. Moreover, this tactless niece of hers was still dawdling in her room. Zushang, is Lady Mother asleep? Just as Princess Consort Jing was feeling regretful, her youngest son's low voice sounded from outside the door. Zhang Zixian, who sat on the edge of her bed, suddenly jumped up. When she saw Princess Consort Jing's surprised and discontented gaze, she embarrassedly sat down again. She said with slight embarrassment, "Older aunt, Brother Yang's work is too tiring, and only came back at this time. The emperor believes in him, and thus entrusted him with the important task of growing corn and potatoes. Due to the natural disasters last year, many good crops were wasted. If it fails again this year, the emperor will probably put the blame on him." There was a slight sense of worry within Princess Consort Jing's tone. Zhang Zixian's eyes shifted and said, "I think older brother Yang can hand over the task. Aren't there the officials of the Ministry of Revenue? Brother Yang is born with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never done any farm work, so why does he need to take this thankless job?" In her opinion, Zhu Junyang's management of the imperial plantation's experimental fields was just a job in which he had to deal with bumpkins. No matter how capable he was, there wouldn't be a chance to show it. Moreover, he would become one of those lowly farmers that the nobles speak of. It was a degradation to his own status and a disgrace to the education class. Zhu Junyang was slightly surprised when he heard that his lady mother hadn't gone to bed yet. However, when he entered his mother's bedroom and saw Zhang Zixian lingering inside, Zhu Junyang fully understood the reason. In his heart, he felt even more disgusted with this woman, who would do anything to achieve her goals. "Lady mother, why are you sleeping so late today? Didn't the imperial physician warn you? With your health, you can't stay up too late and can't be too tired." As if Zhang Zixian, who frequently winked at him, didn't exist, he said in a slightly complaining yet caring tone. I'm not tired. Before Princess Consort Jing had finished speaking, she yawned, and tears flowed out of the corners of her eyes. She smiled sheepishly. Older brother Yang, it's all my fault. I was chatting too amiably with Aunt that didn't I realize that it was already so late. Zhang Zixian took this opportunity to move closer and looked at Zhu Junyang with a pair of big eyes that were like a pool of clear spring water. Zhu Junyang's face turned cold. He looked at Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, who were serving in the room, and reprimanded, are you two dead? Certain people are tactlessly lingering here, yet you guys don't know to drive them out. If anything goes wrong with Lady Mother's health, will you be able to take responsibility? Your Highness, please don't be angry. These lowly servants know that we're wrong. Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang felt very aggrieved within their hearts. They had reminded Miss Zhang more than 5 times, but Miss Zhang kept diverging the conversation. She was a guest, so they couldn't exceed their authority and kick her out, right? Zhang Zixian, who stood one step away from Zhu Junyang, was dying of embarrassment. Older brother Yang was too inconsiderate of other people's feelings. No matter what, she was still his younger cousin, why did he have to speak so unpleasantly? Zhu Junyang still treated her like air and said to the 2 maidservants, since it's the first offense, I will let you guys go this time. If it happens again, you two will definitely be severely punished. Princess Consort Jing saw her 2 maidservants kneeling on the ground and shivering like frightened quails. Although her heart slightly ached, she knew that her son was just using this matter as a pretext to vent his anger in front of Zhang Zixian. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Mei Xiang trembled with fear as she stood up. She walked to Zhang Zixian and said in a low voice, Miss Zhang, Her Highness needs to rest now. Please come back tomorrow. Zhang Zixian felt as if she had been slapped in the face and it burned painfully. She didn't have any face to continue staying here, so she hastily bid farewell to her aunt and quickly left. If it had been other people, there was no way that they could continue staying in the Prince Jing's estate after this incident. However, Zhang Zixian was too eager to climb up the social ladder, and thus shamelessly stayed. Princess Consort Jing looked at her niece's back figure and lightly sighed. Last Xian was such a lovely child. How did she turn out like this after growing up? Yanger, don't worry. In a few days, Lady Mother will find an excuse to send her back. Lady Mother, why are you letting just any random cat and dog stay at home? If you're bored, then you can have younger Uncle Xiao's family's Lass Yu accompany you. Zhu Junyang expressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Princess Consort Jing knew that the Lass Yu, who her son mentioned, was the legitimate daughter of her youngest full-blooded brother. She had just turned 9, and she was clever, sensible, and very likable. If her son said that Lass Yu was a good person, then it must be true. Yanger, do you dislike Lass Xian because she fancies you? Princess Consort Jing teased. With a face of disdain, Zhu Junyang said, if she simply liked me, I wouldn't hate her so much. She is filled with ulterior motives, yet she still feigns an ignorant and innocent appearance, which is so sickening to see. Princess Consort Jing wanted to put in a good word for her niece, but when she remembered her son's special ability, she swallowed back her words. After a moment of silence, she said to her son, who was about to stand up and leave, I heard that Lass Yu has come to the capital. Invite her to the estate someday. I've been eating the medicinal meals that she prescribed, but I keep feeling that it's not as effective as the meals that I ate in Tanggu Town. If she doesn't mind, I want to ask her to check my pulse and see if we need to change the prescription. As she spoke, she observed the details of her son's expression. Sure enough, when she mentioned the little girl of the Yu family, the expression on her son's face softened and his gaze seemed to have become warmer. There was always one thing to overcome another. It seemed like her son had completely fallen into the hands of the lass of the Yu family. How old is that young girl this year? 11, right, it doesn't seem like she understands these matters yet. My son also isn't someone who knows how to coax women. He seriously makes me worry. Lady Mother's health is important. Tomorrow, I'll personally go invite her over. Xiao Xiao is always thinking about Lady Mother, and she even asked about you today. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but put in some good words for you Xiao Xiao in front of his mother. Princess Consort Jing looked at him meaningfully, and then said, I heard that Dongshan village was one of the major disaster areas of last year's locust plague. I don't know what happened to the flowers and plants in the valley. Did they also get destroyed? Yanger, how is our mountain manor in the West Mountains? It would be nice if we can go there to avoid the heat in the summer. Zhu Junyang replied, the construction of the mountain manor is almost completed. If it hadn't been delayed due to the locust plague last year, we would have been able to move in already. A wolf pack came down the mountains last autumn. If Sun hadn't just happened to be there, I'm afraid that the Yu family would have also been harmed. Fortunately, the dozen or so wolves have been wiped out. The wolf fur mattress that Sun brought back was a present from Yu Xiaoxiao to show her respect to you. Princess Consort Jing already knew about the wolf pack incident, but she still had lingering fears when hearing about it again. Although it's convenient to dig wild herbs and hunt for game when living at the foot of the mountains, it's still quite dangerous. Tell your lord father to send a group of guards to defend the mountain manor. If the Yu family needs help, we can help them out since we're living close by. Yanger, was there a lot of work today? Are you tired? I'm not tired, I was just accompanying them. We mostly relied on Xiao Xiao's pesticide. Lady Mother, it's getting late, so you should quickly rest. If there's anything else you want to say, we can continue talking tomorrow. Zhu Junyang saw Princess Consort Jing's face appeared slightly tired, so he quickly helped her lie down and covered her with the brocade quilt. Princess Consort Jing enjoyed her youngest son's rare thoughtful action and said with a smile, good, the experimental fields in both locations have been cultivated. You should be able to stay in the capital for a few more days this time, right? Zhu Junyang thought about it and replied in a slightly sly manner, if there aren't any irrelevant people being an eyesore in front of me, then I can spend more time accompanying Lady Mother at home. If Lady Mother has someone to accompany you, there's still some matters that I need to take care of at Tanggu town, so son will have to stay there until there is complete peace and quiet at the home. Princess Consort Jing jokingly scolded, stinky brat, you dared to threaten your Lady Mother. Be careful of your Lord Father spanking your bottoms. Alright, Lady Mother understands. I will send your younger cousin back as soon as possible. Looking at her youngest son's broad and straight back, Princess Consort Jing's heart was filled with emotions. Her son had finally grown up. He could gradually control his emotions without being affected by the negative energy that he perceived. Didn't her son appear quite cunning and amusing with his childish threat earlier? Early the next day, Zhang Zixian missed another opportunity at the dining table again. Her aunt told her that older brother Yang had gone out early in the morning. Was older brother Yang really this busy? He must be avoiding her. She refused to accept this. With her beautiful appearance, alluring figure, and excellent schemes, there was no way that she couldn't get Royal Prince Yang. In the main courtyard's parlor room of the general's estate, Yu Xiaoxiao carried the chubby little Linlin with slight difficulty to the dining table. She looked strangely at Royal Prince Yang, who sat calmly at the table, and joked, young Royal Prince, could it be that the breakfast at the Prince Jing's estate doesn't suit your taste so you're bumming a meal at our general's estate? This child, is that how you should speak to Royal Prince Yang? Lady Fang glared at her in disapproval, and then smiled at Royal Prince Yang. This lass is used to speaking casually, so please don't take it to heart. Zhu Junyang's gaze didn't even shift as he nodded seriously and said, the chef in the Prince Jing's estate is definitely not as skilled as Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, who are you coaxing? You think I don't know that your family's chef came from a family of imperial chefs? His culinary skills are even higher than that of the chefs at Junshou restaurant. Haha, are you hiding here because you can't endure the attention of the beauty? Zhu Junyang looked at her, raised his eyebrows, and said, can't endure the attention of the beauty. Where did you learn such an impudent remark? It's enough to just mention it here in this parlor room, lest other people heard you and say that the young miss of the general's household acts in an undignified manner. Yu Xiaoxiao curled her lips, made a funny face at him, and said, since you're evading the topic of our discussion, I must have guessed correctly. Who would have thought that the young royal prince has the potential of being a handsome man who causes calamity? Ah. Seeing that she was speaking more and more outrageously, Lady Fang patted her shoulders twice and said, what, a handsome man who causes calamity? I have only heard of a beauty who causes calamity. Why do you have so many weird phrases in your brain? Cower, if you continue to speak so recklessly, I will invite a senior palace servant to teach you some proper etiquette. There's no need, right? I have a new project, so I need to go back to Dongshan village in 2 days. Yu Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale. When she heard about a senior palace servant teaching her manner, she thought of the scene of the ugly old palace servant pricking the female lead with needles in My Ex-Princess 1. Zhu Junyang thought of those noble young ladies who all seemed as if even their breathing were calculated. They all seemed to be exactly the same, which was extremely boring. Hence, he said, actually, Xiaoxiao is very good right now. She's carefree like a little wild horse, so there's no need to restrict her. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes at the young royal prince and nodded in agreement, yes, that's right. I think that those so-called noble young ladies are all really fake, like they're wearing masks. They're not living in an unrestrained and free manner at all, so there's nothing to be envious about. Lady Fang also felt that her daughter's temperament was pretty good and was just somewhat eccentric at times. She thought about it and said, after this year's autumn harvest and when it isn't as busy at home, you come to the capital again. I'll teach you how to engage in social activities and some etiquettes of interaction. You should also know some of the rules of the imperial palace. There's nothing bad with learning a little more. Zhu Junyang nodded and said, that works. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to look at little Linlin's chubby hands and thought, we can think about the matters in autumn when it's autumn. The project that she had in mind should be implemented by autumn. At that time, she could just come up with another excuse to avoid coming again. Little Linlin, who was nestled within his older sister's hands, saw the fish porridge in front of himself. His eyes immediately lit up, and he stared at the bowl of porridge without blinking. He patted Yu Xiaoxiao's arm with his plump little hands and mumbled, eat, eat. Little Linlin, who was almost 1 year old, had begun to learn to speak. Lady Fang never expected that she had taught him to say, father, and mother, for such a long time, but her son's first word ended up being, eat. He would definitely grow up to be a foodie. Seeing the skinny Yu Xiaoxiao holding a chubby baby and her fair hands had turned red from the patting, Zhu Junyang felt somewhat displeased in his heart, isn't there a wet nurse? Why are you always taking other people's jobs? Would they be able to take their wages with ease? The wet nurse, who stood on the side, sweated profusely within her heart. She quickly tried to take the young master back, but little Linlin didn't cooperate. Older sister's embrace is so comfortable. Ah, it's fragrant and soft. Older sister feeds me yummy food. I don't want the wet nurse. I want older sister. Little Linlin desperately pushed away the wet nurse's hands, and anxiously cried, no, no. Zhu Junyang stood up. With his hands under the little guy's armpits, Zhu Junyang picked him up and stuffed him into the wet nurse's hands. Little Linlin kicked his chubby little legs, but when he turned and saw the dark-faced royal prince, he pouted in fright. He turned his body and looked in the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao. Sister. Sister. Lady Fang felt sad in her heart. She took her son and carried him in her embrace. She tapped his small nose and said, you little heartless fellow. Your older sister has only come for 2 days, yet you already got bribed by her tasty food. I have taught you to say, mother, for so long, but you still haven't learned it. However, you can say, sister, quite clearly. Ah. Linglong laughed on the side, madam, this shows that young miss and young master are fated. You should be very happy that they have such a deep sister-brother relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up little Linlin's personal bowl and broke the fillet into smaller pieces. She scooped up a spoonful and carefully checked whether there were any bones inside. The fish porridge was made with snakehead fish, which didn't have a lot of bones. However, it was still better to be more careful since it was being fed to a child. Come on, follow older sister and call, Mother, Mother, Yu Xiaoxiao lured the little fellow with the fish porridge. Sure enough, little Linlin was lured by the fragrant smell. All of his attention was focused on the spoon, which he was very familiar with. Eat, eat, sister, eat. His cute appearance was seriously too adorable, but Yu Xiaoxiao didn't compromise. She suppressed her smile and said, you can only eat the fish porridge if you learn how to say, Mother. Come, follow me, Mother, don't grab it. If you don't call, Mother, older sister will eat up all of the fish porridge. As she said that, she delivered the spoon to her own mouth. Seeing this, little Linlin immediately became anxious and turned to look aggrievedly at Lady Fang. He pointed at Yu Xiaoxiao, who had already put the fish porridge into her own mouth, and complained tearfully, Mother, eat, eat. When Lady Fang heard her son calling her, Mother, for the first time, she was so elated that tears welled up in her eyes. She softly said, good, good. Since our Linner wants to eat fish porridge, Mother will feed the fish porridge to Linner. Yu Xiaoxiao washed the spoon with boiled water, and then she scooped up another spoonful of the porridge. This time, she didn't tease the little fellow and directly delivered it into little Linlin, who was waiting to be fed. Yu Xiaoxiao had woken up early in the morning to make the filet porridge in the small kitchen. The porridge was soft and aromatic, while the fish was delicious and tender. So, it was the best supplementary food for children. After little Linlin ate the various supplementary foods that Yu Xiaoxiao made these 2 days, he didn't even drink milk anymore, which saved him from the painful experience of weaning. After he finished the bowl of fish porridge, little Linlin burped and continued to stare at other people's fish porridge. Lady Fang was afraid that he would overeat, so she didn't dare to feed him anymore and told the wet nurse to take him back to his room. Don't forget to feed little Linlin the medicine, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but remind her. When little Linlin heard the word, medicine, his face instantly wrinkled up and he looked as if he was about to cry. The wet nurse quickly coaxed, we're not eating it. Our young master won't eat that bitter medicine, but we're eating the sweet sugar water instead. You just ate it last night. Did young master forget? When the sugar water was mentioned, little Linlin's tears immediately stopped like it was tap water. After drinking the yummy sugar water, my throat feels very comfortable and I won't cough anymore. While the wet nurse prepared the loquat leaf cough syrup, little Linlin stared fixedly at her as if he was supervising her to ensure that she didn't change the sugar water into the bitter medicine. When she tried to feed him the first spoon, he still had his lips pursed together. He lightly touched it with his lips, and then licked his lips. After he confirmed that it was indeed sweet, he drank it in big mouthfuls. Yu Xiaoxiao watched from the side and said with a smile, Godmother, younger brother is really smart. He already knows that he needs to guard against others deceiving him at such a young age. Lady Fang showed a gratified smile on her face, but then sighed and said, it's just that he has a weak constitution and thus easily falls ill. Children have weak immunity. I know a prescription for enhancing one's immunity. In the next 2 days, I will make it into a honey paste. Mix it with some water and drink it at least 3 times daily. What honey paste? In actuality, it was just an excuse to cover Yu Xiaoxiao's usage of the mystic stone water. Adding honey would give it a sweet taste, which children favored. Zhu Junyang was bored to death as he sat on the side. Seeing that she had finished breakfast and feeding medicine, she should have time to pay attention to him now, right? He cleared his throat and said, Xiaoxiao, Lady Mother knows that you have come to the capital, so she wants to invite you to come visit to our estate. It's our negligence. When we were at Tanggu town, Her Highness took great care of us, so it's only right and proper that we visit her. Lady Fang asked Royal Prince Yang to wait for a moment. She picked a set of clothing for Yu Xiaoxiao to change into, and then had Hupo comb her hair into a cute and lovely hairstyle. After that, she personally prepared a gift that was neither too conspicuous nor disrespectful, and took her goddaughter to Prince Jing's estate. Royal Prince Yang, who rode on a tall steed, followed behind the general's estate's horse carriage all the way to the Prince Jing's estate. Some of the noble young masters in the capital recognized Royal Prince Yang. Upon seeing that it wasn't Princess Consort Jing's carriage, they were very curious about who would have such a great honor to be personally escorted by someone favored by the emperor. They entered the Prince Jing's estate through the side entrance. Mei Xiang had been waiting by the festooned gate. When she saw the mother and daughter pair, Mei Xiang smiled politely and said, Lady Fang, it has been a long time since you have come to chat with Her Highness. Our mistress really misses you all. With a smile, Lady Fang politely replied, my child is still young, so it's hard to leave him alone. I'll personally apologize to Her Highness when I see her later. Yu Xiaoxiao followed behind her godmother with a smile and quietly listened to the two of them exchanging polite greetings. However, her eyes weren't idle. It was a rare chance to come to the Prince Jing's estate, so she would treat it as a tour. The courtyard was surrounded by green walls and lush weeping willows. With flower-filled corridors on all sides and decorative stone mountains along the pathways in the courtyard, the entire courtyard appeared elegant and magnificent. Fine and lush vegetation, dazzling and precious flowers, pavilions and terraces, carved railings and beautiful buildings, Yu Xiaoxiao felt like she could barely take everything in with her eyes. Zhu Junyang coughed twice and said with a smile, pay attention and don't make it seem like you're a country bumpkin who came to the town for the first time. Yu Xiaoxiao freed up some time to throw daggers at him with her eyes. She snorted twice and said, so ignorant. I'm Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Gardens 1. Besides, what's wrong with country bumpkins? Country bumpkins don't eat, drink, or use anything that belongs to you, so how are they in your way? On the other hand, you, the dignified young royal prince, often bums off meals at a country bumpkin's house empty-handed. Mei Xiang secretly glanced at her young master and saw that he actually had a smile on his face. It seemed like he had been amused by Miss Xiaoxiao's words. Her young master was really tolerant of Miss Yu. Had it been another person, that person would have already been frozen to death by the cold air that he emitted. Older brother Yang, you're back. Ah. Zhu Junyang was just about to say something when a red cloud drifted out of the flowers and trees, and rushed directly at him. Ah, save me. Brother Yang, quickly catch me. Based on the distance that Zhang Zixian calculated, if older brother Yang stood at the same place without moving, she would be able to fall right into the strong arms of older brother Yang. However, it was under the premise that Zhu Junyang didn't move. Could he not move? Of course not. Zhu Junyang had long detected Zhang Zixian's little plan. Before he got attacked by the fragrant wind, he gently grabbed onto Yu Xiaoxiao with his right hand and moved to the side. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a tight grasp on her left arm, and her feet didn't even touch the ground as she drifted a few steps to the side. When she looked down at her feet, she saw a girl dressed in red lying face down beside her feet. She knocked her forehead on the small path paved with bluestones and emitted a loud, bang, sound. Tisk tisk, it must hurt a lot. Yu Xiaoxiao grimaced and quickly moved several steps to the side, lest she got caught in the crossfire. Seeing stars before her eyes, Zhang Zixian felt stinging pain on her knees, arms, palms, and forehead. What happened? She was somewhat muddled due to the fall. She was about to fall into older brother Yang's embrace and was just about 2 centimeters away, so how did she fail? That wasn't right. Zhu Junyang practiced martial arts, and thus he could jump onto the roof in a blink of the eye, let alone merely moving a few steps to the side. Zhang Zixian's maidservant was also stunned for a moment. She hastily went forward and hurriedly helped her young miss stand up. Zhang Zixian's carefully matched clothing had become untidy, and her meticulously combed hair had become disheveled. Her makeup had also gotten dirtied by the soil on the ground. Most importantly, there was a scratch on her nose and a bruise on her forehead, which made it appear as if she had a horn on her head. Zhang Zixian couldn't pay heed to the pain on her forehead and nose. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears as she looked pitifully older brother Yang, who was 1 step away from her. She choked with sobs. Older brother Yang, why didn't you help me when you saw me falling? It really hurts. Ah. She said the last sentence with a whiny tone that had quite a dramatic effect when accompanied by her dirty face. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly hid behind her godmother with her head bowed and shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She knew that it wasn't nice to laugh at others at this time, but she really couldn't help it. Ah. Zhu Junyang turned a blind eye to the pitiful-looking young girl in front of him. Instead, he looked at Zhang Zixian's 2 maidservants with cold eyes and said with an icy tone, "Is this how you two serve your master? It's such a flat bluestone path, yet you can still let your master trip. Such incompetent servants, shouldn't you two get flogged and sold already?" As if they were suffering in the bitter cold and surrounded 10,000 years of ice, the 2 maidservants felt piercingly cold from the outside to the inside. They kneeled down in front of everyone and shivered like frightened quails. They could hardly speak and could only repeatedly ask for forgiveness. These lowly servants know our mistakes. Young royal prince, please spare these lowly servants this time. Zhu Junyang snorted coldly, and with a toss of his sleeves, he walked past them, saying, "You two aren't servants of the Prince Jing's estate, so there's no point in begging me. Lady Fang, Xiaoxiao, Lady Mother is admiring the flowers in the rear garden, so let's go over. Young miss, please spare us." Young miss, when the 2 maidservants heard this, they hastily kowtowed to Zhang Zixian. Zhang Zixian covered the bump on her forehead with her hand as she looked at Zhu Junyang's back obsessively and muttered, "Older brother Yang was angry at you guys because he was worried about my injury, right? That must be it. What are you two wretches still doing on your knees? Hurry up and help me freshen up again. I still need to go accompany my aunt to appreciate the flowers." While Zhang Zixian returned to her room to wash up, Mei Xiang had led the group to the rear garden of Prince Jing's estate. In the garden, a clear stream, which appeared like a jade belt, zigzagged through the depth of the flora and under the various arched bridges. It moved towards the decorative stone mountains and flowed swiftly into the gaps. With holed cornices, carved ridges, and painted sills, the pavilion was faintly discernible among the rich flowers and trees in the garden. In the pavilion, a woman dressed in purple took fish feed from her maidservant's hands, leaned against the white jade railing, and watched the various koi carps fight for food. With a somewhat leisurely expression, she appeared even more graceful and poised. "Your Highness, Lady Fang and Miss Yu are here." Mei Xiang's crisp voice sounded along with the melodious sound of birds. The bird in the cage stopped singing for a few seconds, and then started singing again. "Chu Shui, you haven't visited in a long time. I almost thought that you have forgotten about me, this friend of yours." At Tanggu Town, Princess Consort Jing and Lady Fang interacted frequently and became close friends. Thus, they intimately called each other by their names. Lady Fang smiled and said, "Your Highness must be joking. No matter who I forget, there's no way that I'll forget you. You borrowed several pots of rare orchids from me, so how can I forget?" Princess Consort Jing laughed and said, "Well, Sha Chushui, it seems like you only care about those several pots of flowers. Ah. Could it be that the affection between the two of us can't even compare with several pots of orchid flowers?" Lady Fang jested, "How could that be? With our deep friendship, your Highness will definitely be willing to lend me your 18 scholar camellia and camellia japonica to appreciate for a few days, right?" Princess Consort Jing regarded the 18 scholar camellia and camellia japonica as treasures. After she returned from Tanggu Town, she had specially invited 2 florists, who were skilled in cultivating camellias, to tend the flora. Even Lady Feng had only seen them once or twice. Normally, Princess Consort Jing seldom showed them to others and treated them like precious treasures. Princess Consort Jing glanced at Lady Fang with her phoenix eyes, HMPHED twice, and said, You're someone who won't let yourself be taken advantage of at all. What's the big deal with lending you the 2 pots of camellias for several days? Anyway, Xiaoxiao gifted them to us as a form of filial piety. By the way, Xiaoxiao, was that valley badly damaged? Can the flora be saved?" Yu Xiaoxiao was holding a cup of tea and watching the two dignified women quarrel when their conversation suddenly shifted to her, which resulted in a delayed response. After being stunned for a few seconds, she showed a bright smile and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I purposely went to check at the beginning of spring. Most of the flowers and plants had grown new branches and buds. However, I don't really know much about flowers. When Your Highness's mountain manor in the West Mountain is completed, I'll take older sister Meixiang and older sister Lanqiang to transplant more camellia flowers back." Hearing that the camellias in the valley weren't badly damaged, the concerned princess consort Jing had eased and the smile on her face had become brighter. When Zhu Junyang saw that his lady mother's mood had become better than usual, he said to Yu Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, my lady mother's health has become a lot better after consuming the medicinal meals you prescribed. But, recently, it seems like the effects of medicinal meals aren't as obvious as before. It is time to change the prescription." When they were at Tanggu town, it was Yu Xiaoxiao who cooked the medicinal meals for Princess Consort Jing, and thus mystic stone water was added in it. Later, when Princess Consort Jing was taken back to the capital, she had prepared herbs needed for the medicinal meals, which were all saturated with a little divine stone spiritual power. Counting the days, it seemed like those medicinal herbs were almost used up, and thus it wasn't surprising that there was a reduction in their effectiveness. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and asked, "Your Highness, can I take a look at your recent pulse records?" She still wasn't very skilled at examining one's pulse. However, there was an imperial physician who stayed exclusively at the Prince Jing's estate. The monthly pulse conditions should all be recorded. Princess Consort Jing told Lanqiang to retrieve the pulse records from Imperial Physician Zheng, and then she had Zhu Shang bring over some easy-to-digest pastries. After she warmly told Lady Fang and Yu Xiaoxiao to eat some snacks, she also ate some yijiao cakes. A joyous atmosphere was overflowing in the pavilion when Zhang Zixian came over with her maidservants. When she walked up the steps, her two maidservants held onto her arms gingerly for fear that their young miss would trip again or sprain her ankle. Even if the royal prince wouldn't do anything to them, his grim gaze was enough to frighten them. When Princess Consort Jing saw the swelling on her niece's forehead, she quickly put down the pastry in her hands. She worked hard to suppress her laughter and asked, "What happened? I didn't see you for a moment, yet you turned out like this." Zhang Zixian couldn't help but look at Zhu Junyang. She timidly pretended to be pitiful and said, "Aunt, it's older brother Yang's fault. He clearly saw me falling, yet he didn't even help me. He caused me to fall and end up like this, it really hurts ah." Zhu Junyang coldly glared at her and interjected before his lady mother could say anything, "You look so ugly after the fall, yet you're not embarrassed and still come out to scare people. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out to scare people. Do you think that other people won't have nightmares at night?" Zhang Zixian, who originally looked like she was about to cry, immediately turned into a weeping beauty. She had such a bad fall, yet brother Yang was still making cynical remarks. So annoying. She remembered how she looked in the mirror earlier, bruised forehead and scraped nose. She was doomed. She had only wanted to appear in front of older brother Yang more frequently while he was home and enhance their relationship. However, she never thought that she would end up with this ugly appearance. Brother Yang had seen everything, and he disliked her now. What should she do? What should she do? Princess Consort Jing noticed her niece's embarrassment and quickly said, "You're already injured like this, have you let the imperial physician check on you? You mustn't be careless about the wounds on your face. If you leave a scar, you'll end up with it for the rest of your life." Zhang Zixian became even more anxious. In her own opinion, her biggest advantage against her female cousins was her good-looking appearance. With a scar on her face, even if older brother Yang didn't mind, it would still be impossible for her to be his main wife. If he married a woman with a scar on her face as his wife, older brother Yang would be ridiculed by others. She hastily left the garden and told her maidservant to call for Imperial Physician Zheng. The eyesore finally left. Zhu Junyang's attitude relaxed a lot and the expression on his face softened considerably. Princess Consort Jing looked at her own son and lightly shook her head. It seemed like inviting her niece to stay at home was the worst move that she had ever made. Fortunately, she had seen through the situation early on, and it shouldn't be too late to repair the situation. Princess Consort Jing bowed her head in deep thought, trying to think of a reason to send Zhang Zixian back. On the side, Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and stared at the young royal prince, as if she was in disbelief. Zhu Junyang glared back at her with a displeased expression and grumpily said, "What are you looking at? Even if you continue to stare, flowers still can't bloom on my face." Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze stayed on his handsome face for a moment, and then she joked, "Flowers can't blossom on your face, but your face is originally more pleasing to the eyes than the most beautiful flower in this garden." Cower. Lady Fang secretly glanced at Princess Consort Jing. Was it really all right to say such frivolous words in front of his mother? Though Royal Prince Yang's face was indeed pretty good looking, she pretended to scold her, "What nonsense are you saying? How can a young maiden say such words?" Princess Consort Jing stared at her son's face for a moment, and then chuckled, "Chu Shui, don't scare the child. Xiaoxiao is just speaking truthfully. Among my 3 sons, Yanger resembles me the most. But, since he's a combination of the good points of me and my lord husband, if he was a girl, he would definitely look more beautiful than when I was young." With a helpless expression, Lady Fang said, "Cower isn't that young anymore. Those who grow up faster are already graceful young maidens. How can she call a man handsome right in front of him? It's just that she's normally close with Royal Prince Yang. Had it been someone else, they would probably think that she's crazy about men." Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and said with an aggrieved expression, "Godmother, daughter can tease the young royal prince because we're familiar with each other. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be so impetuous. Sir Su Ran is very good looking, but I would just secretly look at him a few more times and wouldn't go up to him and say, 'Sir, you're really handsome.' It would be weird if I don't get beaten up." Haha, if someone says that I'm very good looking, it just means that she has good taste. Why would I be unreasonable and hit others? A gentle voice sounded among the flowers. On the small path paved with blue stones, a tall figure slowly approached. A modest gentleman was like a refined jade. Only the tenacity, gentleness, delicacy, and implicitness of jade could describe the endless charm that Su Ran slowly emitted. Right. The pure and outstanding man leisurely walked out of the flowers and trees, as if he was those banished immortals flying in the paintings. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed on another man, Zhu Junyang felt as if there was a big piece of cotton stuffed in his heart, and that feeling irritated him. He quietly tugged at Yu Xiaoxiao's hair that was hanging loosely behind her, which caused her to glare at him in anger. Zhu Junyang raised his eyebrows. As long as her eyes aren't focused on other men, I don't mind suffering a little and getting glared at a few more times. As the head steward court eunuch, Su Ran was in charge of the training and assessment of the emperor's personal imperial bodyguards and the imperial guards. Thus, Princess Consort Jing naturally didn't dare to put on airs in front of him. After they exchanged some polite greetings, Princess Consort Jing sat down with a proper smile on her face and asked, "Is Chief Steward Su visiting for official business or?" Su Ran withdrew the smile on his face, and with a slightly stern expression, he said in a low voice, "The reason that Su Ran came to the Prince Jing's estate without notice is to ask for help." Princess Consort Jing was shocked. She swiftly stood up and asked, "For help? What does Chief Steward Su mean?" Perhaps, in the palace, Princess Consort Jing thought of all the dirty things that could have happened in the imperial palace. The current emperor was a brilliant ruler who was loved by the people and supported by all officials. Why would there be a need to ask for help? Su Ran glanced at the grim expressions on Lady Fang and Royal Prince Yang, yet saw the muddled expression on the face of the little girl of the Yu family. He quickly calmed them. "Your Highness, Princess Consort Jing, please don't worry too much. It's a matter of the Eastern Palace. The young imperial prince got poisoned, and the imperial physicians in the imperial palace don't know what to do. I want to borrow Imperial Physician Zhang of Prince Jing's estate to go there and have a look." When Lady Fang heard that it was a secret matter in the palace, she quickly stood up and said, "Your Highness, I just remembered that there's some matters that I need to deal with at home, so we shall take our leave." "Lady Fang, please stay." Su Ran looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who had also stood up with a foolish expression. He said in a low voice, "I heard that your daughter has studied medicine for several years, and she has a unique understanding of medicine." Lady Fang could no longer worry about offending Chief Steward Su, and replied in a fearful manner, "My daughter has only studied medicine under the village doctor for less than a year, and she usually just treated the villagers, minor illnesses and injuries. The one in the palace has a precious status. With my daughter's feeble medical skills, we don't dare to be conceited and show our slight skills in front of the imperial physicians." It had been 8 years since the emperor ascended the imperial throne at the age of 20. Normally, he was diligent in government affairs and wasn't immersed in the affairs of the inner palace. At present, including the empress and imperial concubines, there were only 6 or 7 people in the imperial harem. The emperor currently only had 2 young offspring, 1 prince and 1 princess. Thus, it was apparent how precious they were. Moreover, even the imperial physicians weren't certain about the imperial prince's condition. If Xiaoxiao got involved, wouldn't that be the same as the god of longevity hanging himself, wanting to die earlier? The smile on Su Ran's face had faded, and those familiar with him would all know that he was angry. His voice still sounded gentle as he said, "Lady Fang is being too humble. Who was the one who nursed Princess Consort Jing's health? How was Lady Fang able to give birth to the young son in your family? If Miss Yu has feeble medical skills, then there aren't any highly skilled doctors in the world anymore. Lady Fang, Su Ran know what you're worried about. Rest assured, since it was I, Su Ran, who brought her into the palace, I will definitely bring her out. I, Su Ran, will guarantee with my life." Lady Fang wanted to make her last attempt at getting out of this situation, but Su Ran spoke again, "Lady Fang, if you continue to delay the young prince's illness, neither of us can bear the responsibility." Lady Fang could no longer voice her refusal. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who didn't really understand the situation. She gently caressed her head and choked with sobs as she said, "Cower, you got implicated because of Godmother. Godmother will accompany you into the palace. If, Godmother will accompany you." Imperial Physician Zhang had already been invited over by a servant. Without further delay, Su Ran hastily went out of Prince Jing's estate with Imperial Physician Zhang and the mother-daughter pair. When they mounted the carriage, he turned his head and saw Royal Prince Yang following them. He had wanted to say something but ended up swallowing back his words. The horses galloped at full speed and the horse carriage also moved at full speed. Fortunately, Prince Jing's estate wasn't too far from the imperial palace. They soon arrived outside of Donghua gates. In consideration of the aged imperial physician Zhang and young Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Ran had prepared sedans. They rushed all the way to the eastern palace. Lady Fang had already patiently explained the situation to Yu Xiaoxiao when they were on the carriage. The young imperial prince was poisoned, but the imperial physicians didn't dare to make a rash conclusion. Thus, they wanted to consult with imperial physician Zhang, who was born of a family of imperial physicians from the previous dynasty. She, on the other hand, was unlucky to have been at Prince Jing's estate at that time, and thus was taken as an extra helper. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the multicolored stone on her wrist and communicated with the little divine stone in her mind. After she received the guarantee, as long as there's still one breath, this divine stone will be able to drag him back from the King of Hell, her anxious heart finally relaxed. However, it was quite exciting today. It was her first time visiting the Prince Jing's estate and she got to tour around. Was she going to have a one-day tour for her first visit to the imperial palace? Yu Xiaoxiao felt strangely excited at the thought that she was about to see a real-life emperor, empress and imperial prince. Zhu Junyang noticed the change in Yu Xiaoxiao's emotions. He bent down and whispered into her ears, "Don't be scared, this prince is here." No one will dare to do anything to you. At that time, if you can treat him, then do your best. If you can't, then just stand on the side. This prince will support you regardless. The emperor was a wise monarch, so he definitely wouldn't do the same thing as the emperor of the previous dynasty, killing multiple people for the sake of one person. The empress might act irrationally because of grief, but even if he had to give up his position as the royal prince, he would still protect Xiao Cao. Besides, there would be a lot of imperial physicians there at that time. He reckoned that Yu Xiaocao wouldn't be needed. She was just a random passerby. Jingyang Palace was the palace hall that the empress resided in. The imperial prince was still young, so he lived with his imperial mother. In a couple of years, when he was bestowed the title of crown prince, he would have to move to Zongqi Palace next door. When imperial physician Zheng entered the door, he was taken to the dragon and phoenix bed by the other imperial physicians to examine the unconscious imperial prince. With reddened eyes, the empress appeared haggard, and her eyes were fixed on her son, for fear that something bad would happen to her son the moment she looked away. The emperor stood behind her and held onto her shoulders, as if he was conveying strength and courage to her. Su Ran walked to the emperor and whispered into his ears. Zhu Junfan looked towards Yu Xiaocao, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. Since Yu Xiaocao entered the imperial palace, she held her hands in front of her abdomen and looked down with her head bowed. She had the appearance of, I'm a good kid and you guys can't see me. Su Ran came up to her and softly said, His Majesty called you to go over. Emperor, oh my god, I'm going to see a real-life emperor soon. Yu Xiaocao was so excited that she could barely walk. Su Ran thought that she was scared, so he kindly comforted her, don't be afraid. The emperor is very approachable. You're just being called over to answer a few questions. Yu Xiaocao looked back at Lady Fang and saw a slight trace of fright in her eyes, yet she still tried to calm down and give her a comforting smile. She turned her eyes to Zhu Junyang. He had a calm and gentle gaze that seemed to have the power to appease one's heart, as if it was saying, this prince is here, so what are you afraid of? Yu Xiaocao's heart slightly relaxed and her steps also became lighter. According to the palace etiquettes that her godmother taught her on the way, she quickly performed a proper bow when she saw the hem of a bright yellow robe. This commoner, Yu Xiaocao, greets the emperor and the empress. Long live the emperor. May the empress live for thousands of years. There seemed to be a ball of fire within the empress's heart. She didn't even look at Yu Xiaocao and said with a voice full of impatience, why is Su Ran bringing a little girl over at this time? Isn't that just causing more trouble? Aren't you going to hurry up and take her out? Zhu Junfan hastily patted her shoulders and softly said, Miss Yu has studied medicine since she was young, and knows some intricate prescriptions. The young son of the General Estate's Lady Fang, who got whooping cough, was cured by her. Last time, when our son was coughing and refused to drink medicine, he had also gotten better after taking the medicine brought back from the General's estate. When Su Ran went to Prince Jing's estate, she just happened to have been invited over to nourish Princess Consort Jing's health, so he also brought her along. Hearing this, the Empress quickly replied, Little miss, I had been rash with my words just now. Do you have confidence in treating the young prince's illness? She was also recklessly finding doctors because she was anxious about the illness. How could a 10-year-old little girl be confident in her treatment when so many imperial physicians were solemnly consulting each other about it? Although Yu Xiaocao thought that the emperor's voice sounded familiar, she did not dare to casually lift her head to confirm his identity. She frankly answered, this commoner dare not simply come to conclusions. I must first see the patient to know. The empress wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded, then go and have a look. There's more hope with one more person. Chief Steward Su, are all the kitchen staff apprehended? Investigate carefully, I want to see which evil person dares harm my son. Zhu Junfan comfortingly patted the empress's back, softly saying, the imperial physicians haven't concluded that it's poisoning, right? Be calm, the person who dares to harm my son will definitely be severely punished. Some old officials in court had mentioned the selection of concubines, but he had always used various excuses to push the matter away. In his previous life, he had accompanied his mother in watching a few palace intrigue drama series, in which 3 women were enough for an entire drama. Once the number of concubines increased, so would the drama. There was already enough infighting to give him a migraine even though as of now, he only had several concubines. If he had more concubines, he would probably want to flee the palace and the court. It was too scary, women's jealousy and their vigor to fight for favor. Originally, he thought that the concubines in his harem fighting over his favor was just a small matter. He had a son and a daughter, and his son was smart while his daughter was obedient. He had planned to wait until the prince born of the empress had grown up and appointed him as the crown prince before he had more children in order to prevent what happened during Emperor Kangxi's reign, in which 9 of his sons fought for the throne and caused chaos within the palace and the court. Since he didn't have many children, the concubines were still quite well behaved and had not tried to scheme against the little prince and princess. He was also secretly gleeful over his smart decision, but who could have known that the little prince now displayed signs of poisoning? It was really a slap in his face. Zhu Junfan had a cold expression on his face. If this really was a plan that stemmed from his imperial harem, he would definitely not be lenient in the punishment. Yu Xiaocao took 2 steps forward and stood beside Imperial Physician Zheng. Imperial Physician Zheng had already checked on the little prince and took his pulse, and he was currently discussing his opinions with the other imperial physicians. Seeing Yu Xiaocao approach, Imperial Physician Zheng did not scrunch up his face like the others. Instead, he warmly spoke, Miss Yu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yu Xiaocao had already heard most of the imperial physicians' discussions. The young prince only started showing symptoms yesterday, when his condition escalated quickly with fever and convulsions. Now, the little prince was unconscious. His breathing was faint, and he would occasionally go into shock. The signs of poisoning were obvious throughout his entire body. The little divine stone used its power to scan the little fellow's body when she approached the bed. It laughed amusedly, saying, "This brat has been brought up with too much care, causing his digestive system to be weak. Now his stomach aches after eating something dirty." Yu Xiaoxiao turned to ask the imperial physicians and the little prince's servants, "Since yesterday, has the little prince experienced diarrhea?" Disdain was written on the faces of the other imperial physicians. Of course, a young girl, who was around the age of 10, could only diagnose the illness as diarrhea. It was too bad that the little prince had not shown any signs of diarrhea ever since his illness began. The palace servants also answered as such. Yu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, remembering that in her previous life, the child of her neighbor also once suffered from these symptoms. When they visited the district hospital, the doctor said that it was a more serious case of pediatric dysentery. She noticed that the imperial physicians continued to discuss what kind of poisoning the little prince had gotten, and how they should cure it. Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then whispered to Imperial Physician Zheng, "Imperial Physician Zheng, perhaps the little prince hasn't been poisoned." Imperial Physician Wang, who was most knowledgeable on poisons among the rest of the imperial physicians, laughed, "Little miss, this is the imperial palace, not somewhere you can simply fool around. You are responsible for every word you say. Will you be able to hold responsibility if the young prince's treatment was delayed because of you?" Imperial Physician Zheng knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had a certain grasp of understanding on some trickier diseases, so he patiently asked, "Miss Yu, what is your opinion?" Yu Xiaoxiao thought carefully before saying, "I think the little prince has pediatric dysentery." The other imperial physicians looked over with an expression of disagreement. Imperial Physician Wang even disdainfully said, "Pediatric dysentery? Little girl, is your head in the clouds? We just told you that the young prince had no signs of diarrhea, and all symptoms point to poisoning." Against all the pressure, Yu Xiaoxiao explained, "There are mild and there are serious cases of pediatric dysentery, and both have different symptoms. The symptoms of normal dysentery are fever, constipation, mucus in blood, and nausea. In mild cases of dysentery, there are no obvious constitutional symptoms as the patient defecates 3 to 5 times a day and their feces are accompanied by mucus or a little blood. In serious cases of dysentery, the constitutional symptoms are a little more obvious, where the patient defecates at least 10 times a day and his feces contain mucus and blood. He also experiences abdominal pain, nausea, and dehydration." Imperial Physician Wang impatiently interrupted her, "We all know of these simple pathologies, so don't waste our time. The little prince isn't experiencing stomachache, nor did he show any signs of diarrhea, not to mention mucus and blood accompanying his feces. How did you come to the conclusion that the young prince has pediatric dysentery?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him solemnly. "Besides those that I have listed, there is also a kind of pediatric dysentery called bacillary dysentery. It's abrupt and accompanied by symptoms such as fever, convulsions, unconsciousness, shock and breathing difficulty. The symptoms regarding the patient's digestive system usually only appear after 24 hours or sometimes 36 hours. This illness is more serious and is usually seen occurring in children aged from 2 to 7 years old." Hearing her speak confidently, Imperial Physician Wang asked hesitantly, "Is there actually such an illness, or did you make it all up after hearing our discussions?" "Little girl, even if you wanted to take credit for this, you still have to be alive to be able to claim it. This is the imperial palace, and the patient is the child of the emperor and empress, you mustn't implicate us." Seeing as no one besides Imperial Physician Zheng believed her words, Yu Xiaoxiao retreated, saying, "Since Imperial Physician Wang said it so, I'll value my own life and stop commenting. All of you are very experienced imperial physicians, so you should have already come up with a way to treat the little prince from your discussions. If you fail to cure the little prince with your treatment, please try treating him from the perspective of treating pediatric dysentery." The imperial physicians glanced at each other, still unwilling to believe the words of a 10-year-old girl. They then began treating the young prince with the method and medicine they had come up with earlier. Although they could not trace the poison, if it was poisoning, gentle detoxification should be effective. The medicine was quickly brewed and fed to the young imperial prince. The imperial physicians nervously watched the little prince, hoping that his condition would improve. "This is bad. The little prince is panting. It looks like he's short of breath." A palace servant at the side softly exclaimed upon noticing the young prince's uncomfortable state. The imperial physicians quickly surrounded the little prince to give him emergency aid. Fortunately, the little prince's breathing returned to normal afterwards. Not long after they fed the little prince his second bowl of medicine, everyone started to smell a pungent, rotting scent. The palace servants discovered that the young prince had lost control of his bowels, and the product of his diarrhea contains mucus and blood. The imperial physicians immediately remembered Yu Xiaoxiao's words from before. The symptoms regarding the patient's digestive system will only appear after 24 hours. Were they wrong after all? Was it not poison, but actually just a form of pediatric dysentery? The imperial physicians then decided to change the medicine to 3 Huang Dysentery Relief Decoction 1. Very soon, the medicine was brewed and fed to the little prince. Within the short period of half a day, the little prince had been fed a total of 3 bowls of dark, bitter medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao resisted but still could not help herself from whispering, "Wouldn't it be faster if we administered enema instead?" Imperial Physician Zheng secretly pulled on her sleeve while glancing in the empress's direction, whispering, "Are you mad to even consider enema? The little prince is going to be the crown prince in the future, and if there are no accidents, he will ascend the throne after the emperor abdicates. How could we use such a lowly method to treat his illness?" Yu Xiaoxiao pouted, inwardly thinking, is his pride more important than his life? But then again, if the little prince, who will be emperor in the future, knew that his anus had been violated, I really don't know what he would do. For my own sake, I should just keep a low profile. Zhu Junfan obviously heard what she had said as he gestured for her to go over to his side, whispering, "Will the method that you mentioned help treat my son's illness?" Yu Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at the emperor. Then, her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh god, the emperor actually looks the same as the heir of Prince Jing, are they twins? That wasn't right. Prince Jing is the emperor's imperial uncle. Could it be that the emperor's father was infertile, so he took an imperial Prince Jing's son as his own? But that also didn't seem right. If it was like that, the news should have already spread wide and far. So there was only one possibility: the emperor was traveling outside under disguise, and used the heir of Prince Jing's name. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around to glare at Zhu Junyang. This bastard even hid the truth from me. I won't cook good food for him in the future. Zhu Junfan could tell from Xiaoxiao's expression that she had already recognized him, so he lightly nodded to her and said, since we already know each other, what can you not say openly? After much hesitation, Yu Xiaoxiao finally whispered, enema can directly transport the effective composition of the medicine directly into the colon and rectum to take effect without risking damage from digestion in the stomach and small intestines. Imperial Physician Wang, go and brew the medicine for enema. I will personally administer it to my son. Zhu Junfan only had this one son after all. Moreover, he had been personally involved in the growth of this smart son since he was born, so they were naturally closer to each other than ordinary fathers and sons of the imperial family. If his son were to blame someone for this, let that person be him. How could he consider so much when it was about his son's illness? Since the emperor already gave out the order, the imperial physicians would not dare to disobey him. Imperial physician Wang glared fiercely at Yu Xiaoxiao, then left to personally brew the medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao felt wronged. Why are you glaring at me? I wasn't the one who ordered you. If you don't want to do it, why don't you argue with the emperor? Don't you think it's too much to specifically choose this persimmon, me, to squeeze just because it's soft too? The imperial physicians were also quite skilled as the little prince's conditions quickly stabilized. However, the empress was still worried and decided to make Yu Xiaoxiao stay in Jingyang Palace for a few days until the little prince recovered from his illness. In her heart, although Yu Xiaoxiao was young, she was still experienced in certain complex and difficult illnesses. Take this case for example. It seemed like it was poisoning, but even with the involvement of all of the imperial physicians, they still could not identify the disease. When Yu Xiaoxiao came, she knew with only one look that it was not a case of poisoning but instead was pediatric dysentery. Even in surgery there were specialized departments, perhaps she was more knowledgeable in aspects to pediatric conditions. The imperial kitchen was falsely alarmed, and the concubines that had been suspected by the empress all let out a sigh of relief. If anything went wrong with the little prince, they would have to suffer the consequences. Although their conscience was clear, they still would not be able to pass their days peacefully if the empress hated them. Once his son's condition stabilized, Zhu Junfan immediately began investigating into the cause of his illness. The little girl of the Yu family had already said that the digestive tract symptoms only showed after 24 hours. If he thought back a day, his son seemed to have left the imperial palace for the maternal home of the empress, the Meng residence. He called over the people of the Meng residence to be questioned and found out that when the little prince was there, the direct nephew of the empress, Meng Shuhuan, had brought him to visit the temple fair and they ate quite a lot of street food. Meng Shuhuan often practiced martial arts with the master at home, so his body was healthier and stronger. He was fine after he ran to the toilet twice after going home, but the little prince was brought up too carefully, so he immediately fell ill after returning. As it was her own nephew's fault, even though the empress's heart ached for her son, she didn't punish the Meng family. However, the empress's older brother, Meng Shuhuan's father, did. He beat him up and locked him in the ancestral hall to starve for 2 days. In the end, the matter was allowed to pass because the old madam pitied her grandson and pleaded for his pardon. Since then, every time the little prince visited the Meng residence, everyone would serve him with extreme care, especially in aspects to the food that he ate. It must be tested and tested again before they dared to serve it to the little prince. Zhu Junfan felt that his son was too protected even though he was already 5 years old because he was brought up at the empress's side. As the future emperor, he should not be brought up by a woman alone, so when the little prince recovered, he was moved into Zongqi Palace, which was next door. 2 bodyguards skilled in martial arts were also placed by his side to teach him the ways to strengthen his own body. In order to cultivate the little prince's interest in martial arts, Zhu Junfan also got him a few companions of the same age to practice with. But this was all afterwards. Back to Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been made to remain in the imperial palace. After she had bid her godmother farewell, she followed tiredly behind Chunhong, the maidservant that had been assigned by the empress to serve her. Zhu Junyang thought that she might be unfamiliar with the environment of the imperial palace, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry. You're the honored guest of the empress. If the servants dare to neglect you, just tell me. I'll seek justice for you from the emperor." Chunhong, the maidservant, looked oddly at Royal Prince Yang. This well-known cold-faced royal prince of the capital even had such a considerate side to him. She then looked at the small Yu Xiaoxiao beside her who held a childish aura and thought, so Royal Prince Yang favors this type, isn't she a bit too young? Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with gratitude as she nodded, many thanks to the young royal prince. The little imperial prince's condition has already stabilized, so he should be able to wake up tomorrow. I can then leave the imperial palace when he's about recovered. Older sister Chunhong, would you happen to know an abandoned courtyard in the imperial palace that's full of weeds? Chunhong stopped in her steps and looked at her weirdly, asking, Miss Yu, whatever for do you ask for this place? This servant will daringly advise you, it's better to be ignorant of the matters of the imperial palace's inner court. Royal Prince Yang was also puzzled. Xiaoxiao, what do you want to do with a courtyard full of weeds? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. I remember there's a prescription that helps in treating pediatric dysentery, and one of the ingredients is a kind of common wild herb. There's a high possibility that I can find this type of wild herb in a courtyard full of weeds, that's why I asked. Chunhong was one of the empress's most competent maidservants. Once she heard it was to find an ingredient that could aid in the treatment of the little prince's illness, she naturally did not dare to delay. Miss Yu, this servant will go and inform the empress. I will bring you there once I get the entry plate. As long as it was beneficial towards the little prince's condition, there was nothing the empress would not agree to. Chunhong obtained the entry plate and led Yu Xiaoxiao in the northwest direction. The further they went, the more remote and desolate the surroundings became. Since the founding of the nation, there had been successive years of war which had emptied the treasury, so how could there be money for the renovations of the palaces? The imperial palace of the Great Ming dynasty was still the same one as the previous dynasty, and as the concubines in the imperial harem were only so few, there were still a lot of palaces that were empty, even though some eunuchs and maidservants were left to take care of the cleanliness. But as they proceeded further north, they saw fewer people, until eventually there was almost no one around. Older sister Chunhong, where are we going? Yu Xiaoxiao saw that more and more weeds grew in the cracks between the bricks under her feet, and the nearby courtyard seemed more and more dilapidated. Even the imperial palace had such a run-down side. Zhu Junyang whispered, the cold palace of the previous dynasty is in front. The emperor emeritus and the emperor have been merciful, so it has always been empty. Chunhong found the old eunuch, who looked after the cold palace, to open the rusted, copper padlock. Once they pushed open the door, their view was immediately filled with overgrown, waist-high grass. Half of the house had already collapsed while the other side was crumbling. It looked as though they had arrived at a ruin. Zhu Junyang pulled out a sturdy stalk of grass and swept it about in the weeds to chase away all creepy crawlies. Yu Xiaoxiao followed behind him arduously, trying to identify the wild herb amongst the weeds. Chunhong was filled with fear seeing the cold palace in such a state of disrepair, so she only led Yu Xiaoxiao to the doors of the cold palace before she stopped in her tracks. The good thing was, the porcelain that Yu Xiaoxiao was looking for was pretty common. Very soon, she found porcelain among the weeds and speedily harvested it. The sky was beginning to darken, and the cold palace was not a good place to hang around, especially when there were rumors about the many imperial concubines who had died unjustly here. With Zhu Junyang's help, Yu Xiaoxiao managed to harvest enough porcelain within half an hour. Once they returned to Jingyang Palace, she also asked the empress for some cane sugar, saying it was important for the medicine. Since it was to be fed to the little prince, without a doubt it needed to be checked by the imperial physicians. The ingredients that Yu Xiaoxiao required to make porcelain candy was simple. It only required porcelain and cane sugar. Aside from being a common wild herb, porcelain was also used to reduce swelling, cool and detoxify the body. In her previous life, the child of her neighbor also took porcelain candy along with the medicine they got from the hospital. It was said that porcelain also had antibacterial properties, so it was quite useful to suppress the Shigella bacteria. Porcelain and cane sugar could not kill anyone anyway, so she might as well give it a try. With some mystic stone water, the effect would definitely be enhanced. Yu Xiaoxiao followed a 5:1 ratio by first pounding the porcelain to juice and boiling it with mystic stone water. She then added cane sugar to the mixture, made it into a candy bar, and cut the candy bar into smaller pieces each weighing about 3 grams. When the porcelain candy was brought to the empress, she saw that it did not look pleasing and asked doubtfully, "This candy can really treat my son's illness?" Yu Xiaoxiao smiled, "Rest assured, your imperial majesty. This candy is extremely helpful for the little prince's illness. Moreover, the taste is sweet and will be easily accepted by the little prince. If you feel uncertain about this, it can be taken along with the medicine prescribed by the imperial physicians. There are no side effects." The imperial physician added, "Your majesty, porcelain is indeed beneficial towards alimentary diseases, especially dysentery. The common folk often consume porcelain as a wild vegetable. Since the commoners could eat porcelain as a wild vegetable, then it was definitely not poisonous." The empress then put down her worries and carefully asked about the dosage of the candy. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it for a moment after inquiring about the little prince's age, then said, 3 pieces per dose, and 3 doses a day. The little prince should recover after 7 days. At this moment, a booming voice resounded from outside the palace door, "How is little Hanwen? My good great-grandson, your great-grandfather has come to see you. What have his servants been doing, to let my good great-grandchild suffer so terribly?" Hearing this voice, the empress hurriedly stood and went up to plead guilty, "Imperial grandfather, it is I who had been unthorough and caused Hanwen to suffer. Please lay down your punishment, imperial grandfather." Seeing the empress's tired complexion, the emperor emeritus, Zhu Huaiyang sighed, "Rise up. Although the illness is on the child, the pain is on the mother's heart. It's been hard on you these past few days. Has little Hanwen's condition improved? What do the imperial physicians say?" The empress explained in detail to the emperor emeritus about the little prince's illness and the treatments. Zhu Huaiyang's worried heart finally settled down after he knew that the little prince was out of danger. This little girl, isn't this the daughter of the Yu family in Dongshan village? You're finally willing to come to the capital. What good food did you make today? Let me taste." As he said this, the emperor emeritus snatched a piece of candy off the plate that Yu Xiaoxiao was holding and popped it into his mouth. It's quite sweet, although it's still somewhat lacking in comparison to the desserts served in the palace. Empress, the reason you called her into the imperial palace couldn't possibly be to make these few pieces of candy, right? While he was talking, the emperor emeritus picked up another piece of candy again and chewed on it. The empress helplessly reminded him after a moment of hesitation, "Imperial grandfather, that is the medicinal candy that Miss Yu had made for Hanwen. It can cure pediatric dysentery." The emperor emeritus felt embarrassed once he heard this. He actually took the medicine for his great-grandson as candy. He coughed a few times and glared at the silent Yu Xiaoxiao, "You little girl, why didn't you tell me?" Seeing the emperor emeritus's true identity, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't complain at this point. Why did these imperial personages all like to travel to Tanggu town? First, it was the heir of Prince Jing, who had turned into the emperor. Now it was Fifth Lord who revealed himself as the emperor emeritus. Yu Xiaoxiao felt wrongly accused at the emperor emeritus's words. "Your old hand is too fast, all right. You've already swallowed the candy even before anyone could remind you. You have quite a sweet tooth, even though you're so old. It was already past dinner time, and the Emperor and Empress worried that their son wouldn't be in the mood to eat. The chefs in the imperial kitchen, who were still badly shaken, began to arrange for the dinners for their masters in the imperial palace. Tonight, the meals for all palace halls were nearly an hour late, but no one dared to have any complaints. Chunhong led Yu Xiaoxiao to the side hall of Jingren Palace, which was the palace hall that she was going to temporarily stay at. The layout of the side hall was simple and elegant. A gold incense burner had smoke curling out of it, emitting a sandalwood fragrance. The hollowed-out, carved lattice window had shadows of swaying flowers passing through it. The tables and chairs were made of red sandalwood with extraordinary and exquisitely carved designs. In the inner chamber, there was a babu bed with a light green double-sided embroidered sheer curtain sewed with patterns of flora and insects. A brocade quilt embroidered with clouds and flowers covered the bed along with a pillow of the same color. Beside the bed, there was a carved shelf that was as high as the roof. All of the exquisite patterns on the shelf was a work of art. In the room, there were 2 rows of autumn yellow-colored yellow pearwood chairs carved with 6 horned dragons and longevity patterns. Beside the chairs, there were fruits and snacks placed on top of the lacquered water chestnut flower-shaped high-end table. With one glance, one could tell that this room had been meticulously cleaned up. Chunhong pointed to the 2 palace maids behind her, who were wearing pink palace maid outfits. She smiled and said, "These 2 were sent by the Empress to serve you, Miss Yu. The taller one is named Xin Yu, and the shorter one is named Sizu. Miss Yu, are you hungry? Eat some snacks first. Xing Yu, go to the imperial kitchen with Sister Xiaozi of Jingren Palace to get Miss Yu's meal." Yu Xiaoxiao was really hungry. Since morning, she'd only eaten a bowl of fish porridge and a couple of small steamed meat buns. At noon, the Emperor and Empress didn't mention eating since they were too busy saving the little prince. Who would dare say they were hungry at that time? Now, she was so hungry that her chest was stuck to her back. When she heard this, she didn't hold herself back. With Sizu's help, she cleaned her hands and sat on the carved yellow pearwood chair. She picked up the pastry that was on a blue and white porcelain plate decorated with twining lotuses and began eating it with small bites. It was made by an imperial chef, so of course, the taste of the pastry was very good. It had much smoother and finer mouthfeel than many of the pastries outside. After eating the snacks and drinking a cup of scented tea, her stomach finally felt better. About an hour later, Xingyu brought back the dinner. It might be because the meal was prepared in a hurry, so there were only several simple dishes in the food box. It tasted so good that Yu Xiaoxiao accidentally ate until her tummy was bloated. With a full stomach, she took a petal bath and changed into new white underclothing under the care of Sizu and Xingyu. At this time, Chunhong came in with a small package in her hands. She smiled and said, "The general's wife sent someone over with a change of clothes for Miss. The underclothing you are wearing was made in a hurry by the sewing department. If you aren't used to wearing it, this servant will help you change it." Yu Xiaoxiao watched as Xingyu took the package from Chunhong and placed all of the clothes inside into the large cabinet one by one. The maid servants in the palace were indeed well trained. They were better at serving than her maid servants. When she thought of how she had to do everything by herself in Dongshan village, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think, it's good to have money and power. I can just be a lazy worm who bum meals without doing anything. So happy. Yu Xiaoxiao fell asleep in the soft and fragrant bedding. Xingyu and Sizu, these 2 little palace maids, watched her happy sleeping posture and smiled secretly. They helped cover her with the quilt and quietly closed the door as they left. She slept till dawn. After eating breakfast, Yu Xiaoxiao was taken to the Empress's palace with a happy and glowing complexion. As soon as the Empress saw her, the smile on her face became even brighter. She waved at Yu Xiaoxiao to come closer and gently held her hand. She said with a smile, "I didn't expect a little girl like you to have such skills." The young prince woke up in the middle of the night and made a racket over being hungry and wanting food. I was afraid that his stomach was still too weak, so I didn't give him anything but 3 pieces of the candy you made. This morning, the imperial physician said that he could eat some porridge, and that the young prince seemed to be in good spirits. This was all thanks to you. Yu Xiaoxiao was terrified, so she said modestly, "Empress, you're overpraising me. This is the combined contributions of the imperial physicians. Xiaoxiao dares not claim credit." "Xiaoxiao, was it? Don't be so humble, I have a clear view of the situation." The Empress had some lingering fears in her heart. If they had followed the detoxification method given by the imperial physicians, she didn't know how much her little prince would have to suffer. When she gave birth to the prince, she had harmed her body and might not be able to have another child in her life. If something happened to Hanwen, she didn't know if she could endure it. Fortunately, when Chief Steward Su went to invite imperial physician Zheng, he also brought along the little lass of the Yu family. This little girl from the Yu family was her son's lucky star. The Empress immediately rewarded Yu Xiaoxiao with many precious jewels, jade pendants, and valuable fabrics. Yu Xiaoxiao shyly thanked her for her kindness and asked Linglong, who Madame Fang had left behind to serve her, to help her put them away. Yesterday, when Madame Fang left, she was afraid that Xiaoxiao would be lonely and that the maids serving her wouldn't be useful, so she left Linglong in the palace to accompany her. "Empress, the little prince has woken up and wants to see you." Chubai, the Empress's head palace maidservant, came in and said with a smile, as the Empress was lovingly holding Yu Xiaoxiao's hand and talking to her. The Empress took Yu Xiaoxiao's hand, stood up and said, "Xiaoxiao, come with me. Hanwen should meet his savior." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said she dared not to consider herself as the young prince's savior. The little prince was resting in the side hall beside the Empress's palace hall. Imperial physician Zheng and the doctors of the Imperial Hospital saw the Empress come in and hurriedly kneeled. After the Empress said, "Rise," she asked about the little prince's health in detail. Imperial physician Zheng replied, "The young prince is no longer in danger. However, the symptoms of dysentery haven't all been cured yet, so he still needs to take several doses of medicine. The Empress nodded and said, I understand the principle of illnesses come quickly and go away slowly. Just try your best to cure the little prince's illness as soon as possible. After she said this, the Empress walked into the inner room and saw the little prince leaning against a pillow with an unhappy and foul expression. My dear son, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? The Empress's soft voice was filled with love. She sat down beside the young prince and stroked his soft hair. With a pale complexion, the little prince appeared somewhat weak. He flung himself into the Empress's arms and acted spoiled. Imperial mother, can't I just eat candy and not drink those bitter medicines? The Empress was about to say something, but Zhu Junfan's voice sounded from outside. Bitter medicines have a better effect. Hanwen, is this how Imperial father usually teaches you? The little prince hurriedly sat up straight and looked serious when he heard his father's voice. His round eyes, however, looked at the Empress beggingly. The Empress touched his little face, feeling sorry for him. She turned and looked at the Emperor and said, Your Majesty, our dear son is still sick. He understands these principles, so he will understand if you just tell him calmly. A loving mother is more likely to nurture a good-for-nothing son. Phagia, we only have this one son. He's going to take on important tasks in the future, so we can't let him do whatever he wants. Zhu Junfan walked over and touched his son's forehead, putting his heart to rest. Son will be obedient. I'll drink the medicine on time and won't eat random food anymore. Imperial father, don't scold Imperial mother anymore. The little prince's soft, childish voice and timid expression made him look very soft and adorable. The Empress, who was very moved, hugged her son and said with teary eyes, Good boy, Hanwen really is Imperial mother's darling son. Looking at the pair of loving mother and filial son, Zhu Junfan couldn't maintain the stern expression on his face anymore and showed a faint smile. At noon, when drinking the medicine, the little prince didn't throw a tantrum and obediently drank the medicine. However, the medicine was too bitter and carried a strong flavor of traditional Chinese medicine. With a miserable expression, the little prince resisted the opposition he had in his heart. He took a deep breath and swallowed it in a couple of mouthfuls. However, after coughing a couple times, he ended up vomiting most of the medicine, which he had swallowed with much difficulty. The little prince burst into tears. Imperial father, Hanwen didn't do it on purpose. The medicine is too hard to drink. Can I not drink it? Tears also flowed down the Empress's face. She used her handkerchief to wipe them away, and then she looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, asking, Xiaoxiao, if he doesn't take the liquid medicine and just eat the candy you made, would it be able to cure the little prince's illness? Yu Xiaoxiao stood up and calmly said, May this commoner ask the little prince some questions. With his obsidian-like bright eyes, the young imperial prince looked curiously at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was several years older than himself. He couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Did you make the candy that can cure the illness? You're so young. Are you a doctor, too? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the little prince, who was almost the same age as little Dudu, with a gentle and sweet smile. She said in a soft voice, Your Highness, I'm also the doctor who examined your illness. I'll ask you a few questions. If the answers are satisfactory, then you don't have to drink the bitter medicine anymore. As soon as the little prince heard this, he quickly gathered his attention. He nodded his head and said, Okay. Quick, please ask. Yu Xiaoxiao gently pointed to his belly and asked, How many times has your little belly hurt since this morning? How many times have you gone to the bathroom? My belly ached 3 times, and I went to the bathroom 2 times. Last night, I used the bathroom more often and it hurt a lot more. It feels better now. The little prince was a little shy, but he answered Yu Xiaoxiao's question seriously. The little prince's physique was pretty good. Normally, he seldom got sick and his body had no resistance to drugs. Thus, after several doses of drugs from yesterday and over the night, the dysentery bacteria in his body was largely suppressed. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head satisfactorily and asked, Did you eat your breakfast like you were supposed to? What did you eat? The little prince pouted and answered discontentedly, I could only have the plain white porridge they prepared. There wasn't any taste in my mouth, so I didn't want to eat. I just ate half a bowl. I'm a little hungry now. Little doctor, can I eat pastries? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Young imperial prince, you were unconscious for all of yesterday without consuming even a single grain of rice, so you need to eat plain white porridge to nourish your stomach. You can have some pastries that can be easily digested. As for lunch, you can have some seasoned purslane salad with porridge or some razor clam seafood porridge. The little prince's eyes brightened. He rubbed his belly and asked, What's razor clam seafood porridge? Is it good? Imperial mother, I want to have razor clam seafood porridge for lunch. The Empress looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a questioning gaze. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Razor clams are a kind of shellfish. They taste delicious and have a high nutritional value. It can help with deficiencies and also has some therapeutic effects on dysentery. A type of shellfish. It takes around 2 days to get to the oceanside on horseback from the capital. It's a bit unrealistic for my imperial son to have seafood porridge for lunch. The Empress frowned and blamed herself for not being able to give her son what he wanted. Yu Xiaoxiao saw this and hurriedly said, There should be razor clam meat in the dry goods store. It has some of the same effects if you soak it before cooking it in the porridge. However, its effects are not as good as fresh razor clams. Zhu Junfan was normally strict with the little prince, but he was very worried about his son's illness. Upon hearing it was good for his son's illness, he immediately ordered, Su Ran, send people to quickly go on horseback to go oceanside to buy razor clams. You will personally leave the palace in person and go to the Zhou family's dried food store to buy dried razor clams. Our imperial son must have seafood porridge before dinner. The little prince pouted and quietly said, What about lunch? Are you gonna let me have plain white porridge again? There's no flavor, it's so hard to drink. The empress softly comforted him. Doctor, you said that you can have it with some seasoned porcelain. Your stomach can't handle eating anything else right now. What about the medicine? Can I stop drinking bitter medicine now? The little prince looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with expectant eyes and pouted. He looked very cute. Yu Xiaoxiao managed to barely restrain her desire to pinch the little guy's cheek and nodded. If your stomach isn't hurt in the afternoon and you don't have to run to the bathroom, then you don't have to take the medicine. Eating the porcelain candy alone should be fine then. The little prince rubbed his stomach. When he heard that he didn't have to drink the bitter medicine, he happily said, my tummy hasn't hurt for a while, does that mean I'm getting better? Almost. Eat a few more days worth of candy to stabilize your condition. Yu Xiaoxiao was very patient with children. For a sick child, the little prince didn't cry or make a fuss. He could be considered a very sensible child and very cooperative little patient. Sure enough, the children of the imperial family matured earlier. Emperor, Consort Li has brought the little princess to come visit the little prince. Rong Sheng, the head eunuch of Jingyang Palace, respectfully reported the new guests with a lowered chest and a hunched back. An unnecessarily white face, respectful eyes and brows, a humble smile that wouldn't change for 1,000 years, and a chest that would never straighten out, this was the image of an eunuch in Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. Su Ran's gentle and refined manner, being neither humble nor arrogant, didn't match the word, eunuch, in any way. Consort Li looked like she was in her 20s. She was wearing a light green palace dress that was embroidered with butterflies fluttering among flowers. The broad hems of the dress were embroidered with layers of a decorative pattern and her hair was coiled into a winding bun such that she exposed her temple. Her light makeup revealed her delicate beauty, and her lips had a thin layer of rouge swiped on. She looked like an elegant chrysanthemum in the fall, with a lingering charm. Her hand was lightly grasped with the hand of a small girl, who was clearly younger than the imperial prince. She looked like a pretty little porcelain doll and was dressed in a light pink dress embroidered with gold threads. It made her skin seem even more luminous than snow. The little girl resembled a cute little dumpling and was incredibly adorable. The 3 or 4-year-old little girl followed her consort mother and elegantly greeted her imperial father and her imperial mother. Then she quietly and gently stood in front of the sickbed and spoke to the little prince in a milky sweet voice, Imperial brother, is your illness better now? The little prince only had this one younger sister, and their relationship was considered pretty good, so he nodded and said, don't worry younger sister. With the exception of my tummy hurting occasionally, there aren't any other problems. If your tummy hurts, let Imperial mother rub it for you. Last time when Danny ate too much and my tummy hurt, it got better after consort mother rubbed it. Zhu Danny, the little imperial princess, looked at her imperial brother cutely as she, seriously proposed, a solution. Was younger sister being gluttonous again? You must have sneaked behind consort Li's back to eat. Don't do it in the future. Lying in bed and being unable to move like I am is the result of eating random food. 2 little ones had a conversation like this face to face. The emperor was handsome, the empress was dignified and graceful, and consort Li was elegant and beautiful. Thus, their children's looks would naturally be first class. In addition, they were young and their voices were sweet. This made them extremely cute. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled unconsciously as she watched the 2 children interact. Xiaozi, one of the palace maids, came back from the imperial kitchen. With a puzzled expression, she said, Empress, the chefs in the imperial kitchen have never seen porcelain and don't know how to prepare it. In your opinion? The empress looked towards Yu Xiaoxiao and earnestly said, Xiaoxiao, it seems that I will have to trouble you again. Consort Li had a surprised expression on her face. When did the empress ever treat someone so politely? The other was still a child who was only around 10 years old. What made this little girl so special? Zhu Junfan solved the puzzle for her by saying, the little prince's life was saved thanks to Xiaoxiao. She's skilled in the difficult and miscellaneous diseases that children can get. Consort Li heard these words and had her own thoughts about it. To be able to be recognized by the emperor and empress meant that the lass had real talents. When children were young, it was inevitable for there to be headaches and fevers. It would be good for the little princess if they made friends with a doctor who was skilled in pediatric medicine. With this in consideration, Consort Li's gaze toward Yu Xiaoxiao carried some politeness and sincerity. Yu Xiaoxiao gave the 3 giants of the imperial palace a proper salute and followed Xiaozi to the imperial kitchen. Once she was out of Jingyang Palace, Yu Xiaoxiao's steps became lighter. She breathed in the free air. Being in front of the empress and emperor was too constraining. Yes or no, she felt as if she were shackled, thinking twice before she could do anything. To be with the emperor was the same as living with a tiger, it wasn't a good feeling. When they arrived at the imperial kitchen, the porcelain was already prepared. Chunhong had taken several eunuchs and palace maids to pick it, bring it back and clean it for use. Yu Xiaoxiao first ran boiled water over the porcelain to remove any vegetal smell and then used cold water to clear away the sticky liquid before chopping it up. Once the pot was hot, she put in some sesame oil and stir-fired the porcelain to make it fragrant. She added a bit of salt to season and then took it out of the pot. Washed superior japonica rice was put into the pot and then water was added to boil. The stir-fried porcelain was added. The whole mixture cooked over low heat until it became soft and tender. Only then was it ready to be taken out of the pot. While the porcelain porridge was being simmered over a small fire, Xiaoxiao began to make the seasoned porcelain salad. This was relatively simple. The porcelain was first blanched in boiling water and then it was rinsed with cold water several times to get rid of the sticky juice. Afterwards, it was cut into sections and put onto a plate. A bit of salt, some garlic sauce, some sesame oil was added to the dish and it was done. Just as the porcelain porridge was finished, the Emperor Emeritus appeared in the doorway of the imperial kitchen, peering in. A little eunuch, who was helping the cooks, noticed him. Then the entire imperial kitchen proceeded to kneel down. Yu Xiaoxiao also kneeled down in confusion. Get up all of you. Continue with what you have to do. The Emperor Emeritus noticed Yu Xiaoxiao in the crowd. His eyes brightened and he scooted over to her with a smile. Looking at the food box held by Xiaozi, who was beside her, the Emperor Emeritus coughed softly and asked, "Is this meal personally made by that girl Yu Xiaosao?" Xiaozi hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty." The Emperor Emeritus looked at the food box and considered what to say to let Xiaozi leave the food box behind. Yu Xiaosao seemed to have seen his thoughts and said, "Emperor Emeritus, the little prince can't eat anything else right now. This subject has made purslane porridge with seasoned purslane salad, which can help the prince recover from his episode of dysentery." The Emperor Emeritus made a serious face, nodded and said, "Has the little prince not had lunch yet? Why haven't you hurried and sent it over? Can you afford to starve my dear grandson?" Xiaozi shivered in fear and left with the food box in hand. The Emperor Emeritus was really subject to quick changes in his moods. In the future, she would have to be careful around him. The Emperor Emeritus saw that Yu Xiaosao was turning around, preparing to leave. He immediately gave his accompanying guard a meaningful glance. The guard reached out and stopped Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao looked back at the Emperor Emeritus in surprise. The Emperor Emeritus coughed a few times in embarrassment and said, "Lass, aren't you interested in opening a braised food shop in the capital? You're pretty skilled at making braised pig head meat, it's a waste to not open a braised food shop." Yu Xiaosao considered it carefully and shook her head. "To be honest, Imperial Majesty, this subject intends to open a braised food shop, but not in the capital." The Emperor Emeritus frowned and asked in surprise, "Why not? There are many rich people in the capital. You could reach out on the streets and grab a handful of them easily. There's also an open market for a braised food shop in the capital. However, not all the aristocratic families are like you, Imperial Majesty, who likes to eat braised pig's head meat. There are many influential families in the capital who view pork as vulgar food. Most of the ingredients for the braised food made by my family are pig's heads and pig's offals. No matter how good the taste is, those aristocratic families, who value reputation and fear becoming a joke for eating vulgar food, won't buy it. There will even be some people who will mock those who buy braised foods, saying that braised pig's head meat is the food of the poor." Yu Xiaosao has considered this quite a lot. The officials in the imperial court who came from common civilians or humble families were still alright. However, the older noble families were all protective of their public images. They only mingled with men of letters and posed as lovers of culture. Those people would definitely not become one of the customers of the braised food shop. The Emperor Emeritus had contempt toward those aristocratic families who pretended to be lofty and noble. What were they pretending for? Many of these aristocratic families had hundreds of years of history, yet they were gradually declining. Who were they putting on airs for? What was wrong with eating pork? What was wrong with enjoying braised pig's head meat and intestines? He was the Emperor Emeritus, yet even he, the noblest of them all, could eat it, so why couldn't they eat it? The food of the poor. He wanted to see just who dared to say to his face that this was food fit only for poor people. "Xiaosao, let's talk about opening the shop later. Look, the imperial kitchen just happens to have a pig's head. Can you help with the braising?" The Emperor Emeritus was gluttonous, going out of the way to order the imperial kitchen to have the pig's head prepared. After all, this was a recipe that Yu Xiaosao came up with. Although the skills of the imperial chefs in braising the pig's head weren't as good as Yu Xiaosao herself, it was still better than having nothing. The Emperor Emeritus, who loved to eat braised pig's head, always had the imperial kitchen braise one every month, which allowed him to sat his craving. Yu Xiaosao, who saw that the pig's head and the seasonings were already prepared, smoothly braised the pig's head since it wasn't too difficult at this point. The pig's head meat was added with all kinds of braising ingredients and cooked slowly in the pot. By dinner time, it would almost be ready. She took into consideration that the Emperor Emeritus was old and a bit overweight. Since she suspected that he would have the 3 common ailments, she also added 3 drops of mystic stone water into the pot when no one was paying attention. This way, the marinated pig's head would taste better and be beneficial for the body. Yu Xiaosao also braised the pig's feet and knuckle that she found in the kitchen. In her previous life, aside from the pig's head meat, the top 3 best-selling dishes of her braised food store also consisted of braised pig's feet. Not that she was boasting, but she had excellent control of the fire when braising the pig's feet. With just one bite, one could feel the chewiness of the pig's skin and the soft, tender texture of the meat. Every mouthful was filled with flavor and it was a guarantee that whoever ate it once would definitely want to eat it again. As for the braised pig's knuckle, it glistened golden red, the bone was fragrant while the meat was tender and delicious. It was intact and the soup was thick but not greasy, the Emperor Emeritus would definitely like it. Once she finished instructing the imperial kitchen staff to watch over the fire, Yu Xiaosao left, following behind the Emperor Emeritus. When she got back to Jingyang Palace, she saw the Emperor and the Empress smiling pleasantly. Seeing Yu Xiaosao, the Empress waved for her to go over, then affectionately held her small hands. She said with a smile, "Xiaosao, you're quite capable even though you're very young. Not only do you know how to treat illnesses, you also have amazing culinary skills. Hanwen had thoroughly enjoyed the porridge and small dishes that you made. Although there wasn't a lot of porridge, there were still 2 bowls of it and one was afraid that he would stuff himself full, so I didn't let him finish it all." When Hanwen ate the porridge, he said that his stomach felt warm and it was very comfortable as the slight pain in his abdomen also receded. This folk remedy is still quite effective even though it doesn't use expensive herbs. Yu Xiaosao humbly replied, "The little prince is just sick of eating plain porridge. Purslane is just a type of common wild vegetable, and its texture and taste are also just so. However, a lot of wild vegetables also have some medicinal qualities. Many civilians who cannot afford a physician will counter the illness with these wild vegetables and herbs. Over time, they slowly became remedies for certain diseases." The Empress smiled as she looked at her, feeling that although this little girl was young, she was tactful in the way she spoke and acted. So she became more sincere and affectionate towards Yu Xiaosao. Waking up from his afternoon nap, the young prince was more spirited and, after taking another 3 pieces of porcelain candy, he eagerly asked Yu Xiaoxiao, my tummy doesn't hurt anymore, so does it mean I don't have to drink that bitter medicine anymore? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and spoke in a gentle voice, it's alright to not drink the bitter medicine, but I have to check your tummy. Alright, you can check my tummy. I've really recovered, I don't need to drink the medicine anymore. The little prince also risked everything just so he could avoid drinking the bitter medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the empress. Once she got her approval, she lifted the little prince's shirt to reveal his small, round belly. Inwardly, she came to an understanding with the little divine stone and placed the multicolored stone on her right wrist on the little prince's lower abdomen. If someone else saw this, they would surely notice that the multicolored stone emitted a golden ray of light that slowly enveloped the little prince's abdomen. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to check him as she pressed on a spot and asked him if it hurt, and pressed another spot a moment later and asked if he had the feeling of wanting to defecate. The little prince felt as though her touch was magic, as wherever she pressed, the discomfort of his abdomen would disappear, as if all of it was brought away by her small hands. Only after the little divine stone used its power to treat the little prince did Yu Xiaoxiao say to the eager empress and young prince, you're almost completely recovered. Medicines are also part poison, so you can stop the intake of medicine. The medicinal diet will be enough for the next few days. At this time, the eunuch of Jingyang Palace reported the arrival of Su Ran and Royal Prince Yang. Zhu Junyang focused his gaze on Yu Xiaoxiao the moment he entered Jingyang Palace. Seeing that she was alright and even smiling, he nonchalantly shifted his gaze away. After he greeted the empress, he gifted the bedridden young prince an automatic toy horse to relieve boredom. The toy horse was about the size of an adult's palm, and inside it there was a mechanism that, after being wound up, enabled the little horse to walk by itself on a table. The new toy quickly gained the attention of the little prince as he played with it and laughed from time to time. Su Ran brought with him a bag of dried razor clams. Once the empress saw that, she turned towards Yu Xiaoxiao and said apologetically, razor clam porridge, I still have to trouble you, Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly stood up and said, it's not a bother. However, the razor clam porridge will need some time to cook, so this commoner girl will take my leave first. Even though the empress was amiable towards her, living in a society where social class was extremely strict and facing the class with the authority to control the life and death of other people still made Yu Xiaoxiao uncomfortable. She would rather stay in the imperial kitchen and suffer the grease and smoke than converse another word with the empress. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao leave Jingyang Palace, Zhu Junyang also took his leave. With large steps, he caught up to Xiaoxiao who was being led by Xiaozi to the imperial kitchen. Hesitantly, he said, actually, it's alright if you don't want to do it. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the astonished Xiaozi, and then smiled at Zhu Junyang, don't you know me? I like the process of cooking. When you were at Dongshan village and ordered all those difficult dishes, didn't I also try to make them for you too? I was born for a hard-working life, if you wanted me to sit idly, I would feel ill at ease. It was I who asked to help cook the little prince's porridge. Zhu Junyang saw that there was not a trace of reluctance on her face and smiled, saying, you dare mention that. In Dongshan village, this prince ordered 10 dishes but it's already considered good enough if you made me too. Only you have the guts to fool me. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue at him. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she said, this commoner girl was born into a farmer's family, and only knows how to cook some common dishes. The sea cucumber and abalone dishes that you ordered all required expensive ingredients. Even if we caught them, we would rather sell them for money, how could we be willing to try them? Be smarter the next time and order some more ordinary dishes, only then can I guarantee to satisfy you. Xiaozi looked even more astonished. Who can tell me whether this man, who's smiling and whose gaze is filled with affection and indulgence, is actually the cold royal prince who everyone in the capital shied away from? He wouldn't have been possessed by something, right? Also, the little miss of the Yu family, you don't take the royal prince seriously, do you? You actually dared to use such a casual attitude to talk with the moody prince. Are you seeking an early death? The thing that made her jaw drop even more was that the cold royal prince's expression was not cold at all. His face lit up with a smile and his voice was gentle as he said, all right. In the future, I will order only the dishes that you can cook. The moment they entered the imperial kitchen, Zhu Junyang could smell the strong fragrance of braised meat wafting in the air. Xiaoxiao, you braised pig's head this afternoon. If so, I must find an excuse to stay. I want to eat the pig's ear strips with chili oil that you made. You brat, the braised pig's head was requested by me, your grandfather, it's all mine, don't even try to snatch it from me. Ever since the braised pig's head had gone into the pot, the Emperor Emeritus had been loitering around the imperial kitchen. When he smelled the fragrance, he could not help but come inside and have a look, but when he heard that Zhu Junyang was about to steal his pig's ears, he felt unhappy and began to protect his food. However, Zhu Junyang was not afraid of his imperial grandfather, and immediately began to bicker, Imperial grandfather, it's such a big pig's head, can you finish it all? Aren't there 2 pig's ears? You're so generous, wouldn't you give your grandson one? Zhu Huaiyang scrutinized his little grandson, feeling that he was different from before. Previously, he would only scowl and leave, how would he say these words that sounded like he was acting cute? Also, his cold gaze was comparatively livelier than before. Had his grandson's illness been controlled? Which divine doctor was so skilled? To avoid provoking his little grandson, the Emperor Emeritus made a pained expression and hardened his heart, all right. Seeing as you're so well behaved today, I'll award you 1 pig's ear. Zhu Junyang pressed on, Imperial grandfather, this grandson also likes to eat pig's snout. No, you can only have 1 pig's ear. I won't give any more. If you say any more, you won't even get the pig's ear. The older the Emperor Emeritus was, the more childish he became. The attribute of protecting his food also increased in vigor with his age. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that these two were fighting over a pig's head until their faces turned red, so she hurriedly advised, if you think one pig's head isn't enough, you can tell the imperial kitchen to prepare a few more pig's heads. We can stew the meat in braising sauce overnight, so you can thoroughly enjoy your meal tomorrow. Although, the weather is quite warm nowadays, so the braised dishes shouldn't be kept overnight. If you can't finish it, just award it to others. The Emperor Emeritus was full of reluctance and mumbled, I have an ice house in my temporary imperial residence, if I can't finish it, I'll just keep it frozen there and reheat it whenever I feel like eating it. Little girl, how long do you plan to stay in the capital? I want to eat vermicelli pork stew, chicken and mushroom stew, and northeastern mixed stew. In his previous life, Zhu Weiyang was a true man from northeast China. Since his transmigration, he had rarely been able to eat authentic northeastern dishes and had missed them quite dearly. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of eating those northeastern signature dishes. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it, then said, I will probably have to stay in the imperial palace for a few more days to ensure that the little prince is fully recovered before I can leave. For these few days, just tell the imperial kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the dishes that you, Emperor Emeritus, want to eat and I will make them for you. It's just that, this commoner girl isn't sure that my cooking will suit your taste. Of course, it's to my taste. With your skills in making braised pig's heads, how can any of the dishes you cook be bad? The Emperor Emeritus grinned and nodded. In his heart, he thought that he would stay in the imperial palace for these few days, so he gave the order to stay in Ningxiu Palace tonight. The old eunuch, who had served the Emperor Emeritus for decades, already knew the Emperor Emeritus's thoughts. Inwardly, he said to himself, ever since the Emperor Emeritus abdicated his throne, he was either traveling and sightseeing, or he stayed in the temporary imperial residence in the outskirts of the capital. Not one day did he stay in Ningxiu Palace, which had been prepared for him for 7 to 8 years. Who could have thought that he would be willing to remain in the imperial palace for an ordinary meal? The allure of good food must not be underestimated. Yu Xiaoxiao began preparation to make the razor clam seafood porridge. The few old imperial cooks of the imperial kitchen shooed away those eunuchs who acted as assistant cooks and came up to her to assist her. They were obviously trying to covertly learn her recipes while watching from the side. However, Yu Xiaoxiao had not planned to keep the recipes of the seafood porridge, braised pig's head and northeastern dishes to herself. She was only going to stay in the capital for a few days, and in her opinion, the Emperor Emeritus was quite interesting. He was intimate with the people and did not carry himself in a haughty manner. Thus, she was quite willing to leave the recipes of some of his favorite dishes to him. She first soaked the dried razor clams in some water and then rinsed them with some boiling water. After all of the grit and sand was washed out, they were finely minced. Then she instructed one of the imperial chefs take some fresh shrimp, peel and clean them before cutting them into small pieces to use. After the rice was washed, it was put into a large deep pot to simmer into congee. The minced dried razor clams, shrimp, and some ham was also put into the pot to stew slowly. Since the little divine stone had healed the little prince in the afternoon, she knew that his stomach would be able to digest more, so she was able to put more delicious ingredients in the food. After the congee finished cooking, she sprinkled some crushed roasted peanuts on top to add an additional layer of flavor. A little bit of sesame oil was also drizzled on for the same purpose. Throughout the entire process, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't try to hide any of the steps from the imperial chefs. When they had questions, she even patiently explained her reasoning. Thus, the impression the imperial chefs had of this little girl, who knew how to make many odd things, had improved a lot. Other than the noble masters in the palace, these old imperial chefs didn't really put anyone else in their eyes. However, they now treated Yu Xiaoxiao with a lot more respect and reverence. That night, the 3 great personages of the palace ate to their delight. It was said that the empress was very fond of the braised pig trotters, while the emperor liked braised pork knuckle and also enjoyed braised pig head meat. However, the Emperor Emeritus hogged most of the braised pig head meat and only gave the emperor a miserly tiny portion. The Emperor Emeritus ate more than half a large plate of braised pig head meat by himself and almost finished all of the sliced pig ears seasoned with chili oil. He couldn't bear to give the leftovers to the eunuchs and palace maids, so he had the servants carefully pack the food up and had it stored in an ice cellar. He stated that he planned on eating the rest at his next meal. The young prince was also very pleased. He ate 2 small bowls of seafood congee and still wasn't satisfied, so he also ate a goblet of razor clam stewed with egg. He was so stuffed afterwards that he had to stroll around his room several times with a palace maid to help with digestion. Only then was he allowed to go to bed. All of the imperial physicians were amazed at the speed of the little prince's recovery. Usually, a patient would need at least a few days to recover from even the mildest bout of dysentery. However, only 2 days had passed yet the prince had made almost a full recovery and no longer needed to take medication. Was it because the Yu family's little girl's recipe for medication was really that good? Even Imperial Physician Wang, who had some resentments towards Yu Xiaoxiao, had to admire the efficacy of the girl's medicine recipe. During the time that Yu Xiaoxiao was in the palace, she had to spend some time almost every day in the imperial kitchens to make 2 dishes that the Emperor Emeritus personally ordered. The dishes she made for him included sweet and sour crispy pork, dry fried pork strips, pickled vegetables with fatty meat and blood sausage. The Emperor Emeritus ate until he was completely satisfied. He praised the food, stating that these dishes were more delicious than all of the northeastern cuisine dishes he had during his entire life. In fact, the Emperor Emeritus had previously traveled all throughout the country in an effort to find the taste of his hometown. Unfortunately, he was never able to satisfy his cravings before. There was a reason why Yu Xiaoxiao knew how to cook northeastern cuisine dishes. In her past life, her mother was from the northeast. Before her mother passed away, the family's financial circumstances were considered decent, so her mother often made some authentic northeastern dishes to eat. She had helped her mother cook in the kitchen and learned the ways to make this type of cuisine. Many years had passed then and she was now finally able to recreate the foods from her memories. These dishes all held the flavors of the food her mother used to make, such a good memory. She taught every single northeastern cuisine dish she knew to the imperial chefs. The master opened the door, but cultivation progress depended on the individual person. It was up to the chefs to rely on their own talents to see if they were able to make these dishes up to par with the Emperor Emeritus's tastes. The young prince had his common porcelain rock candy as treatment. In addition, Yu Xiaoxiao created menus of food for him, so gradually his body recovered. In the imperial kitchen, Yu Xiaoxiao came up with some new snacks, such as animal crackers, cakes filled with jam, sheep's milk pudding, and egg tarts. The food she made changed almost every day and never repeated itself. Once the young prince was able to get out of bed, he followed Yu Xiaoxiao like a little tail every day. When he saw her, he was even more happy to see her than when he saw his father or mother. The empress felt some pangs of jealousy while the emperor laughingly scolded him for being a foodie and an ungrateful brat. After her 6th day in the palace, the imperial physicians announced that the young prince's illness had completely healed. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao also took her leave and left with a bunch of valuable presents given to her by the emperor and empress. The young imperial prince reluctantly said farewell to her at the steps of Jingyang Palace and waved his little hands, looking forward to her next visit. Prior to entering the imperial palace, Yu Xiaoxiao had been preoccupied with the conundrum on what to do with the Yu family's residence in the prefectural city. It had a very good location, so leaving it empty was such a waste. Now, she finally came to a decision. She decided to open a braised food shop in the prefectural city. It would be a regular shop and would have a place to also sell roasted chicken and duck as well. However, the thing giving her the most trouble at the moment was where to get the raw ingredients. The locust plague had just happened. Although the prefectural city's area wasn't particularly hard hit by the disaster, there were still significant losses. Almost all of the farmlands had sharp decreases in their crop outputs. Without grain on hand, the families that raised pigs and chickens had all slaughtered their animals prior to the start of winter. Although the weather had been good at the start of spring and the grass had started growing, how could families that raised poultry rely only on grass to feed their livestock? Spring was a time when people still relied on their stores of food, and many commoners were having trouble filling their stomachs, let alone have any extra grain to raise chickens. Thus, she had a problem. If she wanted to open her braised food shop, she needed to start raising chickens and pigs now. However, her family had over 100 mu of fields to tend and their vegetable stand to manage. If they started to raise a lot of chickens and pigs, she was afraid there wouldn't be enough people at home to do the work. After thinking things through, she finally came to a decision. She was going to write a letter to her father, who had gone back home after escorting her to the capital, to tell him to buy some land near the foot of the mountain from the village chief so they could construct a piggery. Enclosed with the letter was also a blueprint she drew for the piggery. Spring plowing had just ended, so her 3 maternal uncles weren't very busy. Thus, she planned on having them go to the villages that weren't as hard hit by the disaster to buy and catch as many piglets as they could. Afterwards, they could spread the piglets among families they were close to raise. The Yu family would provide the food to raise these pigs. Once construction on the piggery was finished, they didn't need to worry about getting more piglets in the future. As for who would take charge of raising the pigs, she had also thought this through. Currently, the business at the docks was slow, so she was planning on having Xiaolian bring eldest maternal aunt and her youngest daughter over to help with managing the piggery. As for compensation, if eldest maternal aunt didn't want to get paid on account of familial relations, then she planned on giving her 2 large fat pigs at the end of the season. Right now there was a shortage of grain, so there weren't many people raising pigs. Thus, pork prices would only continue to rise and not fall, at least until the next year. 2 large fat pigs could be sold for at least a few dozen taels each. A thick envelope was soon delivered into Yu Hai's hands in Dongshan village. The Yu family always completely supported his daughter's plans. Before long, the piggery was quickly built up. Yu Hai took some strong fellows from the village and together they worked to build a tall stone wall around the piggery. The stalls of the piggery were simple. They were constructed with lower stone walls and on top was a wooden roof to shield the stalls from rain and snow. There were a total of 40 some small stalls constructed in the end. At the perimeter wall, they also constructed a simple 2-room dwelling for the people looking after the pigs that was built completely of stone. Inside was also a Kong bed and everything was constructed very sturdily. Yu Xiaoxiao longed to go back home but she still couldn't leave the capital because her younger brother's first birthday celebration was around the corner. Her godfather and godmother both treated her like their true daughter. When she was in the imperial palace for those few days, her godmother was so worried that she didn't sleep well and ended up with canker sores in her mouth. She also became markedly thinner. Yu Xiaoxiao had previously missed little Linlin's 100-day celebration. If she missed his first birthday as well, it wouldn't be good. Before long, it was the day of Fang Haolin's birthday celebration. Because Fang Zizhen had been well regarded by the emperor this year, other than his close friends and family, there were a lot of other colleagues who came by to participate without an invitation. Zhu Junyang had come over early in the morning and he was currently in the kitchen being used as hard labor by Yu Xiaoxiao. He, head steward Liu, and 2 bodyguards were all assigned a large basin of cream for them to beat. That's right, Yu Xiaoxiao was planning on giving an enormous 3-layer cake to little Linlin as his birthday present. How could she make a birthday cake without whipped cream frosting? If she was able to buy whipped cream frosting in the Great Ming Dynasty, that would have been the best. However, since none was available to buy, she could make it herself. When she was in the imperial kitchen, Yu Xiaoxiao discovered they had cow's milk there. It was rumored that the emperor had brought over dairy cows from foreign countries to the country when he hadn't taken the throne yet. These cows were all raised in the capital's farmstead and provided the imperial kitchen with different types of dairy products. Yu Xiaoxiao had asked the empress to give her a lot of cow's milk from the imperial kitchen. Making whipped cream required a lot of milk. Furthermore, she also needed eggs, vegetable oil and white sugar. Other than the milk, the rest was easy to obtain. In order to make whipped cream frosting, the person making it needed to whip it constantly at a high speed. Yu Xiaoxiao originally planned on asking her godfather for a few bodyguards to help her. However, who would have thought that Zhu Junyang would voluntarily come to the door and act as free labor? It'd be a waste not to use him. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a few large and sturdy basins and first placed some egg whites in them. She had Zhu Junyang and the others continuously whip the egg whites in one direction. The four of them all were skilled martial artists who had beaten many experts in the capitals. They all stone-facedly used the bamboo tools in their hands to whip the egg whites. Once the egg whites were foamy, Yu Xiaoxiao told them all to stop. She added a bit of milk, oil, and sugar and then had them continue. Zhu Junyang leveled an angry glare at her. If he wasn't looking forward to trying her new food creation, he would have long thrown a tantrum and stopped working. Anyone who was willing to give him orders willy-nilly truly had guts. Zhu Junyang vented all of his pent-up anger into whipping the egg white mixture. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw him working so hard, she heavily praised him and instructed the other people to follow his lead in order to work hard to reap rewards. Head steward Lu had a face full of suffering as he thought, "My little ancestor, please stop adding fuel to the fire. Can't you see that His Royal Highness has an expression so dark it's dripping ink? When the master loses his temper, it's more scary than natural disasters and fierce beasts. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the mixture in Zhu Junyang's basin had thickened, she quickly told them all to stop. She then added an appropriate portion of milk to each of their basins, as well as more oil and sugar. Then, she happily gave them a few compliments before hinting that they had to continue. While the four people were crafting the whipped cream frosting, Yu Xiaoxiao had mixed up the cake batter and poured it into 3 separate pans. The pans were placed into the oven and she had Yingtao keep an eye at the heat. She continued to instruct Zhu Junyang and the others how to make the frosting. After adding more milk, oil and sugar another 2 times, Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the frosting was at the right viscosity. She took the bamboo beater from Zhu Junyang's hands and gently tested the texture of the frosting. When she saw that the frosting didn't deflate, she proclaimed that they were done making it. Zhu Junyang let out a heavy snort and waved his sleeves as he left. Head steward Lu used a finger to point at Yu Xiaoxiao a few times before he sighed and also followed his angry master out of the Fang Estate's kitchen. Yu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and quietly muttered, "Didn't he just whip some frosting up? Is it necessary to be this angry? Yingtao cheerfully stated, "Miss, you're the only one who can order Royal Prince Yang to do things. Although His Highness looks quite scary, I never would have thought that he's that easy to talk to. Easy to talk to." If the people who had been beaten up by Royal Prince Yang could hear her say this, they would have all retorted vehemently, "Are you blind? How can Zhu Junyang, that black-faced devil, be easy to talk to? You're not the one who was beaten until you were bedridden for a few months, right?" After the cake finished baking, Yu Xiaoxiao first cut it into 3 circles of differing sizes and spread on a layer of frosting. Then, she prepared a piece of oiled paper, rolled it into a triangular-shaped tube, and poured the whipped frosting into it. Using her pastry bag, she squeezed out beautiful flower decorations on the cake. In her past life, Yu Xiaoxiao had worked at a pastry shop prior to opening her braised food shop. Because she had skillful hands, all of the cakes she decorated were praised. At first, she was a bit unfamiliar with this process. As she continued, the skill came back to her and each consequent flower was more beautiful than the previous and more lively. Since the season wasn't right, there weren't any ingredients available for her to use as food dye. Thus, all of the icing flowers she squeezed out were a pure white color. However, Yu Xiaoxiao had the servants take out some preserved jams from last year from the ice cellar. There was bright red strawberry jam, orangey yellow tomato jam, purple grape jam. She also used some spinach juice mixed with honey to create a green-colored dye. With these 5 colors available, she used them all to gently brush onto the flowers' edges. The whole cake immediately became bright and lovely. Yingtao and another head maid, Muxi, stared in awe at all of the stunning flowers on the cake. Their eyes were opened wide as they took in the sight. The cake had 3 layers and the first layer was about 20 inches in diameter. The second layer was around 16 inches and the topmost layer was around 12 inches. Each layer was decorated with carefully crafted icing flowers. The top layer had some writing on it written in red jam that said, "Happy first birthday to Fang Howlin." In addition, there was a cartoon figure underneath the words that was colored with different jams. It looked almost exactly like little Linlin. The grabbing ceremony had already finished. Fang Howlin had lived up to expectations and grabbed a tiny wooden knife. This caused everyone to exclaim, "Like father like son." For the banquet, they invited the head chef of the capital's Junshou restaurant, Lu Bai, who was personally in charge of cooking. This caused many guests to be pleasantly surprised because the head chef of Junshou restaurant was very hard to book. He only took 3 jobs in a month and the waiting list had already extended to next year. The banquet for the Fang family was crafted at the highest standards offered by Junshou restaurant. Roasted chicken, fruit-scented roast duck, saltwater duck, all the hit dishes were available. Thus, the guests ate until they were stuffed and complimented the food endlessly. The last course that came out was the present that Yu Xiaoxiao had prepared for her younger brother, whipped cream cake. When the gorgeous and elegant cake was presented out to the guests, everyone was stunned silent. They were speechless not only because the cake was beautiful and incredible beyond belief, but they were also silently ashamed that they had never heard what a whipped cream cake was before. The cake was quickly sliced into small triangular pieces and every guest was given a piece. The guests, who were originally stuffed beyond comparison, all tasted a bite. The rich flavor of the cream and the sweet delicate taste of the cake melted into their mouths. The cake had a bouncy texture that they had never had before. Thus, how could one small slice satisfy the craving of everyone? The whipped cream cake was most favored by the female guests. After finishing one slice, the noble madams and young maidens were all too embarrassed to ask for a second helping. However, they all clamored to know where this cake was bought from. The texture of the cake was divine and the look was elegant and beautiful. They needed to know where to get this However, when they found out that this cake was a present given by the Fang family's adopted daughter to her little brother, all of their hearts fell down. If this cake was bought from a shop, it didn't matter if the price was high and the demand was outrageous, they would still be able to buy it one day. However, the creator was the daughter of the Fang family. Although she was only adopted, they couldn't just demand her to spend half a day to craft another cake just to sat their cravings off. When they left, all of these ladies and maidens had a bit of regret on their faces. When their husbands and fathers asked them why, they could only laugh helplessly. Fang Zizhen was a rough person, yet the daughter he had adopted had some skills. She not only cured the young imperial prince's illness, bringing her to the attention of the empress, but she also had culinary talent. Even the old glutton, the emperor emeritus, unceasingly praised the food she made. Now she had the ability to make novel desserts that had never been seen before. The fact that Zhaoyang general's daughter had great culinary skill quietly spread throughout the noble and wealthy families of the capital. That same day, the master of the imperial palace, Zhu Junfan, had also heard of the whipped cream cake that Yu Xiaoxiao made. He raised an eyebrow. Looks like I have another clue. Such a good old transmigrator friend. Just as he was about to summon Yu Xiaoxiao to the palace again to have a deep conversation with her, the girl had already said her farewells to her godmother and left the capital with Fang Zizhen, who was going back to the harbor. The two of them were on the road back to Tanggu town. When Zhu Junfan got the news, he silently cursed and sighed, "Little lass, you're escaping quite quickly. However, I'm not in a hurry. It's not like the little lass can run away forever. In the future, I'll have to slowly punish her." Yu Xiaoxiao was riding on her little red horse next to her godfather. Behind them were some of Fang Zizhen's personal bodyguards. The little red horse wasn't very big, yet it had a lot of energy and was able to keep up with the pace set by Fang Zizhen's beloved horse. Fang Zizhen's beloved horse wasn't as valuable as the legendary Fergana horses, but it was still a good horse. The little red horse that Yu Xiaoxiao rode was the one that he gave her. However, at the time, he had thought that his daughter was young, so he mostly picked out a horse that had a gentle and serene nature. Who would have thought that his daughter had picked up a diamond in the rough? The little red horse was quite a good horse. Since Yu Xiaoxiao was worried about her family's piggery, they spent the entire journey on horseback and they even ate lunch on horseback. At night, even Fang Zizhen's beloved horse was already exhausted, let alone the horses of his bodyguards, which were on the verge of collapsing. However, that little red horse that caught no one's eye was still going on strong and full of energy. Naturally, this was definitely related to the fact that Yu Xiaoxiao had raised this horse of hers on mystic stone water for a long time. At the speed that they were traveling, they would be able to get to Dongshan village by noon the next day. Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that the horses the bodyguards were riding on were not up to par and was afraid they would delay her journey, so she secretly gave them some mystic stone water that night. The next morning, the bodyguards, who were certain they couldn't travel at the same pace as yesterday, were all startled to see that their horses were acting as if they had eaten a bunch of stimulants as they were full of energy. It was quite a surreal experience. Did people come over at night and switch their horses over for fresh ones? Fang Zizhen looked at his daughter, who was currently grooming the little red horse. In his heart, he had a feeling that the changes in the horses had to be related to her. His daughter was skilled in medical arts. Perhaps she fed them some medication to relieve fatigue. Fang Zizhen was the same as Yu Hai and doted upon his daughter to his bones. Although he had his doubts in his heart, he didn't voice them. For the past 2 years, he had discovered that his adopted daughter had out of the ordinary abilities, so he was sure she had a big secret. However, none of this influenced the love and trust he had in her. They had been in the capital for more than half a month. Before they left, Yu Xiaoxiao went to the imperial plantation with Royal Prince Yang to see that the corn and potatoes were growing very well. With the wells of mystic stone water at the farmstead, it'd be more surprising if they didn't grow well. However, the spiritual energy at the wells could only last for 1 year. She would have to deal with the following year when it came. When they got to Tanggu town, neither of them stayed somewhere to rest. Instead, Yu Xiaoxiao and her godfather went their separate ways. Fang Zizhen went to the docks to oversee the continued construction while Yu Xiaoxiao went back to Dongshan village. Fang Zizhen was a bit worried about his daughter going back alone, so he sent a bodyguard with her. They traveled at top speed. By the time they got to Dongshan village, they were just in time for lunch. When Yu Hai and his wife saw their exhausted and travel-worn youngest daughter, they both put down their bowls to help. Madame Lu went into the kitchen to heat up some water for her daughter to wash herself while Yu Hai led the bodyguard to take a seat to eat some food. "Grandfather, everyone should eat first and don't let the food get cold." Yu Xiaoxiao laid down in exhaustion on a chair under the grape trellis in the courtyard and gulped down a few mouthfuls of mystic stone water. Gradually, she felt the bone-deep fatigue disappear from her body. Madame Lu swiftly heated up some water and had her daughter wash her hands, face, and neck. After Yu Xiaoxiao changed into a clean set of clothing, Madame Lu quietly asked, "Are you hungry? If you want to eat something, Mother will make it for you." "Mother, there's no need. Lunch is already made, so I'll just eat with everyone else, okay? It's not like I'm a guest." Yu Xiaoxiao wiped her body quickly. After changing into a set of clean clothes, she stretched leisurely. It was still best to be at home. In the capital, she had to be aware of her every word and action at all times as she didn't want to lose face for her godparents. It was quite exhausting. Now that she was home, it was as if the air was filled with the smell of freedom and comfort. Madame Lu had a smile full of tenderness as she said, "You truly aren't a guest, but isn't there a guest waiting outside?" Yu Xiaoxiao had to admit that was true. The bodyguard had given his all to escort her back home, so she should make something good to thank him for his work. She left the room and saw that the bodyguard was already sitting next to the table full of food and eating happily in the open courtyard. The capital didn't have many fresh vegetables around. Those who were able to have green vegetables at the table either had lands with hot springs or greenhouses to cultivate vegetables. In front of a table full of fresh green vegetables that were tasty and well cooked, the bodyguard couldn't stop himself from eating. When he heard Yu Xiaosao ask him if he wanted anything else, Zhu Xiao quickly swallowed down the mouthful of lettuce greens with oyster sauce and shook his head. Miss, no need to cook something especially for me. The food here is very good and is more than enough to fill me. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and still had her mother stir-fry a plate of grasshopper sauce and also make a plate of chives stir-fried with sandworms. Zhu Xian saw that the portion sizes were generous and thus opened his belly to eat more. Older brother Li Li was right, the Yu family's food was very delicious. If he could eat such sumptuous food every day, he would even be willing to go down to the fields every day to help the Yu family. The Yu family didn't have the custom of staying silent during mealtimes, so Yu Xiaosao found out how the piggery at the foot of the West Mountain was doing as she ate. The construction on the piggery was pretty much done. Her 3 maternal uncles had all gone out and came back with a total of 40 to 50 piglets. These piglets were all given to some families that they had a good relationship to raise in their stead for now. Our family doesn't have much experience with raising pigs, so I think we shouldn't raise too many for the first year. What do you think? Are these piglets enough for now? Yu Hai had a few misgivings about raising pigs. They ate a lot of grain, so would they be able to afford this? If they raised too many, they didn't have enough people at home to go out and cut fishwood for them to eat. How would they be able to keep feeding all of them? Even a wildfire couldn't completely destroy grass. It grew again when the spring breeze blew. Weeds had the most tenacious grip on life. Even though it was just the start of spring, in the front and back of the village and all over the mountain, there were wild weeds and herbs growing. The village kids were all able to cut a basket of them without much difficulty. There weren't enough people in the Yu family, but there were plenty of village children that had nothing to do. If they set the price at 1 copper coin for 2 baskets of fishwort, there would probably be many children who were willing to do a little bit of work to earn some snack money. After Yu Xiaosao analyzed the situation, the rest of the Yu family also thought that it wouldn't be difficult to raise 100 or so pigs. Her 3 maternal uncles continued to help with buying and catching piglets in the other villages. Before long, construction on the piggery had finished. It had tall and sturdy walls and spacious pig stalls neatly laid out in a row. They transferred water from a mountain spring using bamboo tubes and filled a pond in the piggery that was constructed out of stone. Everything was just about ready. The little piglets had been moved into their new home. Each pig stall had 5 fat and noisy little piglets. Out of the 20 pig stalls, there were still half that were empty. Xiaolian, eldest maternal aunt, and her daughter had all come back from the docks. Last year, their business at the docks had been heavily affected by the locust plague. First of all, their braised food business had to stop as none of the butchers in the area had any pigs to slaughter. Thus, they only occasionally encountered pig heads and offal. Although the Yu family didn't lack grain, everyone else in the area wished they could break 1 copper coin into 2. How could a worker at the docks buy a bowl of noodles to enjoy if his wife and kids were all starving at home? Eldest maternal aunt and older cousin Lu Feiyan had already returned back to Qishan village. However, once eldest maternal aunt heard from her husband that the Yu family was making a piggery and wanted her to help manage it, she was just waiting for their summons. Once the piggery was finished, she quickly packed her things with her youngest daughter and the 2 of them went to the piggery and set up their living space. Currently, the piglets were still small and didn't need a lot of food. Eldest maternal aunt and her daughter, Xiaosao and her sister, and old Yu, who was becoming more energetic with each passing day, all went out every day with sickles and baskets on their back to cut fishwort in the area around the piggery. Furthermore, they also had the Lu family's 3 cousins coming around to help from time to time, so there were enough people gathering food for the piglets for now. In order to guarantee the pigs would grow fast, feeding them only fishwort was not enough. The Yu family had a bunch of coarse grain stored from the winter that they pretty much hadn't touched. With white rice and wheat flour around, who would want to eat coarse grain? They also had the sweet potatoes they had harvested from last year that had been turned into dried sweet potatoes. Other than the corn set aside for seed, they also had around 1,000 caddies of corn which had been ground into cornmeal. The family left a portion to be used to make porridge while the rest was used to feed the pigs. If that old fellow, the Minister of Revenue, found out Yu Xiaosao had used corn to feed pigs, he'd probably be so infuriated that he'd have an aneurysm and then be reborn. They also had a lot of bean flour, millet and other coarse grains stored in the granary. Old Yu fretted over the stored grain as he was afraid that when summer arrived the grain would attract pests. Thus, he sighed and lamented constantly about this. Yu Xiaolian and eldest maternal aunt and her daughter were in charge of preparing the food for the pigs. In the corner of the piggery was a small building crafted of bamboo that had a stove with 5 large burners. 5 large pots were on those burners and were currently cooking. The 3 of them were very used to doing work in the kitchen, so preparing enough food for 50 to 60 little piglets wasn't considered a difficult task. Yu Xiaosao also came over every day to help. The most important task she had on hand was to make sure that the water cistern had mystic stone water added to it. By using water with a very low concentration of mystic stone water to cook food for the pigs, it created food that the pigs not only liked to eat but it also kept them healthy and growing quickly. Zhu Junyang, who was in the capital, somehow found out that she was raising pigs in a piggery. Thus, he sent someone over to bring over a few dozen piglets and a few carts full of rice bran, wheat bran, millet, and other coarse grains to feed them. The piggery now had around 120 little piglets. Yu Xiaosao calculated after receiving the pigs. If they sold 1 pig a day, then by the time the first pig they caught left the gates, then it'd be around the New Year's celebrations. Thus, she had her maternal uncle stop buying piglets. With 120 piglets now, they needed a considerable amount of fishwort to feed them every day. Xiaoyan and her eldest maternal aunt and cousin had enough work on their hands preparing the food for these piglets, so they definitely didn't have enough time to gather fishwort. They ended up hiring the 12-year-old Lu Yanner to help them. The family also had to move up the plans on buying fishwort from other people. Yu Xiaoxiao found her good friends Zhou Shanhu, Qian Yifeng and Lu Huifeng and told them that they were planning on buying fishwort at a price of 1 copper coin per 2 baskets. The 3 girls, who had nothing better to do, all proclaimed that they were willing to do this. In the past, when circumstances permitted, all hard-working folks would catch a couple of piglets at the start of spring to raise until the New Year's. Then, they could either slaughter them for meat or sell them for money. The 3 girls' families had all done this before, so they were all very used to gathering fishwort. In one day, they could gather at least 4 baskets of fishwort while working leisurely. When they found out that the Yu family was planning on buying at least 30 baskets of fishwort a day and that the number would increase, the 3 girls negotiated between themselves. They decided that the 3 of them would work on gathering fishwort first. If they got to the point that they couldn't handle it, didn't they also have brothers and sisters at home? Once the pigs got larger and needed even more fishwort, then they could find other people to also help. They did as they promised. That same day, Zhou Shanhu and the others all received a bamboo basket from the Yu family and went out with sickles to gather fishwort at the foot of the West Mountain. Qian Yifeng brought along Qian Wu, who wasn't very willing, while Lu Huifeng brought along her younger brother and sister too. Only Zhou Shanhu had no one else to bring with her, but there was nothing she could do. Her older brother had gone off with her father to peddle goods on the street and her sister had already gotten married. Her mother needed to take care of a flock of small chicks, so she was the only one with nothing to do at home. On the first day, Zhou Shanhu made 3 copper coins and Qian Yifeng made 5 copper coins. Lu Huifeng and her siblings earned 9 copper coins in total. After they gave the Yu family the fishwort and got paid, those who had baskets that weren't quite full would have those baskets settled during the next day's work. After a month of work passed, Lu Huifeng and her siblings didn't expect that they had earned 300 or so copper coins. In order to earn money nowadays, there were many people hungrily staring at the few open work positions available. If people encountered a bad boss, they could only earn 10 or so copper coins for one day of backbreaking labor. Thus, when Lu Huifeng gave her mother the month's worth of money, Xuanju's wife asked in surprise, "Huifeng, where did you go to earn so much money?" In the past, 300 copper coins wasn't considered a lot of money. Those who worked hard when the tide receded to dig up sandworms could earn about this much in one day if they were lucky. However, last year was a disaster year. Thus, the beaches near Dongshan village were now filled with people every day. Most of the beaches had been scoured completely clean and almost all of the sandworms had disappeared in the area. Every day, after finishing her chores around the house, her daughter would take her younger brother and younger sister out to play. Whenever she asked, her daughter said that she was going to find her good friend, Yu Xiaoxiao, to play with. Thus, Xuanju's wife didn't think much of it. However, she would have never expected that her daughter would come back in a month with 300 or so copper coins. Lu Huifeng told her how she was getting paid for helping the Yu family gather fishwort every day. Xuanju's wife sternly looked at her and said, "I'm not even going to mention the good relationship between you and Xiaoxiao. However, just with your father's good friendship with your uncle Yu, we should be helping them without taking their money. Come, mother will return the money back to Xiaoxiao." Lu Huifeng wasn't that concerned about the money as she patiently explained, "Mother, you also know what type of people Uncle Yu and Xiaoxiao are. If I didn't take their money, they absolutely wouldn't let me help them. Instead of having them find other people, it's better for us to stuff each basket until they are bursting full of fishwort. That way, it'll prevent Xiaoxiao giving out money and not receiving enough fishwort in return." Lu Xuanju, who was in the courtyard drying out the fishnets, heard his daughter's explanation and remarked in approval, "Wife, Huifeng is right. You also know how brother Dahai doesn't like to take advantage of other people. If we don't take his money now, he'll likely find some other way to compensate us even more in the future." When Xuanju's wife heard this, she hesitated for a few seconds before she finally said, "Since your father said this, then I guess we'll just keep this money." Lu Xuanju was similar to Yu Hai as he also loved and pampered his children. Our Huifeng, Xiaoying and Titaner are all hard-working. We'll give them 10 copper coins each as spending money. Let's also buy a few caddies of white flour and cut a couple caddies of chives from brother Dahai's place. Tonight, we'll eat some chive pockets. When the 3 kids heard this, they all started cheering in glee. Xuanju's wife laughed and then glared at her husband. Is there anyone else who spoils their children so? Making some chive pockets is one thing, but you also give them some spending money. Children have loose hands, so giving them money is the surefire way to lose it." Lu Huifeng placed the 10 copper coins into her own embroidered purse and somewhat indignantly said, "Mother, I don't agree with what you said. Younger sister Xiaoxiao is younger than me, yet all of the money in her family is in her hands and I've never heard of her spending money recklessly. Also Xiaoxia author's note, Yu Heng's nickname and Xiaolian all keep the money that they earn. Even little Shish too has his own savings. Have any of them spent their money unwisely?" Yingzi also nodded her head in agreement. That's right, that's right. Xiaoxiao is so amazing, she herself has said, money is made by earning, not by saving. Those who know how to spend money are the ones who know how to make money. Look at how Xiaoxiao's family spends money. They're never stingy. Even last year, during the disaster, they ate white rice and white flour and had meat at every meal. Xuanju's wife pinched her daughter's face and said, "Who among us can compare to that last Xiaoxiao? Every idea that comes out her head is a money-making method. Yingzi, if you can be half as good as her, then you can manage all of the money at home." Yingzi thought for a bit and replied somewhat in discouragement, "My head is not as good as Xiaoxiao's, I can't think of any methods to make money." Lu Huifeng hesitated for a moment and then said the idea that had been ruminating inside of her for a long time for the adults in her family to hear, "Father, Mother. I want to get some small chicks and bring them back home to raise. I heard Xiao Xiao say that the reason why she's raising pigs is because she wants to open a braised food store in the prefectural city. I thought for a bit and I think that a braised food shop can't only sell braised pork. Braised chicken and duck should also be a good thing to sell too, right? We don't have a lot of people in our village raising chickens, so if we're able to get them, we won't have to worry about not selling them. Lu Xuanju stopped what he was doing, thought carefully a bit, and then nodded his head. Our daughter has a good idea. How is this a good idea? The child's dreams are bigger than reality, yet you, as her father, also want to dream so big. Who doesn't want to raise chickens? Even if you can't sell them off when they get big, they can still lay eggs to make money. However, the problem is, who has enough extra grain lying around at home to feed all of these mouths? Xuanju's wife thought that both her husband and daughter were not reliable enough. Lu Xuanju considered this for a bit before he replied, if we can't currently, I'll borrow Brother Dahai's horse cart and travel farther to buy a cart full of coarse grain home. Along with some wild grasses, with our family's situation, we should be able to afford to raise around 180 chickens without any problems. Last year he had gone shark hunting with Yuhai a couple of times. After the money came to hand, he also enlarged and updated the family's home. Right now, one side of their now larger courtyard was being used to grow vegetables. They could lay some stones at the other side and craft a few straw shacks to make a big chicken pen. The Zhou family's factory continued to buy chicken eggs from the nearby villages to create preserved eggs, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to sell their eggs. There was also a good market for the chickens too. Didn't the Zhou family, who lived next to Brother Dahai, become rich from raising chickens? Fortune favored the bold, leaving only scraps for the timid. Lu Xuanju thought that raising chickens was a very good idea. Xuanju's wife still wasn't completely convinced and had her oldest daughter, Huaifeng, go ask Yu Xiaoxiao. In her heart, Yu Xiaoxiao was a golden grass one that knew how to make money. If she agreed, then raising chickens was truly a risk-free method to earn money. When Lu Huaifeng got to the Yu family's residence, Yu Xiaoxiao was currently pondering on what to do next. If they opened a braised food shop, only selling braised pork was not enough. They also needed to prepare some other dishes, like chicken, duck, and vegetables to sell. Vegetarian dishes were easy enough. Her family grew vegetables and then, in a while, the markets would also have plenty of vegetables for sale. Ducks were also easy to get. Their neighbor, Madame Mao, had bought and bred over a few hundred ducklings to raise this year. Every day they herded the ducks into the pond behind the house to free feed and at night they were fed some wild grasses, so they didn't have to use much grain to keep them. However, the Zhou family's chickens were not as easy to keep. Luckily, Zhou Shanyu's father and older brother peddled goods, so they traveled quite a bit. They were able to bring back some cheaply priced rice husks and wheat stalks back. Even with this, the Zhou family still couldn't raise too many chickens. They only had 100 or so chickens. Let alone Junshou restaurant, even Yu Xiaoxiao's braised food shop needed a larger supply of chickens than this. When older sister Huaifeng came over to tell her that they wanted to raise chickens, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally applauded their plans wholeheartedly. Furthermore, she promised Huaifeng that they would buy her family's chickens at 2 copper coins above the market price, so they had to only sell chickens to them. Lu Huaifeng was finally able to relax. She smiled and then leveled a look at Yu Xiaoxiao. Our two families have a good relationship, so there's no need to be so polite. When the time comes, just buy our chickens at the market price. We can't always take advantage of your family, right? I can't chat anymore. I need to go back and tell my parents to start getting chicks. The days passed and the Yu family's vegetables had been pretty much sold out. In a blink of an eye, their dozen or so mu of watermelon fields had reopened. Although they planted a lot more watermelons this year, a lot of people came by from the nearby towns and the prefectural city to discuss doing business with the Yu family. They didn't need the Yu family to ship the watermelons as they were willing to come get them themselves. The watermelons would be sold to these people at a wholesale price. Lu Hu's whole family continued to sell watermelons in town. Those who could afford watermelons definitely didn't lack money. Although last year was a disaster year, it didn't affect the blazing popularity of watermelons one bit. In about a month's time, Lu Hu's whole family had earned several-fold more than they did the previous year. They received 200 taels in profit. Last year, the royal prince had transported a few carts of watermelons and caused a sensation in the capital. Fang Zizhen was inspired by this. He privately negotiated with Xiao Xiao's 3 maternal uncles. They were in charge of transporting the melons while he would be in charge of finding a market in the capital. The profits would be split 50-50. The watermelons sold in the prefectural city were priced higher than the ones sold in Tanggu town. Thus, if they went to the capital, the price would go up even more. With such profits in front of them, they'd be lying if they said they weren't tempted. The Lu family's 3 brothers calculated it out and decided it was worth it. The Fang estate provided the horse cart, while the 3 brothers hired a few guards from a business that provided escorting services for merchants. They transported the melons to one of the dowry shops of Xiao Xiao's godmother. From spring to the start of summer, the Lu family's brothers had gone back and forth to the capital 5 to 6 times and earned almost 1,000 taels for their efforts. In the blink of an eye, it was now midsummer. The spring crop of corn was now ripe. Although there wasn't a lot of rainfall until now, the corn was not affected one bit as it was a drought-hardy crop. In addition, Yu Xiaoxiao had emphasized that the crops only be watered with the best water from the wells. Thus, the corn on the Yu family's farmstead grew very well. Now that it was ready to harvest, Yu Xiaoxiao accompanied her father to keep an eye on the town's farms. For the past 2 months, Royal Prince Yang had been busy with something, so she hadn't even seen him once. Right before they were going to harvest, he finally came over in a hurry. Oh ho, looks like you've enjoyed the easy life so much in the capital that you were reluctant to leave Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but crack a joke when she saw Royal Prince Yang, who had gotten thinner and tanner since she last saw him. Despite these changes, he was in good spirits. Zhu Junyang narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes and indifferently scanned her. Do you think I am like you? Always looking for ways to slack off and enjoy life instead of getting ahead. This prince had gone to Tuolai Mountain to clean out some bandits. A band of violent bandits had formed at Tuolai Mountain and slaughtered and burnt out villages indiscriminately. All of the commoners in the area suffered immensely. Taiyan Prefecture had sent up a report, asking for help from the court. Zhu Junyang recommended himself and took a group of elite soldiers out. They entered the depths of the mountain and completely defeated the group of bandits. The prince was highly skilled at martial arts and talented at commanding troops. Although he didn't bring a lot of men with him, he managed to defeat a large group with a few men and completely caught the whole group of criminals in one swoop. Yu Xiaoxiao listened to head steward Lu's detailed descriptions about the campaign against the bandits. Her pair of eyes immediately started shining with delight. Wow, a young hero with incredible skills. She had finally met a true expert. Young royal prince, are you able to traverse a river in one step and go across the snow without leaving prince? Are you able to use leaves as throwing knives and kill a person? Are you able to perform earth-shattering feats and sweep everything in your path? Are you? Stop, stop, stop. What sort of nonsense are you talking about? It sounds like you think martial arts experts are like gods, but that's not possible. From what you're saying, a few experts would be able to destroy a whole city, right? Zhu Junyang really wanted to crack open the little lass's head and figure just what was in there. How could she have such ridiculous ideas? Yu Xiaoxiao thought and decided he was right. Martial arts experts weren't gods. Those who had the skills to dominate the skies were likely only found in wuxia novels, right? After looking at the heavy ears of corn that were on the corn stalks, Zhu Junyang personally pulled off an ear of corn and peeled off its outer leaves. The glistening yellow kernels of corn were densely packed together in neat rows and each kernel seemed to be plump and full of juice. The corn on the fields today was not in any way inferior to the ones that were harvested by the Yu family last year. The hired temporary workers on Royal Prince Yang's 800 mu corn plantation were all doing their best. The wages given to them by the master were high and harvesting corn wasn't something that required a lot of skill. Even women and half-grown children could do this work. In any case, the wages paid out was based on the weight of corn harvested every day. The more a person harvested, the more money he or she received. Thus, the temporary workers all enthusiastically did their jobs. They were often in the fields before the sun came up and only left when they couldn't see the corn anymore. The Yu family's farmstead only had around 100 mu and were taken care of by 16 families. Their wages were based on how many caddies of corn each mu produced. Those who were in the top 3 could get a bonus of 5 taels, 3 taels, or 1 tael respectively. Although Widow Li and her son didn't have a lot of land to take care of, the amount of corn per field they produced was in the top 3. First place went to someone else but they managed to get second place and received 3 taels as a bonus. Widow Li and her son immediately kneeled in front of their masters. If they hadn't followed the right master, they would have probably starved to death at the beginning of spring. In the past 2 months, they not only received money during spring plowing but they also got a salary every month. After subtracting the costs of food, they still had some surplus money left over. During a time where there wasn't much surplus grain to be had, the two of them were still able to eat until they were full every day. This was something that they had never thought was possible in previous years. The two of them not only had rosy cheeks, but they also gained some weight and no longer looked like starving refugees. Feeling the weight of the 3 taels in her hand, Widow Li couldn't believe that this was happening. The money glistened with a gentle silver light and she had never seen so much money before in her life. After the bout of happiness passed, she suddenly felt scared. Recently, the farmstead wasn't very peaceful. She and her son were only a widow and a half-grown child. Having this much money around wasn't necessarily a good thing. Master, would it be possible for you to help us exchange this money for some grain or cotton cloth? Widow Li quickly made up her mind and made the decision to spend this money on goods that she and her son needed. Yu Xiaoxiao also thought of their situation and took the money as she nodded. Okay. I'll help you save this money for now. When cotton cloth comes on the market, I'll help you exchange some of the money for it as well as some coarse grains. If you two need something urgently, then you can take the money back from me. Under the eyes of everyone present, she took the money from the widow. Once the group of people dispersed, Xiaoxiao secretly found Widow Li again and returned the money back to the older woman as she grinned. You should hold on to the money yourself, that way it'll be easy for you to spend it when needed. Now, everyone thinks that I've taken the money for you, so you don't need to worry about other people with bad intentions thinking about it. Widow Li was grateful to the bottom of her heart. The master's daughter had a clever mind and a kind heart. With such a master, it was truly the fortune of a lifetime for her and her son. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't realize that just a simple action done by her had caused the two of them to be hell-bent and forever loyal to her. Yu Xiaoxiao was very pleased with the amount of corn harvested this year. There were more ears of corn harvested this year compared to the last and the production had sharply increased as well. Her family's farmstead had yields around 2,600 caddies per mu for the highest ones and the 30 or so fields that produced the least still yielded around 1,800 caddies per mu, which was still considered high yield in this era. Royal Prince Yang's plantation's yields were a bit lower. The highest had around 2,200 caddies per mu and the lowest was 1,600 caddies per mu. The imperial plantation had very fertile land, so the corn that was planted there had around the same yield as the highest producing fields at Royal Prince Yang's plantation. When the news came out, the entire court erupted. The Great Ming dynasty was used to grain yields of around 200 to 300 caddies per mu. Finding out that corn could produce yields around 1,000 caddies per mu seemed like a fairy tale. No wonder the emperor had been looking for this high-yielding crop for a long time. Due to the weather and soil conditions, the northern parts of the country had lower crop yields compared to the southern parts. The commoners there had to live with half-empty stomachs. This was a problem that had bothered Zhu Junfan for a long time. He wished to allow the people of the great Ming dynasty to all be able to eat their fill and dress properly. If corn could be widely spread throughout the north, the people there would finally be able to eat properly and have a peaceful life. This would also stabilize the great Ming dynasty greatly. Zhu Junfan decided that next year they would further increase the cultivation of corn in the capital. Then, the bitterly cold northern areas could start to plant corn and potatoes as well. As the capital and northern areas became the new heart, they could gradually spread these new crops to the rest of the country. He was sure that within a few years, corn and potatoes could be widely cultivated throughout the country. Because of all of this, the emperor was very pleased and heavily rewarded the officials in the Ministry of Revenue and Royal Prince Yang. Zhu Junyang not only obtained the vast majority of rewards but he had also been given the town of Tenggu to be under his command. Naturally, the revenue from the new harbor would be given directly to the imperial purse. Emperor, perhaps you have forgotten a few people. Aren't there some people who also deserve to be rewarded as well? Royal Prince Yang once again reminded the emperor in court. Zhu Junfan cheerfully looked at his younger cousin. Wasn't his younger cousin taking a bit too much interest in the Yu family's daughter? His younger cousin had never cared one iota for the nobly born maidens in the capital, yet he took very good care of the little lass from the Yu family. There was something fishy about this. We know of whom you're talking about. Isn't it about how the Yu family made a lot of contributions to the planting of corn? We have thought about this. How about we make them officials and have them continue to help the court progress? Zhu Junfan already made a decision. The success of corn and potatoes was heavily intertwined with the handiwork of his old transmigrator friend. This official believes that the growth and output of the crops is somewhat related to the methods used, but it's not a big correlation. Imperial Majesty, you have also said that corn is a high-yielding crop. Without the Yu family's help, the yields likely wouldn't be as high as now, but they wouldn't be too low either. I believe that we can give the Yu family a reward. As for an official position, Emperor, please reconsider. Imperial Censor Yang had previously been scolded by the emperor in regards to the issue surrounding the lass from the Yu family, so apparently he had a grudge against the whole family now. Last time he was opposed to giving the female an official position and now he opposed to any member of the Yu family becoming an official. Before Zhu Junyang could speak, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue opined, Imperial Censor Yang, you are wrong. The emperor himself has once said, without proper investigation, one cannot come to a premature conclusion. Single quote. You were born and bred in an official's family, so I'm pretty sure you've never stepped foot into a crop field. Thus, how could you know what is a normal yield of a field of grain? If the same type of crop is planted, such as wheat, in the same type of land but is managed by a different person, there could be a difference in tens or even hundreds of caddies at harvest. This is the reason why the Ministry of Revenue solicited experienced farmers to help with the planting of these new crops. Experienced. Official Liu also said that the difference is in experience. Corn and potatoes are all new crops that were transported across the ocean. How could the Yu family have had previous experiences with them? Imperial Censor Yang coldly huffed. He had always regarded Minister Liu, who had been born in a poor family, with contempt and had never liked him. Minister Liu's stubborn personality also came out as he jutted out his face to say, regardless, the Yu family came up with the correct planting method. This year, they had personally come over to supervise the crops being planted in the imperial plantations. The facts show that the crops planted last year during the disaster did not have as great a yield as this year. This official has brought over the records written by the ministry. Emperor, please investigate. Su Ran took the documents from Minister Liu and placed them in front of the emperor. Zhu Junfan carefully looked them over and discovered that the yields of the cornfields not only increased significantly but even the growing cycle from germination to harvest had also decreased by around 20 days. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. How did his old transmigrator friend manage to change this? From what he knew, the little lass only went over once to the imperial plantation. The only thing that changed was that the little lass had brought over the so-called pesticide solution to treat the plants. Apparently, this pesticide had to be linked with how the crops grew. Did this little lass, like the protagonists of the novels in his previous life, have access to a secret space that held a mystical spring? Could the spring water improve the growth of plants? Zhu Junfan felt as if he was thinking too much into this and wanted to laugh at himself. He brought himself back to reality and had Su Ran disseminate the documents to the rest of the high-ranking officials. The facts spoke louder than words. The Yu family was truly skilled in the ways of raising crops. When the Minister of Works reviewed the documents, he cautiously said, Imperial Majesty, this official also admits that the Yu family is talented at farming. However, there are plenty of people who are talented in the world that are in different areas. If raising crops is enough to raise someone to officialdom, then wouldn't famous and well-known craftsmen also become officials too? What about merchants? Would they too become officials? Official Zhang, who had already been promoted to a second-ranked official and had a way with politics, hurriedly interjected, one must evaluate merits before rewarding. What has the great Ming dynasty placed the most importance on now? To allow the common people to have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear. That is the way to stabilize the country. The Yu family managed to raise the high-yielding crops, corn and potatoes, very well. This is a great contribution to the country and I believe that we can break the rules of officialdom for them. Imperial Censor Yang snorted coldly and stated, Official Zhang, corn and potatoes were the high-yielding crops that the Emperor and Royal Prince Yang found. Since they are high-yielding crops, I believe that the output of these crops won't be low even without the Yu family. Emperor, I believe that the Yu family is just taking advantage of the circumstances. Minister Liu leveled an angry glare at Imperial Censor Yang. Official Yang, how come you also didn't take advantage of the opportunity when corn and potatoes first came to our country to get some more honor for your name? Imperial Censor Yang's eyebrows came together heavily. I'm not greedy for positions nor power. This official is also not in charge of farming affairs, so why should I take on unneeded trouble? All of you, stop debating. Zhu Junfan pinched the bridge of his nose after getting a headache from hearing all of these old men argue back and forth. He transferred the source of calamity back to his younger cousin, Royal Prince Yang. What's your opinion on all of this? The Yu family is clever and also has talent. We can come to a conclusion next year. Next spring, we can have the crops grown in both the capital and Tanggu town. The imperial plantation will still be managed by the Ministry of Revenue while the plantations in Tanggu town will be managed by the Yu family. At this same time next year, we will have our conclusive results. Zhu Junyang was supremely confident in Yu Xiaoxiao's abilities. He was convinced that without Yu Xiaoxiao, the yields of corn and potatoes could not be this high. Zhu Junfan also thought that there was no point in continuing to dispute. They would just use this method to settle the problem. He immediately agreed to Royal Prince Yang's proposal. Zhu Junyang looked out the corner of his phoenix eyes and gave Imperial Censor Yang a glance before he said, I hope that when the time comes and the facts are there for all to see that Imperial Censor Yang will have no more objections to the Emperor's decisions. If the high yield of the corn is indeed related to the Yu family, this old official will accept it wholeheartedly. Imperial Censor Yang believed that he had finally succeeded in preventing the Yu family from getting an official's position, so he triumphantly bowed towards Royal Prince Yang. After the herald announced, court is dismissed, Imperial Censor Yang proudly walked out of the throne room, acting like a rooster who had just won a fight. The Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu town had already been planted with soybeans. Currently, all of the families on the farmstead had extra cash on hand, so the fields were distributed and rented out like previous years. Each family was able to rent lands and the rent was only 40% of their crops. All of the families on the farmstead felt immense gratitude to their masters. In the past, their previous masters were considered pretty benevolent for only taking 50% as rent. Now, their current masters were not only kind, but they also emphasized with the poor families and helped them survive the hardest time. They also decreased the rent. Every single tenant farmer rejoiced that they were now with a good master. When the corn was harvested, Royal Prince Yang went back to the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao discussed things with the steward he left behind and decided to also plant his 800 mu plantation with soybeans. In autumn, after the harvest, they could discuss then whether he wanted to plant some winter wheat or to leave the land fallow to allow it to plant corn next spring. The scorching hot summer was about to arrive and the mountain residence of Imperial Prince Jing had finished construction, so Royal Prince Yang escorted his mother over to let her take a holiday. The residence was constructed halfway up the mountain and was surrounded by verdant vegetation and stunning scenery. Inside the residence was delicately constructed pavilions and gorgeous gardens. A small stream wound through the beautiful interior, and it looked as if the trees inside could reach the clouds in the sky. The fake mountain and rocks also improved the beauty inside. Princess Consort Jing immediately fell in love with this residence. The residence in Tanggu town that they had bought from County Magistrate Wu's wife had been renovated and turned into the Royal Prince's residence. Tanggu town was now under Royal Prince Yang's jurisdiction, so how could he not have a place to live there? However, Royal Prince Yang very rarely lodged in his Tanggu residence. When he was in the area, he always accompanied his mother at the residence on the West Mountain because it was easier for him to bum a meal from the Yu family. If people found out that Royal Prince Yang, who was famed for being a filial son, only lodged with his mother at the mountain for this reason, they would have all of their mouths wide open in surprise. After rain fell, the air in the mountains was cool and moist. When a light breeze blew by, it cooled the scorching hot summer air a bit. Royal Prince Yang was currently pompously sitting at the Yu family's dinner table. When he saw the simple and light-looking food on the table, he frowned in slight disdain. In the summer, the Yu family mostly ate foods that were light and easy on the stomach. It's not that they couldn't afford to eat meat, but it was because no one could stomach greasy food in the heat. Where's the grasshopper sauce? Huh. Go stir-fry a batch for me. Zhu Junyang wasn't happy at a meal without meat. He glanced at the vegetarian dishes on the table and ate 2 mouthfuls before he issued his request. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed at the rice in her bowl as she mumbled, there's no more. No more. Is there really none left, or are you being a stingy little girl? Zhu Junyang was apparently not in a good mood today. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and stated, if I was that petty of a person, how could I let you bring back jars of grasshopper sauce every time you go back to the capital? The locusts were only gathered last summer and autumn and we've eaten them for an entire year. Do you really think we'd have any left over now? Zhu Junyang frowned in discontent. If he had known earlier that the grasshopper sauce had run out, then he wouldn't have allowed his father and older brother to eat any the last time he was in the capital. He sulkily picked up another portion of dry-fried string beans with his chopsticks and angrily stuffed it into his mouth and chewed in frustration. If a foodie couldn't eat the food he craved, the consequences were quite dire. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and then said, after we finish eating dinner, I'll take you to catch cicadas. Fried cicadas are also very tasty and delicious. You'll probably like them. Zhu Junyang placed his chopsticks down on the table and stood up, then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him again, it's still too early. We need to wait until it starts getting dark. You can only catch cicadas when the larva crawls out of the ground and shed their skin. If you go too early, you're just wasting your time. Quickly finish your rice. You're so big now yet you leave food on the table. Little Dudu is only 5 years old yet he doesn't leave food. Zhu Junyang pushed the remaining half a bowl of rice into his mouth and finished it in a few bites. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely finished her dinner and then calmly helped Madame Lu clear off the table and clean. Zhu Junyang stared at her back the entire time. If his eyes had turned into lasers, the back of Yu Xiaoxiao's clothing would have long started smoking. After waiting for a long period of time, the sky finally got dark. Yu Xiaoxiao lit up a small lantern and held it in her hand as she gestured at the young royal prince, let's go ah. Time to catch some cicadas. I want to go. Older cousin, bring me along too. When Lu Fangping found that there was something fun to do, he also pestered her to let him go. Zhu Junyang glared at him, little brat, why are you sticking along? Yu Hai was a bit concerned. It's dark, what if you guys encounter a wild beast? Cower, you only know how to cause trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed little Fang Ping's head and then pointed at Zhu Junyang cheerfully. Don't we have 2 experts with us, the young royal prince and head steward Lu? Ah. That being said, we're only going into the thickets at the foot of the mountain and we won't be going into the mountain. Then, she spoke to her older brother, older sister, and older cousins. If you guys want to come along, bring a lantern. Once we catch some cicadas, I'll fry some for everyone to eat tomorrow. Zhu Junyang sent someone to the residence to grab 2 glass lanterns from the walkways. Lanterns made out of glass produced more illumination, making it more suitable to see at night. With nothing much to do, everyone wanted to have some fun. Thus, they not only had Lu Fangping as a little tail but also Lu Junping, Lu Yanner, Yu Hang, and Yu Xiaolian. The rest of the children came along with lanterns in their hands and the group left in high spirits. They went to the Qian family's gate to find Qian Wu. Qian Wu was unwilling to be left out so he also came along with his younger sister, Qian Yafen, with lanterns in their hands.